Introduction asterisk. Allow me to sign your name. A sharp object made of glass lunged aggressively towards Li Haiyuan's body. Li Haiyuan swiftly grasped the tray, twisting his upper body. The shield countered. Bang! The burly man clutched his injured wrist, howling in pain, as Li Haiyuan swiftly delivered a blow to his head. He turned, smashing the glass of the food cabinet with his elbow, seizing a basket of fried food, and dousing the man's face with scalding oil. The brute collapsed to the ground, his anguished screams echoing throughout the space. The remaining prisoners, initially eager to witness the spectacle, were rendered speechless by the scene and quietly retreated. It seems you still fail to comprehend. This is not a moment for me to be coerced by you. Chapter 1. Rebirth in 48 hours. Hong Liang abruptly opened his eyes, his chest heaving violently as if he had just resurfaced from the depths of water. His fingers instinctively clenched the bedsheet beneath him, and then he paused. Wait, a bedsheet? He distinctly remembered being torn apart by that horde of zombies in the freezing snow. Hiss! Hong Liang pinched his thigh. The sharp pain confirmed this was no mere illusion. Trembling, he reached for his phone on the bedside. December 10th, 2030, 12:03 p.m. This is impossible. Hong Liang's voice sounded unusually hoarse in the empty rental apartment, the date on the phone screen striking his temple like a heavy hammer. He tumbled out of bed, his legs weak, nearly collapsing to the floor. In the mirror, his face appeared haggard yet intact, lacking the horrific bite marks and frostbite scars. Sunlight streamed through the sheer curtains, and the sounds of vendors calling and cars honking drifted from below. Everything seemed so normal. Yet, he knew that in 2 days, this world would descend into hell. Memories surged like a tide, recalling the fateful noon of December 12th. A sudden global snowstorm, temperatures plummeting to -50 degrees within 48 hours, a collapse of the power grid, burst pipes, and roads blocked by snow, leading to over 70% of humanity freezing to death within a week. Hong Liang, due to his poverty, had rented a room that was merely a converted cold storage unit within a warehouse. The landlord had furnished it with just a bed, a grade 5 energy-consuming air conditioner, and a single gas stove, renting it out for 800 yuan a month. Unbeknownst to him, this cold storage unit saved his life. Outside, it was -50 degrees, yet it was not unbearably cold inside, except near the ventilation shaft. Moreover, as winter approached, Hong Liang had purchased ample winter clothing and bedding, managing to survive the snowstorm with the instant noodles he had bought a few days prior. After the snow ceased, just when the survivors thought they had endured the worst, temperatures soared above zero within a single night, causing the snow to melt rapidly. The muddy streets became littered with the corpses of those who had frozen to death, and astonishingly, those bodies began to rise and roam, transformed into bloodthirsty zombies. Hong Liang sat heavily on the edge of the bed, his fingers entwined in his hair. This was no dream. He vividly recalled every detail. The collapse of the shelter, his supplies being stolen, betrayal by companions, and the excruciating pain of the zombies' cold teeth piercing his neck in his final moments. I have been reborn, Hong Liang murmured to himself. I have returned to 2 days before the apocalypse. Rationality urged him to doubt this reality, yet every cell in his body screamed that it was indeed true. The memories of his past life were too vivid. The pain, fear, and despair etched deeply into his soul. Hong Liang forced himself to take a deep breath, glancing at the wall clock. 12:15 p.m. If his memory served him correctly, he had 47 hours and 45 minutes to prepare. First, he needed to ascertain certain matters. Grabbing his keys, he dashed out the door without even donning a jacket. The December wind was already biting, yet he seemed impervious to it. The newsstand at the corner was still open, and he snatched a copy of that day's newspaper. The headline read, Global Weather Anomaly Warning. Scientists observe rare cold wave activity. His finger almost punctured the paper. It was the very warning that had been disregarded by everyone in his past life. Young man, are you buying or not? The newsstand owner, noticing Hong Liang's trembling hand, inquired with impatience. Hong Liang scanned the payment and rushed towards a nearby electronics store. The TV wall was broadcasting news. Anomalous Arctic cold air is moving south. Significant temperature drops are expected this weekend. Citizens are advised to prepare for the cold. A temperature drop? Hong Liang scoffed internally. They had no idea what lay ahead. Upon returning to his rental apartment, Hong Liang locked the door and began inventorying his supplies. It was now 1:30 p.m., and time was slipping away. He required a plan, a survival strategy far superior to that of his previous life. He rummaged through a drawer for a notebook and began feverishly drafting a list. The tip of Hong Liang's pen punctured a hole in the paper. In his past life, he had sheltered in his house, enduring the frigid period, only to survive for 5 years in the apocalypse, ultimately betrayed and killed. This time, he would not make the same mistakes. Now, I shall continue to narrate Hong Liang's anxious preparations as the apocalypse looms, illustrating how he meticulously utilizes his limited funds and time to construct a safe haven. Here follows the continuation, focusing on Hong Liang's careful budgeting for survival supplies and defensive measures. Hong Liang gazed at the list in his notebook, his fingers unconsciously drumming on the table. He opened his mobile banking app to check his balance. A mere sum. This amount was insufficient to purchase even a decent polar survival suit, let alone stockpile sufficient provisions. I need to make money, and quickly, he murmured, his fingers swiftly navigating his phone, opening one lending app after another. The moral hesitations of his past life seemed utterly ludicrous at this moment. People were on the brink of death. Who still cared about a credit blacklist? Lightning loan approval loan of 30,000. Handy borrow. Just then, his phone rang, an unfamiliar number. Is this Mr. Hong Liang? I am a risk control officer from Anshin Loan. I noticed you recently applied for large loans on multiple platforms. I know what I'm doing, Hong Liang interrupted. Rest assured, you will receive the first repayment in a week. With funds in hand, the renovation project commenced immediately. Hong Liang contacted 3 renovation companies, ultimately choosing the one with the highest quote that promised to start work within an hour and complete it within 24 hours. Install 10 centimeters of polyurethane insulation on the west wall and double-layer the ceiling. Hong Liang pointed at the blueprint. Cover the floor with moisture-resistant mats and add a layer of wooden flooring. This ventilation shaft needs to be modified into an air intake with a filtration system, plus a manual sealing device. Foreman Lao Zhang scratched his head. Young man, what kind of renovation method is this? This is already a cold storage unit, and adding 10 centimeters of insulation, what do you want to freeze? Don't ask what you shouldn't. Hong Liang handed over a stack of cash. This is a 50,000 yuan deposit. Pay the remaining 50,000 upon completion before dark tomorrow. Lao Zhang's eyes lit up. Deal. With money, work is easy. I'll have the guys work in shifts. While the construction crew was busy, Hong Liang drove his dilapidated vehicle, used for deliveries, to the outdoor goods wholesale market on the outskirts of the city. He purchased 3 sets of polar survival suits, 5 down sleeping bags, 2 diesel heaters, and 20 cans of fuel. He also spotted a composite bow at a military goods store. The Falcon X9, with a draw weight of 60 pounds and a range of 200 meters, comes with carbon fiber arrows, the shopkeeper enthusiastically introduced. For beginners, I recommend starting with 30 pounds. I'll take this plus 500 arrows, Hong Liang interjected. Do you have any crossbows? The shopkeeper looked at him in surprise. That thing is illegal. Chapter 2, Master of Manual Craftsmanship, just kidding. Hong Liang paid 8,000 yuan, contemplating the need to modify a few simple crossbows for self-defense. On his way back, Hong Liang visited a supermarket. He frantically filled 3 shopping carts with compressed biscuits, canned goods, instant noodles, and chocolate. The cashier stared in astonishment at this young man who had amassed a mountain of items, including 20 cases of bottled water. Company. Team building supplies, Hong Liang casually explained, mentally calculating how long this food would sustain him. In his previous life, he had endured hunger to the point of eating tree bark and roots. He vowed never to experience that despair again. The next afternoon, Hong Liang stood in the newly renovated cold storage facility, inspecting the work. The walls felt solid and warm to the touch, and the newly installed LED lights illuminated the previously dim space. A makeshift restroom was partitioned in the corner, equipped with a camping toilet and a water storage tank. The ventilation system has been tested. The switch is here, Old Zhang said, pointing to a lever on the wall. Pull it down, and it seals completely. Theoretically, it can protect against toxic gas. Hong Liang nodded, settled the final payment, and as the workers departed, he immediately began to organize his supplies. The 20 cases of bottled water formed a wall, while the food was neatly stored on newly purchased metal shelves, and winter clothing and sleeping bags were arranged by the bed. Finally, he carefully retrieved a compound bow and a quiver of arrows from the trunk of his car, hanging them within easy reach. He also took out a black handbag containing knives, an axe, and homemade Molotov cocktails purchased from a hardware store. The time on his phone read 1847, leaving 21 hours and 13 minutes until the apocalypse struck. Sitting on the edge of his bed, Hong Liang suddenly remembered something. He took out his phone, opened his contacts, and dialed a number. Hey, old Joe, it's Hong Liang. Yes, it's been a while. Listen, I have something strange to tell you. There will be a heavy snowstorm the day after tomorrow, with temperatures dropping to -50 degrees. I'm not joking. I know it sounds insane, but remember, I used to work at the meteorological observation station in college. On the other end, old Joe was one of the few friends Liang trusted, having perished during the apocalypse 3 years prior while trying to save him from being surrounded by dozens of zombies. Believe it or not, at the very least, buy a polar sleeping bag and a diesel heater and stock up on food. Liang insisted, adding before hanging up, if it does snow, come to the industrial area north of the city. I'm still living in that cold storage. The knock pattern is 3 long, 2 short. As night fell, Liang began his final checks. He had the renovation company replace the front door with one that had a polyurethane foam core, and the small generator inside was sufficient to power the household appliances. He had already had the 5-level energy-consuming air conditioner removed and discarded. At 2 in the morning, Liang lay sprawled on his bed, staring at the ceiling. The cold storage was so quiet he could hear his own heartbeat. What had he been doing in his past life at that hour? Probably staying up late, playing video games, completely unaware that the world was about to be turned upside down. Suddenly, his phone vibrated. It was a text from old Joe. I bought 20 pounds of rice and a bunch of canned goods, along with 2 polar sleeping bags. My wife thinks I'm crazy. If it doesn't snow the day after tomorrow, you owe me a drink. Liang chuckled and replied, if it snows, your wife will think you're a prophet. Outside, a cold moon hung high in the sky, and the weather forecast indicated a transition from sunny to cloudy tomorrow, with temperatures ranging from 3°C to 5°C. A perfectly ordinary winter day. Liang turned off the lights and lay in the darkness, eyes wide open. This time, he was prepared. At 5 in the morning, Liang jolted awake. His phone displayed, December 12th, 5:17. There were 6 hours and 43 minutes until disaster struck. Damn, there's not much time left. He splashed cold water on his face, shaking off the last remnants of sleep. There was one crucial task still uncompleted, acquiring weapons. While the compound bow would suffice for dealing with zombies, its firing rate was too slow for human threats. After all, the hearts of men could be more terrifying than the undead. Grabbing his keys, he dashed out of the cold storage. The industrial area was silent in the morning fog. After breakfast, around 6 o'clock, Liang knocked on the door of the hardware store. The drowsy owner opened the door, and Liang handed him a piece of paper. I need these. He shoved the list of materials into the owner's hands. The quicker, the better. I'll pay triple. The owner, taken aback, squinted at the list. High-strength spring steel, bicycle brake cables, bearing steel balls, aluminum alloy tubing. What are you planning to do, young man? School science project, Liang fabricated, tapping his fingers impatiently on the counter. Half an hour later, he returned to the cold storage with a box overflowing with materials. On the table lay the tools he had borrowed from the renovation crew yesterday. An angle grinder, a drill, pliers. Taking a deep breath, memories from his past life surged back. The crossbow was something taught to him by a supernatural being. At that time, he struggled to survive and remained an ordinary person. Supernatural beings emerged after the apocalypse, possessing myriad powers. He had heard that the most formidable among them could fly and were immune to all toxins. Unfortunately, in his previous life, he had been at the very bottom, encountering only those with slightly enhanced abilities. First, I must survive the initial phase, and then I can think of the rest. This time, I won't let anyone stand above me. Let's start with the bow arms, he murmured to himself, measuring and marking the spring steel. Amidst the cacophony of the angle grinder, the steel gradually took shape, sweat trickling down his forehead, but he paid no heed to it. At 7:34, the bow arms were completed. Liang secured them to the aluminum alloy body with bolts, and then proceeded to the most critical step, stringing the bow. The bicycle brake cable emitted a dangerous creaking sound under tension. In his past life, the first time he attempted this, the steel string had snapped back, leaving an everlasting scar on his arm. Not this time. Liang gritted his teeth, locking the tightened steel string into the groove. At 10 o'clock, the first crossbow was completed. Liang raised it, aiming at the wall to test its feel. With a draw weight of 30 pounds, it was sufficient to penetrate a skull from 20 meters away. Yet it was not perfect. He retrieved the arrows designed for the compound bow and began crafting an arrow case. Detachable, 6-round capacity. This was a modified design taught to him by that supernatural being. When besieged by zombies, the speed of reloading arrows could mean the difference between life and death. Suddenly, his phone rang. It was old Joe. What on earth are you up to? I just got scolded by my boss for taking leave to buy polar gear. You'll know soon enough, Liang replied, wedging the phone between his shoulder as he continued to attach arrowheads. Crazy, old Zhou hung up. Hong Liang chuckled and resumed his work. By 11:30, the crossbow was finally complete. Its matte black exterior was inconspicuous, but the added simple sight and quick-change arrow case rendered it a perfect weapon for the apocalypse. After firing 3 test shots, the arrowheads embedded deeply into the target on the wall. Much better than the one from my previous life. Hong Liang nodded in satisfaction. At 11:55, with only 5 minutes remaining until the apocalypse, Hong Liang paused his work and stepped outside, gazing at the overcast sky. At noon precisely, snowflakes began to fall one by one. Hong Liang returned to the cold storage, locked the valves, sat on the bed, and focused on the news broadcast. The Antarctic Research Station has lost contact for over 72 hours. Experts suggest it may be due to extreme weather. Seated on the edge of his bed, the crossbow within reach, he scrolled through social media, observing friends dining out and shopping. The last photo was posted by Old Zhou, captioned, "The strange gear that Hong Liang insisted I buy. I'll settle the score with that kid tomorrow." With a resounding smile, Hong Liang declared that this damned apocalypse would not claim the lives of those who had treated him well. His gaze turned icy, and as for those who had wronged him, he scoffed, hoping they would survive. Chapter 3. The energy stones. The moment the snowflakes began to fall, Hong Liang felt a chill surge up his spine. He stood within the makeshift refuge of a cold storage facility, observing the world outside through reinforced bulletproof glass. Initially, the snowflakes were but a sporadic few. Yet within a mere 10 minutes, the snowfall intensified at a visibly alarming rate. "It has begun," Hong Liang murmured, his fingers instinctively brushing against the crossbow hanging at his waist. Suddenly, his phone vibrated, inundating him with a series of urgent weather alerts. He opened the latest notification, extreme cold wave red alert. Temperatures are expected to plummet to -50 degrees Celsius within the next 3 hours. Citizens are advised to seek shelter immediately. 3 hours? You underestimate this cold wave. In no more than an hour, this world will be encased in ice. Issuing a warning now is far too late. With a cold laugh, Hong Liang tossed his phone onto the bed. He approached the monitor, pulling up the feeds from several cameras installed outside the cold storage. These cameras were designed to operate in extreme cold, though how long they would last remained uncertain. For now, they would serve their purpose. This industrial area was already slated for demolition, rendering it sparsely populated. At this moment, it was utterly deserted, with a thin layer of snow accumulating on the ground, resembling a grayish-white blanket in the black and white footage. Hong Liang turned on the television, where every channel was broadcasting urgent news. Meteorologists, faces etched with disbelief, explained the sudden onset of this extreme cold wave, labeling it a once-in-a-millennium meteorological anomaly. Anomaly? This is merely the beginning. Hong Liang switched off the television and made his way to the storage area, needing to inventory supplies once again to ensure nothing was amiss. As he checked the seals on the water barrels, a piercing scream suddenly echoed from outside. Hong Liang froze momentarily before sprinting to the monitor. In the footage, a man clad in work attire lay sprawled in the snow, his body convulsing grotesquely. So soon? Hong Liang furrowed his brow. Memories from his past life told him that the first casualties from freezing would manifest within 3 to 6 hours after the onset of extreme cold. Yet it had been less than an hour. The rapidity of the temperature drop was alarming. In the surveillance footage, the man's convulsions gradually ceased, but a strange blue light began to emanate from the tip of his left pinky finger. Hong Liang squinted, magnifying the image. When he discerned the source of the blue glow, his breath nearly caught in his throat. A faint blue light was surfacing beneath the skin of the man's pinky. Energy stone. Hong Liang's voice trembled. In his previous life, he had only discovered the existence of energy stones in the 3rd month of the apocalypse, by which time most had already been monopolized by various factions. Now, he was witnessing the formation of an energy stone firsthand. This peculiar stone emitted light only during its formation. Once solidified, it would no longer shine. Immediately, he switched to other camera feeds. On the open ground of the industrial area, 7 or 8 corpses lay sprawled, all workers who had been dismantling equipment. Among them, 3 also exhibited a faint blue glow at their pinky fingers. 3 stones, no, 6 energy stones. The resounding heartbeat quickened. These precious resources, which could have incited fierce battles in a previous life, now lay bare before him. He swiftly donned his polar survival suit, meticulously checked his weapons, loaded the crossbow, secured the machete at his waist, and stowed a Molotov cocktail in a specially designed compartment of his backpack. Taking a deep breath, he unlocked the inner door of the cold storage. "Let us take the closest one," he told himself, then pushed open the heavy insulated door. A biting cold wind rushed in, and even clad in thermal gear, he felt a stinging chill. The temperature outside had plummeted to around -10 degrees Celsius, and he could see white mist condensing rapidly before him with each breath. Cautiously, he approached the first corpse, that of a man dressed in work attire. The surface of the body was already cloaked in a thin layer of frost, yet the blue glow emanating from the tip of the left pinky was still vividly discernible. Squatting down, he retrieved a spade and deftly severed that small finger. With a firm squeeze, a lustrous blue stone rolled free, and he grasped it eagerly. The moment his fingers brushed against the stone, an extraordinary warmth surged through his heavy gloves and into his body. To his astonishment, his fingers, which had begun to feel numb from the cold, regained their sensation, and a wave of warmth enveloped him. Is this the effect of the energy stone? He gazed at the small gem in awe, having only heard tales of its wonders from higher-tier abilities in his previous life, yet never having the opportunity to experience it firsthand. Suddenly, a nearby corpse convulsed violently. He instinctively retreated, his crossbow aimed at the awakening figure. The corpse, clad in a security uniform, abruptly opened its eyes, the sclera now a murky yellow and the pupils constricted to pinpricks. This is not right. Wasn't it said that zombies only emerge after the ice thaws? Why is this happening so immediately? Despite his shock, he did not hesitate. He pulled the trigger, and the bolt accurately pierced the temple of the transforming security guard, causing the body to collapse once more, this time permanently still. Without pausing, he quickly gathered energy stones from several nearby corpses. Upon retrieving the fifth stone, a chilling howl echoed from a distance. Through the flurries of snow, he glimpsed several unsteady figures approaching from the direction of the industrial complex. What on earth is happening? The zombies are appearing far too early. He stuffed the fifth energy stone into a specialized lead box and retreated swiftly into the cold storage. Ignoring the distant undead, he secured all safety mechanisms and waited for the temperature in the room to rise slightly before shedding his survival suit. Then, he produced the fifth energy stone. Under the light within the room, the translucent blue stones appeared to contain a fluid flowing within, emanating a faint glow. These energy stones could not only be harnessed by humans. Certain pre-apocalypse electrical devices, when modified, could also utilize energy stones as a power source, rendering them a valuable currency in the post-apocalyptic world. According to rumors from his previous life, there were two methods to absorb energy stones: ingestion or dermal contact. The benefits of ingestion lie in its rapid absorption and the heightened probability of manifesting extraordinary abilities. However, without thorough cleansing, there exists a risk of infection. Liang is well aware of the method for meticulous purification and has made necessary preparations. Skin absorption inevitably results in some energy loss, a practice reserved for true luminaries. A bottle of industrial alcohol with a concentration of 99 was poured into a specially designed furnace. Liang tossed in a Western energy stone and ignited the alcohol with a lighter. The energy stone began to roll within the burning alcohol, with visible impurities slowly seeping out. After half an hour of careful incineration, Liang gingerly extracted the energy stone with tweezers and rinsed it with 95 medical alcohol. Without hesitation, he placed it into his mouth. As the energy stone entered, a peculiar wave of heat surged from his stomach, coursing through his veins and culminating in his chest. Liang felt his heart pound vigorously, followed by a slight convulsion of his muscles. Unable to contain himself, he let out a low roar. The sensation was a tumultuous blend of agony and ecstasy, indescribable in nature. When the convulsions subsided, Liang was astonished to discover that his vision had become exceptionally clear. Even the small print on the calendar across the room was now legible. He attempted to lift a heavy metal rack. A weight that previously required both hands could now be effortlessly raised with one. Excitedly, he shook his fist, slicing through the air with a resounding whoosh. Is this the power of an adept? Liang stared incredulously at his hands. In his past life, he had been an ordinary person until his untimely demise, and now, at the dawn of the apocalypse, he had embarked upon the path of evolution. Chapter 4. Control over objects. Liang gazed at his palm, sensing the unique energy flowing within him. The effect of the Western energy stone was most potent upon ingestion. Not only had his strength multiplied, but he also sensed an indistinct presence in his mind, a vague feeling as if something was guiding him. Determined, he focused intently on a dagger resting on the table. In the legends of his past life, it was said that some adept beings could manipulate objects, a skill typically possessed by the most elite. Initially, nothing occurred, and Liang furrowed his brow, concentrating harder on the image of the dagger levitating. Suddenly, a sharp pain pierced his temple, and at that moment, the dagger trembled violently before clattering to the ground. Hong Liang pressed his temple as the sudden headache caused his vision to darken, yet, following the pain, a surge of elation filled his heart. He had indeed awakened some form of telekinetic ability. For the next 2 hours, Hong Liang cautiously tested this newfound power, discovering he could currently move objects weighing up to 500 grams within a distance of no more than 3 meters. However, each use resulted in debilitating headaches. More crucially, this ability seemed to have a limited number of applications. On his third attempt, he found himself unable to move any object, regardless of how hard he concentrated. Every day, Hong Liang meticulously recorded his testing results in a notebook. Each attempt required a minimum interval of half an hour, or else the headache would double in severity. After sleeping for a full day, Hong Liang awoke with an insatiable hunger, consuming 8 packets of instant noodles and 10 eggs before he felt adequately sated. With a contented belch, he approached the surveillance monitor. Outside, the snow had ceased, yet the thermometer indicated a frigid temperature plummeting to minus 55 degrees Celsius. Approximately 20 zombies wandered through the industrial zone. Although they were affected by the cold, they still moved with relative ease, leaving Hong Liang puzzled. Most of these zombies congregated near the main building. Through careful observation, he noted that 3 of them exhibited a faint blue glow at their pinky fingers. These particular zombies appeared more animated, suggesting that the energy stones had bestowed upon them a notable enhancement. If he could acquire those stones, he pondered, the ordinary zombies, sluggish in this extreme cold, would not pose a significant challenge for him, given his enhanced physical abilities and weaponry. The crux lay in efficiently hunting them without being overwhelmed. A plan gradually took shape in his mind. Hong Liang donned his polar survival suit and armed himself with a crossbow, a machete, and several makeshift Molotov cocktails. Before venturing out, he secured a dagger at his waist, intending to test his mental control in a practical scenario. The icy wind outside the cold storage was even more biting than before. Despite his protective gear, he could feel the chills seeping through. This type of polar suit would only allow him to operate outside for an hour. After that, he would need to return to the cold storage to recuperate, lest he risk freezing to death. The mist of his breath formed a thin layer of frost on his visor, necessitating frequent wipes with his hand. According to his plan, Hong Liang first climbed the unloading platform adjacent to the cold storage. This elevated position offered a panoramic view of the industrial zone. He steadied his crossbow, aiming at the nearest zombie, a male clad in an orange work uniform, aimlessly meandering in the open space. With a swift release, the bolt shot through the air, precisely penetrating the zombie's eye socket. The body thudded to the ground, drawing the attention of 2 nearby zombies. Hong Liang refrained from hastily dispatching them. Instead, he patiently waited until he confirmed that no additional zombies had been alerted before loosing a second and then a third arrow. 5 minutes later, 7 corpses lay sprawled at the edge of the clearing. The low temperatures had one advantage. Even upon being dispatched, the black blood quickly froze, preventing a messy scene. Cautiously, Hong Liang descended, swiftly inspecting each corpse. Fortune smiled upon him. 2 of the bodies bore blue crystals at their pinky fingers. After just 1 day, these energy stones had ceased to emit light, and the only way to collect them was to sever the zombie's left pinky fingers. He swiftly stuffed the 2 severed digits into a lead box. At that moment, an unusual noise emanated from the direction of the main building. Hong Liang immediately concealed himself behind an abandoned truck. He observed 5 zombies staggeringly approaching, the leader significantly larger than the others, with an unusually robust left arm and skin that appeared an unhealthy shade of ashen gray. A mutated entity? So soon? This seemed amiss, and Hong Liang's heart raced with apprehension. Although mutated zombies existed in a previous life, they only appeared after a complete thaw. The emergence of mutated zombies prior to any thawing presents a formidable challenge, likely surpassing that of ordinary zombies. Compounding the difficulty, the blue light emanating from the mutated creature's left pinky finger has not diminished and is conspicuously brighter than that of other zombies. Hong Liang counted the remaining crossbow bolts he had brought, 9 in total. This should suffice for 5 ordinary zombies. However, dealing with the mutated one would likely require more than a standard bolt to deliver a fatal blow. First, he decided to address the smaller threats. Taking a deep breath, he circled around the truck and swiftly released 3 arrows, toppling 3 ordinary zombies. The remaining 2, along with the mutated one, immediately pivoted towards the source of the noise and charged forward. To Hong Liang, the movements of the ordinary zombies appeared to unfold in slow motion, easily dispatched by him. In stark contrast, the mutated creature moved with alarming speed, its robust left arm sweeping through the air with a menacing force. Hong Liang barely managed to lean back to evade the strike, yet his cold weather gear was still sliced open. Seizing the opportunity, He drew his dagger from his waist, but refrained from launching an immediate attack, instead retreating a few paces to concentrate. Now, with a low command, the dagger suddenly flew from his hand, aimed directly at the mutated zombie's eye. This marked Hong Liang's first use of his telekinetic ability that day. The dagger struck true, penetrating approximately 2 centimeters before halting. The mutated zombie let out an enraged roar, yanking the dagger free and casting it aside before lunging forward with renewed ferocity. Hong Liang experienced a wave of dizziness but fought through the headache, raising his crossbow to fire at close range. The bolt penetrated the creature's throat, yet failed to impede its advance, forcing Hong Liang to continue retreating while rapidly formulating a strategy. He had 2 uses of his telekinetic ability remaining, which must be reserved for critical moments. As the mutated creature charged again, Hong Liang seized the opportunity to perform a lateral roll to evade, simultaneously igniting a Molotov cocktail and hurling it at the creature's back. Flames instantly engulfed the upper half of the mutated zombie, yet it seemed impervious to pain, its movements merely becoming slightly sluggish. Frustrated, Hong Liang noted that the blue light from the creature's pinky became even more pronounced amidst the flames, sparking a bold idea in his mind. Channeling all his focus, he fixated on that radiating pinky and activated his second telekinetic ability, Break. A sharp pain erupted from his temple, nearly bringing him to his knees, but the effect was immediate. The mutated creature's pinky twisted and deformed, followed by a sharp crack as it shattered, releasing a blue crystal twice the size of an ordinary energy stone that flew into Hong Liang's grasp. Chapter 5. The monster deprived of the energy stone. The mutated creature's movements became rigid. Hong Liang, gritting his teeth against the intensifying headache, dashed forward and severed its head with a decisive strike. As the corpse fell, he observed the creature's skin visibly reverting to the blackish-gray hue characteristic of ordinary zombies. The energy stone had sustained its mutation. Breathing heavily, Hong Liang secured the special energy stone, but the pain in his head grew more severe, and his vision began to blur. He needed to return to the shelter without delay. Just as he turned, he heard the sound of more footsteps behind him. At least 10 zombies were pouring in from the direction of the main building. His current state was insufficient to face such a multitude of foes, and yet, there were still over 200 meters to the safety of the shelter. With a final, resounding focus, Hong Liang gazed at a cluster of metallic pipes strewn across the ground. He summoned his mental prowess for the 3rd time that day, causing the pipes to rise into the air and subsequently plunge into the frozen earth, creating a rudimentary barrier that temporarily obstructed the swarm of zombies. This provided him with invaluable time, allowing Hong Liang to sprint back to the cold storage before the undead could breach his makeshift defense. He forcefully slammed the door shut and locked it, just as a cacophony of impacts erupted from outside. Breathless, Hong Liang collapsed onto the floor, his head throbbing painfully, and dark spots began to encroach upon his vision. With great effort, he crawled onto the bed, only to succumb to unconsciousness shortly thereafter. After what felt like an eternity, he awoke to find the sounds of banging on the door had ceased. The zombies, unable to hear or detect the scent of humans, had abandoned their assault and wandered off to other locations. Feeling a relief from his headache, Hong Liang rose and shed his polar gear to inspect the spoils of his deadly endeavor. 1 ordinary energy stone and a mutated energy stone. He stored the latter separately, then took the 2 ordinary stones and began the purification process anew. Exercising caution, he decided against consuming them all at once. Though his previous experience with a single gulp had awakened his abilities, the agony had been unbearable. This time, he planned to ingest them in 2 phases, spaced 3 hours apart. Upon swallowing the first energy stone, a familiar warmth coursed through him once more, albeit with significantly diminished pain. He sensed an increase in his internal energy, and his mental abilities seemed to amplify as well. Testing his newfound strength, he attempted to levitate the kettle beside his bed. It rose steadily into the air, hovering for 3 seconds before descending. The results were promising, and Hong Liang recorded the changes, hopeful that with each enhancement, his restrictions would gradually ease. As night fell, he observed through the surveillance monitors that the zombies were aimlessly wandering. A few had stumbled over the bodies of their fallen comrades. Just as Hong Liang was about to prepare a meal out of boredom, he was startled to witness the subdued zombies not rising to continue their aimless roaming, but instead beginning to feast upon the corpses. Even more shocking was a typical zombie, gnawing on the flesh of a mutated body, undergoing a visible transformation, its skin shifting to a grayish hue. They could evolve by consuming the remains of their kin. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Hong Liang understood that if the zombies could absorb the powers contained within the energy stones through cannibalism, an influx of mutated beings would soon follow. He had to hasten his collection of energy stones, enhancing his own abilities before the zombies evolved into an insurmountable threat. The following morning, Liang ingested the second energy stone. Alongside his growing powers, he discovered a delightful surprise. The frequency of his mental abilities had increased to 5 uses, with intervals reduced to 20 minutes. His body appeared to be adapting. Stretching his limbs, he devised a new hunting strategy. Today's objective was to clear the first floor of the main building, where he anticipated finding more energy stones. Fully armed, Liang chose not to exit through the front door, but instead infiltrated the main building via the rooftop ventilation ducts, a route he had traversed in a previous life, knowing it would lead him directly to the second-floor storage area. Peering through the small window of the warehouse, Liang observed that at least 30 zombies had congregated in the hall on the first floor. Among them, 5 exhibited signs of mutation, and more disturbingly, a pile of a dozen partially devoured corpses lay in the center of the hall. These were likely the initial victims of frostbite, their energy stones now potentially absorbed by the living dead. A change in strategy was imperative. Facing such a multitude of zombies head-on was perilous. He needed to create an opportunity for division. Then an idea struck him. The fuel tankers. He suddenly recalled several abandoned tankers parked on the west side of the industrial area, still containing some residual fuel. If he could ignite one, a plan swiftly took shape. Liang retreated to the rooftop, descended to the ground using a rope, and stealthily made his way westward. 2 hours later, everything was in place. At the open valve of the tanker, he piled a significant amount of flammable material, extending a gasoline-soaked cloth to a safe distance. May this tactic prove effective. He ignited the cloth and quickly concealed himself behind a predetermined shelter. Boom! The deafening explosion transformed the tanker into a fireball, the shockwave shattering the glass of nearby buildings and illuminating the entire industrial area with fierce flames. As Liang had anticipated, the zombies inside the main building were drawn to the commotion, surging toward the explosion site. Seizing the opportunity, he slipped through a side door into the main building, commencing his search for solitary zombies. In the corridor on the first floor, 3 zombies staggered along. Liang wasted no time in using his crossbow to eliminate 2 of them, while a swift strike from his machete dealt with the third. To his delight, upon inspection, he discovered that one of them contained an energy stone. Delving deeper into the building, Liang uncovered more gnawed corpses, but he also encountered 6 zombies trapped in an office. These zombies appeared relatively feeble. However, his keen observation revealed that 3 of them moved with remarkable agility compared to their counterparts. Indeed, after dispatching them, he collected 3 additional energy stones. Just as Liang prepared to head to the basement, an unusual tremor reverberated beneath his feet. Instinctively, he pressed himself against the wall, eyes fixed warily on the end of the corridor. The ground there began to bulge, as though something was attempting to emerge from below. Suddenly, the concrete floor shattered, and an unprecedented monstrosity crawled forth. It possessed a human-like upper body, yet its lower half was adorned with 6 insect-like appendages, its back encased in a shell-like exoskeleton. Most striking was its left hand, which had completely crystallized, emanating a dazzling blue light. Liang's heart sank. He recognized this creature as the king among first-tier mutants. A new form evolved through the consumption of numerous energy stones. To make matters worse, the creature seemed to instantly sense his presence, its crystalline left hand pointing in his direction as a beam of blue light shot forth. Instinctively, Liang rolled to evade the attack. The wall behind him struck by the blue light, instantly freezing and then shattering. Without hesitation, he activated his mental abilities, directing the fire sprinkler system from the ceiling to smash down upon the creature's head, all the while turning to flee. The creature emitted a piercing shriek, its 6 appendages propelling it with astonishing speed. Liang realized escape was futile, so he dashed into an adjacent electrical room and locked the door behind him. Chapter 6. Growth of Abilities. Bang. The door warped upon the initial impact. Liang surveyed the surroundings of the West Zhou, where an array of electrical boxes and wires lay scattered. The extreme cold had rendered the electrical infrastructure entirely inoperative. Power had long ceased to flow here. His only recourse was the chaotic terrain of the area. With a resounding crash, the door was flung open, and the monstrous creature lunged inside. Liang maneuvered between the electrical boxes, dodging the beast as its claws shattered the boxes, causing numerous wires to ensnare its form. The industrial-grade cables were robust and of the highest quality. With deliberate guidance, Liang directed the wires to wrap around the creature until it was completely immobilized. Seizing the opportunity, he surged forward and struck with full force at its neck with a machete. The blade shattered upon contact with the creature's armored hide. Yet the sheer strength of Liang's strike elicited a piercing cry from the beast, which thrashed violently, causing the electrical boxes to rattle. Without hesitation, he discarded the broken handle and concentrated all his mental energy, sending the jagged tip of the blade toward the creature's most vulnerable eye. With a sickening thud, the blade pierced deeply, stirring within its skull. The monster let out a tremendous wail, finally succumbing to stillness. Its crystalline left hand began to disintegrate, revealing a blue energy stone as large as an egg nestled within. Simultaneously, the creature's body darkened abruptly, crumbling into fragments, from which emerged a small box radiating a green luminescence. Exhausted, Hong Liang collapsed onto the ground, his head pounding to the brink of unconsciousness. He had expended all his remaining strength on the creature, pushing his body to its limits. Yet, upon glimpsing the green box, he was struck with astonishment. Did this object fall from the creature? What in the world was it? Was he in a game? Did the monster drop loot? However, on the verge of fainting, he dared not linger. Summoning his last reserves of strength, he grabbed the enormous energy stone and the green box, stumbling away from the main building. Upon returning to the shelter, Hong Liang collapsed, the energy stone rolling from his grasp, and the green box slipped from his arms. In the final moments before losing consciousness, he hazily comprehended that this apocalyptic game was far more perilous and bizarre than anything he had previously encountered in his past life. When Hong Liang awoke once more, night had fallen outside. He lay on the ground at the entrance, the large energy stone glowing blue beside him, while the green box lay quietly nearby. As he attempted to move, he felt only slight weakness. Seemingly no significant harm had been done. More intriguingly, he sensed a qualitative leap in his mental abilities. Though uncertain of the specifics, he was aware that he had grown stronger. This large stone must be used with caution. Gazing at the energy stone he had collected, he recognized it as potentially the key to his rapid enhancement. However, first, he needed to fully recover and reassess the threats in the industrial zone. Turning his attention to the small box, he noted its unremarkable appearance. Akin to an ancient wooden sewing box, albeit in a shade of green. The box featured a petite latch, unadorned by a lock, merely clasped over the latch's nose. Hong Liang gently pried open the lock, and with a simple upward tug, the box sprang open. A flash of light erupted, and a diminutive dagger tumbled out, landing on the ground and transforming into a dagger of ordinary size. Subsequently, the small box vanished. What is this? Hong Liang was utterly stunned by the spectacle before him, an occurrence that exceeded his comprehension, catching him off guard. Such things were entirely unfamiliar to him from his previous life. He had neither seen nor even heard of them. As he picked up the dagger, he noted its lightness, tapping it gently. It appeared to be composed of some kind of metal. After a few experimental flourishes, an idea struck him. He attempted to control the dagger with his mind. To his astonishment, the originally metallic-hued blade morphed into a deep, light-absorbing black once lifted by his mental command. He retrieved a wrench for experimentation. In an instant, the dagger sliced through it, cleaving it into two perfectly smooth segments. Remarkably, this dagger required minimal mental energy to wield. This revelation left Hong Liang in awe as he maneuvered the dagger gracefully through the air. After a moment of exhilaration, he calmed himself and sat before the monitor to observe the feeds. Several had succumbed to freezing, rendering them void of images. Among the remaining few, one displayed a fuel truck explosion that had attracted a horde of zombies, now congregating near the wreckage, no longer scattering haphazardly. This provided Hong Liang with a precious respite. He took out his notebook and began to meticulously document his discoveries from that day. Pausing in his writing, he gazed out at the night sky, where snow began to fall once more. This frigid apocalypse had only just begun, yet he had embarked on a path utterly divergent from his previous existence. For the next 3 days, Hong Liang operated like a finely tuned machine. By day, he ventured out to hunt zombies and collect energy stones. By night, he purified and absorbed them. He systematically dismantled the remaining zombies in the industrial area, and by dawn of the 3rd day, he had consumed his 10th ordinary energy stone. Yet, it proved insufficient. Hong Liang set down the 12th energy stone, shaking his head in disappointment. Since the 8th stone, the effects had noticeably diminished. By the 10th stone, aside from a slight warmth, his body exhibited little reaction. He clenched his fist, noting that his strength was indeed approximately 3 times that of an ordinary person, and his mental capacity remained stable at 10 uses per day, but that was the limit. On the monitor, the industrial area was devoid of any moving zombies. Hong Liang reviewed his records from the past few days. He had hunted 50 ordinary zombies, 8 mutated ones, and obtained 16 ordinary energy stones and 3 mutated energy stones. Aside from the enormous energy stone from the king-level monster, the rest had been categorized and stored. It seemed that ordinary energy stones indeed had an absorption limit. Pondering this, he glanced at another box containing 2 special energy stones, one the size of an egg acquired from the king-level monster, and the other 3 slightly larger ones produced by the mutated creatures. He first took out one of the mutated energy stones, having purified them all beforehand. Without hesitation, he swallowed it. The surge of heat was significantly stronger than that from ordinary energy stones, yet its effects remained limited, merely extending the duration of his mental abilities by approximately 20 seconds. Indeed, it was still insufficient. Liang took a deep breath, retrieving the king-grade energy stone and placing it before his eyes for examination. The stone emanated a deep-sea blue hue under the light, and within it, nebulas seemed to swirl. Chapter 7. The king-grade energy stone. The moment his fingers brushed against the energy stone, a primal desire surged from the depths of his marrow, causing every hair on his body to stand on end, urging him to consume this treasure immediately. Yet, reason cautioned him that this unknown quality energy stone must be handled with utmost care. The purification process was more stringent than usual. Liang first soaked it in 3 bottles of industrial alcohol for ignition, followed by boiling it in 3 bottles of medical alcohol. Upon completion of all steps, the blue hue of the stone became pure, nearly transparent. Let us hope it doesn't explode. Liang chuckled wryly as he placed the stone in his mouth. To his surprise, the stone melted instantly, transforming into a cool liquid that slipped down his throat. Initially, he felt nothing, but 3 seconds later, his vision suddenly distorted, and his muscles spasmed uncontrollably. He collapsed to the ground, feeling as if thousands of searing needles were coursing through his body, letting out a roar that was far from human, while his nails dug deep into the floor. Amidst the excruciating pain, Liang hazily beheld a blue nebula unfurling before him, at its center a vortex resembling a black hole, ravenously devouring surrounding points of light. He instinctively realized that this was the essence of the energy stone, a miniature universe, containing the key to transcending the limits of life. Boom! A deafening sound echoed in his mind as he sensed an invisible barrier shattering. Pain transformed into bliss in an instant, every cell rejoicing in ecstasy. He distinctly felt the emergence of a new energy circulation pathway within him, branching from his dantian, ascending along his spine, ultimately forming miniature vortices in both his brain and dantian. When Liang opened his eyes again, the world appeared utterly transformed. Countless tiny points of light floated in the air, especially dense around the location where the energy stone was stored. He focused his attention, and astonishingly, those light points began to move slowly in accordance with his thoughts. Is this energy vision? Liang was astounded to discover that he could now perceive the distribution of energy. Looking outside, amidst the ruins of the distant city, several bright points of light stood out, indicating the presence of numerous energy stones or formidable monsters. Testing his newfound abilities became imperative. Liang first confirmed the enhancement of his telekinetic control, now able to effortlessly lift objects weighing 5 kilograms with a range extending to 15 meters. And the frequency of use had surged to 15 times daily, with dizziness now comfortably manageable. Even more astonishingly, he realized he could briefly manipulate multiple objects simultaneously, albeit with a decrease in precision. Under his energy vision, the mysterious black dagger revealed a unique form. Within it, a miniature energy vortex was slowly absorbing the ambient free energy. Liang attempted to bring an ordinary energy stone close to the dagger, and to his shock, the dagger absorbed the energy stone like a sponge soaking up water, its surface becoming even deeper in hue, with faint blue light flowing along the blade. A growth-type weapon? With fervor, Liang brandished the dagger, noting that its weight had scarcely increased while its sharpness had markedly improved. A bold plan began to take shape in his mind. If he could nourish this dagger with energy stones, it might evolve into a potent weapon against high-level monsters. His subsequent explorations became increasingly methodical. Armed with the dagger and a crossbow, he commenced a thorough search of the industrial zone. His enhanced energy vision enabled him to detect hidden energy stones through walls, significantly improving his efficiency. In merely half a day, he uncovered 7 ordinary energy stones and 1 mutated energy stone from various corners and corpses. The most precious discovery awaited him in the basement of the main building. Guided by his energy vision, Liang stumbled upon a concealed storage room containing 5 corpses that had been reduced to mere skeletons. From the tattered clothing strewn across the floor, it was evident that these individuals were workers who had sought refuge there during the apocalypse. Curiously, all their left pinky fingers had been bitten off, suggesting the existence of a being that specifically collected energy stones. Did zombies hoard energy stones? A chill ran down Hong Liang's spine at the implications of such bite marks, indicating that the zombies possessed a level of intelligence far beyond his expectations, possibly even forming a rudimentary social structure. Yet, in his previous life, he had never observed such cognitive capabilities in these creatures. Why, upon his rebirth, had everything changed? On his return to the shelter, Hong Liang unexpectedly fell into an ambush. 3 slender zombies, unlike any he had encountered before, sprang forth from the shadows. Their limbs were unnaturally thin, yet their speed was astonishing. In a moment of panic, he managed to sever the head of one with his dagger, only to be overpowered by the other 2. In that life-threatening instant, his newfound abilities saved him, instinctively. He unleashed a surge of energy, propelling the 2 zombies several meters away. Seizing the opportunity, he commanded the dagger to soar through the air, precisely decapitating the remaining 2 zombies. Once the battle had concluded, Hong Liang reflected on the psychic wave he had inadvertently released in that critical moment. It was not merely a psychic ability, but rather an entirely new technique of energy projection. Each of these peculiar zombies harbored 2 energy stones within, of a quality far superior to the ordinary ones. However, these were of little use to him now. He designated them as hunter-type zombies, documenting their characteristics: swift, adept at ambush, and potentially possessing rudimentary tactical thinking. As night descended, Hong Liang completed his comprehensive control over the industrial zone, inspecting and marking all buildings. Yet he was acutely aware that this safety was but temporary. His energy vision revealed numerous energy reactions in the commercial district, 2 kilometers away, with several luminous orbs transitioning to yellow. This might signify the fluctuations of a higher grade of energy stone. Further afield, towards the city center, a towering red pillar of light surged into the heavens, evoking a sense of awe. There must be something extraordinary there. Hong Liang silently noted the coordinates, recognizing that with his current strength, to venture into such a place would be tantamount to suicide. He must first prepare thoroughly and amass greater resources. After dinner, Hong Liang embarked on a new round of capability testing. He endeavored to channel the energy from the energy stones into various objects. Common metals could only temporarily store a small amount of energy before it dissipated swiftly. In contrast, the black dagger absorbed the energy like an insatiable abyss, requiring 5 energy stones to reach saturation, with blue energy patterns emerging on its surface. The most successful experiment involved the extended application of energy perception. Hong Liang discovered that by adjusting the focus of his energy vision, he could roughly determine the quality and properties of the energy stones. Ordinary energy stones displayed a pale blue hue, while their mutated counterparts exhibited a deep blue. More astonishingly, this perceptual ability could also detect the energy intensity of living organisms. Within his own body, the energy flow manifested as a brilliant blue network, whereas ordinary zombies merely emitted faint blue points of light. This was akin to a humanoid radar. Suddenly, Hong Liang had a thought and quickly took out his phone. Indeed, under energy vision, electronic devices revealed a unique halo. Chapter 8. The onslaught of high temperatures through meticulous adjustments. He successfully located a functional signal amplifier and repaired a shortwave radio. This archaic device proved to be an excellent means of receiving information in the post-apocalyptic world. A mobile phone without signal was no more useful than a brick, while the radio faced no such limitations. From the broadcasts, he learned that an extreme cold disaster had simultaneously erupted worldwide, affecting 95% of cities. The closer one was to the equator, the more devastating the casualties. The few remaining government shelters were organizing rescue efforts, but warned the public to refrain from venturing outside, as infected individuals exhibited extreme aggression and mutation capabilities. How did it sound like the current situation was worse than in the past? Hong Liang turned off the radio and approached the window. In the night sky, aurora-like energy streams flowed gracefully, breathtakingly beautiful. He recalled the final scene he witnessed before his death in his previous life, surrounded by a horde of zombies, followed by receiving a commercial experience card, a sensation he never wished to endure again. This time, he vowed to survive. Hong Liang clenched his fists, feeling the surging energy within him. Starting tomorrow, he would proactively hunt mutated zombies in a systematic manner, collecting high-quality energy stones. Although the blue-quality energy stones had become ineffective for him, they were a form of currency in this post-apocalyptic world. Moreover, the black dagger required further testing. Perhaps it could become a trump card against higher-tier monsters. Lying in bed, Hong Liang opened his notebook to record his discoveries. As he wrote, he paused, gazing out at the night sky. The North Star shone with a dazzling blue in his energy vision, seemingly guiding him. He gently traced the patterns on the black dagger, feeling the energy coursing through it. In 2 days, the extreme cold would cease, and the forthcoming week of extreme heat would be crucial for survival. He needed to begin preparations. Closing his eyes, he allowed the energy within him to circulate automatically, restoring his strength. In this brutal new world, evolution was the sole path to survival, and he had already embarked on the fast track of that journey. On the dawn of the 7th day of the apocalypse, Hong Liang stood atop the refuge, exhaling clouds of vapor that crystallized into ice in the frigid air, which dipped to -50 degrees. He gazed towards the east, where the first light of dawn emerged, signaling the imminent end of the final, bitter cold. Today is the day. Hong Liang tightened the layers of his thermal suit and descended from the rooftop. In the past few days, apart from eliminating zombies, he had thoroughly scoured the industrial district, retrieving every container capable of holding ice. After careful calculation, he had managed to store a total of 5 tons of ice. Inside the refuge, the thermometer indicated a stable indoor temperature around 0 degrees. Hong Liang meticulously inspected the seals of every ventilation outlet, ensuring that when the heat wave struck, no warm air would infiltrate. He activated a modified industrial refrigeration unit, located in another cold storage nearby, originally intended for rental after renovation. The project had been put on hold due to the sublessor's overseas trip, which inadvertently benefited Hong Liang. The equipment, designed for large cold storage facilities, had been adapted using energy stones, allowing it to operate on the energy he had collected. The cold storage was filled with ice, and he secured the door tightly, ensuring that even if it became sweltering outside, the machinery inside would remain intact. He initiated the temperature regulation system, pressing a button on the control panel. The refrigeration unit emitted a deep, resonant hum as the stored ice began to release cool air slowly. The duct system gradually infused the room with chilled air while filtering out excess moisture. On the monitoring screen, the world outside the industrial district exhibited bizarre transformations. The snow was melting at a visible rate, forming rushing streams, while the clouds above the distant city glowed with an unnatural orange-red hue, as if seared by invisible flames. Hong Liang turned on the radio, and amidst the jarring electromagnetic interference, intermittent emergency broadcasts echoed. Extreme heat alert. All survivors seek the underground river. Temperatures will continue to rise. He switched off the radio, his expression grave as he gazed out the window. In his previous life, he had survived by fleeing to a nearby air raid shelter and jumping into a well that led to an underground river. Many others had survived alongside him, but countless had perished from the heat. In just 3 short hours, the outdoor temperature had risen from -50 degrees to +20 degrees, and it continued to climb rapidly. The snow had completely vanished, revealing a charred ground, and the air was thick with a strange, acrid scent, reminiscent of organic matter decomposing under extreme heat. Suddenly, his energy vision detected an unusually bright yellow light moving in the distance. Hong Liang swiftly adjusted the surveillance camera. One of the 3 cameras that had survived the extreme cold had malfunctioned, leaving only 2 functional ones, both now displaying specks of snow, indicating imminent failure. On the screen, an unfamiliar zombie clawed its way out from beneath the melting ice, its skin charred and blackened, fissured surfaces revealing dark red blood coursing beneath. What on earth is this creature? Hong Liang gasped in disbelief. While zombies had been active during the previous heat wave, such a pronounced adaptation to high temperatures had never been witnessed before. He swiftly jotted down in his notebook, Extreme Heat Variant Type 1, temporarily named Charred Corpse, characteristics, high temperature resistance, signs of energy flow on the surface, danger level to be assessed. At noon, the thermometer's needle surpassed the 30-degree mark. Outside the house, the air shimmered due to the intense heat, and the glass of distant buildings shattered. Hong Liang activated the refrigeration unit, and cool air flowed through the ducts into his cold storage insulation layer. Nonetheless, the indoor temperature still climbed to 28 degrees. Bang! Just as Hong Liang was sitting in a water-filled tank, the door was violently struck, producing a resounding crash. He glanced at the surveillance feed, and under the last remaining intact camera, 3 charred corpses collided with the door. A tremor coursed through the cold storage as he witnessed the cracks on the monster's surfaces suddenly widen, dark red blood gushing forth, the viscous liquid igniting upon contact with the door. By the heavens, these creatures can emit high temperatures. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Hong Liang understood that ordinary zombies merely claw and bite, while these charred corpses could unleash fiery attacks. Boom! The door was struck again, a prominent palm print instantly appearing on its metallic surface. Hong Liang leaped from the tank, donned a nearby shirt, took a few steps back, and steadied his breath. He could not allow these 3 charred corpses to strike again. If the door were breached, his troubles would multiply in the ensuing days. He had to take the initiative. Chapter 9. Charred corpse. As the second palm print emerged, Hong Liang abruptly unlatched the door, simultaneously unleashing a long-accumulated energy shockwave. The charred corpses outside were repelled several meters, but they quickly regained their footing. Seizing the opportunity, Hong Liang leapt outside to observe the true nature of these grotesque entities up close. They resembled reanimated, charred remains. Flames flickering in their eye sockets, and each breath expelled sparks from their mouths and nostrils. A black dagger swirled around Hong Liang, then shot forth like lightning, piercing the forehead of the foremost charred corpse. However, to his astonishment, the dagger became lodged there, the high temperatures of the corpse's surface causing the metal to melt and adhere to its body. Damn it, this is bad. Hong Liang swiftly attempted to withdraw the dagger, but it was too late. The other two charred corpses simultaneously opened their mouths, unleashing torrents of searing flames. In a moment of dire peril, Hong Liang rolled to the side, narrowly evading the primary attack, yet his left arm was grazed by the flames, instantly forming large blisters. The excruciating pain nearly overwhelmed his consciousness, but he gritted his teeth and persisted, redirecting his focus to control several arrows from his pocket to target the charred corpses. Ordinary metal proved nearly ineffective against the charred corpses, as it softened upon contact with their high-temperature surfaces. Hong Liang was forced to dart about chaotically until he found himself cornered in the warehouse. The three charred corpses advanced in a fan formation, seemingly adept at coordinated combat, taking turns to expel flames, leaving Hong Liang no respite. At this critical juncture between life and death, the obsidian dagger embedded in the first charred corpse suddenly emitted a blinding crimson light. Hong Liang, perceiving through energy vision, witnessed the dagger fervently absorbing the fire energy from the charred body. Within mere seconds, the black coating of the dagger began to peel away, revealing its underlying scarlet metallic core, with fiery patterns emerging along the blade. The tortured charred corpse let out a wretched howl as the flames enveloping its surface rapidly dimmed. Seizing the moment, Hong Liang unleashed a powerful energy surge, toppling the creature to the ground. Simultaneously, the newly awakened flame devourer dagger autonomously soared back into his grasp. Upon gripping the dagger, Hong Liang felt a surge of warmth coursing through his arm, a stark contrast to the previous chilling sensation. The dagger now felt alive, its fiery patterns flickering with the rhythm of his breath. The remaining two charred corpses seemed to sense impending danger and began to retreat. However, Hong Liang would not grant them the opportunity. The flame devourer dagger ascended, carving a searing arc through the air. To his astonishment, the dagger traced a path that conjured real flames, severing the heads of the charred corpses like a blade of fire. As the last two corpses attempted to flee, Hong Liang concentrated his will, channeling energy into the dagger, which transformed into a fiery meteor, piercing through the back of a corpse's skull and emerging from its eye socket. The charred creature staggered a few steps, its surface fissures rapidly expanding until, with a thunderous explosion, it disintegrated into flaming debris. With the battle concluded, Hong Liang collapsed onto the ground, utterly exhausted, and began to assess his injuries. The burns on his left arm were not severe, but the pain was excruciating. More troubling was the chaotic energy circulation within him. The invading fire energy rampaged through his body, clashing violently with his own. The three charred corpses swiftly turned to ash, each pile leaving behind a yellow energy stone and a small green box. Summoning his remaining strength, Hong Liang collected these spoils and hastily retreated to the cold storage. Securing the door behind him, the yellow energy stone felt warm to the touch, its surface adorned with irregular fiery patterns. Upon attempting to absorb one, he was immediately inundated with searing energy flooding his veins, clashing violently with the fire energy already within him. He curled in agony on the ground, feeling as though his very organs were being incinerated. Just as the energy conflict reached its zenith, the flame devourer dagger suddenly flew into his hand, commencing the absorption of excess fire energy. As the energy equilibrium began to stabilize, Hong Liang noticed subtle changes in his energy circulation system. Crouched within the water tank, icy water lapped over his shoulders, and sharp pangs radiated from the burn on his left arm. Yet, compared to the tumultuous internal energy clash, this physical pain felt trivial. Gritting his teeth, he endured the relentless tug-of-war between the two energies within his veins. The icy blue current and the fiery red wave clashed like opposing armies, waging a brutal tug-of-war within his body. Each collision of energy felt akin to countless steel needles stirring within his blood vessels. The Inferno dagger floated upon the surface of the water, its flame-like patterns flickering erratically, seemingly in harmony with the energy fluctuations within its wielder, Hong Liang. With a resonant effort, He managed to lift his hand and grasp the dagger, immediately feeling a gentle warmth coursing through him, aiding in the equilibrium of the conflicting energies. Could this dagger possess such a function? Hong Liang thought to himself, tightening his grip on the dagger with a sigh of astonishment. Closing his eyes, he concentrated, channeling the energy within him. With the dagger's support, the tumultuous energy flow gradually became more docile. The ice energy ascended along his spine, forming a vortex above his head, while the fire energy descended to his dantian, where it slowly rotated. Between the two, a slender energy conduit began to take shape, resembling a bridge connecting two disparate worlds. 3 days elapsed, during which Hong Liang almost entirely submerged in the water tank, emerging only occasionally for sustenance. As he delved deeper into the energy refinement, he was astonished to discover that he had only digested less than 70% of the blue energy stones he had previously absorbed. A significant amount of energy remained crystallized within the nodes of his meridians, not fully assimilated. No wonder the yellow energy stones had minimal effect. Hong Liang chuckled at himself, likening his situation to that of a gluttonous child who, with a mouthful of food, hastily swallows without chewing, leaving his stomach overwhelmed and unable to process it all. He resolved to alter his strategy, shifting his focus from rapid advancement to solidly digesting the energy he already possessed. Each day, he guided the internal circulation, gradually releasing and absorbing the accumulated energy. This process was slow and arduous, yet the results were remarkable. On the 5th morning, Hong Liang distinctly felt a barrier within him break. This must signify the completion of the first stage, he mused, clenching his fist, the power surging within his muscles now more solid than before. With a mere thought, the Inferno dagger traced intricate patterns in the air. Its speed nearly doubled compared to before. Even more astonishing was that when he attempted to absorb a yellow energy stone once more, he encountered no energy conflict. Indeed, it seemed that only by fully assimilating the energy of the current stage could one safely ascend. Hong Liang documented this revelation in his notebook, then turned his gaze toward 3 small green boxes nestled in the corner. These spoils, acquired from the charred corpse, had yet to be opened, and now, with his internal energy stabilized, it was time to unveil their contents. As he opened the first box, a gentle green light flickered, revealing a neatly folded black uniform within. Hong Liang unfolded it, discovering it to be akin to a special forces combat suit, crafted from an unprecedented material that felt silk-like yet possessed a metallic resilience. Chapter 10, Harvest. Let us give it a try. He removed his tattered casual attire and donned the uniform. Astonishingly, it adjusted itself to perfectly conform to his physique. Even more wondrous was that when he summoned his internal energy, intricate energy patterns emerged on the surface of the uniform, strikingly similar to those on the Inferno dagger. A material for energy conduction? Hong Liang cautiously drew the dagger across the sleeve, only to find that the blade could not even nick the fabric. He once again attempted to scorch the object with a lighter, yet the temperature remained unchanged, fireproof and cut-resistant. Truly remarkable. The moment he opened the second chest, a blinding light nearly overwhelmed Hong Liang's vision, revealing a silver-white ring resting at the bottom, adorned with a minuscule blue crystal. As he curiously picked up the ring, a surge of information flooded his mind. Primary spatial storage ring. Internal capacity of 10 cubic meters, capable of storing non-living objects, exclusively usable by the binder. A storage ring? Hong Liang's eyes widened. He had often imagined such things while indulging in the literature of Fengyu, yet he never anticipated encountering one in reality. Aside from that information, there were no further prompts. Following the methods described in novels, he placed the ring on his left hand's ring finger and pricked his right index finger, allowing a drop of blood to fall onto the ring's surface. To his astonishment, this action bore fruit. The blood was instantly absorbed, the ring adjusted to a fitting size, and he felt a peculiar mental connection established with the ring. After several attempts, Hong Liang mastered the technique, concentrating his thoughts on the items he wished to store while touching them with the ring-clad hand. He effortlessly absorbed backpacks, weapons, and food into the ring. To retrieve them, he merely envisioned the items in his mind, and they would manifest in his hand. How convenient. Excitedly, he stored all essential supplies within the ring, leaving only daily necessities outside, alleviating his concerns over carrying supplies. The third chest was slightly smaller than the previous 2. Upon opening it, he found a dagger resembling the Flame Devourer, but entirely encased in ice blue. As Hong Liang grasped it, a chill spread up his arm, starkly contrasting the warmth of the Flame Devourer. An ice-type dagger? He attempted to channel his thoughts into it, and the dagger immediately became transparent, like crystal ice. Tiny icicles forming around the blade. With a gentle sweep, a gust of cold air shot forth, instantly freezing a nearby cup of water. Even more astonishing was the synergy when he simultaneously wielded both daggers. The energies of ice and fire formed a perfect cycle within him, enhancing their effectiveness rather than clashing, increasing energy efficiency by at least 50%. Could this be a complete set of weapons? Liang delightedly toyed with the new dagger, deciding to name it Frost Whisper. Unlike the fiery ferocity of Flame Devourer, Frost Whisper conveyed a sense of calm precision, ideal for assassination and targeted strikes. With his equipment upgraded, Liang began systematic testing of his newfound abilities. After fully absorbing first-tier energy, his physical attributes were greatly enhanced. His strength reached 5 times that of an ordinary person. His reaction speed tripled, and the precision and duration of his mental control significantly improved. The most remarkable change was in his energy perception. He could now detect energy fluctuations from greater distances and even penetrate thin walls to sense living beings behind them. Moreover, the absorption of the yellow energy stone yielded unexpected benefits. Liang discovered he could temporarily elementalize parts of his body. When he activated fire energy, flames enveloped his right hand without causing harm. When he summoned ice energy, an icy armor formed over his left arm, granting astonishing defensive capabilities. Is this the second-tier ability? Liang gazed at his arms, which alternated between burning and freezing, feeling a mix of exhilaration and wariness. This power was formidable, yet it exacted a tremendous toll on his energy reserves. With his current capacity, he could sustain it for no more than 5 minutes before exhaustion set in. On the evening of the 7th day, while organizing supplies, Liang was suddenly startled by an unusual crackling sound emanating from the radio. He quickly turned up the volume and, amidst the familiar electromagnetic interference, discerned a faint, intermittent voice. Warning, do not approach the red light that devours the survivor gathering point. The transmission abruptly ceased, replaced by a series of rhythmic beeping sounds, akin to a coded message. Liang swiftly noted down the signal. Although he could not decipher it at the moment, his instincts told him this was no ordinary broadcast. He approached the window and peered through his energy vision towards the city center. The red light beam had grown more robust than a week prior, nearly dominating the entire skyline. Even more unsettling were the dozens of swiftly moving red dots that circled the beam in a precise, soldier-like formation. What on earth was transpiring there? Furrowing his brow, Liang recalled that, in his former life, the military had already secured the city center, transforming it into the largest survivor bastion. However, the current situation appeared drastically different. On the surveillance screen, the temperature in the industrial area had dipped to around 30 degrees. Although still warmer than the typical December climate, it was no longer as perilous as in previous days. Liang noticed peculiar black fungal patches beginning to manifest on the parched ground, spreading at a visibly alarming rate, corroding the concrete beneath them to create tiny holes. What on earth were these? Why had he never encountered them before? Frustrated, Liang stared at the patches, feeling increasingly unsettled. Ever since his rebirth, an array of unfamiliar phenomena had emerged, instilling in him a sense of helplessness regarding the future. Though the extreme heat seemed to have subsided, the world was becoming ever more treacherous. He resolved to observe for one more night, planning to explore the surrounding areas at dawn to gather more supplies and energy stones. In the dead of night, Liang experienced a strange dream. In it, he stood atop the highest point in the city, surrounded by countless mutated zombies. No longer disorganized shambling corpses, but marching in formation like an army. In the distance, a shadowy humanoid figure emerged from the crimson beam, raising its hand and altering the very fabric of reality. Startled awake, Liang found himself drenched in cold sweat. Outside, the first rays of dawn pierced through the clouds, illuminating the ravaged world. The temperature had fallen to 15 degrees, gradually returning to normal. Taking a deep breath, he began to prepare for today's exploration. The flame and frost dagger was secured at his waist, and his combat suit was adjusted to a more agile mode. He packed provisions and a crossbow into his storage ring. Before departing, Liang locked the cold storage door tightly with a heavy padlock, though its protective efficacy remained uncertain. It was time to confront the true apocalypse. Liang pushed open the door and stepped into this world that felt both familiar and foreign. The temperature seemed to have returned to normal, yet who could predict what lay ahead? His small truck had long succumbed to the alternating extremes of cold and heat, leaving Liang to embark on foot to the supermarket. Chapter 11. Survivors. The thermometer indicated that the outdoor temperature had plummeted to 12 degrees. Standing at the entrance of the cold storage, Liang felt the cool air brush against his cheeks. The period of intense heat had finally come to an end, yet new challenges loomed on the horizon. His body had consumed a substantial amount of energy over the past few days. depleting the supply of food he had originally prepared to last 2 months for one person. Now, only 3 days' worth remained, and his drinking water was nearly exhausted. As Hong Liang assessed his remaining supplies, a frown creased his brow. He recalled that in his previous life, the city's water supply system had already collapsed by this time, and natural water sources, whether rivers or melted snow, were tainted with a deadly virus that would cause rapid decomposition upon ingestion. In his storage ring lay a yellow energy stone obtained from a charred corpse, along with a considerable number of blue energy stones. He had absorbed 2 of the yellow stones, and though he possessed 1 more, he did not feel an urgency to consume it just yet. After a week of adjustment, his body had fully acclimated to this energy, but he wished to solidify his internal energy further before continuing to absorb more. First, he would head to the supermarket to procure some sustenance. In the initial month, it was prudent to stockpile supplies. Otherwise, should unforeseen circumstances arise, it would be an injustice to perish from hunger or thirst. 2 kilometers from the industrial district stood a large supermarket, the very place he had shopped before the apocalypse. It had also become a gathering spot for survivors in his past life, but eventually fell under the control of a gang of marauders, transforming into a hell on earth. With the flame-devouring dagger and the frost whisper dagger securely fastened at his waist, 1 red and 1 blue. Shimmering with an unusual light under the sun, Hong Liang donned a black combat suit. The fabric conformed to the contours of his body, light as a feather yet remarkably resilient. All surveillance systems had malfunctioned during the week of extreme heat, rendering the entire industrial area eerily silent, save for the ominous black fungal patches that spread slowly. The streets were permeated with a foul stench, as melted snow mingled with various refuse to form a viscous sludge. Hong Liang carefully navigated around the black patches, which writhed as if alive, leaving behind a honeycomb pattern of corrosion on the surfaces of buildings. With his energy vision fully activated, Hong Liang could discern the energy fluctuations within a 300-meter radius. A few ordinary zombies wandered amidst the ruins in the distance, their internal energy appearing a dull gray, far less vibrant than that of the charred corpses. It seemed the period of extreme heat had altered even the ordinary zombies. He noted that their movement speed had significantly increased compared to the frigid period, their skin taking on a sickly gray-green hue. 20 minutes later, the outline of the supermarket came into view. The 3-story structure bore numerous cracks on its exterior, with the main entrance violently breached and shards of glass littering the ground. Hong Liang slowed his pace, sweeping his energy vision across the interior of the building. There were living people inside. He squinted, detecting 5 faint life signals on the 2nd floor of the supermarket, 3 on the 3rd, and most alarmingly, at least 20 zombies were wandering among the shelves on the ground floor, seemingly trapped in a certain area, relentlessly colliding with the metal shelves. Hong Liang retrieved a crossbow from his storage ring, loading it with specially crafted explosive arrows, an improvised weapon made from materials he had scavenged from the industrial zone days earlier. The tips of the arrows were filled with energy stone powder, which would unleash a localized energy shock upon impact. The front door was obstructed by numerous corpses and various debris, making it a daunting task to clear a passage for entry. Instead, Hong Liang maneuvered to the rear of the supermarket, discovering the delivery bay's roll-up door partially ajar, just wide enough for a person to bend and enter. The dimly lit warehouse was cluttered with decaying food, an overpowering stench of mold filling the air. Holding his breath, he navigated through the disordered shelves to the main area of the supermarket, where the bottled water section was not far off, but over 20 zombies were prowling nearby. First, he needed to clear the obstacles. Hong Liang raised his crossbow, aiming at the closest zombie and pulling the trigger. The explosive arrow whistled through the air, striking the zombie squarely in the chest. Boom! The energy shockwave obliterated 5 zombies into fragments, the residual force toppling nearby shelves. The remaining zombies, drawn by the noise, surged toward the explosion point. Seizing the opportunity, Hong Liang fired 2 more arrows, dispatching another 5 zombies. By the time he eradicated the zombies in this vicinity, all his arrows had been utilized. He had not crafted many specialty arrows, as energy stones were a precious resource he could not afford to squander. Perfect. He slung the crossbow across his back and collected 3 energy stones, stowing them in his ring. Approaching the bottled water shelves, he was pleasantly surprised to find hundreds of unopened cases of mineral water. With limited space in his storage ring, Hong Liang prioritized high-energy packaged foods, subsequently stowing 20 cases of water along with a substantial amount of canned goods and compressed biscuits. Just as he prepared to leave, his energy vision suddenly detected the life signals on the 2nd floor moving rapidly. What were those people up to? Hong Liang had no intention of involving himself with them. Instead, he hastened his actions, locating a restocking cart to pile the remaining water cases onto it. "Hey, those are our supplies." A sharp female voice echoed from the staircase on the second floor. Liang looked up to see 5 ragged survivors pointing various weapons at him. The leader wielding a fire axe, a menacing scar etched across his face. Ignoring them, he continued loading water onto the cart. In this post-apocalyptic world, he had no inclination to engage with such characters. Explanations and negotiations were mere wastes of time. "I'm talking to you, damn it." The scarred man bellowed as he charged down the stairs, the others hastening after him, their expressions etched with hunger and fury, a dangerous glimmer in their eyes. As the 5 approached, Liang finally halted his actions, casting a cold glance over the group. "The supermarket's supplies are unclaimed. Survival of the fittest," he stated succinctly, his hands still moving as he discreetly summoned energy within him, bracing for the impending conflict. "That's nonsense. We claimed this supermarket first. Everything here belongs to us." A tall, lean youth brandished a steel pipe, declaring, "Put down your belongings, or do not blame us for being impolite." Liang noticed a bespectacled middle-aged man among them who had not uttered a word, merely observing him with vigilance. This individual appeared to be the sage of the group, quietly retreating a step back. "Last warning," growled the scar-faced man as he raised a fire axe, demanding, "Leave everything behind, including your weapons, and we might consider sparing your life." Liang chuckled, gesturing to the 2 daggers at his waist. He said, "Do you desire this?" Then his smile vanished abruptly. "Then let us barter with your life." In an instant, combat erupted. The scar-faced man's expression shifted as he hurled the axe towards Liang's head. After releasing the axe, he swiftly drew a dagger from his waist, lunging fiercely at Liang. This man was evidently skilled. The axe was merely a diversion, while the dagger was his true, lethal weapon. However, the dagger was abruptly halted by an invisible energy barrier just 10 centimeters from its target. With a flick of his right hand, Liang unleashed the flame-devouring dagger, which transformed into a streak of red light, piercing the scar-faced man's throat. "Ah!" The scar-faced man clutched his gushing neck as he collapsed, eyes wide with disbelief. The remaining assailants were stunned by this supernatural spectacle. The bespectacled man turned to flee, while the 3 others charged forward, weapons raised. Liang showed no mercy. The frost-whispered dagger soared through the air, tracing a graceful blue arc, instantly encasing the rotund man's chest in frost, dulling his movements. Simultaneously, the flame-devouring dagger struck the dyed-haired girl between the brows, the intense heat searing her brain. Seeing the tide turn against him, the young man attempted to escape. Liang focused his mind, sending the 2 daggers flying in a cross trajectory, forming a woven net of red and blue energy in midair, cleaving the young man in half. The entire sequence transpired in less than 10 seconds. Of the 5-member survivor squad, 1 escaped while 4 perished. Liang sheathed his daggers, gazing impassively at the bodies strewn on the ground, devoid of any pity. He pushed the replenishment cart filled with water towards the exit, leaving behind a scene of carnage and blood. The 3 life signals on the 3rd floor of the supermarket remained hidden, and Liang could sense their fearful gazes. "At least there are still some wise ones," he murmured to himself as he pushed the cart out of the supermarket. Sunlight fell upon Liang's face, prompting him to squint. In the distance, he observed that the red pillar of light in the sky had ceased expanding, yet it continued to rotate steadily. The black fungal stains had already spread to the supermarket parking lot, moving as if they possessed consciousness, deliberately avoiding the areas illuminated by sunlight, crawling forward in the shadows. Liang quickened his pace, steering the cart towards the industrial zone. Chapter 12. Fierce combat pushing the cart laden with supplies. Liang rapidly retraced his steps along the path he had come, maintaining his energy vision in an active state, vigilant for any movement within a 300-meter radius. The black fungal stains appeared to be spreading even more rapidly than before, writhing in the shadows of the buildings, emitting faint hissing sounds. What on earth are these creatures? Liang furrowed his brow, having never encountered such a peculiar substance in his previous life. Could it be that these items had been deliberately removed by someone with intent? The mere thought of this possibility caused his heart to skip a beat. If these items were indeed valuable, he ought to gather more of them. These substances appeared to be highly sensitive to sunlight, only manifesting in the shadows, yet they possessed a remarkable corrosiveness, capable of slowly eroding even concrete. As the outline of the industrial district gradually came into view, Liang quickened his pace, only to halt abruptly when he was 500 meters from the cold storage facility. Through his energy vision, he detected dozens of unfamiliar life signals surrounding the cold storage, scattered chaotically in various corners. Who could be there? Narrowing his eyes, Hong Liang stealthily maneuvered the replenishment vehicle into a concealed corner, covering it with discarded plastic sheeting. He approached the cold storage quietly, using the building's cover to observe the situation. Outside the cold storage, a group of ragged men patrolled, armed with various makeshift weapons. Their expressions fierce, each adorned with a red cloth tied around their necks. What startled Hong Liang even more was the fact that the cold storage doors stood wide open, with raucous voices and laughter emanating from within. Damn it! Hong Liang clenched his fists, energy surging within him. He had worked diligently to secure this cold storage, and now it was being occupied by others. Cautiously, he circled to the side of the facility and climbed through a ventilation shaft, peering inside for cover behind the shelves. The sight before him caused his gaze to sharpen. Over 30 strangers had taken over his base, seated in the area once designated for food storage. Empty cans and packaging littered the ground, and the last remnants of his food supply had been completely consumed, with all drinking water drained as well. Boss, this place is quite nice. It looks like someone actually lives here. It's cool and concealed, unlike our spot, which is both freezing and scorching, costing us many brothers. A diminutive man flattered the burly figure seated at the center. This imposing man, nearly 2 meters tall, was a mass of muscle, a menacing scar running down the left side of his face from forehead to chin. He lounged lazily against the back of his chair, toying with a military dagger. Upon hearing the diminutive man's words, he squinted and surveyed the surroundings, nodding slightly. The Iron Mountain boss has declared that this place will be our territory from now on. Another portly man announced loudly. Anyone who dares to defy us will face our wrath. Hong Liang's pupils contracted at the mention of Iron Mountain. He recalled this name from his past life. Indeed, an organization formed by escaped convicts had risen near the industrial district, led by a figure known as Iron Mountain. They committed heinous acts of arson, murder, and pillaging, only to be obliterated by a mysterious force. It was astonishing that in this life, these individuals had preemptively seized his base. Boss, our food supplies are dwindling. A bespectacled man reported cautiously. Even though we've taken this place, the original stock is far too meager to sustain us. Iron Mountain scoffed, his voice as coarse as sandpaper. Then send someone out to scavenge. Bring back everything edible within a 5-kilometer radius. But what about those monsters outside? Taizhan suddenly rose to his feet and struck a nearby metal shelf with a punch. To everyone's astonishment, the 5-centimeter thick shelf yielded under the force, creating a noticeable dent. Do you see this? I am brimming with strength, he exclaimed. For every damn zombie that comes my way, I shall tear them apart. Hong Liang's heart jolted. Was it possible that Taizhan had awakened some extraordinary ability? However, upon reflection, it made sense. The prison housed numerous inmates, each separated by partitions. Even if they had transformed into zombies, they remained confined within their respective cells. If energy stones could truly be collected, Taizhan would undoubtedly gather a significant amount, comparable to his own. In the early days of the apocalypse in his past life, a select few had indeed displayed extraordinary capabilities, but they were exceedingly rare. Taizhan was likely more formidable than he had initially perceived. Just as Hong Liang contemplated his strategy, a commotion erupted from outside. Boss, we've spotted a cart brimming with water and food. Tieshan's eyes gleamed with excitement. Where? In a corner 300 meters to the east, covered with plastic sheets. Our people are bringing it back. Damn it, are these folks dogs? They chose such a remote spot, and still got discovered. Hong Liang stealthily retreated, intending to exit through a ventilation shaft, only to find that the extreme cold combined with the heat had compromised the duct. With a sharp crack, a section of the pipe burst open, and Hong Liang fell through. Who? Taizhan whirled around, his gaze piercing as he sought the source of the sound. Hong Liang scrambled to his feet, brushing off the dust, drawing both the flame-devouring dagger and the frost whisper dagger. The intertwining red and blue luminescence illuminated his stern visage. How audacious! I never expected that in my brief absence, my home would be invaded. You have 10 seconds to vacate, Hong Liang declared coldly. The cold storage fell eerily silent, all the inmates frozen in shock. Taizhan narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Hong Liang from head to toe, lingering on the 2 peculiar daggers in his hands and the black battle attire he wore. Ha! Taizhan erupted into laughter. Kid, you possess remarkable courage. Yet, his mirth swiftly vanished, replaced by a sinister intent. I do not appreciate your words. Those who dared to speak to me in such a manner have already met their demise. Without further ado, Hong Liang launched his attack. The flame-devouring dagger transformed into a streak of red light, aimed directly at Tieshan's face, while the frost whisper dagger traced an icy line on the ground, separating Taizhan from his subordinates. To Hong Liang's surprise, Taizhan did not flinch or evade, but met the incoming dagger with his fist. With a resounding clang, the dagger was deflected, leaving only a faint white mark on Tieshan's knuckles. Energy shield? Hong Liang's pupils constricted. Indeed, Taizhan had awakened a defensive ability. Is that all you've got? Taizhan sneered, striding forward and unleashing a powerful punch that whistled through the air with lethal intent. Hong Liang sidestepped, simultaneously recalling his daggers. As Tieshan's fist grazed his cheek and struck the metal wall behind him with a deafening crash, creating a gaping hole. Everyone stepped back. Taizhan glared at the approaching minions and bellowed, "I shall personally tear apart this audacious brat." Chapter 13. Relentless pursuit. The prisoners hastily retreated, granting the two combatants space to engage. Hong Liang observed Taizhan with a keen eye, noting that the energy fluctuations radiated from his arms and chest, emanating a dark crimson glow. A combination of strength and defensive dual abilities? Hong Liang was taken aback. Such a rare talent was uncommon even in his previous life. It was astonishing to witness it in a mere prisoner. Fate indeed appeared to be blind. With renewed vigor, Taizhan lunged once more, this time with increased speed. Hong Liang, wary of a direct confrontation, deftly evaded, employing agile footwork while manipulating two daggers to strike from unexpected angles. Yet, each assault was thwarted by Taizhan's formidable arms, leaving only minor scratches on his skin. "Futile boy," Taizhan roared with a mad laugh. "My skin is now tougher than steel. Your little knives are hardly more than an inch." A fine sheen of sweat appeared on Hong Liang's forehead. It was evident that Taizhan was of a higher rank than he. His current energy reserves were insufficient for a prolonged battle, while Taizhan seemed to grow increasingly emboldened. He needed to find a way to breach Tieshan's defenses. At that moment, urgent footsteps and shouts echoed from outside. "Boss, the cart is missing." Someone saw a figure pushing it deeper into the industrial zone. Taizhan paused, a fierce glare directed at Hong Liang. "A diversion? Do you have accomplices?" Hong Liang was momentarily taken aback, but quickly realized this could be his chance to escape. He feigned a cold smirk. "Did you truly think I would confront you and your 30-plus men alone?" With a furious roar, Taizhan commanded, "Half of you pursue me. The rest stay here. Do not let him escape." As Taizhan rushed to chase the others, Hong Liang seized the opportunity. He channeled all remaining energy into his two daggers. The flame-devouring dagger erupted in blinding red light, while the Frost Whisper dagger radiated a chilling blue glow. The two blades spun in a dazzling display, carving a brilliant energy trajectory within the cold storage. Boom! A violent explosion of energy unleashed a tempest, enveloping the area in dust and debris. The prisoners were thrown to the ground by the shockwave, coughing uncontrollably. When the haze cleared, Hong Liang had vanished. "Damn it," Taizhan growled, realizing he had lost track of the figure. Frustrated, he struck the ground with his fist, causing the concrete to crack. "Search for me. Turn the entire industrial zone upside down to find those two. I will crush their bones." Meanwhile, Hong Liang, having escaped under the cover of the explosion, found himself pale and nearly drained of energy. He had let his guard down, never anticipating that a group of prisoners would seize his stronghold. Nor did he expect Taizhan to be so formidable. "I must first retrieve those supplies." Gritting his teeth, Hong Liang sprinted toward the replenishment cart. Indeed, it was nowhere to be found, but distinct wool tracks on the ground pointed toward an abandoned factory deeper within the industrial zone. Following the tracks, Hong Liang pondered, who could have taken the cart? He had thoroughly cleared the entire factory area and found no signs of any individuals. Where had this person emerged from? As he could no longer discern the tire tracks on the ground, he began to employ his energy vision in search of clues. Before long, his heightened perception captured a faint life signal emanating from within the factory. He held his breath, straining to listen, and stealthily made his way inside. The interior was a labyrinth of abandoned machinery, and without his energy vision, he would have been utterly oblivious to the person's hiding place. Turning a corner, he peered through the gaps of several machines and spotted his supply cart, unscathed and parked in a corner. There, a slight figure stood with her back to him, one hand gripping a bottle of water and the other shoving a bag of braised beef into her mouth. "Who are you?" he whispered as he approached quietly, lowering his voice. The blade of his frost dagger pressed against the back of her neck. The girl froze, slowly raising her hands. "Please, don't kill me. I'm just so hungry." Her voice was youthful, suggesting she was not yet an adult. He furrowed his brow, circling around to face her. She was a girl of about 16 or 17, gaunt yet possessing remarkably bright eyes. Clad in a filthy school uniform, a rope hung around her neck, the end tucked into her clothing. His energy vision revealed a faint green aura pulsating beneath her attire. "Who are you? Why did you steal my belongings?" he demanded, not relaxing his guard. In this apocalyptic world, Seemingly harmless individuals often pose the greatest threats. Their deceptive nature could easily mask their true intentions. The girl bit her lip. My name is Lin Xiaoyu. I'm a student from a nearby high school. When the apocalypse first struck, I, along with my classmates and teachers, took refuge in the school's bomb shelter. But they all transformed into monsters. Her voice trembled. I'm the only one who survived. I saw you return from the supermarket with so much food. I haven't eaten in 3 days. He scrutinized her, noting through his energy vision that her life signal was indeed faint. Yet curiously, a subtle green energy flowed within her, unlike anyone else. What is that around your neck? He asked suddenly. Lin Xiaoyu instinctively covered the pendant. It's just an ordinary talisman left to me by my grandfather. Just as he was about to inquire further, his expression changed abruptly within his energy vision. A dozen red points were swiftly approaching the factory. Iron Mountain's men were on their way. Someone is coming. You know this terrain well. Lead the way, he urged, pushing his supply cart forward. As they burst through the factory's back door, they heard the cacophony of footsteps and shouts at the front entrance. Lin Xiaoyu guided him through the intricate alleys of the industrial district, attempting to evade their pursuers. Who are you, really? She gasped, her breath coming in quick bursts. Why are they after you? He did not respond, but suddenly halted. Ahead, at the alley's exit, 3 prisoners armed with iron rods awaited them with sinister grins. You think you can run? Well, a pretty little thing like you. Come here and let your big brother have some fun, the leader of the prisoners leered. His gaze shifting to Lin Xiaoyu beside him, a lascivious smile spreading across his face. He positioned Lin Xiaoyu protectively behind him, murmuring, I'll hold them off. You find a chance to escape. But there are no buts. With a booming voice, Liang drew 2 daggers, his energy nearly depleted, but sufficient to handle 3 ordinary individuals. Just as the confrontation was about to erupt, Lin Xiaoyu suddenly dashed out from behind him, brandishing a peculiar pendant. Stay back, or I shall not hold back. The prisoners paused momentarily, then erupted into laughter, mocking the young girl. However, in the next instant, the pendant emitted a blinding green light. Liang, in shock, watched as the ground of the alleyway cracked open and numerous vine-like plants burst forth, swiftly ensnaring the legs of the 3 prisoners. Chapter 14. The Plant-Based Ability User. What is this? The prisoners exclaimed in terror as they struggled, unable to break free from the tightening plant bindings. Within seconds, the 3 were twisted into an inextricable knot, lifeless and beyond salvation. Lin Xiaoyu's pallor deepened. Her body swayed as if she might collapse at any moment. Liang hastily supported her. Are you a plant-based ability user? I don't know, Lin Xiaoyu replied weakly. This is the second time I've succeeded. A glimmer of insight flashed in Liang's eyes. In his previous life, plant-based ability users were exceedingly rare, each one coveted by powerful factions. After all, even the mightiest of ability users required sustenance. If one wished to establish a force, a stable food supply was essential. With a plant-based ability user, one would never lack for food. He was astonished that this seemingly ordinary girl possessed such an extraordinary power. Liang placed Lin Xiaoyu in the supply cart and, following her guidance, turned into another alleyway. I know a place where they cannot find us for the time being. As he glanced back at the twisted bodies of his 3 subordinates, Taishan's furious roar echoed across the industrial district. Find them. Alive or dead, I want them. The alleyways of the industrial district were a labyrinthine maze. Liang maneuvered the weakened Lin Xiaoyu through the shadows, the shouts of their pursuers growing nearer and fainter, akin to a pack of ravenous wolves in relentless pursuit. Just a bit further, there's a good spot ahead to hide, Liang whispered, noticing the girl trembling, her gaze losing focus. On the brink of fainting, Lin Xiaoyu's pale face glistened with fine beads of sweat, her lips turning blue from energy depletion. That pendant. It drained my strength. Liang's eyes scanned the strange pendant around her neck. In the dim light, it exhibited an unnatural dark green hue, adorned with intricate patterns resembling ancient script. We will discuss it once we are safe, he replied, warily surveying their surroundings. Suddenly, he pressed the cart against the wall, taking refuge behind a dilapidated machine as 3 armed prisoners rushed past the intersection, cursing as they searched every nook and cranny. Once the footsteps faded, Liang swiftly led Lin Xiaoyu into an abandoned power distribution room. The heavy iron door creaked ominously, dust cascading from the ceiling, and the air was thick with the scent of machine oil. We are safe for now. He positioned the supply cart against the door, gently lowering Lin Xiaoyu to the ground. Quickly, he retrieved a can of beef and a bottle of water, handing them to her. Hurry, regain your strength. Lin Xiaoyu trembled as she accepted the can of beef and water, devouring them ravenously. Liang stood by the window, peering through the gap to observe the commotion outside. His energy vision revealed at least 20 red dots searching the vicinity. "Why are they pursuing you?" Lin Xiaoyu whispered, her throat tightening from her hasty consumption. Hong Liang briefly recounted the circumstances surrounding the occupation of the cold storage. Upon hearing this, a flicker of fear crossed Lin Xiaoyu's eyes. "I've heard of Taishan. Before the apocalypse, he was reported on television for his vile acts against many young girls. However, since no one died, he was sentenced to life without the possibility of parole, destined to rot in prison for eternity. But now he is free and possesses extraordinary powers." Hong Liang scoffed. Inspecting the condition of his 2 daggers, he believed that the death penalty should be employed more frequently. Someone like Taishan deserved a fate as trivial as a peanut. Allowing him to live was a waste of resources. The energy of the Yinjia dagger was down to 30%, while the Shuangyu dagger was even lower, at approximately 20%. "What is the nature of your ability?" Lin Xiaoyu hesitated before removing her pendant and handing it to Hong Liang. "My grandfather was a folklorist. He claimed this is the seed of life, capable of communicating with the forces of nature. I once thought it was merely a legend until 3 days ago." Her voice trailed off, and her gaze grew distant. "When my classmates transformed into monsters, the pendant suddenly became hot, and I saw a green light erupting from the ground, ensnaring those creatures." Hong Liang took the pendant and immediately sensed a gentle yet resilient energy emanating from it. This object was undoubtedly extraordinary. He had never encountered anything like it in his past life. "Can you control those plants?" "They seem to possess their own consciousness, merely obeying my commands temporarily," Lin Xiaoyu replied. Just as Hong Liang was about to inquire further, he suddenly tensed, his energy vision detecting a massive red dot rapidly approaching, far brighter than the others. Taishan was coming. Hong Liang quickly returned the pendant to Lin Xiaoyu. "Hide behind that distribution cabinet and remain silent, no matter what happens." Just as Lin Xiaoyu began to move, the entire wall collapsed with a deafening roar. Amidst the flying debris, Taishan's massive figure appeared in the breach, his eyes glowing with an unnatural red light. "I've found you, little mouse," Taishan sneered, stepping over the rubble, each stride causing the ground to tremble slightly. A dozen prisoners followed closely behind, surrounding the distribution room. Hong Liang instantly shifted into a combat stance, crossing his daggers before him. With his energy dwindling, he needed to seize the right moment for a decisive strike. "Boss, that girl just killed 3 of our brothers with some strange plants," one of the prisoners shouted. Pointing at Lin Xiaoyu, Taishan's gaze shifted to her, a greedy expression suddenly crossing his face. "Interesting. Hand her over, and I can make your death a bit more painless." Hong Liang did not respond, but instead launched an attack. The Yinjia dagger transformed into a streak of red light aimed at Taishan's throat, while the Shuangyu dagger drew an ice wall on the ground, temporarily blocking the other prisoners. Clang! Taishan once more attempted to block with his fist, yet this time, Hong Liang employed a different tactic. The flame-devouring dagger traced a peculiar arc through the air, circumventing Taishan's defenses and aiming for the scar on his left eye. Although Taishan possessed formidable defensive capabilities, his evasive skills left much to be desired. With a cry of pain, he hastily shut his eyes, allowing the dagger to merely graze his eyelid. Yet this was sufficient to incite his fury. He roared wildly and launched a punch, his speed surpassing that of before. Hong Liang barely managed to evade, yet still felt the impact of Taishan's fist upon his shoulder. A surge of immense power struck him, sending him flying. However, his remarkably resilient attire cushioned the blow. Though he crashed into several distribution cabinets, leaving him covered in dust, he rose to his feet, realizing he had sustained little injury. "Your dagger cannot harm me," Taishan declared, wiping the blood from his eyelid and advancing relentlessly. "My skin is tougher than that of an armored vehicle." Hong Liang swiftly composed himself, meticulously observing Taishan's movements. After engaging in several exchanges, he noted a detail. Before each of Taishan's strikes, a dark crimson light flickered subtly at his chest, reminiscent of an energy node. Chapter 15. The kill. At that moment, Lin Xiaoyu suddenly emerged from her hiding place, raising a pendant high. "Hong Liang, catch!" The pendant traced a green light through the air. Instinctively, Taishan reached out to grasp it, only to see Hong Liang spring forward, the flame-devouring dagger aiming accurately at the pulsating red light on Taishan's chest. With a soft thud, the dagger penetrated half an inch. Taishan let out a pained roar and staggered backward. As Hong Liang was astonished to discover that Taishan's chest was significantly less fortified than other areas. The pendant fell to the ground, and with a flick of his mind, Hong Liang summoned it back to his hand. He casually tossed the pendant back to Lin Xiaoyu, gripping the dagger tightly as he turned his gaze towards Taishan. "How did you know?" Taishan clutched his chest, for the first time revealing a glimmer of fear in his eyes. Hong Liang did not grant him a moment's respite. Channeling his will, he summoned the Frost Whisper dagger, wielding both blades once more, this time aiming for the same spot on Tieshan's chest. Taizhan, in a state of panic, attempted to block, but his movements had grown sluggish due to his injury. Seeing Tieshan struggle, Lin Xiaoyu bit her finger, letting droplets of blood fall upon the pendant. Instantly, the green light intensified, and the ground began to tremble as countless vines erupted from the earth, ensnaring Tieshan's legs. What the hell is this? Taizhan bellowed, tearing at the vines, yet more plants coiled around him, binding his hands as well. The vines pulled him apart, rendering him spread eagle, while his subordinates tried to assist, only to be repelled by the suddenly sprouting thorns. Seizing the opportunity, Hong Liang infused the remaining energy into both daggers. The flame-devouring dagger ignited with roaring flames, while the Frost Whisper dagger crystallized into sharp ice spikes. With a sweeping motion, he released both blades, directing them toward Tieshan's vulnerable chest. No! Taizhan let out a desperate howl, helplessly watching as the twin daggers approached. With a soft thud, Taizhan knelt despondently upon the ground, two daggers embedded in his chest. As dark crimson energy seeped from the wounds like blood. Who are you? Taishan struggled to lift his head, the crimson glow in his eyes gradually dimming. Hong Liang coldly brandished his dagger. Someone you should not provoke. Taishan's massive form crashed to the ground, and the dark red energy writhed on the surface like a sentient being, eventually dissipating into the air. As they witnessed Taishan's demise, the remaining prisoners showed no inclination for vengeance, scattering like frightened birds. Hong Liang exhaled deeply, nearly drained of energy. He turned to Lin Xiaoyu, only to find her slumped on the ground, her complexion as pale as parchment. Had she overexerted her abilities? Upon checking her pulse, he found it alarmingly faint. The pendant was siphoning my blood. Lin Xiaoyu's voice was barely a whisper, as the pendant around her neck sprouted delicate tendrils, embedding themselves into her skin. Without hesitation, Hong Liang used the flame-devouring dagger to carefully sever those tendrils. The moment the pendant was removed from Lin Xiaoyu's body, it instantly dimmed, and the tendrils quickly withered and fell away. This object is a double-edged sword. Hong Liang frowned at the pendant, until it is thoroughly studied. It should not be used again, or your very life may be at stake. Lin Xiaoyu weakly nodded. Grandfather once said that only life can awaken life. Hong Liang reattached the pendant around Lin Xiaoyu's neck. As long as you do not activate it, you should be fine. Wait until you can control it before using it. He helped Lin Xiaoyu to her feet. We must leave this place and recover before discussing anything further. Otherwise, once news of Taishan's death spreads, his subordinates may come seeking retribution. Dying at their hands would be a tremendous loss. As they gathered the remaining supplies and prepared to exit the distribution room, they suddenly heard a peculiar rustling noise from outside. Hong Liang cautiously peered out, his expression shifting dramatically. The black fungal spots had inexplicably spread to the exterior of the distribution room, writhing like living entities, covering every inch of the ground and walls. More alarmingly, Taishan's corpse was being rapidly consumed by the fungi, his flesh dissolving at a visible pace. Quick, let us go, Hong Liang urged, pulling Lin Xiaoyu and the supply cart toward the opposite end of the distribution room. Those things are digesting Taishan's energy. They burst through the back door, only to find that the corridor outside was similarly enveloped in fungi. This strange substance seemed particularly sensitive to energy, converging towards their location. Up, Hong Liang pointed towards the ventilation ducts on the ceiling, disregarding the supplies. The two climbed onto the supply cart and struggled to crawl into the duct, while below, the encroaching fungi had already flooded the distribution room. The ventilation pipe was narrow and dim, forcing them to crawl forward. Hong Liang led the way, with Lin Xiaoyu weakly trailing behind, the air thick with the scent of rusting metal. What are these black fungi? I sense they are terrifying, an indescribable feeling. Lin Xiaoyu trembled as she spoke. I don't know either. I've never encountered anything like this before. Hong Liang shook his head. Lin Xiaoyu, being a plant-based ability user, could not ascertain whether these black fungi were indeed plants, but since she sensed danger, it was best to avoid them. Creak. As the two individuals ascended, they were startled by a sharp sound. The pipe they were traversing suddenly tilted downwards, causing them to slide into a larger junction. Hong Liang illuminated his tactical flashlight, revealing several pipes branching off in various directions. Which way should we go? Lin Xiaoyu inquired anxiously. Hong Liang pondered for a moment, but refrained from answering her. Instead, he reached into his pocket, feigning to retrieve something, and produced an energy stone from his storage ring, offering it to her. Consume this, it will help you recover. Without hesitation, Lin Xiaoyu accepted the energy stone and swallowed it. Moments later, her complexion flushed red, only to gradually pale again. After approximately 20 minutes, she began to regain her strength. Suddenly, her tightly shut eyes flew open, and she addressed Hong Liang. It seems there is something in the right pipe. I can sense it calling to me, and it doesn't feel dangerous. Let us go investigate, Hong Liang said, not wasting any time. As they advanced, the pipe narrowed significantly, forcing them to kick open a rusted gate and descend into a shadowy chamber. The walls were adorned with peculiar mechanical contraptions, and at the center stood a cylindrical transparent container, within which floated a luminescent liquid. Disturbingly, the black spores lingered at the entrance, seemingly hesitant to enter, as if something within this space instilled fear in them. What is this place? Lin Xiaoyu gazed at Hong Liang with trepidation. It appeared to be far removed from an industrial zone, particularly with that central cylinder. Hong Liang felt that such an object could only be encountered in a science fiction film. If there were a creature suspended within, it would fit perfectly. Chapter 16. The Earth. Hong Liang approached the central transparent container and discovered a small device suspended inside, resembling a key. Under energy visualization, it radiated a pure blue light, starkly contrasting with the dark energy of the black spores. What on earth is this? Hong Liang murmured to himself, filled with disdain for his former self. After years of existence, he realized he knew nothing. Now, in this second chance, everything required exploration anew. Just as he was about to open the container, the basement door was suddenly flung open, and several figures clad in black burst in, one wielding an unidentifiable rifle. Don't move, the armed man bellowed, aiming his weapon at Hong Liang. The contents here belong to us. You'd best remain where you are. Hong Liang narrowed his eyes. Although he could not identify the rifle, his energy visualization revealed that the weapon was undoubtedly not of earthly origin, as the energy coursing through it was nearly identical to that of his dagger. Who are you? He asked calmly, positioning himself protectively in front of Lin Xiaoyu. The leader of the group smirked. What does it matter who we are? You must be an ability user as well. That object behind you is ours. If you wish to avoid a confrontation, leave peacefully and do not compel us to act. The resounding mind of Hong Liang raced, realizing that these individuals were evidently drawn to the container before him. Furthermore, it appeared that the weapon he wielded had also been extracted from the box. He hesitated to fire, clearly fearful of damaging the container behind him. Suddenly, Lin Xiaoyu gently squeezed his wrist from behind. Hong Liang turned his head slightly and caught a glimmer of determination in the girl's eyes. She silently pointed to her pendant and then to the ground. In an instant, Hong Liang comprehended her plan, subtly nodding in acknowledgement. He abruptly leaped to the side, shouting now. Lin Xiaoyu forcefully hurled the pendant to the ground, unleashing a blinding green light. The entire basement quaked violently as numerous thick plant roots erupted from the floor and walls, ensnaring the armed assailants like colossal serpents. The leading man, startled, immediately pulled the trigger, and a red energy projectile whistled forth, though most were intercepted by the suddenly sprouting plants. Seizing the opportunity, Hong Liang dashed toward the central container, slicing through the protective shield with the flame-devouring dagger. He retrieved a device from within, which emitted a brilliant blue light upon contact with his hand, forming a protective barrier around him and Lin Xiaoyu. Damn it, retreat, the leader commanded, sensing the dire situation. The remaining henchmen, evidently having consumed several energy stones, exhibited remarkable agility as they swiftly vanished through the exit. Gradually, the tremors subsided, and the plants ceased their growth. Lin Xiaoyu collapsed to the ground, her pendant shattered into fragments, appearing utterly exhausted. Who were they? She weakly inquired. Hong Liang glanced at the object in his hand. I don't know, but they were all capable beings, especially the leader. He must be a first-tier ability user. The item resembled a key, inscribed with unfamiliar characters that Hong Liang could not decipher. He placed it in his pocket and subsequently stored it in his storage ring, then retrieved 3 blue energy stones to hand to Lin Xiaoyu. After absorbing the 3 energy stones, Lin Xiaoyu finally regained her strength. She then picked up the remnants of her pendant and stood, asking, what now? Should we return to the cold storage? Hong Liang shook his head. We won't be going back. Extreme weather will no longer be a concern. We can thrive elsewhere. Our priority now is to enhance our strength. Everything else is trivial. Only the increase in power is tangible. The two cautiously exited the basement, noting that the mycelium along their path had been destroyed. It seemed the assailants had fled far, and they encountered no further opposition until they emerged from the building. The night had deepened, and the blood moon loomed ominously, casting a foreboding crimson glow over the ruins. In the ink-black night, within the abandoned fire station, Hong Liang produced the last yellow energy stone and provided Lin Xiaoyu with 6 additional stones. instructing her on their usage before settling down to consume an energy stone for recuperation. This two-story structure had once served as a small fire station, built to high specifications, thus remaining remarkably intact. Hong Liang had barricaded the entrance with several fire trucks, and he reinforced the windows with metal plates. Lin Xiaoyu sat quietly to the side, swallowing an energy stone to begin her recovery. Her complexion gradually became more radiant as she consumed one stone after another, her aura steadily rising. After Hong Liang swallowed his own energy stone, it didn't take long for him to absorb all the energy within. Stretching lazily, he stood up and glanced at Lin Xiaoyu, who was still meditating beside him, noticing nothing amiss. He then moved to the window to observe the situation outside. Through the lens of energy perception, the entire industrial area was shrouded in a strange dark purple energy field, with black mold-like patches writhing in the shadows, slowly expanding as if they were living entities. Such phenomena had never been encountered in his previous life. Hong Liang furrowed his brow in contemplation. While the apocalypse he experienced prior was brutal, it at least followed a discernible pattern. However, in this life, everything had become far more complex and perilous. Just as he contemplated exploring other areas, the key in his storage ring suddenly vibrated, startling him. He quickly retrieved the key, which had been silent until now, emitting a burst of yellow light. A beam shot forth from the first character of the key, illuminating the wall to reveal a map on which 3 green dots were blinking. What could this be? Hong Liang cursed inwardly, squinting at the map. Suddenly, he felt an uncanny familiarity. It seemed to depict the industrial area and the city itself, with the nearest green dot located in the direction of the cold storage, less than a kilometer away. Perfect, he had intended to return there. Not to reclaim the cold storage, but to eradicate any remaining threats. Though Iron Mountain was already dead, his subordinates were still at large, and those escaped convicts had to be eliminated. Otherwise, who knew if someone might leak information about his situation, turning him into a target? After all, showing mercy to enemies is akin to cruelty to oneself. How are you feeling? Lin Xiaoyu's voice suddenly came from behind him. Unbeknownst to him, the girl had awakened and was now standing, watching him. Hong Liang nodded. I have fully recovered. Do you wish to accompany me? Or would you prefer to go on your own? It's entirely up to you. Oh, and I haven't asked. Aren't you going to look for your parents? Lin Xiaoyu paused for a moment. I am not from this area. I came to West City solely to attend a good high school and to prepare for university. My home is actually in Yuqing, the northernmost part of Qin province. Returning now is simply unrealistic. I have no relatives here. What about you? Where are your parents? Hong Liang regarded the stubborn girl before him. It had been merely over half a month since the apocalypse began. Yet she had already transformed from an ordinary student into a warrior, a remarkable adaptability indeed. I am not from here either. My family resides in Shangjing. My parents are also there. In my rebellious youth, I disregarded their wishes during the college entrance examination and insisted on going far from home, eventually ending up in Qin province. After graduating, I had no intention of returning, and I've been working here ever since. Reflecting on the terrifying population of Shangjing and the potential number of zombies, Hong Liang felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. In his previous life, he had never returned to Shangjing, and he had no knowledge of his parents' fate. He hoped that in this life, he could return to find them, no matter the cost. Hong Liang retrieved several energy supplements from his pocket, which he had previously extracted from his storage ring. This concoction, derived from energy stone powder, was a skill possessed by all in his past life, though it was particularly effortless for those endowed with abilities. Moreover, with an ample supply of food, one could blend these supplements with sustenance to yield greater quantities, particularly beneficial for younger children. It was said that those who consumed such energy-rich foods from a young age would achieve greater strength. Alas, his current capabilities did not allow him to refine food yet. After a modest meal, Hong Liang guided Lin Xiaoyu back to the vicinity of the cold storage. Through his energy vision, he discerned 5 individuals nearby. After all, eliminating Taizhan and returning to dispatch them would be a trivial task. However, these individuals, fearful of encountering extreme weather once more and realizing the absence of resources, believed that the formidable figure would not return. Thus they occupied the cold storage. At midnight, the pair stealthily approached the perimeter of the cold storage, where a considerable presence of black mycelium had manifested. Yet, the key emitted a blue light that seemed imbued with some enchanting power. Wherever it passed, the black fungal patches receded like a tide. Hong Liang noted that these mycelia appeared to possess a collective consciousness, instinctively shying away from the energy field of the key, as if they harbored a fear of the blue glow. Lin Xiaoyu sensed the situation and whispered softly. Hong Liang did not respond, but his vigilance intensified. Anything that could instill fear in these energy-consuming entities was likely not benign. In a hushed tone, he remarked, 5 targets, 3 on the left, 2 on the right. Lin Xiaoyu gripped the police dagger she had obtained from Taizhan, her knuckles whitening from the pressure. Hong Liang could hear her rapid breaths. Yet the determination in her gaze had solidified. Remember, do not hesitate. There are no innocents here, Hong Liang cautioned one last time. With a subtle sound, he sliced through the door bolt of the cold storage with his dagger. Taizhan had already damaged the door in his attempts to open it, leaving a significant gap inside. A single steel rod served as the bolt. Had it been the original door, Hong Liang would have found it impossible to open it quietly. The 5 prisoners were asleep, 3 on Hong Liang's former bed, while the other 2 had procured 2 sofas from an unknown source, each claiming one for themselves. Several machetes lay scattered beside the beds and sofas. Hong Liang gestured, and Lin Xiaoyu nodded in understanding. He approached the slumbering prisoner on the bed with utmost stealth, then, with a swift motion, hurled 2 daggers, one piercing the temple of the first prisoner and exiting through the temple of the last. The prisoners on the sofas were yet to react when Lin Xiaoyu's dagger plunged into one's heart. As she withdrew the blade, the blood splattered across her face. But she calmly wiped it away, dispatching the other before he could rise, unwavering in her resolve. Well done. Hong Liang offered a succinct praise as he retrieved his dagger. Just as they exited the cold storage, Hong Liang surveyed the surroundings, his energy vision capturing a faint ripple of energy not far ahead. An ability wielder. Only one person possesses a level of energy response comparable to yours, Hong Liang remarked as he withdrew his gaze. No sooner had he spoken than a man, enveloped in crackling electricity, burst forth from around the corner. A living person. The electric man, upon seeing the 2 before him, momentarily froze, then narrowed his eyes at them. Hand over your valuables and leave that girl behind, and I shall spare your lives, he sneered, his wicked intentions igniting as he recognized the man and child before him. However, before he could finish his threat, a dagger suddenly shot up from the ground, piercing through his foot. The chilling energy swiftly coursed through his body. And just as the electric man attempted to unleash his powers, another dagger had already found its mark in his throat. The clash of high temperatures and extreme cold within him obliterated his internal organs in an instant. Huh! Lin Xiaoyu spat at the electric man's lifeless body, her anger boiling over at his words. When had she become like Tang Song, an easy target for anyone who crossed her path? There are more creatures ahead. They do not appear to be human, Hong Liang stated as he retracted his energy vision. Following the guidance of the key's projection, Hong Liang and Lin Xiaoyu arrived at an abandoned repair shop on the outskirts of the industrial district. In the night, the low structure loomed ominously, its walls covered in dark mold, glistening eerily under the blood moon. Be cautious. The 2 monsters should be inside, Hong Liang whispered, handing the frost whisper dagger to Lin Xiaoyu. Take this. Your dagger is of little use against monsters. You will distract them while I seek an opportunity for a decisive strike. Lin Xiaoyu accepted the dagger, her fingers trembling slightly. Taking a deep breath, she felt a faint green glow emanating from the pendant around her neck, and slender tendrils emerged from her palm, entwining around the dagger. The shop's door, long corroded, creaked loudly as they pushed it open. As they stepped into the darkened space, they caught sight of a pair of glowing green eyes moving in the shadows, those of the mutated dogs. With a low growl, 2 shadows, each the size of a calf, lunged at them. Hong Liang swiftly sidestepped, the flame devourer dagger slicing through the air to repel one of the beasts, while the other became ensnared by Lin Xiaoyu's tendrils and crashed heavily to the ground. Illuminated by the flickering flames, Hong Liang discerned the true appearance of the mutated dogs. Patches of fur were missing, exposing skin riddled with black veins, their fangs measuring 10 centimeters long, dripping with corrosive saliva that burned small pits into the ground. Their saliva is toxic, Hong Liang shouted a warning, summoning the flame devourer dagger back to form a wall of fire before him. The mutated dogs appeared wary of the flames, pausing momentarily on the other side, emitting threatening growls. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Xiaoyu plunged the frost whisper dagger into the ground. The frost spread rapidly, encasing one of the mutated dog's hind legs in ice. Yet, the other mutated dog leaped high, astonishingly vaulting over the wall of fire and lunging towards Hong Liang. Chapter 18. Slaying the mutant hound in a moment of urgency. Hong Liang raised his arm in defense as the mutant hound's vicious teeth sank into his flesh. Despite the formidable protection of his combat suit, the hound's biting force was no less formidable, causing a sharp pain to radiate through Hong Liang's arm. With a frenzied shake of its head, the creature sent Hong Liang sprawling, and he landed awkwardly, his back colliding heavily with the wall. Honggu, Lin Xiaoyu exclaimed, panic lacing her voice. Tendrils of vines erupted from her hands, ensnaring the neck of another mutant hound. The beast thrashed violently, the vines appearing on the verge of snapping. Yet they firmly restrained the creature, granting Hong Liang precious moments to regroup. A glint of resolve flashed in Hong Liang's eyes as his fiery dagger, Yanji, suddenly fractured into numerous fiery blades, each darting towards the mutant hound from various angles. The hound emitted a chilling howl as it was struck, sustaining several charred wounds. However, the creature's tenacity was remarkable. Rather than faltering, it became more ferocious. With a powerful effort, it broke free from the vines and lunged at Lin Xiaoyu. Though she barely managed to parry with her Frost Whisper dagger, the sheer force sent her flying, the dagger clattering to the ground as she crashed into a pile of discarded tires. Damn it! Hong Liang cursed vehemently, momentarily disregarding Lin Xiaoyu's condition. Energy surged within him as he summoned Frost Whisper back to his grasp. Clasping both daggers together, he conjured a spiraling beam of intertwined red and blue energy that hurtled towards the mutant hound. Sensing the impending danger, the hound attempted to evade. But Hong Liang's strike was too swift. The energy beam pierced its skull, continuing with unrelenting force to shatter the wall behind it, leaving the creature convulsing before finally lying still. Witnessing this, the other mutant hound, half frozen, broke free from its icy restraints and attempted to flee. Yet, at that moment, Lin Xiaoyu emerged from the wreckage of tires, slamming her hands into the ground and channeling her remaining energy. Sharp wooden spikes erupted beneath the hound's feet, pinning it in midair. Seizing the opportunity, Hong Liang cast the Yanji dagger, which struck precisely into the heart of the mutant hound. It emitted a final mournful cry before crashing heavily to the ground. With the battle concluded, both were left panting heavily. Lin Xiaoyu's arm bore a deep gash, blood trickling down, and ominously, a purplish-black hue began to spread around the wound, signaling the encroachment of the mutant hound's venom. Hold on. Hong Liang swiftly retrieved an energy stone from his storage ring and pressed it against her wound. Gradually, the purplish-black taint began to siphon into the stone until it was entirely absorbed. Once the toxin was eradicated, he stowed the now blackened stone away and tossed several more to Lin Xiaoyu for her recovery. Having tended to the wound, Hong Liang finally had the energy to inspect the lifeless bodies of the mutant hounds. As anticipated, both harbored yellow energy stones within them. After collecting the stones into his storage ring, he set off towards the location indicated by the key. In the far corner of the repair shop, he discovered an entrance to a cellar concealed beneath an iron plate. Upon lifting the plate, he uncovered a small underground chamber where, resting quietly on a stone pedestal, lay a key of the same design as the one in Hong Liang's possession, yet entirely emerald green. Hong Liang grasped the second key and retrieved the first, intending to compare them, when suddenly an inexplicable force surged between the two keys. Caught off guard, he felt both keys slip from his grasp, automatically merging into a singular entity that radiated a dazzling light. Subsequently, a new projection map unfurled, revealing an array of green dots, the nearest of which was located near the supermarket Hong Liang had recently visited. This position seems to be close to the RT Mart, Lin Xiaoyu remarked as she entered and caught sight of the illuminated points on the map. Hong Liang nodded in agreement, stating that their next target would be RT Mart. However, before we proceed, you must allow your injuries to heal and officially advance to the first tier. That would ensure our safety. Just as they were about to depart, the thunderous roar of engines erupted outside the repair shop. Hong Liang swiftly stowed the keys within his ring, urging Lin Xiaoyu to take cover by the window. They observed as 3 modified off-road vehicles halted outside the shop, and a dozen fully armed individuals disembarked. It's those people from the cellar, Lin Xiaoyu whispered. Hong Liang noted that the leading man wielded a peculiar rifle that glimmered coldly under the moonlight. They must have found a way to trace the energy fluctuations of the key. Now is not the time to engage. Let us retreat. The two discreetly slipped out through the back door of the repair shop, vanishing into the labyrinthine alleyways under the cover of night. Behind them, furious shouts and gunfire erupted from the direction of the shop, as the armed men evidently discovered the remains of the mutated dog in the now empty cellar. Throughout their journey, they encountered numerous zombies, allowing Hong Liang to amass a substantial collection of energy stones. Although he did not acquire any yellow ones, he gathered a considerable number of blue stones. Under the blood-red moon, the city ruins were shrouded in an eerie crimson glow. Hong Liang crouched atop a derelict building, his energy vision fully activated, scanning the route to RT Mart, while Lin Xiaoyu sat cross-legged behind him, beads of sweat forming on her brow. Just hold on a little longer. You are on the verge of a breakthrough. Hong Liang glanced back to see that the energy within Lin Xiaoyu had reached its peak. He then turned his attention toward the silhouette of the distant supermarket, where at least 20 red light points flickered, 3 of which glowed particularly brightly, indicating the presence of members of the Black Garment Organization. With her jaw clenched, Lin Xiaoyu felt the energy in her dantian surge with fervor. At that moment, a gentle green light emanated from the pendant around her neck, and tendrils of fine vines emerged from beneath her skin, forming a layer of plant armor over her body before retreating back inside. "I did it," Lin Xiaoyu exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with a hint of emerald light. She sprang to her feet, and with a casual wave of her hand, a vine shot forth from the debris 5 meters away, shattering a concrete slab to pieces. Hong Liang turned to assess her, nodding in satisfaction. "First-tier plant abilities, impressive. How much control do you have over the plants?" Lin Xiaoyu replied. "It feels as though I have gained several extra hands." Lin Xiaoyu endeavored to manipulate the surrounding weeds, and those plants immediately began to sway in accordance with her will. I sensed that my perception of these plants had transformed. They were no longer indistinct, but I could truly see them. Hong Liang nodded, acknowledging that Lin Xiaoyu had finally ascended to the rank of a level 1 ability user. The yellow energy stones she had consumed had further honed her abilities. Subsequently, he retrieved 2 keys from his storage ring, and the assembled key projection illuminated 7 green dots, the nearest of which was located in an underground warehouse adjacent to a supermarket. The group of black-clad individuals was likely in pursuit of these keys as well. We must act before they do. Chapter 19. The keys acquired. Lin Xiaoyu leaned closer to the projected map and suddenly pointed towards the southeast corner of the supermarket. "There lies a loading dock, a place I frequented during my childhood, and I recollect that the passage leads directly to the underground warehouse." "All right, you lead the way. Let's sneak over," Hong Liang instructed. Tucking the keys away as they descended, Lin Xiaoyu stretched her arms. Her wounds had completely healed, leaving no trace behind. Unbeknownst to her, the self-healing ability of plant-based powers was inherently superior to that of ordinary individuals, and with the aid of her pendant, her future capabilities would only grow stronger. Under the cover of night, the two stealthily advanced towards the supermarket, traversing the shadows of the ruins. Any scattered zombies encountered along the way were effortlessly dealt with by Lin Xiaoyu's newly acquired powers. She could command the plants to breach the zombies' bodies, tearing them apart from the inside out. "There's a lookout." Hong Liang suddenly seized Lin Xiaoyu's arm, indicating a 2-story building not far from the supermarket, where 2 armed black-clad figures lay hidden on the balcony. They were well concealed. Had it not been for Hong Liang's energy vision, they would have gone unnoticed. Moreover, these individuals appeared to be highly trained, clearly not ordinary survivors. Lin Xiaoyu closed her eyes, attuning herself to the nearby living plants. After a brief moment, a smile graced her lips. "Leave it to me." The two crept quietly to the base of the building, where Lin Xiaoyu placed her hands against the wall. In a flower pot on the balcony, several grass seeds that still thrived suddenly grew at an extraordinary rate, quickly sprouting and then splitting into 2 groups. One group silenced the lookout's mouth, while the other constricted around his neck. The ambushed black-clad individuals were rendered voiceless, ensnared by the grasses that had attacked from behind, swiftly meeting their demise. "Well done," Hong Liang remarked, watching the energy orbs extinguish above them, giving Lin Xiaoyu an approving thumbs up. Her control over the plants was gradually becoming second nature. Perhaps overly reliant on their lookout, the group had neglected to assign additional sentries. After Hong Liang secured the 2 firearms in his storage ring, the pair hastily maneuvered through the perimeter and located the loading dock. A rusted iron door was sealed with a hefty lock, and with a gentle stroke of his flame-devouring dagger, Hong Liang severed the lock in 2. The passage within was shrouded in darkness, exuding a faint musty odor. "Be cautious, there's something moving." Hong Liang's energy vision detected several rapidly shifting red dots. No sooner had he spoken than 3 mutated rats, each the size of a domestic cat with protruding fangs, lunged from the shadows towards the 2. Lin Xiaoyu reacted with remarkable swiftness. With a flourish of the Frost Whisper dagger, a surge of icy energy instantaneously transformed the foremost rat into a frozen sculpture. The other 2 met their demise as they were cleaved in half by the resounding flame-devourer dagger. Yet, the rustling sounds emanating from the depths of the passage suggested that more were lurking within. "Not good, there are several more inside. Die!" As the mutated rats charged forth, Hong Liang brandished the dagger that Lin Xiaoyu had returned to him, feeling a surge of energy coursing through his body. He infused both daggers with this energy. The elements of ice and fire began to converge in his grasp, and the fiery ice shards obliterated the advancing rodents, filling the corridor with the acrid scent of charred flesh. After securing several energy stones from the mutated rats, the duo arrived at the passage's end. where they encountered a solitary metallic door. Bold red paint declared warehouse restricted area, unauthorized personnel keep out. Hong Liang attempted to push the door, but it remained unyielding. I'll handle this. Lin Xiaoyu placed her hand on the lock, and delicate tendrils emerged from her fingertips, penetrating the lock's core. With a decisive click, the lock yielded to the force of the plant's intrusion. Inside the warehouse lay a chaotic array of damaged goods and shattered shelves. Hong Liang immediately sensed the energy fluctuations of the key emanating from a cold storage room at the far end. As they cautiously advanced, Hong Liang suddenly yanked Lin Xiaoyu back. Bang! An energy projectile whizzed past their heads, creating a large crater in the wall. As expected, a chilling voice echoed from behind the shelves. 3 figures in black encircled them in a triangular formation, the leader wielding a peculiar rifle, smoke still wafting from its barrel. Hong Liang quickly assessed the situation. 2 of the assailants were not yet at the first tier of ability, while the leader had already attained that level. They posed no real threat. He discreetly gestured to Lin Xiaoyu to proceed according to their plan. Hand over the key, and we might leave your corpses intact. The leader of the black-clad figures sneered, leveling his weapon at Hong Liang as his accomplices began to close in. Without warning, Lin Xiaoyu clapped her hands against the ground, causing the entire warehouse floor to erupt. Countless roots surged forth, like a tidal wave, sweeping towards the black-clad men. Simultaneously, Hong Liang hurled the flame-devourer dagger, concealing himself behind the burgeoning plant life, aiming for the leader's throat. The leader reacted with astonishing speed, executing a roll to evade the dagger while returning fire. However, Lin Xiaoyu's plants had formed a formidable barrier, significantly diminishing the impact of the energy blast. One of the 2 remaining black-clad figures was encased in rock-like armor, while the other transformed into a blur, dashing towards Lin Xiaoyu. Die! Hong Liang instantly positioned himself before Lin Xiaoyu, intercepting the shadowy assailant. His daggers danced around him like butterflies, swift and graceful. The assailant's speed was impressive, yet Hong Liang's daggers struck faster. In the midst of the assailant's terror, one dagger pierced through his chest while the other found its mark at the crown of his head. Meanwhile, Lin Xiaoyu exerted her full control over the plants, ensnaring both the armored figure and the leader. Though her abilities had recently ascended to the first tier, her innate command over plant life rendered the 2 foes momentarily powerless. This is bad. Both of them are high-tier abilities. The leader bellowed in frustration, suddenly producing a metallic sphere from his pocket and tossing it into the air. The sphere detonated, unleashing a blinding light and ear-splitting noise. Old Shi, the petrified figure clad in black, witnessed the shadow assailant being swiftly dispatched with a single strike. And in an instant, fury surged within him. He forcibly tore the vines from his body and charged toward Hong Liang like a tank. Just then, the door to the cold storage room exploded open, and a beam of green light shot forth, striking the black-clad figure in the back. He let out a terrible scream as his rocky skin began to crack and flake away. The key had awakened. The leader's expression changed dramatically. He disregarded the attack and turned to dash toward the cold storage room. Hong Liang, however, would not allow him to succeed. He hurled 2 daggers in a cross formation, carving a red and blue arc through the air that blocked the leader's path. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Xiaoyu manipulated the vines to ensnare the legs of the petrified figure, causing him to tumble to the ground. You must grab the key, Lin Xiaoyu urged, her face flushed with effort as she struggled to maintain control over the vines. Without hesitation, Hong Liang sprinted toward the cold storage room, where a verdant green key floated at the center, surrounded by a tempest of energy. The moment he grasped the key, an overwhelming surge of power coursed through him, replenishing and even enhancing his previously depleted energy. The sounds of battle outside abruptly ceased as Hong Liang exited the cold storage, only to find that the leader had vanished, leaving behind the lifeless bodies of the 2 assailants. Chapter 20. The Royal Knights. He has fled. I could not stop him, Lin Xiaoyu panted, standing there breathlessly. It is of no consequence. We must depart from this place. Hong Liang waved his hand dismissively while piecing the key together, preparing to exit. The 3 keys fit together seamlessly, and the projected map revealed an abundance of green dots, some glowing brightly while others were dim. Comparing it to his previous recollections of the map, Hong Liang deduced that the dim ones indicated places where keys had been taken. Now, 5 locations had dimmed, suggesting that at least 2 keys had fallen into other hands. Who are they truly? Lin Xiaoyu inquired, pointing at the corpse of the shadow assailant, yet she remained still. Hong Liang paused as well, choosing to search the body. In an inner pocket, he discovered a metallic badge inscribed with intricate designs on a black background, with the words Royal Knights etched in small letters below. The Royal Knights? Hong Liang's memory stirred. In his past life, This order had also made an appearance. Rumored to be an organization funded by foreign entities, their members committing heinous acts in servitude to their masters in Dahu. This group serves foreign powers. It seems these keys are far more significant than we imagined. We must strive to acquire more keys, Hong Liang proclaimed to Lin Xiaoyu. She nodded in agreement. But before she could speak, the entire warehouse began to tremble. Black spores seeped from every crevice, spreading towards them like a living entity. The protective energy here has dissipated. We must leave immediately, Hong Liang exclaimed, pulling Lin Xiaoyu as they sprinted toward the exit. Upon bursting out of the warehouse, they found the entire supermarket succumbing to the invasion of spores. Even more terrifying was the sight of the spores merging with the corpse of the fallen shadow assailant, which was visibly mutating and swelling at an alarming rate. Run, Hong Liang urged, unwilling to linger, as he and Lin Xiaoyu fled at full speed. The chilling sounds of writhing and tearing echoing behind them, as if some monstrous entity was being born. After sprinting for several hundred meters, Hong Liang glanced back and beheld a colossal black tentacle tearing open the supermarket's roof, revealing a grotesque creature formed from a fusion of fungal patches and corpses. His pupils constricted in shock as the distant silhouette of the black monster took shape amidst the ruins of the supermarket. And memories of his past life surged forth like a tidal wave. It was during the third year of the apocalypse when news from Xiaxing province spoke of a gargantuan creature born of decaying bodies that devastated 2 survivor bases within a week, ultimately requiring the military to deploy dozens of tactical missiles to annihilate it. This was the Black Erosion, Hong Liang murmured, instinctively clutching the 3 keys in his hand, which grew warm as if responding to his astonishment. What is the Black Erosion? Lin Xiaoyu inquired, her face paling as she gazed at the repulsive monstrosity ahead, which was undeniably grotesque. Hong Liang's heart raced with dread. No wonder he had never encountered such black fungal patches in his previous life. The creature had manifested in Xiaxing City and had never appeared in Xian City. If this monster were to absorb all the black patches, to what extent could its powers grow? It might rival the existence of the Crimson Pillar in the city center. He patted Lin Xiaoyu's hand, which gripped his arm tightly, and then activated his energy vision. He observed the expanding mass of black flesh emanating a suffocating dark red energy, far more potent than any adversary they had previously faced. Yet, upon closer inspection, he discerned a crucial detail. The creature's energy fluctuated erratically, indicating it was still unstable and slowly coalescing. It was still in its juvenile stage. Recalling the rumors from his past life, he remembered that the military had deployed several high-tier abilities to eliminate it, suggesting that this creature would undoubtedly drop valuable items. We must eradicate it now, otherwise, once it fully forms, the entire city will suffer. These keys will aid us. As soon as Hong Liang's words fell, he summoned the vibrating keys from his storage ring. The keys floated in midair, projecting an inscription that captivated Lin Xiaoyu's attention. She stared in astonishment for several seconds before exclaiming, "This is a variant of ancient script." It states, "When the 3 keys converge, the door of revelation opens. The flame of purification can vanquish filth." How do you recognize these characters? Hong Liang asked, eyeing the distorted symbols before him. "Look at this," Lin Xiaoyu replied, pulling a pendant from her collar and pointing to the intricate inscriptions beneath it. Upon closer examination, Hong Liang noticed numerous small characters that bore a striking resemblance to the text projected by the keys. "My grandfather taught me this script when I was little," Lin Xiaoyu explained. "He said it was a legacy passed down through our family. Although its purpose remains unknown, it is essential to learn." Just as Hong Liang was about to respond, a thunderous crash echoed from a distant building collapsing. The black monster's tentacle had already extended several dozen meters, relentlessly absorbing the black fungal patches, leaving a trail of corroded metal and crumbling concrete in its wake. Hong Liang decisively declared, "Since the key can provide purifying energy, we must extinguish it before it fully matures." The 2 rushed back towards the creature. Hong Liang retracted the key, infusing it with energy, which then emitted a shield of interwoven blue, green, and yellow light, enveloping them. As the black tendrils made contact with the energy shield, they recoiled as if electrocuted, emitting hissing white smoke. "Effective," Lin Xiaoyu exclaimed, simultaneously pressing her hands to the ground. "I will restrain its movements." Countless robust vines erupted from the earth, ensnaring the base of the creature. Hong Liang wielded a dagger in each hand, swirling ice and fire energy before him. The black tendrils emitted a piercing shriek as 3 of them lunged forward. One suddenly split into hundreds of thin strands, stabbing towards the energy shield from various angles. "Be careful," Hong Liang shouted, infusing more energy into the key. However, the black strands pierced the energy shield, causing it to tremble violently. One strand penetrated the defense, leaving a gash on Lin Xiaoyu's arm. Blood dripped down, instantly absorbed by the black, spore-like tendril, which emitted a satisfied gurgle upon sensing the blood. Hong Liang roared, launching the flame-devouring dagger, which transformed mid-air into dozens of fiery blades. The blades spiraled into a vortex, engulfing half of the creature's body. The black flesh curled and carbonized under the intense heat, but soon new tissue surged forth from within to fill the void. Enduring the pain, Lin Xiaoyu drove the vines into her wound. The blood-soaked plants rapidly grew, becoming as resilient as steel. She maneuvered the crimson vines to penetrate the charred regions of the creature, aiming for an internal explosion. Its core is located in the lower right. Hong Liang's energy vision remained intact, revealing Lin Xiaoyu's controlled vines entering the black entity, prompting him to alert her. Chapter 21. The box. Lin Xiaoyu immediately directed the vines towards the energy core, sensing the creature's agitation as it began to thrash violently. A noodle shop was demolished in the chaos, half of it sent flying. Now is the time. Hong Liang crossed two daggers above his head, merging red and blue energy into a brilliant purple-white beam, which he thrust towards the creature's lower right. Boom! The deafening explosion caused the black flesh to convulse violently, and the core erupted in a dazzling burst of white light. Hong Liang was thrown back by the shockwave, crashing heavily onto the rubble 10 meters away. Struggling to rise, he witnessed the creature's collapse as the black spores receded like a tide, revealing two blood-red crystals and dozens of yellow energy stones at the center. The key projected text once more. Lin Xiaoyu panted as she translated, "The first generation of black erosion has been extinguished. Retrieve the pure blood crystals and source energy stones. Along with the gate of revelation lies within the sanctuary of knowledge." The sanctuary of knowledge? What place could that be? Cautiously, Hong Liang approached the dissipating remains of the creature, using his dagger to lift the two pigeon egg-sized blood crystals and the energy stones. The moment he grasped the blood crystals, a wave of pure energy surged through his arm, replenishing his previously expended energy in an instant, even beginning to batter against an invisible barrier within him. This is an opportunity for advancement. Hong Liang immediately settled into a meditative position. "Xiaoyu, keep an eye on our surroundings." Lin Xiaoyu nodded, deftly retrieving several blue energy stones from her pocket and swallowing them one by one. As the stones dissolved within her body, her energy consumption began to replenish, and her wounds healed at a visibly rapid pace. She commanded the surrounding plants to form a protective perimeter while vigilantly observing Shizhou, mindful of the looming threat posed by the royal knights within the city. Inside Hong Liang, energy surged like boiling magma, with two daggers suspended at his sides, rotating of their own accord. The yellow energy stones he had just collected disintegrated into powder, the yellow energy slithering into his body like serpents through his orifices. His skin began to emit a metallic sheen, and a subtle crackle resonated from his bones. Suddenly, two blood crystals levitated and adhered to his temples, prompting Hong Liang to emit a suppressed growl as a wave of energy rippled outward. This was the power of the second tier. Less than an hour later, Hong Liang opened his eyes, his pupils flickering with fiery hues of red and blue. He gestured, and a slab of concrete from 20 meters away soared into the air, only to disassemble into fundamental particles as it approached. Lin Xiaoyu watched in awe. The range of energy manipulation had expanded. With a mere thought, the two daggers split into 12, forming a swirling array of blades, enabling him to control a greater number of weapons simultaneously. At that moment, the remains of the monster gradually dissipated, revealing two red boxes where the creature had once stood. The surfaces of the boxes were etched with patterns resembling keys. Hong Liang cautiously opened the first box, uncovering a dark silver cloak that felt as cold as flowing water. This cloak was known as Shadow Strike. As he unfurled it, Lin Xiaoyu read the inscription on it. Hong Liang nodded and draped the cloak over his shoulders. At that instant, his form blurred momentarily. This item grants temporary optical invisibility and the ability to penetrate solid objects. Hong Liang exclaimed excitedly as he caressed the cloak. Subsequently, he used his energy to adhere the cloak to his combat suit, causing it to gradually vanish and form a cloak pattern instead. "Why don't you open this box?" he suggested thoughtfully, handing the second box to Lin Xiaoyu, as the first one had already disappeared. Upon opening the second box, a jade-like seed emerged. Observing the seed, Hong Liang confirmed his suspicion. The boxes indeed contained items suited for whoever opened them. The moment Lin Xiaoyu touched the seed, it melded into her palm, forming a leaf-shaped tattoo on the inner side of her wrist. The seed of life. She closed her eyes and spoke slowly. It can store plant energy and trigger explosive growth in critical moments. having reaped sufficient rewards. The two were about to leave when three keys suddenly fused together, projecting a detailed city map with a golden dot marking the location of a middle school. Hong Liang recognized it immediately. He had delivered items there numerous times. I attended junior high there. The Temple of Knowledge. Could the Gateway of Enlightenment be within the school? Lin Xiaoyu recognized the place and pondered for a moment before speaking to Hong Liang. It is highly likely that we should proceed now to uncover the true nature of the Gate of Revelation. Hong Liang stowed the key and, accompanied by Lin Xiaoyu, made their way toward the school. As they traversed the path to the school, the urban landscape grew increasingly bizarre. Black fungal patches no longer spread chaotically, but rather lay moribund, sickly covering the ground and walls. In the sky, alongside the blood-red moon, the faint outline of a second moon began to materialize. The ominous celestial changes weighed heavily on Hong Liang's heart. The apocalyptic progression seemed to be accelerating beyond what he had experienced in his previous life. The walls of experimental high school had collapsed significantly, and an eerie silence enveloped the campus. As the two stepped through the school gate, the key began to tremble violently, directing them toward the playground. At that moment, Hong Liang suddenly pulled Lin Xiaoyu aside, hiding behind a column on the first floor of the teaching building. In the center of the playground stood 5 men clad in black, with the leader being the very knight commander who had escaped earlier, wielding a silver key. They have a key too, Lin Xiaoyu whispered urgently. The knight commander was commanding his subordinates to excavate the playground grass, having already dug a 2-meter deep pit. After observing for a moment, Hong Liang whispered, "They have yet to locate the entrance. You should circle around from the back and create a distraction at the library. I will launch a surprise attack." Lin Xiaoyu nodded and stealthily retreated toward the library. A few minutes later, a tremendous explosion erupted from the library, causing the knight's followers to cease their digging. 2 of the black-clad figures went to investigate, and Hong Liang seized the opportunity to activate his cloak ability, rendering himself invisible as he stealthily approached the nearest black-clad man, his dagger silently slicing through the throat. After neutralizing the 2 black-clad figures, the knight commander finally sensed the disturbance and whirled around, unleashing a bolt of energy from the silver key. Hong Liang, revealing himself, rolled aside just in time, as his previous position was obliterated by an explosion. "It's you," the commander roared, pulling a metallic sphere from his pocket and hurling it to the ground, releasing a thick cloud of smoke. Activating his energy vision, Hong Liang saw the commander swiftly maneuvering toward his flank, feigning ignorance. He waited until the commander lunged before suddenly pivoting, unleashing a barrage of 12 daggers simultaneously. In Chapter 22, The Gate of Revelation, the commander, in a state of shock, found the silver key radiating a brilliant light that formed a shield, blocking the majority of the assault. However, several daggers still penetrated his defenses, leaving deep wounds on his left arm. Without granting him a moment to breathe, Hong Liang activated his Shadow Assault cloak ability, vanishing and reappearing behind the commander, plunging a fiery dagger into his heart. In a critical moment, an unfamiliar energy erupted from within the commander, propelling Hong Liang backward. The commander turned. His eyes transformed into a pure silver hue. "You have forced me to accept divine grace." The silver key merged into his chest, and metallic patterns began to surface on his skin. Energy augmentation? Hong Liang retreated, warily. Such a forceful enhancement had been witnessed in his previous life, rumored to originate from a certain cult, with those transformed being known as God slaves. Though they gained power, they gradually lost their sense of self. The leader of the metallic-clad figures surged with unprecedented speed, delivering a punch that resonated with a thunderous sound. Hong Liang swiftly evaded the blow and immediately altered his strategy, opting to avoid direct confrontation. Instead, he utilized the abilities granted by his cloak to maneuver gracefully while deftly wielding his daggers to incessantly harass the foe. Meanwhile, Lin Xiaoyu had dealt with 2 pursuing assailants and returned to the fray. Upon observing the battle, she joined in, invoking the Seed of Life. The trees on the western side of the playground began to grow uncontrollably, their thick roots breaking through the earth to ensnare the leader's legs. "Ah!" the leader roared, tearing the roots asunder, yet his movements had already slowed. Seizing the moment, Hong Liang concentrated all his energy into his twin daggers, which spiraled into 2 beams of crimson and azure light, penetrating the metallic layer of the leader's chest like a drill. "How could this be? The divine power is impossible." The leader gasped, glancing down at the gaping wound from which silver light leaked. He staggered back a few steps, but then unexpectedly broke into a sinister grin. "You shall perish." The esteemed bishop, before he could finish his ominous proclamation, his body suddenly swelled. Realizing what was about to happen, Hong Liang instinctively embraced Lin Xiaoyu and fell to the ground. Boom! The metallic figure exploded, sending shockwaves that stirred up dust, enveloping the playground in a cloud of debris. As the smoke cleared, a metallic ring emerged from the ground, with a keyhole at its center. Hong Liang rose, brushing off the dirt, and retrieved the 3 keys he had fused together, discovering a silver key among the remnants. As he separated the fused keys, inserting the silver one into the keyhole, the entire playground began to descend, revealing a staircase leading underground. "This is the Gate of Revelation," Lin Xiaoyu remarked, glancing at the small inscription beside the passage. The key flew from the keyhole, merging back into Hong Liang's hand. Together, they descended the staircase, which led to a circular hall where a portal, composed entirely of pure energy, floated at its center. As they approached, the portal suddenly expanded and engulfed them. Hong Liang felt himself immersed in a warm ocean of energy, every cell in his body rejoicing. Memories from his past life and experiences from this life flickered before him like a revolving lantern, ultimately crystallizing into a single image, a landmark in the capital. Time became irrelevant as he floated in midair, surrounded by a tricolored stream of energy. With a mere thought, the energy immediately transformed according to his will, and the core of energy within him solidified several-fold, expanding his perception to encompass the entire campus. Stage 3: Energy Reconstruction. Hong Liang declared as he landed. Noticing that Lin Xiaoyu was enveloped in a cocoon of green energy, her vitality steadily ascending. As she emerged from the chrysalis, the leaf-shaped tattoo on her wrist had evolved into a vine pattern, sprawling across half of her arm. "Now I can sense all the plants within a kilometer," Lin Xiaoyu exclaimed, her excitement palpable as the Gate of Revelation gradually dissipated, leaving behind a crystalline slate that displayed a map of the Great Xia. 7 red dots appeared in various provinces, forming the shape of the Big Dipper, with their current position marked as Yaoguang, glowing faintly with a crimson light. "It seems we must gradually head north," Hong Liang observed. Hong Liang gazed at the distribution of the red dots and marveled at how the Big Dipper extended solely to the north, entirely disconnected from the south. However, he knew that impatience was unwarranted. They currently lacked the capability to traverse provinces. The foremost objective was to enhance their abilities. Everything else was mere illusion, and only through self-improvement could they find the true path. Clenching his fists, he felt the surging flow of energy within him. After ascending to the 3rd tier, his total energy had more than tripled, yet at this moment, it surged like wild stallions, rampaging through his meridians. He attempted to condense an energy blade, only for the light emanating from his palm to flicker erratically, with small shards of energy dissipating at the edges. The energy refused to coalesce and instead dispersed. Furrowing his brow, Hong Liang muttered to himself. He had heard of such phenomena in his previous life. When a power wielder ascends too rapidly, their body struggles to keep pace with the surge of energy, leading to diminished skill efficacy at best, or potentially triggering an energy backlash at worst. Honggu. The energy fluctuations around you are quite chaotic, resembling a sapling in a tempest, at risk of snapping at any moment. Lin Xiaoyu suddenly grasped his arm, her vine tattoo on the wrist glowing faintly. After her advancement to the 2nd tier, her plant sensing ability allowed her to detect the flow of energy, and she sensed the tumult within Hong Liang, expressing her concern. Hong Liang turned his gaze northward. The red dots on the crystal slab continued to shimmer. Yet in their current state, recklessly heading north would be tantamount to courting death. He took a deep breath and resolved. "Let us first cleanse the city of zombies and gather energy stones. I require combat to harmonize with this energy." As they departed from the school, the city's transformation became increasingly apparent. The black fungal patches, though listless, formed a patterned network, resembling a colossal spider's web cloaking the remnants of buildings. Strangely, beside the blood moon, the outline of a second moon had become distinctly visible, emanating a soft blue glow. "That sight unsettles me," Lin Xiaoyu remarked, gazing up at the dual moons, her fingers unconsciously tracing the leaf-shaped tattoo. Activating his energy vision, Hong Liang discerned that the blue moon was encircled by an aura reminiscent of ki energy. "It does not appear to be a natural celestial body," he murmured, suddenly recalling the words of the Knight Commander before his demise. Did that bishop possess knowledge of something? A hoarse roar interrupted his thoughts as 5 zombies emerged from around the corner. Their skin exhibited an abnormal grayish-white hue, with black fungal patches infesting their joints. The foremost zombie had transformed its right arm into a massive bone blade, carving deep furrows into the ground as it ran, an almost 1st-tier mutant. Hong Liang narrowed his eyes. Previously, such zombies required cautious handling, but now a cold smile crept onto his lips. Chapter 23. Cloud Pattern Stone Pillar. 12 daggers, split from frost and flame, simultaneously erupted from the storage ring, arranging themselves into a circular formation midair. With a thrust of both hands, Liang sent the circular saw formed by the daggers whistling toward the horde of zombies. The bone-bladed zombie attempted to block the attack, but the reinforced bone blade was no match for the energy-enhanced daggers, shattering like decayed wood in an instant. 5 heads soared into the air almost simultaneously, and the bodies, still poised in their forward charge, stumbled a few steps before crashing to the ground. Splendid. Lin Xiaoyu clapped her hands, but soon furrowed her brow and remarked, "Isn't the energy consumption a bit excessive?" Liang exhaled deeply and nodded. This strike was astonishingly powerful, yet it consumed nearly 1/10 of his energy. In his past life, an attack of this caliber could have been executed at least 20 times by an equally ranked ability user. The lack of precision in control meant that 60% of his energy was essentially squandered. He approached to collect the energy stones from the zombie's fingers, and 3 blue energy stones appeared in his grasp. The higher the degree of mutation in a zombie, the greater the likelihood of multiple energy stones manifesting. In the following 3 days, the duo used the school as their stronghold, systematically clearing the surrounding zombies. Liang deliberately refrained from using wide-area lethal skills, opting instead to practice fine manipulation. By the 7th day, he had mastered the ability to direct 12 daggers to execute different commands, significantly reducing energy expenditure by a full 60%. Lin Xiaoyu, too, was not idle. Her life seed could store energy equivalent to 10 yellow energy stones, allowing for a sudden burst of power at critical moments. During an encounter with 7 mutated zombies, she swiftly summoned dozens of thorny vines, shredding the zombies into pieces. Look at this. On the 5th day at dawn, Lin Xiaoyu excitedly showcased her new ability. The vine tattoo on her wrist writhed and quickly enveloped her entire body, forming a lightweight suit of plant armor. I call it Qingluo armor. It can withstand attacks below the 1st tier. Liang tested it with a dagger, and indeed, the seemingly soft vines absorbed the impact. Defensive abilities are quite precious, especially for a duo like ours that leans towards offense, he marveled sincerely. As he spoke, his energy vision suddenly detected a rapidly moving red dot. Liang swiftly turned around and saw a grotesque zombie leaping out from a small building beside the school. This creature had 2 heads and 8 legs arranged spider-like, with a massive flesh tumor protruding from its back, emanating a peak 1st-tier energy fluctuation. Retreat. Liang shoved Lin Xiaoyu aside, and 12 daggers instantly formed a defensive formation. The deformed zombie let out a piercing shriek, and the flesh tumor suddenly erupted, sending dozens of black spikes raining down like a torrential storm. The daggers blocked most of them, but 3 still penetrated the defense. Liang dodged to the side. 2 spikes grazed his combat suit, leaving corrosive marks on the surface. The 3rd spike was poised to hit him squarely in the face. Bang! A green shadow flitted past, and the spike was abruptly intercepted by a suddenly sprouted wooden shield. Lin Xiaoyu pressed her hands to the ground, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. Its attack carries corrosive energy with black spores. Liang's expression hardened. No wonder ordinary zombies mutated so swiftly. It was due to the parasitic spores. He decided to unleash his full potential, merging the 12 daggers into 2, which then erupted with a vibrant red and blue glow, tracing spirals in the air. Just as the deformed zombie attempted to leap away, it was ensnared by vines that suddenly burst forth from the ground, pulling its legs back down and trapping it in place. Boom! The energy beam struck the zombie's chest with pinpoint accuracy, completely vaporizing its upper body. The remaining limbs twitched a few times before finally falling still. At the very moment the zombies perished, the ground suddenly trembled. The 2 individuals stepped back cautiously, witnessing an ancient stone pillar slowly rising from beneath the earth. The surface of the pillar was intricately adorned with exquisite cloud patterns and beast heads, crowned with a diminutive bronze cauldron, a quintessential emblem of the Qin dynasty. Is this a miniature version of the stone pillar from the provincial museum? Liang exclaimed in astonishment. In his previous life, he not only had never seen such an object, but he hadn't even heard of it. Could it be that his lowly status in his past life was the cause of this ignorance? As the pillar fully emerged, a luminous screen projected from the cauldron, revealing a plethora of dense text and images. Lin Xiaoyu leaned closer to decipher the display. Energy Stone Exchange System. Energy stones can be exchanged for various items. As Lin Xiaoyu elaborated, Liang's heartbeat quickened. At the top of the screen was a space stone, labeled as capable of expanding storage equipment's capacity tenfold, with an exchange price of 3 red stones, 30 yellow stones, or 300 blue stones. Below lay an array of unheard-of items such as energy essence, physical enhancement agents, skill engravings, and proficiency in ancient texts, each accompanied by a small numeral, some indicating a quantity of 1, others 2, suggesting a limited supply. Look at this ratio. Lin Xiaoyu pointed to the small print in the corner. 10 blue for 1 yellow, 10 yellow for 1 red, 10 red for 1 green. I need to exchange for a proficiency in ancient texts first. I am utterly clueless about these ancient characters. Without you here, even if there were treasures, I wouldn't recognize them. Hong Liang swiftly calculated his stock. After hunting over 100 zombies in recent days, combined with prior accumulations, he possessed 317 blue stones and 13 yellow stones. Without hesitation, he exchanged 30 yellow stones and 3 blue stones for the space stone and the proficiency in ancient texts. The stone felt icy to the touch, shimmering like stars. Following the instructions, he affixed the space stone to his storage ring. After a burst of bright light, the ring's surface patterns grew more intricate, and its internal space surged from 10 cubic meters to a staggering 100 cubic meters. Subsequently, he pressed the ancient text proficiency stone against his forehead. A refreshing sensation enveloped him. When he gazed back at the stone pillar, he could comprehend all the text. Hong Liang could not help but exclaim, "If only I had this during my college entrance examination, I wouldn't have scored so poorly in English. How convenient." With the expanded storage ring, Hong Liang attempted to store an abandoned car, finding it as effortless as lifting a feather. He also exchanged for 2 vials of energy stabilizers, consuming one himself and offering the other to Lin Xiaoyu. As the liquid slid down his throat, he immediately felt the restless energy within him calm, akin to boiling water being doused with ice. His energy perception sharpened significantly, enabling him to see the drifting energy particles in the air. This could help stabilize our realms. Hong Liang remarked, elated. "Let us gather more energy stones and exchange for some good items for you as well." However, Lin Xiaoyu's attention was fixated on the bottom of the luminous screen, where a few lines of obscure text read, "Chosen 1 art project." She reached out to click it, only to be met with a prompt indicating insufficient permissions, requiring a rank of 5 or above. Rank 5, Hong Liang chuckled ruefully. "I haven't even fully mastered rank 3 yet. Let us focus on the present. I have a training plan at hand." No sooner had the words left his lips than the stone pillar began to tremble, and a warning flashed upon the luminous screen. A large-scale zombie horde detected. Chapter 24, Third Stage Zombies. A horde? There are third-stage zombies within it. Hong Liang felt a shiver run down his spine. In his previous life, third-stage mutants did not appear until the second year, and now, less than a month into the apocalypse, the two hastily gathered their belongings, preparing to depart. Before leaving, Hong Liang noticed a miniature map at the base of the stone pillar, indicating that there were 6 such exchange points within the city, one of which was merely 3 kilometers away in a park. "Let us investigate there first," he pointed at the map. "If each point possesses unique items, we must devise a way to acquire all the distinctive goods from each location." Suddenly, Lin Xiaoyu grasped his arm. "Wait, there's something amiss." She closed her eyes, and the vine tattoo on her arm emitted a faint glow. Northwest, approximately 300 meters away, there are people. It seems someone is collecting zombie samples. The figures donned familiar attire, members of the Black Cloak organization, each adorned with the emblem of the Royal Knights on their chests, utilizing specialized containers to extract fragments from a grotesque zombie. They are remnants of the Royal Knights. Whatever their intentions, they are undoubtedly up to no good. Hong Liang's gaze turned icy. He cared little for their motives in collecting mutated samples, for such individuals in the Great Xia would never act with benevolence. Coupled with their previous obsession with the keys, it was likely they were scheming something sinister. The alarm of the zombie horde grew increasingly urgent, and Hong Liang's eyes sparkled with mischief. "Ah, the spectacle of dogs biting dogs is upon us. Let us lead the horde towards them and allow these traitors to taste the consequences of their actions." Hong Liang and Lin Xiaoyu exchanged a glance, excitement glimmering in their eyes. Though the plan was fraught with peril, the potential rewards were undeniably enticing. "I will draw the horde. You keep watch on the movements of the knights and signal me with the plants at any moment." As he spoke, Hong Liang retrieved several bottles of high-proof liquor collected from a supermarket from his storage ring, swiftly crafting them into makeshift Molotov cocktails. Lin Xiaoyu nodded, her vine tattoo glowing softly. "Be cautious. Those third-stage zombies give me a very unsettling feeling. They are formidable." Hong Liang acknowledged her concern and donned his shadow cloak, his form gradually fading into the air. Silently, he approached the periphery of the horde, and through his energy vision, he could discern thousands of red dots densely clustered on the street, with the 3 brightest points at the center, presumably the third-stage mutants. The horde wandered aimlessly, and seizing the opportune moment, Hong Liang hurled a Molotov cocktail towards the outskirts of the horde. With a resounding bang, flames erupted, igniting several zombies that let out piercing screams. This cacophony seemed to trigger some primal instinct, setting the entire horde into a frenzy. Liang swiftly launched several more cocktails to ensure he had captured the attention of all the zombies before retreating towards the direction of the knights. They are all following. Lin Xiaoyu's voice resonated in Liang's ear through the plant connection, and after a brief pause, she continued. The black cloaks seem to have noticed something amiss. They are packing up their equipment and preparing to withdraw. With a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth, Liang declared, "Think you can escape? It's too late." He abruptly revealed his form and shot a beam of energy towards the building where the knightly order was concealed, before vanishing once more. This beam of energy served as a beacon in the night, instantly capturing the attention of the horde of undead. At the forefront stood a towering 3-meter-tall abomination, its body encased in bone armor, which let out a ferocious roar, rallying the undead towards that direction. Liang swiftly moved to Lin Xiaoyu's side, who released a segment of plant life to mask their scents. The two then concealed themselves atop a building, utilizing Lin Xiaoyu's botanical senses to observe the unfolding battle. The 7 members of the knightly order were evidently taken aback by the sudden onslaught of the undead by the time they realized what was happening. The horde had already surrounded their building. However, these individuals, being professionally trained abilities, did not panic. Instead, they promptly organized a defensive formation. "Activate the energy barrier," shouted the leader clad in black. 3 members quickly retrieved a metallic device from their packs, assembling it into a triangular base. As several blue energy stones were tossed inside, a pale blue light curtain sealed off the entrance of the building. The foremost zombies collided with the barrier, instantly incinerated by high-voltage electricity. Yet, the sheer number of undead relentlessly assaulted the barrier, causing the light to flicker ominously. "They won't hold out for long. That barrier can last at most 5 more minutes," Liang remarked, observing the unstable energy shield. Indeed, within 3 minutes, cracks began to appear in the barrier. A knight hastily drew a metallic sphere from his waist and hurled it towards the horde. Boom! A violent explosion shattered dozens of zombies into pieces, but it also provoked the towering abomination, which leaped forward and struck the precarious barrier with a powerful fist. With a resounding crack, the barrier shattered entirely, forcing the cloaked figures into close combat, where they displayed impressive prowess. Liang noted that each of them was at least a peak-level ability user, showcasing a seamless coordination and ruthless techniques. How did they cultivate so many first-tier abilities in such a short time? He pondered, furrowing his brow at the sight of these formidable individuals. This was no trivial matter. The stronger these treacherous beings became, the greater the peril for the people of the Great Xia. They had committed numerous misdeeds during peacetime, and now, in this apocalyptic era, the threat was even more pronounced. One black-clad fighter, wielding dual swords, moved like a specter among the zombies, each strike flawlessly severing a zombie's head. Another burly man engaged in hand-to-hand combat, his fists gleaming with metallic luster, capable of shattering a zombie's skull with a single blow. Most striking was their leader, who wielded an energy pistol in each hand. The projectiles were not ordinary bullets, but special energy orbs that, upon striking a zombie, would freeze it entirely before shattering into icy shards. "Their equipment is even more advanced than we imagined," Lin Xiaoyu remarked, frowning. "I don't recall hearing about such weapons before." Liang nodded in agreement. "These traders are backed by formidable powers." The battle escalated into a fervent clash. Although the knights possessed formidable strength, the sheer number of corpses proved overwhelming, compounded by the assault of 3 third-tier mutated entities, leading to swift casualties among their ranks. The first third-tier mutant, a skeletal zombie, seized upon a knight's misstep, its claw piercing through the knight's chest. A second knight rushed to his aid, only to be ambushed from behind by another third-tier mutant, a lithe and swift zombie, whose sharp claws severed half of his skull in a single strike. Only 5 remained. Liang calmly counted. The knight commander, sensing the dire situation, suddenly produced a red capsule from his pocket and swallowed it. Almost instantaneously, his body began to swell, muscles bulging, skin turning a dark crimson, and his energy surged to the pinnacle of the second tier. Was this some form of stimulant? What a formidable team lay behind these individuals. Liang furrowed his brow, recalling the stimulants used by Terran soldiers in StarCraft that significantly enhanced their attack power at the cost of health. The enraged commander's strength surged dramatically, enabling him to single-handedly confront 2 third-tier mutants. His energy pistol's power multiplied several times, shattering the right leg of the agile mutant with a single shot. However, the respite was brief. A third-tier mutant, a corpulent zombie capable of spewing corrosive liquid, launched a sudden attack from the side. A jet of corrosive fluid struck the commander's back, eliciting a howl of agony as his defenses were breached, a gaping hole appearing in his back, revealing his stark, white vertebrae. Seizing the opportunity, the skeletal zombie landed a powerful blow to the commander's head. Despite the enhancement from the stimulant, the impact caused blood to flow from the commander's orifices, forcing him to stagger backward. The remaining black-clad individuals observed their leader's plight and immediately contracted their defenses in a desperate attempt to assist him, yet the horde of corpses had completely encircled them. Soon, another black-clad figure was overwhelmed by several zombies, their screams drowned in a gruesome display of carnage. In a matter of moments, all the black-clad individuals were annihilated by the zombies. As the undead began to feast upon the corpses, Hong Liang shouted, "Now is the time." The two swiftly mobilized. Approaching the battlefield's periphery, Lin Xiaoyu pressed her hands to the ground, causing countless vines to erupt from the earth, forming a barrier around the horde to prevent any zombies from escaping. Meanwhile, Hong Liang charged into the fray, his sights set on the injured corpulent mutant. 12 daggers traced elegant arcs through the air, accurately piercing the mutant's wound as Hong Liang unleashed his energy. The icy and fiery energies within the daggers erupted inside the mutant. Boom! The corpulent mutant exploded into a mass of flesh and blood, and a red energy stone, roughly the size of a fist, soared forth. Hong Liang, quick-witted, snatched it up and stored it in his storage ring. The other two third-tier mutants immediately sensed the new threat. The skeletal zombie abandoned its gruesome feast on the black-clad corpses and lunged towards Hong Liang. Just as planned, Hong Liang stood firm, conjuring two energy long swords in his hands, ready to confront the oncoming assault head-on. Clang! The fist of the skeletal zombie collided with the energy sword, producing a resounding metallic clash. With a vigorous motion, it cast aside the energy sword, causing the skeletal zombie to stagger back several steps. However, it quickly regained its footing. Before it could pounce again, 12 daggers surged towards its vital points from various angles. The skeletal zombie roared in fury, attempting to block the attack with its arms. Yet it failed to notice the sudden movement beneath its feet. Several thick vines ensnared its legs, expertly immobilizing it through Lin Xiaoyu's plant control. Seizing the opportunity, Hong Liang conjured another energy sword and thrust it towards the zombie's chest. The skeletal zombie barely managed to evade the fatal strike by turning to the side, but was still pierced through the shoulder. It bellowed in rage and tore apart the vines, causing numerous sharp spikes to sprout from its armor, indiscriminately firing toward Shizhou. "Be careful," Hong Liang shouted, and the shadow cloak unfurled instantaneously, with 12 daggers swirling around him to form two protective barriers. The spikes were completely thwarted by the dual defenses, and in that moment of reprieve, the zombie lunged towards Hong Liang with reckless abandon. Just then, a green shadow darted past. Lin Xiaoyu, encased in her Qingluo armor, collided with the skeletal zombie from the side, disrupting its balance. Hong Liang seized the moment, merging the 12 daggers into a singular entity, which transformed into a streak of light that pierced the zombie's eye socket. With a sickening squelch, the dagger emerged from the back of its skull, trailing a viscous black liquid. The skeletal zombie convulsed violently a few times before finally collapsing to the ground. The last of the Tier 3 mutated beings, the speedster zombie with its right leg shattered by ice, sensed its imminent demise and attempted to flee. Lin Xiaoyu scoffed, and the ground erupted with numerous thorny vines, completely sealing off its escape route. Hong Liang wasted no time. Two energy swords flew from his hands, crossing to slice through the zombie's neck. At the moment its head was severed, the body continued to run for a few steps before tumbling down. With the demise of the three Tier 3 mutants, the remaining zombies descended into chaos. Hong Liang and Lin Xiaoyu, in perfect synchrony, swiftly cleared the remaining foes. The battlefield was strewn with corpses and energy stones. Hong Liang roughly estimated that there were at least hundreds of blue energy stones and over 100 yellow ones. The most precious of all was a red energy stone. The fleeing Tier 3 zombie had 2 of them. "Quickly gather the spoils," Hong Liang instructed as he approached the corpses of the knights. "Let us see what treasures they possess." On the body of the knight leader, Hong Liang discovered a metallic box containing 3 red capsules, likely the type that could forcibly enhance one's abilities. Additionally, there was an electronic map marked with several locations, all of which were police stations or military bases. It seemed this group had ulterior motives. "These ruffians are eyeing military bases. They must not succeed," Hong Liang remarked as they swiftly tidied the battlefield before making their way back to the stone pillar exchange point. The stone pillar stood silently, clearly untouched by any previous visitors. Hong Liang placed his hand upon the stone pillar, and instantly, a luminous veil unfurled. With the energy stones acquired from the recent extermination of the undead horde, he resolved to exchange all remaining items. The instant step seal allowed for instantaneous movement over short distances, a divine skill essential for survival. Lin Xiaoyu exclaimed with excitement, mentioning the energy shield seal and the plant activation seal. After a thorough discussion, they decided to bestow the instant step seal upon Hong Liang, given his frequent engagements in close combat. The remaining energy shield seal and plant activation seal were deemed suitable for Lin Xiaoyu, who would thus utilize them. The process of employing the seals was remarkably straightforward. One merely had to affix the selected seal stone to their forehead, whereupon it would seamlessly integrate into their being. As Hong Liang felt an influx of new information in his mind, he attempted to activate the instant step. Whoosh! His figure materialized 5 meters away in an instant. The entire occurrence devoid of any forewarning, akin to a frame jump in a video. It was truly astonishing. This skill demanded minimal energy, yet possessed immense practical value. Hong Liang marveled. Lin Xiaoyu successfully activated the energy shield and plant activation seals as well, upon urging a common blade of grass. She was astounded to witness it grow to over a meter in mere seconds, its edges sharp as a knife due to the activation seal's influence. My plant control ability has increased by at least 30%, she joyfully declared. The two continued to peruse the exchange list, redeeming all remaining items until they acquired physical enhancement potions and energy restoration elixirs. As the final item was exchanged, the stone pillar suddenly radiated a blinding light. Chapter 26, Perfect Advancement. A mechanized voice announced, detected that the exchanger has cleared their inventory, triggering hidden rewards, leveling up by 1, presenting in perfect condition. A beam of golden light shot forth from the pinnacle of the stone pillar, enveloping Hong Liang and Lin Xiaoyu. He felt an influx of pure, untainted energy surge into his body, every cell rejoicing in exuberance. The energy core expanded rapidly, the meridians widened, and the previously unstable energy now flowed with effortless grace. As the radiance dissipated, Hong Liang had ascended to the rank of a Western-tier ability user. Unlike the forced elevation experienced prior, this ascension bore no adverse effects. Rather, it enabled him to master energy with an unprecedented finesse. Is this what a perfect advancement feels like? Hong Liang reveled in the surging power within him, effortlessly commanding 12 daggers to arrange themselves into a complex formation in midair, each responding to his will. Lin Xiaoyu, being in close proximity, was also enveloped by the crimson light, reaping considerable benefits. Though she did not directly achieve a level up, her various abilities had markedly improved, and her internal energy was now harmonized, with her newly acquired plant activation capability allowing her to activate all flora within a 50-meter radius. The stone pillar seemed to be on the verge of vanishing. Lin Xiaoyu observed its gradual transparency. Just before the pillar completely disappeared, the final message projected, collecting 7 exchange points. Hidden rewards will unlock the ultimate trial. Hong Liang etched this message deeply in his mind. It appeared their journey was far from over. As the stone pillars transformed into twinkling starlight and dissipated, the park regained its tranquility, with only the scattered remnants of energy stones attesting to the events that had just transpired. What shall we do next? Lin Xiaoyu inquired. Hong Liang gazed toward the north, where the red dot on the crystal board continued to flicker. We must continue to grow stronger and then head north. We need to seize all these stone pillars. However, before leaving, we require more intelligence regarding the royal knights and that Lord Bishop. He produced the electronic map he had retrieved from the knight leader, noting the marked locations. Let us investigate these sites one by one. We might uncover additional clues. Lin Xiaoyu nodded, her vine tattoo shimmering in the sunlight. Whatever lies ahead, we will face it together. Hong Liang smiled, the energy from the western steppes coursing through him, instilling an unprecedented confidence. The battle for survival in this apocalyptic world had only just begun, and he was already a step ahead of everyone else. The twin moons hung high in the sky, their blood-red light intermingling with a spectral blue glow, casting an eerie veil over the desolate city. The site of Xianxing University, once one of the most prosperous areas of the city, had been transformed into a ghostly wasteland by tens of thousands of students who had once thrived there. Now, it lay in ruin, overrun by black fungal growths on the teaching buildings, decaying corpses strewn across the playground, and the air thick with the stench of blood and decay. Hong Liang and Lin Xiaoyu stood at the entrance of the campus, their expressions grave as they surveyed the surroundings. The number of zombies here was considerable, and it seemed there were also a good number of living souls. Lin Xiaoyu furrowed her brow slightly, the vine tattoo on her wrist glowing faintly as it sensed the feedback from the surrounding flora. Hong Liang activated his energy vision and indeed spotted several faint glimmers within the campus, indicative of human presence. Nevertheless, he dismissed them, regardless of them. Our objective is to hunt high-level zombies and assist you in solidifying your third-tier level during battle. After all, the initial absorption of energy stones to advance is quite unstable. Hong Liang stated nonchalantly. If these people are not in our way, let them fend for themselves. Lin Xiaoyu nodded, and the two stepped into the campus. However, they had scarcely taken a few steps when the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from a distance. Someone. There are indeed people. A slender boy wearing glasses dashed out from around the corner of the teaching building, his face alight with surprise. Soon, dozens of individuals emerged from various nooks, young people resembling students, middle-aged men in security uniforms, and even a few ragged elderly. Are you from the military? A girl asked excitedly. No, they aren't in uniform. They might be a civilian rescue team. Please, take us away from here. Hong Liang frowned and replied coldly. We are not a rescue team. We are merely passing through. The group was taken aback, and their expressions shifted. Passing through? You clearly have weapons. Why don't you help us? A middle-aged man shouted in anger. Exactly. It's the apocalypse. Shouldn't humanity help one another? You are so powerful. Why don't you protect us? Lin Xiaoyu looked at Hong Liang with a hint of helplessness, her voice barely above a whisper. Brother Hong. Hong Liang let out a cold laugh, his gaze icy. In this apocalypse, moral coercion is the most foolish act. Disregarding further discussion, he turned to leave. However, the group was relentless. Stop. A tall young man rushed forward, gripping Hong Liang's shoulder with a fierce hold. You can't leave. You have a responsibility to protect us. Hong Liang's eyes narrowed, and with a sudden jolt, he shook off the grip, sending the young man staggering back several paces. Looking for death? The young man steadied himself, his face flushed with anger as he shouted. Who do you think you are? This is the apocalypse. Humanity should unite. You have the power. Why won't you help us? Yes, you must take us with you. If you dare leave, you will be traitors to humanity. Hong Liang's patience was completely exhausted. Slowly raising his hand, 12 daggers materialized out of thin air, encircling him as a chilling aura of death enveloped the scene. I'll say it once more, leave. The group finally sensed the danger, their faces pale as they began to retreat. Yet the young man, still unwilling to relent, gritted his teeth and said, Do you dare to kill? This is a society governed by law. A society governed by law. Hong Liang scoffed, his smile cold. Look around you. Is there any law left? Before he could finish, a deep growl echoed from afar. Roar. A massive zombie, covered in black fungal spots, burst forth from behind the teaching building, its arms transformed into sharp bone blades, exuding an aura of peak second-tier strength. Ah, the monster is here. The survivors screamed in terror, scattering in all directions. Hong Liang's expression hardened as he turned to Lin Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu, this one is yours. It's a perfect opportunity for practice. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xiaoyu nodded. All right. She pressed her hands to the ground, and countless vines erupted from the earth, swiftly ensnaring the zombie's legs. The creature roared in fury, slashing with its bone blades, but the vines were remarkably resilient, holding firm. Seizing the moment, Lin Xiaoyu activated her plant enhancement ability, causing sharp poisonous thorns to sprout along the vines, piercing deeply into the zombie's flesh. Roar. The zombie howled in agony, its body beginning to decay. But just then, more zombies emerged, and someone among the survivors shouted, They can kill the monsters. Quickly, hide behind them. Instantly, everyone scrambled desperately to take shelter behind Hong Liang and Lin Xiaoyu, with some even shoving Lin Xiaoyu forward in an attempt to place her in front. What are you doing? Lin Xiaoyu exclaimed, caught off guard, and nearly toppled over. Hong Liang's gaze turned icy once more. Seeking death, he raised his hand sharply, and the 12 daggers transformed into streaks of light, piercing through those who had pushed Lin Xiaoyu. With a splatter of blood, the individuals fell, eyes wide with disbelief. They killed someone. The survivors screamed in terror. Hong Liang coldly stated, In the apocalypse, the weak must possess the awareness of their own weakness. Anyone who dares to hinder must face death. This group of individuals finally succumbed to despair, fleeing in disarray while crying out. Lin Xiaoyu cast a complex glance at Hong Liang but refrained from uttering any superfluous words. Instead, she swiftly adjusted her mindset to confront the second-tier zombie once more. Ultimately, the creature was completely strangled by the vines, and a yellow energy stone fell to the ground. Brother Hong, I can feel my abilities solidifying, Lin Xiaoyu exclaimed, exhilaration coursing through her as she sensed the surging energy within her. Hong Liang nodded in approval. Excellent. Eliminate those zombies. They shall serve as stepping stones on your path to advancement. The clock tower of Xianxing University was eternally frozen at the moment of the apocalypse's onset. As Lin Xiaoyu stepped over a puddle of dark red water, the vine tattoo on her wrist faintly glimmered. She furrowed her brow and said, "Brother Hong, there are 37 living people in the Eastern Teaching Building, but their condition is rather dire." Hong Liang nodded, perceiving the faint light points in his energy vision, akin to flickering candles in the wind. However, several light points appeared significantly stronger than the rest. He adjusted the collar of his shadow cloak and remarked, "There are ability users over there. There's no need for me to intervene. Our objective lies with the high-tier zombies in the sports warehouse." The black fungal stains on the campus were denser than those in other parts of the city, resembling a malignant vascular network that crawled over the surfaces of the buildings. As they traversed the central square, Lin Xiaoyu suddenly halted and grasped Hong Liang's arm. "Wait, someone is following us." Noticing the two in front coming to a standstill, 5 ragged students emerged from behind a statue. The leading boy brandished a fire axe, his voice trembling. "Hand over your food." Hong Liang let out a cold laugh. Summoning 12 daggers from his storage ring, which formed a swirling ring in midair, sunlight dancing off their metallic surfaces and rendering the students' faces ashen. "Food, you say?" Hong Liang pointed towards the western school gate. "There's plenty at the supermarket 3 kilometers away." Suddenly, a girl with dreadlocks knelt down. "Please, take us with you. We haven't eaten for 3 days." Lin Xiaoyu instinctively reached for her waist pouch, only to have her wrist restrained by Hong Liang. He leaned closer to her ear and whispered, "Have you forgotten last week's lesson?" A flashback of the moment when survivors had shoved her surged into her mind, causing Lin Xiaoyu's fingers to freeze. At that moment, a terrifying howl erupted from the direction of the stadium, and the ground began to tremble slightly. A peak second-tier zombie is about to evolve. Hong Liang's eyes sparkled with excitement as he pulled Lin Xiaoyu to leave. However, the girl with dreadlocks lunged forward, clutching Lin Xiaoyu's leg. "Don't go. If you leave, we will all die." As if this were a signal, dozens of people suddenly surged out of the teaching building, akin to sharks sensing blood, encircling the two. A middle-aged man wearing a white lab coat squeezed through the crowd, his badge proclaiming him as an associate professor in the biology department. "Comrade, I am the head of the university's emergency response team." The man pushed his already cracked glasses up his nose and continued, "According to Article 27 of the Emergency Response Act, all citizens have an obligation during special circumstances." Hong Liang brandished the flame-imbued dagger, fire flickering along the blade. "If you utter another word, I shall let you experience what it truly means to be in a special circumstance." The crowd erupted in chaos as a young man suddenly shouted, "Fear not, everyone." They would not dare to act. Before his voice could fade, a resounding dagger had already silently flown past, pressing against his throat. In an instant, the young man's trousers were soaked, and screams erupted around him. "Law and order?" The young man, Hong Liang, surveyed the crowd. "Then why do you not seek the police?" He kicked aside a rotting arm at his feet. Or perhaps this esteemed judge could rise to dispense justice. At that moment, Lin Xiaoyu tugged at his sleeve, exclaiming, "Honggu, the horde of zombies has been attracted." From the direction of the stadium, over 20 mutated zombies charged forth, the lead one towering at 3 meters. Its left arm transformed into a massive bone hammer, leaving cracks in the asphalt with each step. Upon spotting the zombies, the crowd erupted into a frenzy, pushing and crying as they rushed towards the teaching building. Seizing the opportunity, the associate professor grabbed Lin Xiaoyu's backpack. "Take me to the safe house. I know where the military is." Bang! Hong Liang's fist drove into the professor's face, collapsing his nose, and Lin Xiaoyu seized the moment to break free. Pressing her hands to the ground, green vine barrier. Countless thorny vines burst forth from the earth, erecting a 3-meter-high wall of thorns before the horde. The bone hammer zombie roared as it struck the vines, green sap splattering, yet new branches swiftly filled the gaps. This barrier was quite formidable. Hong Liang whistled. "Now, let us focus on dealing with this behemoth." He activated his instant step imprint, vanishing and reappearing above the bone hammer zombie, 12 daggers simultaneously stabbing towards the zombie's nape, only to be repelled by a layer of suddenly emerging black spores upon contact. It possesses spore armor. It seems these zombies have begun to merge with the spores. Hong Liang executed a mid-air flip, narrowly avoiding a sweeping strike from the bone hammer, the ground beneath him caving in half a meter deep, sending a shockwave that toppled 5 ordinary zombies nearby. Lin Xiaoyu bit her finger, smearing blood onto her vine tattoo, blood vine strangulation. The thorn wall suddenly turned a dark crimson, countless blood-red vines as thin as hair burrowing into the zombies' bodies, causing the bone hammer zombie to momentarily falter, sprouts emerging from its orifices. Seizing the opportunity, Hong Liang crossed 2 main daggers into a cross, ice fire slash. The intertwined red and blue energy blades cleaved through the zombie's chest, and in quick succession, he severed its head and fingers. A chicken egg-sized yellow energy stone rolling out from the severed digit. With their leader down, the horde of zombies descended into chaos, each being strangled by the blood vines. As the last zombie fell, scattered applause drifted from the teaching building's window. Liang cast a cold glance, and the pale faces instantly retreated into darkness. As he began to gather the spoils, he kicked the corpse of the bonehammer zombie, flipping it over to inspect the peculiar spore growth on its back. Frowning as he remarked, "This fellow's spores look rather odd." Lin Xiaoyu was busy collecting energy stones when she suddenly gasped, "Honggu, look!" Beneath the corpse of a zombie lay half a laboratory record, where a few hastily scribbled notes read, December 15th. The 8th failure of the virus and bacterial plaque fusion experiment unexpectedly revealed the catalytic effect of the energy stone. Upon contact with the energy stone, a typical zombie's pupils contracted sharply. Liang swiftly flipped through the experimental record, which contained numerous floor plans of the school, with a particular note highlighting the basement's location in relation to the library. Chapter 28, The Library Dam. No wonder the zombies at West City University are evolving so rapidly. Someone here is conducting catalytic experiments on ordinary zombies using bacterial plaques and viruses. Liang crumpled the document in his hands and hurled it violently to the ground. Suddenly, an explosion resonated from the library, followed by a rapid barrage of gunfire. The two exchanged glances and simultaneously activated their stealth skills, stealthily moving toward the source of the commotion. At the rear entrance of the library, 3 individuals clad in black tactical gear were engaged in a fierce gun battle with a horde of zombies. Adorned with the familiar emblem of the Royal Knights on their chests, they wielded not melee weapons, but standardized submachine guns. Why do these wretched beings persist? What business do they have here? Liang squinted at the figures in black. The leader of the black-clad individuals suddenly produced a metallic sphere and tossed it into the throng of corpses. Upon detonation, the sphere released a cloud of blue powder rather than shrapnel, causing the zombies to convulse and collapse as the bacterial plaques on their bodies visibly withered. What is this substance? It can incapacitate the zombies instantly. Lin Xiaoyu gasped in astonishment. Liang's expression darkened. It seems we have uncovered another reason for the rapid evolution of zombies at West City University. As the last zombie fell, the black-clad individuals swiftly advanced toward the entrance of the library's basement. Liang signaled quietly, and the two followed silently. The basement, once a storage area for expired newspapers and magazines, had been transformed into a laboratory. Over 30 incubation pods were arranged within, each containing zombies at various stages of evolution. The electronic screen on the wall displayed real-time data, energy stone conversion rate. What on earth are they trying to cultivate? Moreover, hasn't the apocalypse only just begun? These experiments surely did not originate post-apocalypse. They must have been researching these matters long before the end, enabling a swift adaptation following the cataclysm. As Liang gazed at the data on human physiological studies displayed on the wall, a surge of murderous intent ignited within him. The 3 figures in black were busy downloading data from a computer when Liang executed a swift lunge with his dagger, piercing the temple of the nearest individual. The other 2 raised their weapons, but were ensnared by vines that erupted from the ground, lifting them upside down by their ankles. "Where's your bishop?" Liang demanded, pressing his foot against one of their throats. The black-clad individual remained silent, grinning maliciously as he pressed a button on his wristwatch. Suddenly, the laboratory erupted with blaring alarms. Incubation pods began to shatter one after another, and the zombies within opened their eyes. "Run!" Liang crushed the man's windpipe beneath his foot and yanked Lin Xiaoyu towards the exit. Behind them, a cacophony of roars erupted as at least 10 second-tier zombies broke free from their pods, alongside several third-tier ones. The cramped environment was utterly unsuitable for combat. As the 2 individuals burst forth from the library, poised to confront the undead pursuing them, they were met with an unsettling silence. The zombies did not emerge. Instead, a thunderous roar reverberated through the structure as it began to collapse, followed by a fierce blaze erupting from the crevices. The ruins of the library, illuminated by the twin moons, billowed thick smoke, while the scorching air warped the atmosphere. Liang, wiping the soot from his face, retrieved a bottle of mineral water from his storage ring and doused the searing experimental data hard drive. 60% of the data had been corrupted. He resolved to examine the remaining files for anything of significance. As he scrutinized the small screen on the hard drive, his brow furrowed deeper with concern upon seeing the limited accessible documents. Lin Xiaoyu used her vines to extract a charred corpse of a knightly order member from the debris. discovering a metal insignia at his waist. "Brother Hong, look, each of their gear is numbered. This must be the 7th squad with a different designation we've encountered in Xian City," she remarked. Hong Liang took the insignia, his fingers tracing the embossed emblem of a cross-sword. Under the moonlight, he noticed intricate maps etched on the reverse, marking various nearby cities. They were evidently establishing a network of strongholds. It seemed that every major city in the Great Xia had its own laboratory, utilizing ordinary people as incubators to produce first-tier zombies and harvesting energy stones to supply their superiors. In frustration, Hong Liang hurled the insignia to the ground. Just as he was about to speak again, a sudden shattering of glass erupted from the nearby medical building, followed by a chilling shriek. Lin Xiaoyu's vine tattoo glowed a fierce red. "There are third-tier zombies, and more than one." Hong Liang secured the hard drive, knowing it contained valuable data to analyze later. The flame wrath dagger spun in his palm. "Excellent, just what I need to test the limits of the Western Tier's power." As the two traversed the central garden, now cloaked in fungal growth, the ground beneath them trembled violently. Lin Xiaoyu stumbled, nearly falling, but Hong Liang caught her collar, pulling her back just as a 3-meter-wide fissure opened where they had stood, emitting a foul green mist. "Is this a fungal nest? These spores have developed a symbiotic ecosystem." Hong Liang swiftly erected an energy shield as the mist began to disperse. Gradually, dozens of swaying figures emerged from the haze, all clad in white lab coats. Their eyes completely obscured by black spores, hands morphed into sharp, scalpel-like appendages, with mushroom-like growths sprouting from their joints. Lin Xiaoyu gasped in horror. They have completely fused with the spores. The spores seem to have fully parasitized their bodies. Suddenly, the leading zombie in a white coat surged forward, its speed so great that it left afterimages in its wake. Hong Liang pushed Lin Xiaoyu aside, summoning 12 daggers to form a defensive array, yet 6 of them were cleaved away upon contact with the spore blade. Peak 2nd tier. Yet its attack power is akin to that of the 3rd tier. Hong Liang stepped back, recalling the severed daggers, only to discover they were covered in a layer of black mycelium. Lin Xiaoyu, undeterred, clapped her hands to the ground and shouted, "Green vine strangulation." The thorny vines burst forth from the earth, yet with a peculiar wilt upon encountering the Dr. Zombie. The white coat of the zombie fluttered as if caught in an unseen breeze, revealing a yellow energy stone embedded in its chest, its surface adorned with mycelium-like patterns that pulsated with an eerie radiance. It could absorb the vitality of plants. Lin Xiaoyu's complexion turned ashen. Her abilities had faltered for the first time. A brilliant light flickered in Hong Liang's eyes as he suddenly brought 2 daggers together, forming a complex hand seal before his chest. The ambient energy in the air was instantaneously drained, coalescing into a visible vortex. The Western Stairway's ultimate technique. Ice and Fire Assault. A crescent-shaped energy blade, half red and half blue, swept forth, distorting the very fabric of space in its wake. The Dr. Zombie raised its mycelium knife to block, but upon contact, both blade and being were cleaved in twain, the yellow energy stone clattering to the ground, rolling to Hong Liang's feet. The remaining horde of zombies abruptly froze. Then, as if receiving a silent command, they retreated in unison, vanishing into the mist. Chapter 29, Fusion Type. Were they afraid? How could zombies harbor fear? Lin Xiaoyu gazed incredulously at the vanishing white-coated figures, murmuring to herself. Hong Liang picked up the yellow energy stone that had rolled to his side, observing that the mycelium patterns formed a semblance of a neural network. Upon attempting to probe its energy, the stone suddenly began to heat up, prompting Hong Liang to hastily toss it away. It fell to the ground and soon began to melt, transforming into a puddle of yellow slime in less than 3 seconds. This was no naturally occurring energy stone, but rather a man-made core of a biological weapon, Hong Liang remarked as he gazed at the viscous substance on the ground. While observing the slime, Lin Xiaoyu suddenly sensed she was being watched, communicating silently with the plants. She then abruptly pointed to the rooftop of the medical building. "Brother Hong, someone is peering at us from over there." Behind the window of the laboratory on the top floor, a figure in a white coat loomed, overlooking the two. Despite the distance of over 20 meters, Hong Liang could still feel the cold rationality in those eyes, a gaze that was far from that of a zombie. The figure slowly retreated under their scrutiny, disappearing into the shadows. "Let us go take a look." Hong Liang activated his instant step imprint, leaping onto the 3rd-floor windowsill in a few bounds. As he shattered the window and entered the laboratory, he found only a microscope still in operation, with a slide displaying some kind of dividing fungal cells. Lin Xiaoyu ascended through the vines, examining the experimental logs on the desk. December 24th. Successful host inoculation of fusion body, 49th generation, Basic intelligence retained. Energy stone conversion rate increased to 39. Her voice began to tremble. They are researching zombies that retain human intellect. Just as Hong Liang intended to respond, his energy vision detected fluctuations ahead. He gently tapped Lin Xiaoyu on the shoulder, signaling for silence while indicating the corridor. At that moment, metallic clinks echoed from the end of the corridor, followed by the sound of dripping liquid. The two held their breath, creeping closer to discover a converted cultivation chamber resembling an operating room. Over 20 cultivation pods were arranged beneath the eerie blue light, each containing a floating humanoid entity. The most terrifying sight was in chamber number 7, where a girl of about 15 or 16 lay, a yellow energy stone embedded in her chest. Suddenly, her eyes fluttered open, and she smiled at the two. She was alive. Lin Xiaoyu was taken aback by the unexpected gaze of the girl, instinctively retreating 2 steps and colliding with the control console. Inadvertently, she pressed a button. And at that moment, the liquid in all the cultivation chambers began to drain simultaneously as the hatch slowly opened. Hong Liang, observing the unstable energy fluctuations emanating from these beings, decisively hurled the flame-devouring dagger, expertly demolishing the main control circuit. Seizing the opportunity as sparks erupted, he urged Lin Xiaoyu towards the emergency passage. We must go. These are not ordinary zombies. They are biochemical weapons cultivated by the Night Order. Moreover, their internal energy is unstable, making them potentially self-destructive weapons. Just as they reached the 2nd floor, a deafening alarm reverberated through the building. All doors and windows slammed shut with metallic shutters, and vents spewed forth green mist. Lin Xiaoyu felt her vine tattoo burn intensely. There's something in the mist consuming my energy. Hong Liang unleashed 3 successive ice and fire strikes, carving a large hole in the wall through which they leaped. Behind them, the building collapsed with a thunderous roar. But what was more terrifying than the physical destruction was the eerie chorus of voices, echoing human-like screams. Save me. Kill you. Lin Xiaoyu glanced back, a chill running down her spine as 7 experimental subjects crawled from the debris. Suddenly, a burst of yellow light flickered from a tattered zombie, exploding with such force that it created a crater in the rubble. The remaining zombies rose and sprinted towards them, their yellow energy stones pulsating wildly. Leading the charge was the girl who had just smiled. Damn it. Die. Hong Liang shouted, unleashing a barrage of ice and fire strikes toward the bioweapons. Grabbing Lin Xiaoyu, he sprinted outward. They had barely covered 200 meters when a sudden beam of yellow light erupted behind them, quickly forming a pillar that blocked Hong Liang's strikes. The light intensified, and within it, 6 silhouettes began to merge, culminating in a massive humanoid figure with 6 arms. In the security booth at the school gate, a group of students huddled together, trembling in fear. Among them were several injured, all afflicted by the fungal infection. Hong Liang fixed his gaze on the soaring yellow beam, his pupils narrowing slightly. Within the pillar, the bodies of 6 zombies twisted and fused, bones shattering and reassembling, muscle fibers intertwining like serpents, ultimately forming a colossal creature standing 3 meters tall. Its 6 arms had undergone various transformations. 2 became sharp bone blades, 2 were encased in black fungal armor, and the remaining 2 writhed like tentacles, their tips revealing sharp, white fangs. This presence is not just mid-level. It may be approaching the pinnacle of the western tier. Hong Liang murmured, his fingers tightening slightly. 2 daggers dispersed into 12, all hovering at his side, poised for imminent attack. Lin Xiaoyu's complexion was ashen, her vine tattoo still searing with pain. It was evident that the recent green mist had a profoundly suppressive effect on her abilities. Gritting her teeth, she addressed Hong Liang. I can sense that its energy fluctuations are exceedingly unstable. It could explode at any moment. Hong Liang nodded, his gaze sweeping over the trembling students in the security booth, several of whom were already infected with fungal stains, their skin marred by black patterns as they curled up in agony. You all, if you wish to survive, remain silent and do not move, he coldly declared. He then turned to Lin Xiaoyu, instructing, you are responsible for clearing the surrounding zombies. Do not let them interfere with me. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xiaoyu pressed her hands to the ground. Qing Luo barrier, transform. Countless vines erupted from the earth, this time cloaked in a layer of pale blue ice crystals. She infused Hong Liang's ice energy into her botanical control, creating a corrosion-resistant defensive net. Simultaneously, the fused zombie completed its evolution, all 6 eyes snapping open and locking onto Hong Liang. With a deafening roar, it leaped into action, 6 arms flailing. Bone blades aimed at Hong Liang's head, while its fungal tendrils encircled from both sides, seeking to cut off his retreat. Hong Liang let out a cold laugh, his form suddenly blurring. Instant step, Triple flash. His silhouette flickered through the air 3 times, each instance leaving behind an afterimage. The bone blades merely sliced through illusions. The real Hong Liang had already appeared behind the zombie, crossing his dual daggers for a strike. Ice and fire cross slash. The red and blue energy blades crashed into the zombie's back, cleaving only through a layer of black fungal armor, failing to injure the core. The zombie roared in fury, its tendrils retracting violently. Hong Liang hastily retreated, but was still struck, sent flying. Damn it! He felt the spot where he had been hit rapidly succumbing to fungal coverage. He quickly channeled his energy to suppress the toxin while summoning all his daggers to form a defensive formation in front of him. The fused zombie offered no respite, its 6 arms thrashing wildly, each attack wielding terrifying destructive force, leaving deep craters in the ground and rending the air with sharp explosions. Lin Xiaoyu, in a state of acute anxiety, struggled to fend off the relentless tide of zombies, seemingly drawn to the fusion entity, which battered against her vine barrier. Its weakness must lie in that yellow energy stone. If I can find a way to shatter it, perhaps we can turn the tide. Hong Liang squinted, noticing a fist-sized yellow energy stone embedded in the zombie's chest, its surface interwoven with a network of fungal threads, pulsing with light. Then I shall destroy it. Hong Liang bit his tongue, spitting out a mist of blood. Blood sacrifice, ice, and fire slash. The blood mingled with his daggers, instantly dyeing 12 of them a vivid crimson, forming a colossal blood-red blade of light. With his hands gripping it tightly, he became a flash of lightning, striking at the zombie's chest. Hong Liang's speed was astonishing. The fused zombie sensed the impending danger but could not evade in time. Its 6 arms instinctively defended, the fungal armor thickening frantically in an attempt to absorb the blow. Boom! The crimson blade of light clashed fiercely with the spore armor, unleashing a tempest of energy that swept across the western Zhou region. The ground fractured, and smoke billowed into the air. As the haze began to dissipate, Hong Liang, panting heavily, clutched his dagger with blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. A gaping hole pierced through the chest of the fused zombie, its core energy stone marred by cracks, yet unshattered. Damn it, this thing is tougher than I imagined. Hong Liang spat out a mouthful of blood, gathering energy within him, determined to strike fiercely once more. The fused zombie, sensing the damage to its crystal core, let out a chilling wail. The mycelium at its wound writhed frantically, commencing a rapid regeneration. Alarmingly, it seemed to be thoroughly enraged, the mutation of its 6 arms escalating further, eerie green patterns emerging upon its bone blades. It's evolving. Lin Xiaoyu exclaimed. Hong Liang's expression darkened. The zombie's regenerative capabilities exceeded all expectations. If they prolonged this battle, it might ascend to the 5th tier, sealing their fates. There was no choice but to resort to that technique. He inhaled deeply and retrieved a blue crystal from his storage ring, an energy overload crystal acquired from the exchange point, capable of unleashing power beyond his own level for a brief period, albeit at the cost of subsequent weakness. Xiaoyu, buy me 10 seconds. He bellowed, shattering the crystal. A torrent of ferocious energy surged into him, his eyes glowing blue, energy veins appearing upon his skin. He formed hand signs, and 12 daggers levitated before him, spinning rapidly to create a vortex of energy. Upon seeing the energy crystal, Lin Xiaoyu understood his intent. She possessed a similar crystal. Using it meant they were fighting for their lives. Witnessing the energy coalesce around Hong Liang, she immediately bit her fingertip, smearing blood upon her vine tattoo. Blood, vine, heavenly net. Countless crimson vines erupted from the earth, ensnaring the fused zombie. Although the vines wilted rapidly upon contact with the spores, she relentlessly expended energy to generate new vines, temporarily binding the creature. Confining a pinnacle Western tier zombie was evidently taxing for Lin Xiaoyu. Blood trickled from her lips as she reached her limits. Hong Liang offered no response, his focus entirely on the energy vortex. As the vortex compressed to its utmost, he suddenly opened his eyes wide and thrust his hands forward. Western tier arcane, falling stars. The 12 daggers transformed into streaks of meteors, trailing long tails of energy as they surged toward the fused zombie with overwhelming force. Boom, boom, boom. Amidst the relentless explosions, each of the zombie's 6 arms shattered one by one. At last, the core energy stone in its chest could no longer withstand the onslaught, shattering with a resounding crack. With a final, unwilling howl, the zombie collapsed, its massive form crashing to the ground as the black spores rapidly withered to ash. Hong Liang knelt, gasping for breath. The aftereffects of the energy overload began to manifest, his vision blurred, and his limbs felt as heavy as lead. Honggu. Lin Xiaoyu stumbled over, supporting him. There is nothing to worry about. Something has fallen over there. We were mistaken. This zombie was not artificially created. Let us check the spoils. Hong Liang pointed weakly towards the remains of the zombie. Just a fleeting glance earlier had revealed a hint of green amidst the ashes of the fused zombies, and he realized his error. Artificially created zombies would only yield energy stones at most, yet this one had inexplicably dropped a green box, an item exclusive to naturally occurring zombies. Lin Xiaoyu rummaged through the ashes and soon uncovered a green metal box. Returning to Hong Liang, she handed him the box. Without hesitation, Hong Liang took it and opened it, revealing a jade-like crystal that emanated a gentle spiritual aura. It was a telekinetic enhancement crystal. Holding the crystal, Hong Liang gazed in astonishment at the words that suddenly appeared above the stone. Wasting no time, he pressed the crystal to his forehead, and the moment it made contact with his skin, it transformed into a stream of light, merging into his body. His previously sluggish telekinetic energy became fluid, and his control range expanded more than threefold. Finally, his third-tier telekinetic abilities had compensated for their shortcomings. He exhaled deeply, unsteadily rising to his feet. With the enhancement of his telekinetic power, the side effects of the energy overload crystal unexpectedly vanished. Meanwhile, the students in the security booth were already in a daze. The despairing monster had perished. The bespectacled boy mustered his courage and stammered, "See, could you please save us?" They had all been infected. Hong Liang cast a cold glance at them, initially intending to refuse, but upon witnessing the anguished expressions of the infected, his brow furrowed slightly. If all ordinary people perish, the foundation for the ability users will also collapse, he pondered. Subsequently, he approached the infected individuals and released his telekinetic energy to examine the fungal spots on their bodies. Suddenly, he noticed that his newly attained third-tier telekinesis could slightly suppress the spread of the fungi. "Bring out all the energy stones you have," he commanded. The students hastily produced the blue energy stones they had collected, a total of 17. Hong Liang arranged the stones into a specific formation. Then, using his telekinesis as a conduit, he extracted the pure energy and gradually infused it into the bodies of the infected. A miracle occurred. The spread of the black fungi visibly slowed, and some of the lighter patterns began to fade. "It really works," Lin Xiaoyu exclaimed in delight. Hong Liang nodded. "The fungi can only be expelled before they fully parasitize. Once they reach the heart, I cannot assist." He stood up and gazed northward. The red dot on the crystal board continued to blink, indicating the next target, Dai City. "Let us tidy up. We must leave," he said to Lin Xiaoyu. "What about them?" she asked, glancing at the students. Hong Liang paused for a moment, then uttered, "Those who wish to survive must find a way to the suburban shelter, gather blue energy stones, disinfect them with alcohol, and consume them to become ability users. In this apocalypse, the only one who can save you is yourself." With that, he turned and departed. Lin Xiaoyu hesitated briefly but quietly left behind a few energy stones and a simple map before hurriedly following after Hong Liang. The luminous glow of the double moon cascaded over Xianqing University, casting elongated shadows from the teaching buildings. Hong Liang and Lin Xiaoyu had scarcely walked 200 meters when a figure emerged slowly from the shadow of the building ahead. It was a man clad in a tattered white lab coat, seemingly in his late 30s. His hair was disheveled, and his glasses were shattered, while his skin bore an abnormal grayish hue, marred by black fungal spots crawling along his neck. Yet, his eyes possessed an extraordinary clarity, reflecting a rationality unique to humanity. "Stop," the man rasped, his tone imbued with an undeniable command. Upon seeing the man, Hong Liang immediately shifted into a combat stance, 12 daggers hovering menacingly at his side. Lin Xiaoyu's vine tattoo glimmered faintly, poised for imminent attack. "You are the one researching zombies in the medical building, aren't you?" Hong Liang squinted, scrutinizing the man, who was neither fully human nor entirely a zombie. The man adjusted his broken glasses and twisted his mouth into a grotesque smile. "Human? No. I am far from such a lowly species. And those are not zombies. They are my children. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Chen Mingyuan, a professor at the College of Bioengineering at Xianqing University. Before the apocalypse struck, I was studying the symbiotic relationship between neuroviruses and the human body." His voice suddenly surged with fervor. "Do you comprehend? This disaster is no mere coincidence. It is the will of God. The fungal spores descending from the heavens. The mutated viruses, they were all meticulously designed by the divine." Hong Liang furrowed his brow. "What do you mean?" Instead of answering, Chen Mingyuan extended his right hand, which suddenly split open to reveal a miniature cultivation chamber, within which floated a mass of blue mycelium. "Do you see this? This is the true prototype of the virus. Whether you or those knights employ merely inferior energy stones to advance, only the viral prototype can elevate a person to divinity." I am the only human who has successfully coexisted with it. I am chosen by God. I am his envoy. Lin Xiaoyu gasped in shock. You voluntarily infected yourself with the virus? Virus? Ha ha ha. Chun Mingyuan erupted into laughter, his mirth tinged with madness. While others have become mere shells of their former selves, I have retained all my intellect and gained the ability to control the spores. Virus? Your perception is far too narrow, young lady. This is not a virus. It is the seed chosen by God for his envoys. Hong Liang coldly interrupted. So you nurture those intelligent zombies for what purpose? To spread the gospel of God. Chun Mingyuan's expression twisted into a snarl. I can create a new world with God's seed, a world where only the elite can survive. The 7 children I have meticulously cultivated each retain the finest traits from their former lives. They were destined to become the progenitors of a new humanity. He abruptly pointed at Hong Liang. And you have slain my most exceptional children. That girl was merely 16. Hong Liang scoffed. You mean the one who blew herself up in the building? Quite impressive indeed. The statement utterly enraged Chun Mingyuan. The fungal spots on his body suddenly surged, transforming into dozens of black tendrils. Your physique is commendable. Since you have destroyed my child, let us have you as my child. Before his words finished, the tendrils shot forth like arrows. Hong Liang swiftly activated his instant step imprint to evade, while 12 daggers formed a lethal formation, severing the approaching tendrils. However, the severed tendrils fell to the ground, immediately morphing into new fungal entities that lunged at the two. Lin Xiaoyu pressed her hands to the ground, invoking vine strangulation. Countless vines erupted from the earth, entangling the fungal creatures, yet the black mycelium seemed capable of devouring the vitality of plants, causing the vines to wither at a visible rate. Futile effort, little girl. My fungi have evolved to the 10th generation, and any living entity can serve as its nourishment. Chun Mingyuan sneered. Hong Liang suddenly sheathed all his daggers and, with his hands forming a seal before his chest, declared, Is that so? Then let us see how you fare against this West Stage Arcana, Ice Firestorm. Red and blue energies coalesced in his palms, forming a miniature whirlwind. As he thrust his hands forward, the whirlwind expanded instantaneously, engulfing the surrounding fungal entities. The alternating effects of extreme cold and heat caused the fungi to burst, turning them to ashes. Chun Mingyuan's expression shifted slightly, but soon he wore an eerie smile. A commendable technique, but how many times can you employ it? He abruptly tore open his lab coat, revealing his chest, which bore no heart, only a pulsating yellow energy stone, its surface covered in a dense network of mycelium. I have transcended the limits of humanity. I am now an immortal being. Hong Liang gazed at the energy stone and suddenly laughed. Immortal? With that second-tier energy stone of yours? In a flash, he appeared before Chun Mingyuan, thrusting the flame-devouring dagger towards his chest. Let me show you what true West Stage power is. Chun Mingyuan hastily conjured a shield from the mycelium to block, but Hong Liang's strike contained all his mental energy. The dagger deviated at the moment of contact with the mycelium shield, curving around the defense at an astonishing angle. Crack! The dagger pierced the yellow energy stone with precision. And Chun Mingyuan's expression froze as he looked down in disbelief, watching the fissure in his chest gradually widen. No, it's impossible. My design is perfect. Hong Liang murmured. Do you know where your problem lies? You are too engrossed in your research. True combat cannot be simulated by your laboratory data. With a sharp crack, the energy stone shattered completely, and Chun Mingyuan let out a piercing scream as the fungi on his body began to rampage uncontrollably. No, I cannot die. My research on the new humanity. His body rapidly swelled, the skin beneath bulging with countless writhing fungal masses. Hong Liang grasped Lin Xiaoyu's arm urgently. Run. This madman is going to self-destruct. Chapter 32. The madman. The two retreated at breakneck speed, and just 50 meters away, a deafening explosion erupted behind them, sending them flying to the ground with a heavy thud. As the smoke dissipated, what remained at the original site was a gaping pit, 10 meters in diameter, with remnants of fungal tissue still writhing in defiance, soon to be reduced to ashes by the resounding flame dagger hurled by Hong Liang. Lin Xiaoyu struggled to rise, her voice trembling as she gazed into the abyss. Is he a scientist or a madman? Hong Liang sheathed his dagger, casting a complex gaze upon the pit. In the apocalypse, the distinction between the two often becomes blurred. Approaching the edge of the pit, he scanned the area with his energy vision before extracting a partially damaged electronic chip from the ashes. Yet this individual indeed possessed some intriguing technology, such as the ability to preserve the consciousness of the infected, which could prove useful to us. Lin Xiaoyu looked at him with concern. You wouldn't consider, rest assured. I am no lunatic, Hong Liang interjected, storing the chip in his storage ring. To conquer the enemy, one must first understand them. The Royal Knights are likely conducting similar research. The more we know, the better our chances of survival. He gazed towards the north, where red dots flickered upon the crystal slate. The next exchange point is in Yin City. We should collect more energy stones in the meantime, hoping for some surprises at the upcoming location. Lin Xiaoyu nodded, suddenly recalling something. What about those students? Hong Liang shook his head. Each has their own fate. We are not saviors. We have done what we could. As the two departed the campus, the students from the security booth emerged, beginning to eliminate the low-level zombies that Hong Liang had deliberately left behind, cautiously gathering energy stones. A bespectacled boy clenched his fist, a blue energy stone resting in his palm, his eyes glimmering with unwavering determination. 3 days later, on the outskirts of Xian City, Hong Liang stood at the fractured highway, turning to look back at the city, shrouded in an eerie mist. In recent days, they had amassed a considerable amount of energy stones. Yet the density of zombies within the city was overwhelming. Hong Liang was wary of becoming ensnared in the horde. Thus, he resolved to lead Lin Xiaoyu away from Xian City towards Yin City, 300 kilometers distant, collecting energy stones along the way. Hong Liang's telekinetic abilities had become fully stabilized, 12 daggers forming a complex defensive formation around him. Observing the blades, he remarked, "We need to slay more high-level zombies. Our progression depends on it, as does the evolution of my daggers. Moreover, we require more energy stones to exchange for items at the stone pillar in Yin City, and our current supply is insufficient. By the way, how has your planned ability adapted?" Lin Xiaoyu extended her hand, a tender sprout emerging from her palm, swiftly transforming into a vibrant flower. "I can now control plants within a 70-meter radius, but..." She hesitated, and Hong Liang glanced at her. "It's all right. Speak your mind. I can't shake the feeling that this is not its limit, yet no matter how I try, I cannot expand its range further." The setting sun cast its golden rays upon the winding mountain path, elongating the shadows of the two companions. Hong Liang stood atop a protruding rock, his fingertips delicately caressing the blades of Frost Whisper and Flame Devourer. The two daggers, once merely 20 centimeters in length, have evolved into short swords measuring 30 centimeters after absorbing 25 yellow energy stones each. The blades now shimmer with a ghostly blue glow and a fiery crimson flame. "Brother Hong, there's smoke rising from the valley ahead," Lin Xiaoyu remarked, standing atop a high vantage point, vines entwining her wrists, extending towards the distant valley. "There are at least 30 people over there, along with a peculiar energy reaction." Hong Liang sheathed his short sword and squinted. Since departing from Xian City, the population density in the wilderness had significantly diminished, and the hordes of zombies had become sparse. However, correspondingly, the survivors began to occupy advantageous terrains, establishing small settlements. "Let us investigate." He leapt down the rocky outcrop, and the two descended along the mountain path, soon arriving at the valley's entrance, which resembled a gourd in shape, narrow at the entrance yet expansive within. Several buses blocked the entrance, forming a rudimentary barrier, with two young archers standing atop, drawing their bows taut upon sighting them. "Stop right there." One of the youths, wearing a cap, shouted. "Who are you?" Hong Liang raised his hands in a gesture of peace. "We're survivors passing through, seeking some information." The youth scrutinized them skeptically, his gaze lingering on Hong Liang and Lin Xiaoyu. Noticing the absence of weapons, he said, "Wait here. I'll fetch the boss." Before long, a burly middle-aged man emerged, clad in makeshift police body armor, a military dagger sheathed at his waist. His eyes were sharp as an eagle's, and his energy level was nearing the first tier, indicating that the locals were indeed aware of the power of energy stones. "I am Zhao Shan, the person in charge here. From where do you hail?" His voice was deep as he assessed the two seemingly non-threatening individuals before him. "Xian City," Hong Liang replied succinctly. Zhao Shan's expression shifted noticeably, urgency creeping into his voice as he asked, "Xian City? You've come from there? What is the situation? Are there many zombies? Has the army begun to assist? What of the Weishui district?" The barrage of questions made it clear that something or someone of great importance resided in Xian City for Zhao Shan. Hong Liang shook his head. "Xian City has completely fallen. There is no military aid. The zombies have overrun the entire city, and in the city center Weishui district, powerful zombies roam. No living souls have managed to escape." Zhao Shan's countenance shifted multiple times upon hearing this, finally exhaling a heavy sigh. "Speak your queries." Just as Hong Liang was about to respond, a commotion erupted from the valley. A bloodied young man stumbled forth, exclaiming, "Brother Zhao? This is dire. The monster has returned. It has taken Xiaoling." Zhao Shan's expression darkened, and he turned to charge into the valley. Hong Liang seized him, asking what monster. A mutated zombie. Zhao Shan gritted his teeth. It has already abducted 7 of our people over the past 2 months. It specifically targets young girls. What could a zombie want with young women? Lin Xiaoyu and Hong Liang exchanged glances. Let us go see for ourselves. In the depths of the valley, before a cave shrouded in vines, Zhao Shan lowered his voice. This is the lair. Every time it captures someone, they are brought back here, never to emerge again. Chapter 33. The new key. Hong Liang activated his energy vision, revealing a potent energy response deep within the cave, at least at the pinnacle of the 3rd tier. Strangely, amidst the energy fluctuations, there was a familiar sensation reminiscent of what he had encountered in the industrial district's basement. You all stay outside, he commanded, drawing his twin swords. Xiaoyu, set up some defensive measures out here. If whatever is inside comes out, we need to buy ourselves some time. The cave was damp and chilling, its walls thickly coated in fungal growth. As they ventured deeper, skeletal remains began to appear on the ground, predominantly those of human females. Lin Xiaoyu's vine tattoos faintly glimmered, poised for action. Turning a corner, they entered a vast natural cavern, where a cocoon-like structure loomed, over 3 meters high, composed of mycelium and slime, pulsating rhythmically. Scattered around the cocoon were various items, evidently collected from its victims. Help me! A faint cry for help emanated from within the cocoon. Just as Lin Xiaoyu moved forward, Hong Liang suddenly grasped her arm. Wait. Before he finished speaking, the top of the cocoon split open, and a figure slowly descended. It was a male, closely resembling a human, but with unnaturally pale skin and murky yellow eyes. He wore a tattered suit, moving with an eerie elegance that set him apart from ordinary zombies. Ah, new guests, the zombie spoke, its voice hoarse yet clear. Welcome to my collection room. Hong Liang's pupils constricted. A zombie retaining human intellect? The elegantly dressed zombie bowed gracefully. I am not a mere zombie. Though I have forgotten my name, I have bestowed upon myself a splendid title. You may call me the Collector. I revel in gathering beautiful things, especially vibrant lives. With a snap of his fingers, the surface of the cocoon became transparent, revealing 6 young girls suspended within, alive yet entirely enveloped in mycelium, as if they had been turned into specimens. Lin Xiaoyu gasped at the sight of their plight. What have you done to them? Art. Dear girl, this is art. The self-proclaimed collector gazed at his treasures with obsessive admiration. I am extending their beauty. The lives of ordinary people are fleeting, yet I can preserve them in their most exquisite state. And you, my beautiful girl, you are so lovely. Surely you too should become part of my collection. I can offer you eternal beauty. Hong Liang scoffed. I've encountered many madmen, but a zombie madman is a first. Upon hearing Hong Liang's accusation, the collector erupted in fury. Madman? What do you understand? This is art. His body began to contort and twist, the suit tearing apart to reveal grotesque muscle tissue beneath. I shall turn the girl beside you into a specimen as well. And you will only be able to watch. The moment of battle erupted with a sudden ferocity. The collector moved with remarkable speed, almost keeping pace with the resonant burst of movement. Its hands transformed into sharp bone spikes, each strike accompanied by a sound of slicing through the air. Green vine strangulation. Lin Xiaoyu pressed her hands into the ground, and countless vines erupted from the earth, ensnaring the zombie. The collector scoffed disdainfully, and its fungal spots unexpectedly secreted a corrosive liquid, causing the vines to wither at a visible pace. Seizing the opportunity, it broke through the defensive line, clawing toward Lin Xiaoyu's throat. Clang! The flame-devouring dagger timely blocked the attack, sparks flying in all directions. Hong Liang seized the moment to unleash his telekinetic force, causing Frost Whisper to instantaneously split into 6 flying swords, assaulting the zombie from various angles. The collector let out a bizarre shriek as a pair of wings formed from mycelium unfurled from its back, soaring into the air to evade the majority of the onslaught. A West-tier ability user? How intriguing. If I consume your flesh and blood, could I not also ascend to the West tier? It hovered in midair, its yellow eyes narrowing. Your skeleton shall surely become my finest trophy. Hong Liang refrained from exchanging words, retracting Frost Whisper and crossing his swords, ice and fire cross slash. The intertwining red and blue energies formed a cross-shaped sword aura that surged into the air. This strike was executed with such swiftness that the collector could not anticipate it. It hastily dodged, yet still lost a portion of its wing, plummeting with a shriek. As it landed, Lin Xiaoyu's vines swiftly ensnared it once again. You have enraged me. The zombie roared, its body beginning to swell and contort. I shall show you true power. The energy emanating from it intensified. But Hong Liang would not grant it the luxury of time. Activating the momentary step, he appeared behind the zombie, dual swords drawn. With a piercing sound, Frost Whisper pierced the back of its head, while Flame Devouring severed its neck. The collector, eyes rolling back in disbelief, stared at the blade protruding from its forehead. Impossible. Such excessive chatter, Hong Liang remarked, twisting the hilt of his sword, the frigid air instantaneously freezing the zombie's brain matter, while flames swiftly engulfed its body, reducing it to ashes. With the demise of the collector, the massive cocoon began to collapse. Lin Xiaoyu hurried forward to rescue the trapped girls, while Hong Liang plucked 3 red energy stones from its fingers. These stones were purer than those of an ordinary third-tier zombie, comparable to the king-tier energy stone he had previously acquired. As the zombie perished, the mycelium cocoons in the cave began to wither gradually. While inspecting the 3 king-tier energy stones, Hong Liang suddenly looked up, his peripheral vision catching a glimmer behind one of the cocoons. Approaching and parting the mycelium, his breath hitched. It was a metallic container, identical to the one he had encountered in the basement of the industrial district. Xiaoyu, come look at this. Lin Xiaoyu rushed over. Equally stunned, what is this? Hong Liang cautiously opened the container, and as before, the surface was etched with intricate patterns, at the center of which floated a key. After unlocking the door to enlightenment with the key, Shiqing vanished, yet a new key has reappeared here, indicating that another door to wisdom may soon be opened. This key bears a slightly different shape from the first, inscribed with several characters and marked by a red dot. Hong Liang retrieved the key and, with a gentle press, a beam of crimson light emanated from it, gradually revealing 3 red dots. It seems these indicate the locations of the remaining keys. Hong Liang tucked the key away and glanced at Shizhou, finding nothing of value, before turning to leave. In the valley settlement, the relatives of the rescued girls embraced one another in tears. Zhao Shan grasped Hong Liang's hand, repeatedly expressing his gratitude. Thank you immensely. You have no idea how long this monster has tormented us. It is particularly cunning, never engaging in direct confrontation, always launching surprise attacks. It is now dead. Hong Liang interrupted his rambling. We plan to proceed to Yanqing. Does anyone know what the situation is like there? Chapter 34. Su Linger. Zhao Shan furrowed his brow and replied. Brother, the situation in Yanqing is quite strange. About half a month ago, a reconnaissance team ventured there. They reported a massive green vortex hovering above the city, and all birds that approached were drawn into it. He swallowed hard. Moreover, there are organized efforts within the city to capture survivors. Only one member of the reconnaissance team returned, claiming to have seen individuals clad in black transporting captured people to an underground facility. Hong Liang and Lin Xiaoyu exchanged glances. This description bore an uncanny resemblance to the tactics of the Royal Knights. Thank you for the information, Hong Liang said, then retrieved 5 blue energy stones from his backpack and handed them to Zhao Shan. These are for your protection. Zhao Shan took the 5 energy stones, but stammered. These are far too valuable. This isn't appropriate, is it? Having already consumed 8 energy stones, he only needed 2 more to fully advance to the next level. Although he recognized their worth, he hesitated to accept them, not wanting to return them to Hong Liang, leaving him in a state of turmoil. Seeing Zhao Shan's reluctance, Hong Liang smiled and reassured him, just take them. You have saved so many, you need not feel burdened by this. After departing the settlement, the two continued their journey northward. As night deepened, the twin moons cast their light upon the wilderness. Lin Xiaoyu suddenly spoke. Brother Hong, what do you think those keys truly are? Hong Liang pondered while caressing the newly acquired key. I am uncertain. From what I understand, these objects resonate with the Big Dipper. We have already illuminated Yaoguang. The next is Kaiyang. If we illuminate the Big Dipper, perhaps we can unravel the mysteries of the apocalypse. He gazed toward the northern direction of Yanqing, where the night sky faintly glimmered with an eerie green hue. I have a premonition that upon reaching Yanqing, we shall uncover more answers. Lin Xiaoyu nodded, suddenly pointing into the distance. Brother Hong, look. Following her gesture, the outline of a city emerged on the horizon. Even from such a distance, a massive green vortex could be seen swirling above the city, resembling a sinister eye, watching all who dared to approach. Something is amiss in Yanqing. Hong Liang crouched on a protruding rock, squinting as he observed the distant city. The density of zombies was alarmingly low, yet the energy readings were remarkably concentrated. Lin Xiaoyu's vine tattoo glimmered faintly, her complexion pale. I can sense at least 100 energy fluctuations above the second tier within the city, and they seem to be patrolling in an organized manner, she remarked. Hong Liang furrowed his brow. Under normal circumstances, zombies wandered aimlessly, unless commanded by a higher-tier zombie. However, to command over 100 second-tier zombies, the leader's level must be at least in the western tier or even higher. He retrieved the newly acquired key from his storage ring. The red dot on its surface flickered, indicating the city center. It appeared that the second key was located near the city library. He pocketed the key and turned to Lin Xiaoyu. How is your ability recovering? I've fully recovered. I can use the Qing Luo strangulation technique, and its range has increased, Lin Xiaoyu replied, flexing her wrist. Hong Liang nodded. Excellent. We shall proceed cautiously, aiming to avoid conflict. Our primary objective is the key, not to cleanse the city. The two made their way along the highway towards the city. As they drew closer, the surroundings became increasingly eerie. The corpses by the roadside were neatly piled together, covered in thick fungal growth. Warning signs fashioned from zombie skulls hung from telephone poles, and the ground bore wide tracks that seemed to belong to vehicles far larger than ordinary ones. Someone has established order here. But it does not appear to be of human design, Lin Xiaoyu whispered, just as they were about to enter the city's outskirts. Hong Liang suddenly raised his hand to stop her, activating his stealth skill. Ahead, in the ruins of a gas station, 3 figures clad in black uniforms were inspecting a corpse. They bore the familiar emblem of the Royal Knights on their chests, though their uniforms were more refined than those he had seen before. What are the energy readings? The leader of the black-clad figures inquired. Only second tier, with a conversion rate below 30. I suggest disposal, another knight replied, scanning the body with a device. No, we shall keep this one as bait. The observer has been active in this area lately. This should lure her out, the leader of the black-clad men sneered. Once the trio departed, Hong Liang and Lin Xiaoyu emerged from their hiding place. Hong Liang examined the corpse and discovered a sophisticated metallic device embedded in the chest, seemingly designed for implanting energy stones into a human body. Conversion rate? Are they transforming humans into zombies? Lin Xiaoyu frowned, gazing at the lifeless form. Just as Hong Liang was about to respond, a chill ran down his spine. He swiftly turned around, drawing 12 daggers in an instant, aimed at the shadows nearby. Come out, I see you, he called. No sooner had the words escaped his lips than soft footsteps emerged from the shadows, revealing a slender figure stepping into the light. She was a girl of 15 or 16, clad in a tattered white dress. What captivated the attention the most were her eyes, entirely veiled by a milky film, indicating she was clearly blind, yet her movements were remarkably agile, as if she could perceive everything around her. You are not members of the Royal Knights, nor are you marked test subjects. How intriguing, she remarked, tilting her head, her voice ethereal. Hong Liang did not lower his guard simply because she was a child. He kept his dagger hovering near his body and inquired, Who are you? What are you doing here? Well, you may call me Su Ling. The girl replied with a smile. I am also an observer. You are searching for something in the library, aren't you? Lin Xiaoyu looked at Hong Liang in astonishment, while the latter's gaze sharpened. How do you know? He asked. I can see the flow of energy. Su Linger gestured to her eyes obscured by the white film. You possess a unique energy mark. Moreover, she suddenly turned towards the city. The knights are activating the Reaper. If you wish to retrieve something from the library, it would be best to follow me now. Otherwise, it will be exceedingly difficult to obtain anything once they seize control of the library. Hong Liang hesitated for a moment. Yet the red dot on the key indeed pointed towards the city center. He felt no hint of threat from the girl. He exchanged a glance with Lin Xiaoyu, then nodded and said, Lead the way. Su Linger smiled brightly and gracefully leaped over the ruins. Her movements were not reminiscent of a blind person. Rather, she exhibited greater agility than most. Strangely, the second-tier zombies they encountered along the way ignored her, even parting to clear a path. Chapter 35. The Hidden. Can you control the zombies? Lin Xiaoyu couldn't help but ask upon seeing the zombies. Not control, Su Linger replied without looking back. I cannot control such beings. I merely make them ignore me, akin to a chameleon blending into its surroundings. They traversed several concealed paths, evading at least 3 patrols. Along the way, Hong Liang noticed the buildings lining the streets were interwoven with dense networks of mycelium, pulsating rhythmically, as if relaying information. What are those? He inquired, pointing at the mycelium. Su Linger's expression turned serious. They are likely an extraterrestrial fungus, which has been thoroughly studied by the Royal Knights. It has been utilized to establish a neural network. They have created a communication system with the fungal patches, and all the infected zombies are part of this network. By the way, it seems there are very few zombies in Yin City. As far as I know, the population should be at least 3 million. There shouldn't be so few zombies. Hong Liang suddenly remarked. Next to Yin City flows the Yellow River. In the early days of the apocalypse, the Royal Knights took advantage of the weak zombies, killing many and luring vast hordes into the river with blood. Now, only a sizable group remains in the western part of the city, which they deliberately left for experimentation. Otherwise, the zombies here would likely have vanished completely, Su Linger sighed. As they were on the verge of reaching the library, a sudden mechanical clamor echoed from ahead, prompting Su Linger to halt abruptly. This is not good. It's the Reaper. Quickly hide. The trio swiftly concealed themselves within a partially collapsed shop, peering through a crevice to behold a colossal mechanical apparatus slowly traversing the street. It resembled a combine harvester, yet instead of a cutting blade at the front, it bore dozens of whirring serrated blades. Even more horrifying were the iron cages trailing behind, containing humans who cried out in despair. Are they still collecting live specimens? Hong Liang remarked, observing the scene below. Su Linger whispered, every night at 6 o'clock, the Reaper departs promptly, transporting captured survivors to the central laboratory. Today marks the 7th batch. Lin Xiaoyu's expression darkened. What experiments are they conducting? Transforming humans into controllable zombie weapons, Su Linger replied coldly. The Royal Knights refer to it as the Purification Program. This organization has conducted numerous viral experiments in the Great Xia before the apocalypse. Although the government has intervened several times, their overseas funding is far too generous, and there are always those willing to sacrifice lives for money. As far as I know, they believe that only by converting humans into a more advanced life form can one survive in this world. Hong Liang recalled the cultivation chambers in the Xian City laboratory and then glanced towards the library. Why not experiment on their own people? Alas, this group of racial supremacists would never use their own kind as test subjects. The risk is simply too great. To them, we, the people of Great Xia, are mere materials. They will only apply their experiments on their own once they have stabilized the process, Su Linger explained. May I inquire about your eyes? Hong Liang suddenly asked. My sight was completely lost due to illness before the apocalypse. I am an orphan, and the orphanage could do nothing for me. To my surprise, after being frozen during the apocalypse, I could see again upon thawing, albeit differently from before. Nevertheless, I have grown fond of my current state. Su Linger replied with a nonchalant smile. Taking advantage of the Reaper's departure, the trio hastily traversed the final streets, arriving at the entrance of the Yin City Library. This structure, originally a civil defense project, remained relatively intact. However, armed members of the Knights were stationed at the entrance, wielding specialized energy weapons and scanning the surroundings vigilantly. Approaching from the front would likely raise alarms. Are there alternative entrances? Hong Liang surveyed the terrain. Su Linger nodded. Certainly. Every library has a basement designated for storing outdated newspapers and magazines. From that basement, one can access the library directly. I used to volunteer there, so follow my lead. They circled to the rear of the library, locating a discreet ventilation shaft. Su Linger deftly opened the rusted grate. We can descend from here. It will lead us directly to the basement of the ancient texts section. The key should be indicated there. The ventilation shaft was shrouded in darkness and dampness. As the three individuals cautiously crawled through it, after approximately 10 minutes, they arrived at a spacious underground chamber, soaring to a height of 7 or 8 meters. In one corner, an array of bookshelves housed a plethora of ancient tomes and manuscripts. The bookshelves occupied a mere fraction of the space, claiming only 1/3 of the western side of the room, while the remainder lay empty. At the center of the chamber stood a stone platform, adorned with runes reminiscent of those on the key. It is here, where the aura resonates almost identically with yours, Su Linger remarked, pointing towards the stone dais. As Hong Liang produced the key and approached the platform, it spontaneously levitated, emanating a brilliant red glow. The runes upon the stone ignited, forming a complex star chart. Is this the Big Dipper? Lin Xiaoyu exclaimed in astonishment. Hong Liang nodded. It appears that each key serves a distinct purpose. The previous key we obtained unlocked the door of revelation and illuminated the star of shaking light. This time, it is likely that only one key will suffice. Just as the key was about to be inserted into the stone platform, the iron door of the basement was suddenly blown open. 6 knights clad in silver armor surged in, led by a tall man adorned with a metallic mask, wielding an energy sword that exuded a suffocating pressure. Early stage of the West, and a cadre of peak stage 3s. Hong Liang quickly assessed their strength, and 12 short swords instantly entered combat mode. The masked knight sneered. Indeed, some vermin have infiltrated. Seize them. The bishop will be most intrigued by the observer and these 2 outsiders. Combat erupted instantaneously, as Hong Liang's short sword clashed against the knight's energy sword, sparking a dazzling display. Lin Xiaoyu's vines erupted from the ground, ensnaring the ankles of 2 knights. Yet, the most astonishing sight was Su Linger, who stood motionless as the surrounding air began to warp. The 3 knights charging towards her were suddenly repelled, as if colliding with an invisible wall. Psychic force? Hong Liang cast a surprised glance her way. Focus on the battle. Su Linger commanded, simultaneously waving her hands. causing the helmets of two knights to distort, compressing their heads within, blood oozing from the seams of their helmets. The masked knight, witnessing this, was consumed by rage. His energy sword surged violently, unleashing a crimson sword wave aimed directly at Hong Liang. In response, Hong Liang clasped his hands together, sending forth an ice fire slash to meet the red sword wave. As the two energies collided and dissipated in midair, Hong Liang's gaze sharpened. It is time to conclude this. He abruptly plunged both swords into the ground, his energy surging uncontrollably. West Stage Profound Art. Meteor Fall. Chapter 36. The trap. Suddenly, several meteors appeared above the basement, hurtling towards the masked knight from various angles. The knight hastily blocked, yet was still pierced by three short swords that struck his shoulders and abdomen, eliciting a muffled groan. He swiftly activated a device on his wrist. Do you think this is the end? Experience our true power. He snarled. The entire library began to tremble violently, the ceiling collapsing, and more alarmingly, a sound reminiscent of a colossal creature stirring from beneath echoed, accompanied by a spine-chilling roar. He has awakened the underground experiment. Su Ling's expression changed drastically. We must leave at once. Hong Liang forcefully repelled the masked knight and dashed towards the stone platform, forcefully pressing the key into the groove. The stone platform erupted with a thunderous crack, revealing a second key within. This key, entirely silver, bore the inscription Kaiyang in ancient script. Simultaneously, the ground split open, and a giant hand clad in metallic armor emerged. Hurry! Hong Liang exclaimed, seizing the key as the trio raced toward the ventilation shaft. Just as they squeezed into the duct, a 5-meter-tall monstrosity clawed its way from the depths below. It resembled a zombie, yet its body was embedded with metal armor and energy stones, with a massive green core pulsating in its chest. A 4th-tier bioweapon. Are they truly mad? Can they control it? Su Ling gasped. They scrambled desperately as the thunderous sound of collapsing buildings echoed behind them. When the three finally emerged from the vent, the entire library had crumbled into ruins. Yet, more alarming was the sight of the metallic zombie rising from the debris, unleashing a deafening roar. It has spotted us. Lin Xiaoyu cried out. Hong Liang glanced towards the city's outskirts. We must lure it out of the city before devising a plan. The trio sprinted fiercely, the metallic zombie relentlessly pursuing them. Just as it seemed they would be overtaken, Su Ling suddenly halted, turning to confront the creature. You all go ahead, she shouted. I will hold it back. Are you insane? Hong Liang attempted to pull her away, but an unseen force pushed him back. Su Ling's white pupils transformed into pure black. Her hands extended before her, as the surrounding air twisted violently. I am no ordinary observer. I am the Guardian. A powerful psychic shockwave struck the metallic zombie, causing its movements to freeze, while countless cracks appeared in its armor. Seizing the opportunity, Hong Liang hurled his twin swords with all his might, guided by her telekinetic force. They precisely struck the red core in the zombie's chest. Boom! A violent explosion hurled the three of them backward. As the dust settled, the metallic zombie lay in ruins, reduced to a heap of scrap metal. Struggling to rise, Hong Liang spotted Su Ling lying not far away, blood streaming from her white eyes. Rushing to her side, he discovered she still had a faint breath, though it was perilously weak and could cease at any moment. Why did you help us? He whispered. Su Ling managed a faint smile. Because you are the only ones who can prevent the apocalypse. When the 7 stars align, peace will reign over the world. Before she could finish her thought, her breath faded. Hong Liang lifted her onto his back, and together with Lin Xiaoyu, they fled toward the outskirts of the city. Using vines to fashion a makeshift stretcher, they paused on a secluded hillside in the northern part of the city. Lin Xiaoyu summoned a cluster of flowers with her abilities, and the two solemnly laid the girl to rest in a sea of blossoms. What did she mean by guardian? Lin Xiaoyu inquired as she washed the dirt from her hands with dew. Hong Liang caressed the newly acquired silver key, its reverse side engraved with a delicate star chart. The 2nd star of the Big Dipper is named Kaiyang, which in our Daxia tradition corresponds to the martial star. In ancient astrology, the Kaiyang star is accompanied by a secondary star that governs the gate of life and death. He pointed to the faint green light at the tip of the key. Look here, this green glow should represent the auxiliary star of the open sun star, symbolizing what illuminates it. To discern its true nature, we must venture closer. Outside the Liang stadium, over 30 corpses clad in knightly uniforms lay dispersed in a radiating pattern. Each skull violently split open. Hong Liang crouched down to examine the nearest one. The brain tissue had entirely vanished, leaving a hollow cavity, with traces of fungal proliferation around the wound. It appeared this auxiliary star was no ordinary entity. These must be members of the Royal Knights, right? It seems they have devised a method for mass-producing second-tier abilities. The residual energy within these bodies is at least second-tier. To eliminate so many second-tier abilities, the assailant must be at least fourth-tier. Lin Xiaoyu's vines writhed with unease. Shoo! Hong Liang suddenly pressed down on her shoulder, and the two of them crouched low behind the wall, peering out. The ground trembled rhythmically, and from the shadows of the stands emerged a towering figure, 3 meters tall. It was a giant zombie clad in tattered basketball attire, its eyes obscured by a web-like fungal structure, with dozens of transparent tendrils extending from the back of its head, each tip cradling a pulsating brain. Fourth-tier king. Hong Liang's pupils constricted. The pressure emanating from the creature exceeded all expectations, and his short sword began to vibrate intensely in his sleeve. More terrifying was the fact that the brains on the tendrils glowed in synchrony, clearly engaging in some form of cognitive synchronization. The basketball-clad zombie suddenly halted, its grotesque head turning towards Hong Liang. Before the two could react, the monster accelerated with such speed that it left afterimages in its wake. Hong Liang barely had time to shove Lin Xiaoyu aside before he was sent flying into the stands by a single punch. The concrete bleachers shattered like biscuits, and 2 short swords sprang to defend him, but lost control upon contact with the tendrils, which disrupted their mental connection. Hong Daich. Lin Xiaoyu bit her finger, pressing it to the ground, summoning blood vines from the earth. However, as the vines approached the creature, they rapidly darkened and instead turned to lash out at her. In a critical moment, Hong Liang shot forth the flame-devouring short sword from the rubble, incinerating the mutated vines to ashes. Use physical attacks. Its fungi can parasitize energy bodies. Hong Liang coughed blood as he struggled to rise. Fortunately, he was wearing specialized battle gear, absorbing 80% of the force. Otherwise, that punch would have shattered his ribs. Yet, he felt pain coursing through every inch of his body. To make matters worse, the floating brains were converging into a specific formation, and storm clouds began to gather above the stadium. The monster emitted a hoarse laugh, uttering human words, more knowledge. With each word it spoke, viscous brain matter oozed from the corners of its mouth. The tendrils suddenly plunged into the ground, uprooting the stadium's tiles and revealing a colossal neural network composed of fungi beneath. This was, without a doubt, its meticulously orchestrated hunting ground. Chapter 37. The cleansing task. In a moment of sudden recollection, Hong Liang remembered the words of Su Linger before her demise. He swiftly produced 2 keys, the silver Kaiyang key clashing against another, unleashing a blinding cascade of starlight. The creature recoiled as if scorched, while the luminous brains emitted a piercing shriek in unison. Xiaoyu, protect with the barrier. Seizing the opportunity, Hong Liang consumed several red energy stones, his skin instantly fracturing with spiderweb-like blood marks. With a sword in each hand, he enveloped the blades in the radiant glow of the keys. Frost Whisper and Flame Devourer interlocked for the first time, generating a vortex of energy at the intersection of icy chill and searing flame. The basketball-clad zombie sensed the peril of the vortex, retracting its tendrils into a drill-like spike. Lin Xiaoyu's bloodvine barrier shattered upon contact, yet it granted Hong Liang at least a precious second. Dual Polar Slash. The cross-shaped energy wave rent the fabric of space, vaporizing the mycelial network in its wake. The monster attempted to shield itself by ensnaring debris from the stands with its tendrils, only to be met with a cold smirk from Hong Liang. The energy wave suddenly bifurcated into hundreds of slender strands, weaving around obstacles with a life of their own, accurately piercing every floating brain. A cacophony of anguished roars erupted from the zombie for the first time, as it frantically clawed at its own head. Yet it could not halt the collapse of the mycelial network. The parasitized brains detonated one after another, each explosion flooding Hong Liang's consciousness with fragments of memories. He witnessed the nightly order capturing the creature's larval form, feeding it living beings, and observed its clandestine evolution into sentience, ultimately leading to its retaliatory strike. As the last brain erupted, a torrential rain of blood cascaded from the heavens. Hong Liang knelt in the sanguine pool, gasping for breath, realizing that an additional 3rd key of jade white had mysteriously appeared in his hand, inscribed with the characters Kaiyang. A cloud-patterned stone pillar, akin to that of Xian City, slowly ascended from the ground amidst the blood rain. This time, the surface displayed not words, but a flowing holographic star map. Quickly, exchange and redeem everything, Hong Liang urged, thrusting a bag filled with energy stones towards Lin Xiaoyu. However, she stubbornly returned the bag to him, her eyes glinting with resolve. This world does not require balance. One must grow stronger to protect more. If everyone is the same, it equates to mediocrity. Unable to sway her conviction, Hong Liang sighed and pressed against the stone pillar. The star map abruptly expanded, and a cold mechanical voice resonated in his mind. Kaiyang star point activated. Reward distribution in progress. Suddenly, Hong Liang found himself drawn into an illusion, witnessing 7 towering stone pillars amidst the apocalyptic wasteland. With each illuminated pillar, a portion of the blood-red canopy receded. As the illusion dissipated, he appeared in an open space with a plethora of rewards exceeding his expectations. A pair of wrist blades capable of spatial teleportation, 3 gene enhancers, a mysterious metal that could augment his battle suit, an enhancement stone to re-upgrade fuse skills, and a healing skill suitable for Lin Xiaoyu. There was also an option to enhance his physicality, but this time he could choose to consume the king-level energy stone dropped by the monster before opting for advancement, ensuring a flawless evolution without the concern of sudden energy surpluses causing adverse effects. Lin Xiaoyu was experimenting with her newly acquired healing abilities. As vibrant green light flowed through Hong Liang's robust form, soothing the internal injuries he had sustained from being struck. That zombie, perhaps once a player, now merely represented another tragedy in this apocalyptic world. Hong Liang stowed away the 3 keys and casually consumed the purified royal energy stone. Instantly, his body was flooded with surging energy. Drawing from his previous experience, he swiftly broke through his limitations, ascending to the 5th tier. However, the energy within him was tumultuous and utterly unmanageable. The energy coursing through him resembled molten lava, with a web-like pattern of light manifesting upon his skin. Colors of blue, yellow, red, and green flickered in a constant dance, while a dominant purple began to take over. He knelt on one knee, gripping the ground tightly. As the concrete crumbled to dust beneath his fingers, Hong, big brother, Lin Xiaoyu attempted to approach, but was repelled by an invisible force. Stay back. I'm overloaded with energy and need to guide it slowly, Hong Liang warned through clenched teeth, blood spilling from his mouth onto the ground. Just as he felt he was on the brink of disintegration, a stone pillar beside him erupted with blinding golden light, enveloping him entirely. Behind him, a cosmic pattern resembling the Big Dipper materialized, with the stars of Kaiyang and Fuxing shining brilliantly, while the original Yaowang star flickered as well. Countless golden particles streamed into him through his pores, and the chaotic energy gradually calmed, forming a perfect circulatory system within. When the radiance faded, Hong Liang opened his eyes to reveal swirling nebulae within his pupils. He clenched his fist, creating a sonic boom as the air compressed. With Frost Whisper and Flame Devourer automatically levitating, the blade entwined with blue and white arcs of energy. Is this the pinnacle of the 5th tier? Lin Xiaoyu gasped, her eyes widening. Suddenly, the vine tattoo on her wrist began to grow autonomously, weaving an information network between them. This was the new ability granted to her by the stone pillar, natural resonance, allowing her to transmit thoughts through plants. Hong Liang's voice resonated directly in her mind. The stone pillar has provided me with the coordinates to the Gate of Revelation in Yin City, located beneath the sewage treatment plant in the west, but there is a condition. A blood-red number materialized in their shared visual, 137300. What does this mean? Lin Xiaoyu inquired, perplexed by the number before her. There are 300 members of the Royal Knights in Yin City, and the stone pillar demands that we eliminate them all. Hong Liang gazed toward the direction of Yin City beyond the stadium, his energy vision piercing through the night, revealing several red silhouettes moving stealthily. In the central square of Yin City, the temporary command center of the Knights was bustling. An elderly Caucasian man in a black robe was reviewing the images transmitted through the mycelium network when he suddenly slammed his palm on the table. Activate the emergency protocol immediately. Those 2 intruders are slaughtering our. Before he could finish, the dome of the command center was violently torn open. Under the moonlight, 12 streaks of sword light cascaded down, and the silver-armored knights guarding the entrance hadn't even drawn their weapons before being reduced to mere fragments. 175. Hong Liang's voice echoed from all directions as he stood atop the fountain statue in the square, his swords crossed over his chest, the newly acquired wrist blades shimmering with a blue light of spatial leaps. The elderly man tightened his grip on the staff, the embedded purple energy stone pulsating with fervent brilliance. Arrogant yellow-skinned monkey, allow me to demonstrate the true power of. A tendril pierced through his chest, and Lin Xiaoyu's form emerged from the mycelium blanket below. With a delicate flick of her fingertip, the surrounding fungal carpet withered, giving rise to grotesque flora reminiscent of the man-eating plants from Plants vs. Zombies, which devoured the knights attempting to rescue him. She softly counted, the tendrils of her tattoo creeping up her neck, blooming with tiny white flowers. Chapter 38. The 6-winged zombie Hong Liang suddenly teleported before the elder, his spatial blade shimmering as it severed the man's head. He then used the tip of his sword to lift the staff. His innate ability is merely at the pinnacle of the third tier. It is solely this staff that allows him to wield the energy of a fourth-tier aberration. The Royal Knight Order certainly indulges in extravagance. With that, he yanked the green energy stone from the staff's apex. The moment the stone was extracted, the entire mycelial network of the city convulsed violently, distant howls of zombies echoing in a cacophony. The uncontrolled horde began a frenzied assault, obliterating the Knight Order's defenses in an instant. The two cleared the gathering point and began their advance toward the western part of the city. The closer they approached the west, the more numerous the zombies became. While they posed no threat to Hong Liang, their sheer volume was bothersome. Were it not for the energy stones they bore, he would have sought refuge elsewhere, perhaps at the sewage treatment plant. He formed hand seals, and 12 short swords suddenly linked end to end, forming a sword wheel with a diameter of 10 meters. As the wheel spun, the fabric of space was rent asunder, and those zombies that lunged forward were consumed by the dark fissures. The ground rained down a plethora of energy stones. Lin Xiaoyu swiftly gathered the stones using her plants, efficiently collecting the energy with her newfound automatic retrieval ability. In the midst of her joyful gathering, an ominous sensation washed over her. Her expression shifted dramatically as she shouted, "Brother Hong, be careful." Unbeknownst to them, a six-winged humanoid creature had appeared, drawing near to Hong Liang. The numerous brains atop its crown glowed simultaneously, causing Hong Liang to momentarily lose his train of thought, and all the short swords clattered to the ground. Ants, the six-winged being's voice grated, reminiscent of claws scraping against iron, sending shivers down their spines. "Become a part of me." It reached out toward Hong Liang's crown, but recoiled in pain upon contact. A flicker of light appeared on Hong Liang's forehead, the mark of the open sun star manifesting. Seizing the moment, Lin Xiaoyu unleashed her newly acquired healing skill, Life Bloom. Instantly, countless roses erupted around Hong Liang, their thorns providing a temporary shield against the mental assault from the crown. He took a moment to breathe, swiftly retrieving his dual swords and striking them together forcefully. The blades began to fuse, their icy and fiery energies intertwining, slowly transforming into a vibrant purple hue. On the count of 3, disperse Life Bloom immediately. Hong Liang gazed intently at the six-winged creature temporarily ensnared by the roses, his voice resonating powerfully. A surge of violet energy surged within his eyes as his fused purple crystal sword emitted a resonant hum akin to the roar of a dragon. 3, 2, 1. Lin Xiaoyu swiftly retracted her Life Bloom, and as the six-winged creature broke free from its bonds, it was met with a sweeping arc of purplish sword light that transcended the heavens. This strike seemed to cleave through the very fabric of space, dividing the zombies, buildings, and even the light itself along its path. In a moment of desperation, the six-winged creature enveloped itself with its 6 wings, yet upon contact with the sword light, it let out a chilling scream. Those once iron-hard wings were torn apart, as if they were mere sheets of paper at the instant of contact. Starfall. Hong Liang's sword momentum remained unyielding as his left wrist blade shimmered, and in an instant, he teleported behind the six-winged creature to deliver another horizontal slash. Where the two blades intersected, the space itself fractured into a web-like pattern, and the creature's body was severed into 4 pieces, crashing down to the ground. Terrifyingly, those fragments did not succumb to death. Instead, they writhed incessantly, with dozens of brains atop its crown emitting a piercing shriek. While the fungal threads on the ground surged towards the remnants in frenzy, Lin Xiaoyu had anticipated this, pressing her hands to the ground. Qingluo, Forbidden Domain. Instantly, the area within 100 meters transformed into a tangle of vines, each secreting a corrosive liquid that obliterated the fungal network. Seizing the opportunity, Hong Liang hurled 2 short swords, which transformed mid-air into 12 beams of purple light, precisely piercing through all the floating brains. With the final wail, the 6-winged creature ceased its struggles, its corpse rapidly carbonizing into a pile of ash, within which lay a metallic box. "What is this? It differs from what we previously acquired from slain monsters," Lin Xiaoyu mused as she coiled the vines around the box, drawing it closer for examination. She noted its surface was remarkably smooth, devoid of any patterns. Hong Liang retrieved his short swords, using the tip of one to pry open the latch. To their astonishment, the interior of the box was 10 times larger than its exterior, neatly housing 3 purple energy stones, 8 green energy stones, 10 red energy stones, and a multitude of yellow and blue energy stones. After a brief respite, Hong Liang extracted all the items from the box. Despite the compact nature of the space within, it was not particularly convenient for transport. The spatial ring could not accommodate other spatial equipment, and while he contemplated discarding it, the rarity of such equipment made it too valuable to simply throw away. He entrusted it to Lin Xiaoyu for safekeeping. Subsequently, Hong Liang produced the gene serum he had exchanged from the stone pillar. This serum was one of the few items with a detailed description, requiring a sufficient amount of energy stones for consumption. When he obtained the serum, he had nearly depleted his energy stone reserves. Now, with an abundance of energy stones at hand, he resolved to use them promptly, as the enhancement of his abilities took precedence. In his energy vision, he observed golden particles suspended within the serum. He handed it to Lin Xiaoyu along with a sufficient quantity of energy stones, urging her, use them now. Consume the energy stones and the serum together. The moment the serum entered her body, her veins illuminated with a golden radiance, and her vine tattoos unfurled, enveloping her in a cocoon-like embrace. Hong Liang was similarly enveloped in golden light, his bones emitting crisp cracks like bursting beans, while muscle fibers continuously tore and reformed. The agony lasted less than a minute, and when the radiance faded, a layer of black impurities expelled from both of their bodies. This must be the cleansing of the marrow and the forging of the sinew, Hong Liang remarked, observing the dark residue on their skin. Indeed, it appears so. My senses have been enhanced beyond threefold, and the third-tier shackles have been completely shattered. I have ascended to the fourth tier, Lin Xiaoyu exclaimed with excitement, effortlessly leaping onto a 5-meter-high crumbling wall. The vine she conjured from her fingertips could easily pierce concrete. More astonishingly, she discovered her ability to perceive energy fluctuations from 2 kilometers away, detecting 3 night squad teams searching for survivors in the northern part of the city. Hong Liang reveled in his newfound physique, wielding Frost Whisper and Flame Devour with an ease that rendered them almost weightless. Controlling them with his mind felt as natural as an extension of his own body. The most remarkable transformation occurred in his energy vision. He could now directly observe the flow of energy within living beings and even anticipate their next moves. Fortunately, Hong Liang's black combat suit possessed self-cleaning capabilities, but Lin Xiaoyu, covered in a layer of dark impurities, blushed as she requested a change of clothes from him. Summoning plants to envelop herself, she discreetly changed her attire. As Hong Liang stored the remaining energy stones in his storage ring, twilight descended, and the twin moons rose in the sky. However, the night sky over the western part of Yin City was illuminated by numerous fires. Following the collapse of the mycelium network, uncontrollable zombies clashed with remnants of the Night Order, presenting an opportune moment for decisive strikes. Chapter 39. Reunion with an old friend. Lin Xiaoyu closed her eyes to sense the surroundings. There is a presence of an early fourth-tier being among them. Hong Liang smirked, as Frost Whisper and Flame Devour split into 12 short swords that encircled him. Let us settle the score. The ensuing massacre was akin to a work of art. The two, endowed with new abilities, moved in perfect harmony. Lin Xiaoyu created diversions with her vines, while Hong Liang executed lethal ambushes with his spatial wrist blades. When facing fourth-tier targets, Hong Liang would deliberately present an opening, and as the adversary committed to a full-force strike, Lin Xiaoyu would disrupt their focus with a life-warping bloom, allowing Hong Liang to deliver the finishing blow with his flying swords. With each knight vanquished, the tally increment, 215, 237, 256. Upon returning to the sewage treatment plant in the west of the city, the count froze at 298. Hong Liang furrowed his brow as he scanned the vicinity. We still need 2 more. Suddenly, he directed his sword tip towards the ground. They're below us. 2 sword energies cleaved the earth, revealing a concealed emergency passage. Following the corridor to its depths, they uncovered the final secret of the Yin City Night Order, a spherical space with a diameter of 100 meters, at the center of which stood a colossal biological computer composed of brains and mycelium. 2 researchers clad in white robes were frantically destroying data. Step back. There are 500 kilograms of explosives buried here, the older researcher shouted, raising a remote control. The younger one stealthily tucked a disc into his sleeve, a subtle gesture that did not escape Hong Liang's enhanced energy vision. Lin Xiaoyu suddenly smiled, her fingertips blossoming with a white flower. You should press it. At the moment the pollen dispersed, the gazes of 2 researchers became vacant, entranced by her newly awakened mental control ability, the enchanting flower. Hong Liang approached effortlessly, seizing the remote control and the plate, and swiftly extinguished the lives of both individuals. As the final 2 red dots vanished, 3 keys automatically emerged from the storage ring, forming a triangular array of light in the air, which projected onto the biological computer, transforming it into a pure energy vortex. Hong Liang, pulling Lin Xiaoyu, stepped into the vortex, and the scene before them abruptly changed. They found themselves amidst a starry expanse, with a holographic projection of Yin City beneath their feet, surrounded by 7 ethereal stone pillars, 2 of which had solidified. A resonant voice echoed through the void. The trial of the opening sun star has been passed. I bestow the fragment of heavenly crafting and materialization. A bronze ancient tome fell into Hong Liang's hands, its pages turning of their own accord, revealing various astonishing mechanisms. A launcher that could amplify the power of energy stones tenfold, rune armor capable of withstanding 5th-tier attacks, and even the rudiments of spatial folding technology. More precious were the final pages detailing the Northern Dipper body forging technique, a secret method for perfectly absorbing energy stones. Lin Xiaoyu received a pouch of seeds and a fragment of the Shinong's classic of herbal medicine, which contained methods for concocting elixirs from mutated plants. Most delightfully, she discovered the Qingdi longevity technique, which, when cultivated to its utmost, could regenerate severed limbs. While the two were still absorbing this knowledge, the starry sky suddenly warped, and the 3 keys fused into a spoon-shaped star disk resembling the Northern Dipper, its handle pointing eastward. The Yuhing star is in Yun City. It will appear in 30 days. Upon returning to the real world, the wastewater treatment plant lay in ruins. Hong Liang tested the newly learned Northern Dipper body forging technique. 3 purple energy stones shattered simultaneously, their surging energy being systematically channeled into his limbs, devoid of the previous frenzy. When he opened his eyes again, his aura had stabilized at the initial phase of the 6th tier. 30 days is ample time for us to accomplish much, and Yun City is not far from here. Let us train ourselves while heading there, Hong Liang declared, gazing toward the east, toward Yun City. Lin Xiaoyu was cultivating combat plants with the seeds she had acquired and looked up with a smile. How many shall we slay this time? Hong Liang gently caressed the star disk, the numbers displayed causing them to gasp in disbelief. 03000. This indicated that in Yun City, at least 3,000 members of the Knightly Order awaited their harvest. It seems we must create quite a commotion, Hong Liang said, flipping through heavenly crafting and materialization, revealing a design diagram with a cold smirk. Lin Xiaoyu nodded in understanding, her fingertips sprouting thorny vines capable of parasitizing zombies, transforming them into plant puppets. Beneath the dual moons, a new journey was about to commence. Meanwhile, not far in Yun City, a shadow atop the church spire suddenly turned, crimson eyes piercing through the night, colliding with Hong Liang's gaze from afar. In his hand, he held the 4th key inscribed with Yuang. In an abandoned factory on the western outskirts of Yin City, Hong Liang was assembling an energy amplifier according to the blueprints from heavenly crafting and materialization, while Lin Xiaoyu sat nearby, her fingertips entwined with verdant vines, the white flowers blooming from them exuding a faint fragrance, forming a protective barrier in the dimly lit basement. As the amplifier was completed, Lin Xiaoyu inquired with curiosity, her gaze fixed on the intricate metallic device in Hong Liang's hands. Adjusting the position of the energy stone, Hong Liang replied without lifting his head, theoretically, it could triple the range, but we must conduct tests to ascertain its efficacy. The number of knights in Yunqing is tenfold that of Yinqing. We must. His words trailed off, and the tool he wielded hung suspended in midair. Noticing Hong Liang's sudden stillness, Lin Xiaoyu's alertness heightened as tendrils silently spread across the ground. Someone is approaching, Hong Liang whispered, his voice low. 2 figures moved slowly ahead, one of them feeble, while several others followed closely behind, seemingly in pursuit. The 2 exchanged a glance, instinctively erasing all traces of their presence. Hong Liang signaled, and 12 short swords floated silently behind him, while Lin Xiaoyu melded into the shadows of the wall, becoming one with the surrounding flora. Outside the factory, chaotic footsteps and heavy breathing echoed. Put me down, they're closing in fast. You need to run, a raspy male voice intermittently urged. Old Joe, hold on. There's an abandoned factory ahead. We can take shelter, a younger voice responded. Hong Liang's pupils constricted. The raspy voice struck a familiar chord, yet its hoarseness had prevented him from grasping its significance. However, upon hearing the name, he froze in astonishment. Old Joe. It can't be that Old Joe, can it? When I left Xiancheng, I specifically visited the community where Old Joe lived, only to find it in ruins, with 2 buildings completely collapsed. I had assumed his family had perished, yet hearing that name stirred a wave of excitement within me. The metallic door was suddenly thrust open, and 2 disheveled figures stumbled inside. Leading the way was a young man in his 20s, bloodied, and supporting a man in his late 20s. The older man's right leg was a gruesome sight, and his face was pale as a ghost. Yet, Hong Liang recognized him at once. It was his dear friend, Old Joe, from his days in Xiancheng. Chapter 40. Rescue Old Zhou. Hong Liang exclaimed as he burst from his hiding place, the 12 short swords accompanying him, swirling gracefully at his side. The young man, startled by Hong Liang's dramatic entrance, released his grip and staggered back, causing Old Zhou to lose his support and lurch forward. In a swift motion, Hong Liang stepped forward to catch him, immediately asking, "What happened?" "Hong Liang, I knew you were still alive. You cockroach of a man. You'll never be done for." "Ha!" Old Zhou exclaimed weakly, his eyes lighting up as he recognized Hong Liang. However, after a couple of chuckles, he succumbed to a fit of coughing, blood staining the corner of his mouth. "It's me, don't move. Xiaoyu, please tend to him," Hong Liang replied succinctly, quickly assessing Old Zhou's injuries. The wound on his right leg was horrific, resembling the aftermath of a brutal animal attack. More alarming was the discolored, purplish hue surrounding the wound, with filamentous forms visibly writhing beneath the skin. Lin Xiaoyu emerged from the shadows, and the vines swiftly ensnared Old Zhou. A series of white lights illuminated the scene, while a comforting energy continuously surged into Old Zhou's body, rendering his pallid complexion slightly more vibrant. The young man gazed at the two individuals, showcasing their extraordinary abilities, his face paling in fear. Upon hearing a resounding inquiry, he stammered, I am Zhang Ming. I was imprisoned alongside Old Zhou in the underground prison of the Night Order. Old Zhou was subjected to vivisection due to his defiance. We managed to escape amidst the chaos following the annihilation of the Night Order's headquarters in Yen City, but pursuers are close behind. As if to corroborate his words, the roar of engines and boisterous shouts erupted from outside the factory. A sudden intensity flickered in Hong Liang's gaze as he entrusted Old Zhou to Lin Xiaoyu, instructing, "Take them to the basement, establish defenses. I will deal with the pursuers." Lin Xiaoyu nodded, the vines gently lifting Old Zhou as she gestured for Zhang Ming to follow her swiftly towards the basement entrance. Meanwhile, Hong Liang turned and strode towards the factory's entrance, his weapons, Frost Language and Flame Devourer, glinting ominously in his hands. 5 fully armed members of the Night Order burst into the factory, adorned in specially designed silver armor, their helmets equipped with energy detectors flashing ominously in red. The leader brandished an oddly shaped spear, aiming it at Hong Liang, declaring, "We have identified the accomplices of the fugitive. Surrender immediately." A cold smile graced Hong Liang's lips as he chose silence over compliance. In a mere instant, he vanished, leaving only an afterimage in his wake. The knights, caught off guard, barely comprehended the situation before the foremost 2 were decapitated, blood splattering onto the rusted machinery. "It's a power user. Activate the energy interference." The remaining knights swiftly formed a defensive formation, one pressing a device on his wrist, sending forth a wave of invisible energy. Hong Liang felt his mental connection grow sluggish, his 12 short swords moving as if ensnared in mire. The Royal Night Order indeed possessed formidable capabilities, having developed interference devices specifically targeting telekinetic users. Target's abilities are restricted. Initiate capture protocol. Net guns, fire. The knights unleashed a volley, numerous nets soaring towards Hong Liang. With disdain, he glanced at the nets, crossing his arms. The 12 flying swords merged into 2 as he swept his blades in a circular motion, cleaving the nets into fragments that fell to the ground. How is this possible? He can still control the flying swords. The interference device is ineffective against him? The knights watched in horror. They knew this device had proven unyielding against lower-tier power users, rendering them powerless. Yet, this individual appeared utterly unaffected. With a cold smirk, Hong Liang's dual swords suddenly fragmented into hundreds of slender sword lights, cascading down like a torrential rain. The knight's armor disintegrated before the onslaught, pierced through as if made of paper. The battle concluded swiftly. Hong Liang sheathed his weapons, inspecting the bodies and retrieving a data terminal from the lead knight. The terminal screen flashed a crimson alert. Subject 17 and its attachment have escaped. Immediate recovery or destruction is required. Subject? Hong Liang furrowed his brow and hastened towards the basement. In the dimly lit basement, Lin Xiaoyu was utilizing her newly acquired healing abilities to tend to Old Zhou's wounds. Her hands radiated a gentle green luminescence as they pressed against the injury on his right leg, causing the bluish-purple mycelium to gradually recede in the emerald glow. "How is it?" Hong Liang inquired, approaching and squatting beside her. Lin Xiaoyu's forehead glistened with fine beads of sweat. "The wound is infected with parasitic fungi developed by the Knight's Order. I am attempting to eradicate it, but some of the mycelium has already infiltrated the bloodstream." Old Zhou weakly opened his eyes. "Hong Liang, may I ask you for a favor?" "Xiaoling, she might still be alive." "Xiaoling, your sister-in-law? Where is she?" Hong Liang asked eagerly. Old Zhou's wife, Xiaoling, had always regarded Hong Liang as a younger brother, often expressing her desire to care for him and introduce him to suitable partners, which fostered a close relationship between their families. She may have been taken to the Knight's headquarters. After we were captured, they separated us. The last I saw, she was being placed into a special vehicle, one filled with beautiful young women. Later, I learned they were likely taken to the Knight's headquarters, old Zhou recounted in a halting voice. Zhang Ming interjected, old Zhou is a special subject. They implanted an energy stone within him, which is why he remains in Yin City for further experimentation. Ordinary survivors have been transported elsewhere, possibly to Yin City or other cities, likely further north. Hong Liang clenched his fists. These wretched knights had amassed so many individuals so swiftly after the apocalypse, supported by a formidable scientific team. As long as this organization persisted, the great Xia was in peril. He slowly relaxed his pale fists and continued to inquire. How were you captured? Old Zhou shut his eyes, recalling the painful memories. Before the apocalypse, you advised me to stockpile food, and I had prepared quite a bit. So, when the outbreak occurred, Xiao Ling and I sheltered in our home, not fearing for our sustenance. Eventually, the military sent personnel to organize an evacuation. But a horde of survivors attracted a monstrous creature, something 2 stories tall that could demolish an apartment building with a few punches. We fled with the crowd, only to encounter individuals claiming to be a rescue team. His voice broke, but it was a trap set by the knights. They imprisoned us, first extracting our blood, then administering various serums. Some transformed into monsters on the spot. Zhang Ming took over the narrative. The knights refer to this as the purification plan. They believe the apocalypse is an opportunity for evolution, seeking to transform humanity into a more advanced life form. We, the subjects, are merely their raw materials. Hong Liang recalled the cultivation pods he had seen in the lab at Xian City, along with the modified zombies, and his disgust for these individuals deepened. They exhibited not a shred of humanity. He produced a data terminal he had retrieved from a corpse of the knights. This terminal mentioned Subject 17. Is that referring to old Zhou? Chapter 41. Eliminating future threats, Zhang Ming nodded. Each subject is assigned a number. Old Zhou, having successfully integrated the energy stone, is a primary subject of observation. Lin Xiaoyu suddenly lifted her head. Brother Hong, there seems to be a metallic device near old Zhou's heart. Hong Liang immediately activated his energy vision and indeed observed a small metallic object emitting faint energy fluctuations close to old Zhou's heart. It could be a surveillance device or a data storage unit. Those scoundrels from the Knight's Order might be tracking old Zhou's location through it, Hong Liang analyzed. Remove it. Old Zhou gritted his teeth, asserting, no matter how painful it is, it must be taken out. Otherwise, our position could be exposed at any moment, and relentless pursuers would follow, which could wear us down to exhaustion. Lin Xiaoyu glanced at Hong Liang, who nodded in agreement. I'll handle this. Using telekinesis will allow for a more direct extraction. After I remove it, you can use your abilities to mend his wound. Hong Liang required no tools. He heated the flame-devouring blade to a precise temperature, ensuring it was sterilized. Once Lin Xiaoyu secured old Zhou with vines, he swiftly made a small incision in his chest. The moment blood surged forth, Lin Xiaoyu's healing green light enveloped the wound, sealing the blood within. Hong Liang carefully probed with his telekinesis, avoiding major blood vessels, until he found the metallic device, which was no larger than a button, its surface adorned with microcircuits, with filaments as thin as hair connecting it to old Zhou's heart. Damn it, it's fused with the cardiac tissue. Will there be any unforeseen consequences if I just yank it out? Hong Liang's forehead beaded with cold sweat. Just pull it out. I can endure it, old Zhou asserted, weak yet resolute. Taking a deep breath, Hong Liang's telekinesis sliced through the delicate strands with surgical precision as he swiftly extracted the device. Old Zhou's body convulsed violently for a moment before calming under Lin Xiaoyu's healing light. Hong Liang placed the extracted device on the ground and froze it with the Frost Whisper short sword, effectively severing any potential signal transmission. The surface was etched with a series of numbers, 17486. I wonder if it contains any critical data. Once I find suitable equipment, I'll uncover what these contraptions are up to, Hong Liang thought as he stowed the device in his spatial ring, a realm capable of completely shielding signals, where even the royal knights could not locate it. Old Zhou's breathing gradually stabilized, and Lin Xiaoyu's treatment proved effective, as all his wounds began to heal, and his complexion improved somewhat. Throughout the operation, Zhang Ming had been watching intently. As the device was extracted and promptly vanished, he stared in astonishment and asked, "Who are you people?" "Survivors, just like you," Lin Xiaoyu replied succinctly, wiping the sweat from her forehead, feeling slightly fatigued from her continuous use of advanced healing abilities. Hong Liang produced several energy stones, and handed them to Lin Xiaoyu. First, regain your strength. Once old Zhou's condition stabilizes, we will prepare to set off for Yunqing, conducting a thorough search point by point. As far as I know, Yunqing is the Knight's headquarters in the northwest, heavily guarded, and reportedly home to modified beings above the 4th rank. Even if you are formidable, you wouldn't be able to eradicate their stronghold there. Zhang Ming expressed his concerns upon hearing Hong Liang's words. Hong Liang and Lin Xiaoyu exchanged a glance, the corners of their mouths slightly curling upward. It was the perfect opportunity to test the new equipment. As the night deepened, the silvery light of the twin moons cascaded through the shattered windows. Old Zhou, under the influence of Lin Xiaoyu's abilities, drifted into a deep slumber, while Zhang Ming curled up in a corner, also asleep. Lin Xiaoyu sat against the wall, eyes closed, restoring her energy. Meanwhile, Hong Liang scrutinized the metallic apparatus and the intelligence gathered from the corpses of the knights. The fragmented information suggested that the scale of the Night Order's operations in Yun City exceeded all expectations. They had not only taken control of the entire city, but were also conducting extensive experiments on human modifications. Even more unsettling was a document that referenced the Harvest Day Plan, indicating that the Night Order intended to launch a comprehensive sweep of all survivor settlements surrounding Yun City after eliminating the zombies and mutated creatures, in order to gather materials for their experiments. Clenching his fists, Hong Liang realized that time was of the essence. They needed to act swiftly. "What are you thinking about?" Lin Xiaoyu asked softly, her eyes fluttering open unbeknownst to her. The Night Order's plan isn't merely to modify a select few individuals. They aim to alter entire populations based on the virus, using the lives of our people. Hong Liang replied in a hushed tone. Lin Xiaoyu's vines instinctively wandered across the ground. What is contained within that metallic device? It's still uncertain, but judging by the serial number, Old Zhou was the 17th successful subject to merge with the Energy Stone in Yin City. The Night Order may be collecting data from different subjects in search of the most stable modification scheme. After all, their objective is to enhance their own kind. Unreliable experimental data would be of no use to them. Lin Xiaoyu gazed at the sleeping Old Zhou. It's a miracle that he survived. Old Zhou had always been remarkably resilient, renowned as a tough man who once subdued 3 armed assailants single-handedly and had rescued people from the river numerous times. Hong Liang recalled the countless newspaper articles and online reports featuring Old Zhou. The number was beyond memory. Lin Xiaoyu pondered. Is it possible for the fusion with the Energy Stone to fail? It seems both of us succeeded quite effortlessly. Hong Liang nodded. Though the Night Order is deranged, their research direction is correct. The Energy Stone cannot be directly ingested. The most effective method, aside from what I taught you, is to utilize the body's self-purification capabilities to eliminate the harmful aspects of the Energy Stone. After several rounds of purification, the subjects would possess self-purifying abilities in their blood. Once these individuals develop antibodies, their blood would be extracted to purify the Energy Stones, which would then be supplied to those in power. How many lives will be lost? Lin Xiaoyu gasped in shock at Hong Liang's words, realizing the inhumanity of such experiments and the countless lives required for success. How do you know the safety of this method? Lin Xiaoyu suddenly inquired, as if a thought had struck her. Hong Liang chuckled softly, choosing not to respond to her inquiry. Lin Xiaoyu, understanding the depth of their bond, refrained from pressing further. She knew that without Hong Liang, her fate would have been dire. Some matters did not necessitate exhaustive examination. The two fell into a contemplative silence, each pondering the implications of a world where ordinary individuals could gain extraordinary abilities to combat zombies, fundamentally altering the landscape of the apocalypse. As dawn broke, Old Zhou stirred. His complexion markedly improved, able to stand unaided. "How do you feel?" Hong Liang inquired, offering him a bottle of water and several boxes of preheated beef stew. Chapter 42. Deeds. Old Zhou devoured the food with great enthusiasm, wiping his mouth afterward. I can finally say I'm alive again." "Hong Liang, why have you come to Yin City from Xian City? And who is this young lady?" His eyes glimmered with mischief. With a wry smile, Hong Liang replied, "Xiaoyu is still a minor. I am not a beast. I merely rescued her when our paths crossed, and she had nowhere else to go." He then recounted their journey from the laboratory in Xian City to the battles in Yin City, omitting details regarding the key and the stone pillar. Old Zhou listened, dumbfounded, while Zhang Ming gaped, oblivious to the drool escaping his mouth. "Are you two the legendary slayers who decimated the Yin City Knights?" Zhang Ming exclaimed. Incredulity etched across his face. "The entire prison is abuzz with tales of your exploits." Lin Xiaoyu raised an eyebrow. "What exploits?" "They say one of you can command a swarm of flying swords while the other can summon flora, slaying over 300 members of the Knights in a single night." The prisoners declare you to be the hope of the great Xia. Zhang Ming's eyes sparkled with admiration. Hong Liang shook his head, a hint of exasperation in his demeanor. We merely did what was necessary. Now, share what you know. Old Zhou and Zhang Ming divulged the information they had gathered. They learned from idle chatter among the knights that the prison in Yunqing was, in fact, a repurposed underground military base situated beneath the city square. The garrison station there had been slaughtered by the knights masquerading as survivors. The prisoners were categorized into tiers. Ordinary survivors were confined to the upper levels. Potential experimental subjects in the middle, and those who had undergone successful modifications were held in the deepest underground levels. I do not know if Xiaoling is there. All I am aware of is that beautiful women have been transported northward. Where exactly, I cannot say, Old Zhou lamented. Closing his eyes in anguish at the thought of the horrors Xiaoling might be enduring, Hong Liang placed a reassuring hand on his old friend's shoulder. We will find her. The knights are poised for significant movement soon. This presents us with an opportunity. What significant movement? Old Zhou inquired. Hong Liang elucidated the Harvest Day plan and the knights' intentions. As they absorbed the analysis, Old Zhou and Zhang Ming's faces drained of color. We must swiftly warn the other settlements. Zhang Ming urged, his voice tinged with urgency. No, that would alert them. The most prudent course is to strike at the heart of the matter, dismantling the Knights' Corps before the plan is executed, Hong Liang countered, shaking his head resolutely. Do we need a stealth plan? A direct assault would be exceedingly perilous, especially considering they may possess modified beings of rank 4 or higher, Old Zhou remarked, furrowing his brow. No need for that. These scoundrels deserve their fate, and I shall ensure they meet a dismal end, Hong Liang replied with a booming, confident laugh. Lin Xiaoyu smiled slightly. Leave this to me. My newfound ability can attract the mutated entities. We shall employ a strategy of using a tiger to consume a wolf. Let the knights experience the ferocity of the mutated beings. As the plan began to take shape, they intended to seek out formidable mutated entities along their route, utilizing Lin Xiaoyu's ability to lure them, then enticing them to the knight stronghold for a merciless assault. They would merely need to observe the spectacle. There's another issue. I once had a tracking device implanted within me. They must have marked me as a high-risk fugitive. However, I am uncertain whether that device still resides within me. If it does, our movements will surely be compromised, Old Zhou said, pointing to the fading scar on his chest. Hong Liang nodded thoughtfully. He utilized his telekinetic abilities to scan Old Zhou's body, but found nothing amiss. Nevertheless, he could not dismiss the possibility entirely. After a moment of contemplation, he retrieved a piece of silver metal from his storage ring. This is a unique material I acquired. It can shield against all signal scans. Using it to create a signal jammer should suffice. I doubt the knight's technology can surpass this metal. With that, he conjured a red glow from his hands, and a searing flame erupted from his palms. The metal gradually morphed under his control, ultimately transforming into a thin patch akin to a cicada's wing. When affixed to the skin, it will disrupt any scanning. Old Zhou received the patch with skepticism, pressing it against the scar on his chest. It instantly fused with his skin, leaving no trace, even allowing the scar to remain visible. Subsequently, Hong Liang and Lin Xiaoyu set out to reclaim the knight's equipment, while Old Zhou and Zhang Ming rested and tended to their injuries in the basement. As night fell once more, all preparations were complete. Old Zhou and Zhang Ming donned the knight's uniforms, while Lin Xiaoyu altered their appearances, even adjusting their voices and postures. Hong Liang was confident that even Old Zhou's own mother would fail to recognize her son standing before her. In the darkness before dawn, Hong Liang stood atop the roof of an abandoned factory, gazing out over the ruins of Yin City. The morning breeze carried with it the stench of decay and charred remnants, and he inhaled deeply, feeling the surging energy within him. The power of the early 6th tier coursing through his veins. Brother Hong, Lin Xiaoyu's voice floated towards him from behind as she gracefully leapt onto the rooftop, vines entwining around her fingertips. Brother Zhou has nearly recovered. Should we not be on our way? Hong Liang's lips curled into a slight smile. Not yet. I still have something to attend to. Please fetch Old Zhou for me. Brother Zhou, come with me. Brother Hong is looking for you, Lin Xiaoyu called to Old Zhou, who was busy polishing an energy gun. Zhang Ming, beside him, continued organizing his weapons without uttering a word, casting a glance at Lin Xiaoyu before returning to his task. Old Zhou raised an eyebrow, choosing not to inquire further, and silently followed. Lin Xiaoyu had already arranged a vine barrier within the workshop, isolating all sounds and energy fluctuations. Hong Liang retrieved 5 blue energy stones and a vial of golden-hued potion from his storage ring, placing them on the workbench before Old Zhou. What is this? Old Zhou asked, gazing curiously at the softly glowing stones, and the peculiar potion. These are energy stones and a genetic modification potion, capable of elevating you to the pinnacle of the second tier in a short span of time, Hong Liang stated, meeting Old Zhou's gaze earnestly. Old Zhou's hand trembled slightly. Although he had been implanted with an energy stone, it had been during a state of unconsciousness. Thus, he had only heard of these stones and had never seen them in person. However, he understood that they could transform humans into empowered beings, which was sufficient for him. He had long resented his inability to protect even his own wife, though he was aware that improper use of these substances could lead to zombification. His trust in Hong Liang compelled him to ask directly, "How do I use this?" First, inject the potion. Once it takes effect, you simply swallow the energy stones one by one. I will utilize my healing abilities to stabilize your physical state, Lin Xiaoyu interjected. Chapter 43. The Trial Without Hesitation. Old Zhou completed the injection of the potion. The moment it coursed through his veins, his pupils dilated, and his blood vessels surged, glowing faintly gold. Now, Hong Liang urged, swiftly placing the first energy stone into Old Zhou's mouth. As the stone dissolved upon contact, his skin began to radiate light, blue energy fluid permeating his body. He let out a muffled groan, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, and his muscles spasmed uncontrollably. Lin Xiaoyu moved her fingers gracefully, summoning vibrant green light that flowed from the plants she conjured into Old Zhou's body. The engorged blood vessels gradually calmed amidst the green glow. Yet the flow of energy quickened. 1, 2, 3. By the time the 8th energy stone transformed into liquid and entered Old Zhou's body, a wave of energy erupted from him, sending dust swirling throughout the workshop. He opened his eyes, a flicker of blue light flashing within, before returning to normal. "How do you feel?" Hong Liang inquired, simultaneously using energy vision to assess Old Zhou's condition. The energy within Old Zhou flowed steadily and powerfully, having reached the pinnacle of the first tier, while the genetic potion continued to enhance his bodily functions. Old Zhou clenched his fist, the air in his palm emitting a faint crackle. "Incredible. I can feel every muscle, every bone, as if I have been given a new body. This is merely the beginning. Let us proceed." Xiaoyu ensured to soothe the surging energy within him. Hong Liang commanded, "Old Zhou, open your mouth," he shouted, producing several yellow energy stones that flew into Old Zhou's mouth one by one. As the energy within Old Zhou gradually stabilized, he had fully transitioned to the second tier. With the genetic modification potion and the collaboration of Lin Xiaoyu and Hong Liang, he experienced no adverse effects or discomfort from the surge in power. Old Zhou clenched his fist, feeling the surging energy within him, and suddenly grasped Hong Liang's wrist with astonishing strength. "Hong Liang, just how much do you know that we are unaware of?" In prison, he had heard whispers of certain individuals capable of foreseeing the future. Hong Liang's heart raced, yet his countenance remained unfazed. He effortlessly extricated himself from Old Zhou's grip and patted the latter's shoulder. "Do not indulge in wild conjectures. I merely possess a greater aptitude for observation and analysis than most. Prior to the apocalypse, I noticed some anomalous signs and made preparations, allowing you to prepare as well." This explanation seemed to placate Old Zhou, who nodded without further inquiry. Yet, Hong Liang understood that with Old Zhou's keen perception, this question would linger, but what could be done? As long as Old Zhou was aware that he posed no threat, it sufficed. When the trio departed from the enclosed workshop, the sun had already risen, and Zhang Ming coincidentally returned from his reconnaissance, excitement radiating from his face. "I found a considerable amount of food. There's a gas station to the east, situated in a remote area likely known to few. Although much has been taken, there remains even more." Hong Liang nodded in approval. "Excellent. Today we shall gather supplies and rest before setting off for Yunqing tomorrow." In the ensuing hours, Hong Liang commenced specialized training for the team. He instructed Old Zhou on the precise control of his newly acquired powers, guided Zhang Ming through fundamental combat techniques, and rehearsed various tactical maneuvers with Lin Xiaoyu. As dusk approached, Hong Liang announced a practical exercise. "Zhang Ming, you are to venture alone to the ruins of the supermarket 1 kilometer to the north." He handed Zhang Ming a standard long sword from the knights and a bag of ammunition. "There are a few ordinary zombies there. Your task is to slay at least 3 with your sword and return with their left ears, while also searching for this specific canned food. Should you resort to using firearms, the mission will be deemed a failure." He produced a photograph depicting a particular brand of canned food. Zhang Ming swallowed hard, opened his mouth to speak but refrained, instead accepting the weapons, ammunition, and photograph as he stepped outside. Once he departed, Old Zhou furrowed his brow. "Is it not dangerous to let him face a few zombies alone? This is a test. Brother Hong has marked him with a tracking sigil. We will follow him." If any danger arises, we can intervene immediately, Lin Xiaoyu interjected. Old Zhou nodded thoughtfully, glancing at his younger brother, who he had known for many years. He suddenly sensed that there was something different about him, though he could not pinpoint what it was. The three trailed Zhang Ming closely, observing as he cautiously attracted the zombies, dispatching them one by one, and grimacing as he severed their ears. After collecting 3 ears, he created a commotion to lure the remaining zombies away before stealthily slipping into the supermarket in search of the specific canned food. Hong Liang and the others stood on the second-floor balcony of a nearby ruin. Old Zhou, the most anxious among them, sighed in relief as he watched Zhang Ming enter the supermarket. Not good. Zhang Ming is in danger. As Lao Zhou believed that Zhang Ming was on the brink of success, Hong Liang's expression suddenly shifted. He leaped from the balcony and sprinted towards the supermarket, with Lao Zhou and Lin Xiaoyu close behind. Upon reaching the entrance of the supermarket, the trio was met with the chilling sounds of zombies howling and shelves crashing down. Zhang Ming found himself cornered by 4 first-tier zombies. In a desperate attempt to fend them off, he toppled a shelf, momentarily halting their advance. Just as the zombies were about to break through his makeshift barricade, he drew his pistol, but after a moment of internal struggle, he sheathed it again, opting instead for a long knife to strike at the nearest zombie's head. He swiftly dispatched 2, but the third one swatted the knife from his grasp. Watching his weapon fly away, his expression shifted to one of panic as he struggled to draw his pistol once more. However, at that moment, Lao Zhou, standing beside Hong Liang, sprang into action. He charged forth like a cannonball, his peak second-tier strength erupting as he cleaved a first-tier zombie's head in 2 with a single stroke. Simultaneously, Lin Xiaoyu's vines ensnared another zombie, swiftly strangling it, while Hong Liang effortlessly dealt with a regular zombie drawn in by the commotion. Why not use the gun? Hong Liang inquired, observing Zhang Ming, who was now seated on the ground, trembling from the close call. Gasping for breath, Zhang Ming managed to smile. Because you said that if I fired, my mission would be deemed a failure. Yet, I have found the can, and I have collected enough zombie ears. Hong Liang accepted the can and nodded. Excellent. Now gather the energy stones from these zombies' bodies. Do not consume them directly. It will turn you into a zombie. I have another task for you tomorrow. On the return journey, Lao Zhou leaned closer to Hong Liang and whispered, You already knew there were first-tier zombies there, didn't you? Hong Liang responded noncommittally. In this apocalyptic world, danger lurks everywhere. One must learn to assess the situation. Chapter 44. The trial passed the following morning. The 4 set out towards Yun City. Hong Liang chose a perilous mountain path, claiming it would allow them to avoid the main patrol routes of the knights. By midday, they arrived at the site of a broken overpass, with 30 meters of turbulent river water below. The only means of crossing was a few precarious steel beams. Zhang Ming, you go first and check the stability of the beams, Hong Liang instructed. Zhang Ming, his face paling at the height, nonetheless refrained from protest and cautiously stepped onto the beam. Halfway across, a sudden gust of wind struck, causing the beam to sway violently. Zhang Ming lost his balance and clung to the beam, too afraid to move. Hong Liang and Lin Xiaoyu observed coldly, refraining from immediate assistance. This was the second trial designed by Hong Liang, and he wanted to see how Zhang Ming would react. Damn it, if I fall, I'll just say goodbye to this damned world. Zhang Ming shouted suddenly, springing to his feet and racing towards the other side. The beam was not excessively long, and he quickly traversed it. Once he reached the safety zone, he collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily, yet the fear he had felt moments before was dissipating. He sensed an unfamiliar strength within himself, though he could not articulate what it was. As the 3 individuals traversed the steel beam, Hong Liang observed the now upright Zhang Ming with a glimmer of appreciation in his eyes, though it quickly faded back to his usual demeanor. Rest for 2 hours. Then we shall proceed. That evening, while on watch, Hong Liang was approached quietly by Lin Xiaoyu. What is the 3rd trial? She inquired. Hong Liang smiled faintly. You shall find out tomorrow. On the 3rd day at noon, they paused for respite at an abandoned service area. Suddenly, Hong Liang sensed a considerable number of zombies ahead. Seemingly trapped in a location, with several humans nearby, a patrol team from the knights, 10 in number, approximately a kilometer away, apparently attempting to lure the zombies. Let us create some chaos for them. Zhang Ming, you will accompany me. Lao Zhou and Xiaoyu, you 2 follow closely behind. Just the 2 of us? Zhang Ming exclaimed, his eyes wide. Is there a problem? Hong Liang turned back to him. Zhang Ming inhaled deeply, tightening his grip on his weapon. No. Half an hour later, Zhang Ming and Hong Liang spotted the Knights patrol team operating a specially modified container truck, consistently luring zombies. 10 fully armed members of the Knights attracted the undead, and whenever a particularly troublesome zombie appeared, a man who appeared to be the captain, at the peak of the first stage, would take action to eliminate it. The entire squad operated with commendable precision. Eliminate them all. Hong Liang's command reverberated like thunder in Zhang Ming's ears. Despite his deep-seated disdain for the knights, he had never taken a life before. Hearing Hong Liang's words, a weight settled in his chest. Yet, glancing at Hong Liang, he refrained from voicing any further protest. Solemnly nodding as he took cover behind a low wall, raising the energy gun that Hong Liang had procured from an unknown source. The battle erupted suddenly and fiercely. Hong Liang intentionally aimed inaccurately, causing bullets to explode near the knights without claiming a single life. His abrupt gunfire startled the knights, prompting them to seek cover while returning fire, leaving Zhang Ming unable to lift his head amidst the chaos. Damn it, let's fight. Zhang Ming mentally fortified himself. Pulling the trigger, his energy gun discharged repeatedly with remarkable accuracy, and he felled one knight with just 2 shots. Gazing at the man whose head had exploded, Zhang Ming retched, but after a few heaves, he suppressed his nausea and resumed firing. The combat was brutal yet brief. Zhang Ming sustained injuries. His arm hit, and several wounds adorning his body, yet he fought valiantly without retreat. Just as he was about to be targeted by the first stage captain, Hong Liang finally found his mark, shooting the man's head clean off. What do you feel? Hong Liang inquired, observing Zhang Ming's numerous wounds. Ugh. Zhang Ming, who was about to respond, caught sight of the corpse nearby with its brains splattered on the ground, and he promptly began to vomit. It was not until he had emptied his stomach that he sat, panting heavily, his gaze unfocused as it stared into the distance. Seeing Zhang Ming in such a state, Hong Liang finally smiled faintly and gestured towards the woods, where Lao Zhou and Lin Xiaoyu emerged. Congratulations. As Lin Xiaoyu administered treatment to Zhang Ming, she remarked, You have passed. Zhang Ming, not lacking in intelligence, immediately comprehended that Hong Liang was testing him. Should he fail to comply with Hong Liang's directives, his place within this small collective would be forfeited. Old Zhou laughed heartily, patting him on the shoulder. Welcome to our ranks, enduring Hong Liang's peculiar trials. This fellow has always been this way, relentless in pushing people to their limits. Hong Liang retrieved 10 blue energy stones from his storage ring, declaring, Here is your reward. From tonight onward, you shall officially become one of us. Zhang Ming's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at the energy stones, exclaiming, If misused, won't these turn one into a zombie? Hong Liang chuckled, but before he could respond, Old Zhou gave Zhang Ming a playful slap on the back of his head, saying, Are you foolish? Would he turn you into a zombie after the trial? Why waste such precious energy stones? That evening, under the protection of Hong Liang and Lin Xiaoyu, Zhang Ming underwent a transformation from an ordinary person to a first tier, while Old Zhou solidified his peak second-tier strength nearby. In the stillness of the night, Hong Liang stood guard at the perimeter of the camp when Old Zhou approached, offering him a cup of hot tea. Zhang Ming's character is undoubtedly sound. His decision to remain with me during the direst moments speaks volumes, Old Zhou murmured. You've seen it all along, haven't you? Just like knowing in advance that the gas station is dangerous, that the overpass will collapse, that the night patrol will arrive, Hong Liang sipped his tea without answering. Old Zhou sighed. I won't ask how you know, but I'm curious. Why haven't you set any trials for me? Gazing into the distant starry sky, Hong Liang took a long moment before responding, Because I trust you. This vague answer seemed to satisfy Old Zhou, who nodded and turned back to the tent for rest. Hong Liang let out a deep breath. He could not disclose to Old Zhou that in his previous life, Old Zhou would have recklessly sacrificed himself to save him. Such secrets would remain buried in his heart forever. The following day, the team continued their journey toward Yunqing. Each member had experienced a significant enhancement in their abilities, and their cooperation had grown more harmonious. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to them, a miniature device within Zhang Ming was quietly operational, transmitting their location and movements to a distant receiver in Yunqing. At an abandoned gas station on the outskirts of Yunqing, Hong Liang used a short sword to slice open a can, and the 4 gathered around a campfire. The flames casting dappled shadows on the bioluminescent mushrooms newly cultivated by Lin Xiaoyu. Chapter 45. Not as good as beasts in the distance, the haunting cries of zombies echoed. But what was more disconcerting was the faint glow of lights to the east. That was the safety zone established by the knights. This is the 17th, Old Zhou said, marking the 17th tally in the dirt with a stick. He snapped the twig and tossed it into the fire, the sparks crackling. Zhang Ming, polishing his newly acquired energy pistol, looked up at the mention of the mayor from yesterday, who spoke of the knights distributing relief supplies weekly and sending medical teams. Medical teams? Where did they acquire such benevolence? I sensed it through the plants. They are, in truth, the executioners who inject parasitic bacteria into the veins during blood tests. Do you know how they deal with uncooperative patients? They use this hallucinogenic flower to numb the nerves, rendering one incapable of even a scream during vivisection. Lin Xiaoyu let out a cold laugh as vines unconsciously emerged from her sleeve. With a flick of her wrist, a bizarre flower with crimson stamens and white petals appeared in her palm. Hong Liang suddenly raised his hand to signal silence. Through his energy vision, he discerned a convoy approaching from 3 kilometers away. He kicked the campfire apart, and the Frost Whisper short sword spun in his palm. 3 armored vehicles and 2 transport trucks from the night's patrol. Old Zhou swiftly buried their traces with earth, while Zhang Ming retrieved several metal spheres from his backpack. Sonic mines crafted according to the principles of Tiangong Kai Wu as instructed by Hong Liang. As the last flicker of flame extinguished, the distant headlights pierced the night like venomous serpents. Should we evade? Lin Xiaoyu's vines entwined around the beams of the roof. Hong Liang smirked coldly and said, "Let us first ascertain what they are transporting." He then tapped his fingertips, and 12 short swords transformed into streaks of light, vanishing into the darkness. The armored convoy halted 50 meters from the gas station. A man in a silver-white uniform jumped down from the lead vehicle, his badge indicating he was a third-tier ability user. He snapped his fingers, and a ghostly blue flame ignited in his palm, illuminating the sign, Supply Point 7, west suburb of Yin City. He signaled the soldiers in the rear to proceed. 5 fully armed soldiers kicked open the convenience store doors of the gas station, their flashlight beams sweeping across the empty shelves. "Report, Commander, the 7th supply station has been emptied." The man in the silver-white uniform frowned. "Those damned drifters again." Abruptly, he turned, and the flames surged into a wall. A stealthily launched crossbow bolt disintegrated in the fire. Over 30 ragged survivors surged forth from all directions, led by a one-eyed muscular man shouldering a modified grenade launcher. "Leave the supplies, dogs of the nights. Vermin." The silver-white uniform snorted disdainfully before raising his hand, and the flames transformed into a giant serpent lunging at the crowd. Amid the screams, 3 survivors were instantly engulfed in flames. The one-eyed man, realizing the peril, immediately pulled the trigger, but the grenade bizarrely hovered before the man in the silver-white uniform. In the shadows, Hong Liang's pupils constricted. This was telekinetic control. This night's officer possessed both elemental and psychic abilities. Experiment 307 requests to engage, came a mechanical synthesized voice from within the transport truck. Just as the commander's assent echoed, the hydraulic mechanism of the truck opened, and a 3-meter-tall monster emerged from the compartment. It bore a human torso, yet its head was a hemispherical transparent dome housing dozens of brains suspended in liquid. Lin Xiaoyu gasped in astonishment. "This seems like a simplified version of the 6-winged monster we encountered in Yin City." The crown of the monster's head suddenly illuminated with a red glow. The charging one-eyed man screamed in agony, clutching his head as his eyeballs bulged from their sockets, and his skull exploded as if crushed by an invisible hand. Even more terrifying, within 10 seconds, the corpses of the deceased twitched to their feet, their charred flesh peeling away as they lunged toward their former comrades. Mental manipulation combined with the reanimation of corpses presents a formidable challenge. "Xiaoyu, please scan the transport vehicle," Hong Liang remarked, furrowing his brow. Lin Xiaoyu understood his intent, and from her fingertips emerged delicate tendrils, as fine as a hair. As the tendrils crept through the shadows and into the seams of the vehicle, she suddenly convulsed with a violent shock. The interior was filled with children. The youngest among them was no more than 6 years old. Hong Liang activated his energy vision and beheld over 20 unconscious toddlers secured to their seats, each connected to electrodes, while a blonde girl in the front row clutched a tattered teddy bear. They were transporting experimental subjects. These children had already been altered, those beasts. Hong Liang's voice turned as frigid as ice, and 12 short swords began to hum in unison. The slaughter commenced abruptly. Just as a brain-corrupting monster was about to rip open a survivor's chest, a web of cracks suddenly appeared in its transparent shield, and 12 beams of red and blue light pierced through the floating brains from various angles. The creature stiffened for 2 seconds before collapsing with a thud. The soldier in silver attire had yet to comprehend the situation when he felt a chilling sensation at his neck. In horror, he realized that while his body remained grounded, his head had soared into the air. With the peak speed of the 2nd tier and the plasma dagger bestowed by Hong Liang, Old Zhou dispatched dozens of knightly members with ease. Enemy attack. The remaining soldiers, witnessing several of their comrades fall, finally reacted. They had just raised their weapons in terror to retaliate when the ground suddenly caved in. The corrosive vines Lin Xiaoyu had previously embedded underground had reduced the armored vehicle to scrap metal, while Zhang Ming's energy pistol fired in rapid succession, each shot finding its mark in the soldiers' foreheads. The battle concluded within 30 seconds. Hong Liang dismantled the transport vehicle's locks, and a potent scent of anesthetic wafted forth. The children were neatly arranged like cargo, each adorned with a numbered wristband. They had all been altered, and the nightly order intended to experiment with new drugs on them. After inspecting the electrodes affixed to the children's bodies, Hong Liang's expression darkened. The one-eyed brute was not yet completely dead, although he could no longer see. He sensed that all members of the nightly order had perished. Blood and tears oozed from his shattered eye sockets as he hoarsely implored, "Save them. My daughter is among them." Lin Xiaoyu was controlling the genetic agents injected into the children with plant energy, extracting them from their bodies. At the mention of a daughter, she abruptly turned her head. "Which one is your daughter?" The blond man in the blue dress spoke in broken phrases before his hands fell limply. Hong Liang noticed a purple bruise on the back of his neck, reminiscent of the signs of failed experimental subjects from the Delin City laboratory. "Step back." Hong Liang pulled Lin Xiaoyu away from the approaching brute. At that moment, the brute's body convulsed violently, spines piercing through his skin. Just as Hong Liang's frost whisper sword was about to strike, the little girl clutching the teddy bear suddenly opened her eyes. "Daddy, don't be afraid," her tender voice rang out. And astonishingly, the brute's transformation process halted. The decaying flesh re-wrapped the bone spines, ultimately returning to a state of quietude. Chapter 46. 12. The little girl wobbled to her feet, the teddy bear falling to the ground. As she bent to retrieve it, a numerical tattoo emerged from her collar. 12. The individuals endowed with soothing abilities, particularly those capable of suppressing the transformation into the undead, are indeed a remarkable evolution. Hong Liang gazed at the computer in his hands, perusing the data on the young girl, his astonishment growing with each detail. Could the Knight's Order truly cultivate such a type of evolver? It was only upon reaching the final entries that he exhaled in relief. The powers of these individuals are as varied as they are peculiar, and the Knights themselves cannot dictate the outcome of their transformations. However, the sheer number of experimental subjects significantly increases the likelihood of bizarre abilities manifesting. In the basement of a gas station, as dawn broke, the children began to mutate one by one. Those who survived were plagued by memories steeped in terror. The 12-year-old was employing her abilities to help them erase these fearful recollections, while Zhang Ming stood guard at the entrance. And old Zhou sifted through the electronic logs retrieved from an officer's belongings. In Yunqing, the art project was underway. The Knight's Order extracted blood from certain empowered individuals and combined it with the spinal fluid of mutated zombies to concoct a purifying serum, which was then administered to these children. Old Zhou gestured towards a holographic projector discovered on a corpse. The projection revealed a three-dimensional schematic of Yunqing's central square, where the surface masqueraded as a blood collection center, while 300 meters underground lay the true laboratory. At the lowest level, hundreds of pregnant women were imprisoned, their embryos implanted with the concocted serum. These Knights' machinations were nothing short of inhumane. Lin Xiaoyu's vines crushed the metallic corner of a table in fury. Suddenly, Hong Liang turned to the 12-year-old. "Can you sense the direction of others like you?" The little girl nodded, pointing towards Yunqing. "Many older brothers and sisters are crying. Deep underground." As Hong Liang observed the blonde girl's finger indicating Yunqing, his expression deepened with contemplation. He knelt and gently clasped her hand. "Can you discern how many older siblings are weeping?" The girl tilted her head, faint golden patterns emerging on her brow. "Yes. Many of them are glowing, though the light is faint. But in the church of Yunqing, there is a very bright light, like a key." Hong Liang's pupils dilated. "A key? What kind of key?" "I can't see it clearly. It just feels like a key," the girl replied, furrowing her brow. At that moment, Lin Xiaoyu suddenly turned alert. Someone is approaching. About 30 individuals, fully armed, 500 meters away. Old Zhou immediately seized his weapon. Could it be reinforcements from the Knights? "These wretches just won't relent. Let us take them down." "No," Hong Liang countered, employing his energy vision to assess the situation. "They appear to be soldiers, seemingly from the Great Xia army." Zhang Ming scoffed in dissatisfaction. "Soldiers? Is there still an organized military around? I thought they had all perished." His discontent was justified. When he was captured, he had longed for the arrival of a military rescue, only to be left disappointed in the end. Hong Liang swiftly made a decision. "Old Zhou, you and I will go out and make contact. Xiaoyu, keep a close watch on these children. Zhang Ming, maintain your vigilance and be wary of ambushes." Behind the abandoned gas station, 200 meters away, a group clad in tattered camouflage uniforms crawled forward. The commanding officer, binoculars in hand, scrutinized the situation at the gas station. His eyes sparkled with determination, yet a grotesque scar marred his otherwise resolute visage. "Captain, the thermal imaging reveals over 20 life forms inside, primarily children, with only a handful of adults," the lieutenant reported in hushed tones. The captain lowered his binoculars, drawing a uniquely designed pistol from his waist. Gritting his teeth as he declared, "We shall engage. Relay the signal to the others. Prepare for combat. If they truly are the offspring of the Night Order, none shall escape." At that moment, a sergeant behind him suddenly exclaimed, "Someone is coming out." The captain immediately raised his firearm as two figures emerged ahead. One, a hulking man wielding dual blades, and the other, seemingly ordinary, yet surrounded by 12 floating short swords. A power wielder, and a high-tier one at that. The energy fluctuations surpass my own significantly. I cannot ascertain his level, but I estimate it to be at least tier 5, the sergeant gasped. Taken aback by the resounding energy wave, the captain's finger rested on the trigger, watching the approaching duo intently. "Do not advance further. Speak. Who are you?" A resonant voice suddenly echoed in their minds. "To the members of the 7th Armored Division of the Great Xiao Army, we bear no malice." The soldiers were taken aback. The voice was clearly resonating within their consciousness. The sergeant quickly conjured a faint blue energy barrier. "A high-tier psychic power wielder. All personnel, remain on high alert." However, the captain merely smiled, standing up and dismissing his anxious subordinates with a wave of his hand. He stepped out from behind cover to address the booming voice. "How do you know our designation?" The voice responded with a slight smile, pointing to the captain's nearly worn-down badge on his chest. "The Iron Wolf insignia of the 7th Division. I was an avid military enthusiast during my school days and studied nearly all unit insignias." This explanation seemed plausible, yet the true reason was that in a past life, the speaker had heard of this unit. They had established a vast survivor enclave in Yunqing, which later met an unknown demise, possibly at the hands of the Royal Night Order. Old Zhou stepped forward. "Since you are with the Great Xiao Army, we are not enemies. We have just dismantled a convoy of the Night Order and rescued some children." "You rescued some children?" A flicker of emotion crossed the captain's eyes before he regained his composure. "Please provide proof." Without uttering a word, the speaker communicated telepathically with Lin Xiaoyu. Moments later, a golden-haired girl, clutching a teddy bear, timidly emerged. Upon seeing the multitude of soldiers, she shyly hid behind the speaker's leg. The captain, upon spotting the girl, appeared thunderstruck. "This is a test subject from the Royal Night Order. You managed to capture a subject alive." He then seemed to recall something, his voice trembling as he inquired, "Child, do you know an elder sister named Liang?" The little girl's eyes suddenly gleamed with a golden light. "Sister Liang, in the darkest of places. She proclaimed that the Iron Wolf shall ultimately return." Commander Li Weiguo, the stalwart leader of the Iron Wolf, felt his eyes moisten upon hearing this news. He immediately stood at attention and rendered a crisp military salute to Hong Liang. "I am Li Weiguo, commander of the surviving guard of the remnants of the 7th Armored Regiment. I express my heartfelt gratitude for rescuing these children." Chapter 47. Biological weapons in the dimly lit basement. The atmosphere was heavy with tension. Li Weiguo gazed at the 20 or so unconscious children, his fists clenched tightly, producing a crackling sound. "When the Knight's Order seized our base, they abducted over 300 children of military families. We fought valiantly to rescue only a handful." The sergeant beside him interjected. "Later, we received intelligence indicating that the Knight's Order was conducting a form of genetic hybridization experiment, attempting to create controllable biological weapons using extracts from energy stones combined with evolution." Hong Liang activated a holographic projection. "I am aware of this, and indeed, they have commenced implementation. They refer to it as the ARC project, with the primary goal of developing a completely safe evolution serum, ensuring that their upper echelons can all safely become empowered individuals." The underground structural diagram displayed in the projection caused the soldiers' faces to darken. It was unmistakably their former military base, once a sanctuary for survivors, now transformed into a malevolent viral laboratory. "These beasts, how dare they use our base, built to protect the people, for such inhumane endeavors? They deserve to perish." A young soldier slammed his fist against the wall, heedless of the blood trickling from his hand. Seething with rage, Li Weiguo produced a blueprint, comparing it with the projection as he spoke. "According to the floor plan, this should be the 7th underground level. They have converted the lowest nuclear shelter into a hatching chamber." Hong Liang nodded. "The Royal Knights Order must have completed their renovations of the underground base and are planning to commence a large-scale capture of survivors. From the intelligence I've gathered, the Knights intend to sweep through the nearby survivor strongholds to collect more experimental material. Thus, I plan to confront them. Would you care to join me?" Hong Liang inquired. Looking at Li Weiguo, But we are only 237 strong, with fewer than 50 possessing abilities, most of whom are only at the first tier. Even if we were to deploy all of them, we would hardly inflict any significant damage, the sergeant remarked with a wry smile, before Li Weigua could respond. Suddenly, Lin Xiaoyu spoke up. What if we include those survivors? As far as we know, there are at least a dozen settlements on the outskirts of Yunqing, with nearly 10,000 survivors. Li Weigua shook his head. It would be futile. The Knight's Order has frequently supplied these gathering points with resources, even reinforcing their defenses and assisting them in repelling mutant attacks. In the eyes of these survivors, the Knights are far more trustworthy than our military. Furthermore, to my knowledge, they have embedded spies in every settlement, who would immediately report any unusual activity. We are unable to stir significant waves. Hong Liang suddenly laughed upon hearing this. Thus, we require a flawless accident to entice these survivors to our side. The following evening, at the garbage processing facility located on the western outskirts of Yunqing, a purification center established by the Knight's Order, ominously named Purification, served as the site for transforming non-compliant and failed experimental survivors into zombies. Upon completion of their conversion, the zombies would be immediately dispatched, while efforts were made to locate the coveted blue energy stones. Towering 10 meters high, the surrounding walls were fortified with heavy weaponry, and 50 fully armed soldiers of the Knight's Order were engaged in a change of guard. Unbeknownst to anyone, a few seemingly ordinary wild grasses were growing rapidly in the corner of the wall, their blades adorned with dew droplets that reflected an eerie purple glow. 3 kilometers away, within an abandoned subway station, Hong Liang's team and the remnants of the Iron Wolves were making final preparations. You must remember, your task is solely to create chaos. Do not engage in prolonged combat. Hong Liang distributed 12 short swords to the elite soldiers. These blades bear my spiritual imprint, granting you temporary swordsmanship, but only for 10 minutes. Li Weigua inspected the energy weapons provided by Hong Liang. Are you certain that gift will attract enough mutated entities? Lin Xiaoyu was placing a seed into the small hands of one of the 12. This is a mutation seed cultivated from my blood. It will release pheromones that attract all mutated beings. The little girl nodded earnestly. I will ensure it blooms in the most beautiful spot. The sergeant approached. Scouts report that the Knight's Order has dispersed in batches, scattering in various directions, likely heading towards the survivors' gathering places. It is estimated that the defensive forces within the camp have been reduced by at least 2/3. Hong Liang nodded. Gazing towards the military camp, it is time for these creatures to experience the taste of reaping. As night fell, outside the Yunqing military camp, the blood collection center disguised as a rescue station remained brightly lit. Dozens of survivors were queuing to donate blood, utterly oblivious to a little girl who cheerfully bounded to the flower bed, burying a seed in the soil. Humming a nursery rhyme, her fingers gently touched the earth, and the seed sprouted instantaneously, blossoming into a resplendent 7-colored flower. By the time the Knight's Order guards detected the anomaly, it was too late. The flower thrived in the wind, its luminous powder wafting through the air, enveloping the entire square. What is that? Destroy it at once. The guard captain felt a pang of trepidation as he witnessed the flower undulating, waves of luminous powder dispersing throughout the atmosphere. Just as he raised his weapon, the ground began to tremble. In the distance, a cacophony of howls echoed, and in the wilderness beyond the camp, countless mutated entities surged forth like a tide, gigantic tyrant zombies, swift predators, and even a few rare 6th-tier flying mutants. Alarm! Alarm! The zombie tide is upon us. All combat personnel, take your positions. A chilling alarm resonated above the nightly camp as a multitude of soldiers emerged, weapons in hand, while the survivors hurried towards the refuge. Heavy machine guns and energy weapons had been mounted atop the camp's walls. However, amidst the chaos, they failed to notice dozens of figures stealthily infiltrating the camp through the sewers. In the depths of the 3rd underground level, within the experimental corridor, Hong Liang effortlessly dispatched the last group of guards with his spatial wrist blade. Old Zhou promptly began attempting to unlock the electronic lock using a key he had scavenged from a fallen soldier. Li Weigua, accompanied by an elite squad, followed closely behind, each member clad in uniforms stripped from the bodies of the knights. According to the sensor readings from Unit 12, Li Yun and the other children were confined in the laboratory on the lowest level. The Knightly Order had invested heavily in these children. Hong Liang accessed a 3-dimensional map, pointing to a section marked in red at the lowest level, devoid of any textual annotations. The sergeant retrieved a device from his backpack. I possess this. The base's equipment was originally modified with our system. This device can incapacitate their communication system. Just give me 3 minutes. No sooner had the sergeant finished speaking than the piercing alarm blared again, and several red lights began to flash wildly. Warning! Warning! Unauthorized personnel detected in the area. Before the alarm could cease, a squad of fully armed guards charged around the corner, led by a peak-level 4th-tier ability user, whose hands were engulfed in purple flames. Intruders! Prepare to perish. Hong Liang dismissed the threat, casually retrieving a spare dagger, which he controlled with his mind to disperse the purple flames. The clash between the flames and the dagger erupted into a dazzling shower of sparks. Seizing the moment while the 4th-tier wielder was distracted, Old Zhou attempted a sneak attack from behind, only to be sent flying by a swift kick. Humph! A mere insect dares to challenge the majesty of the Royal Knight Order? The 4th-tier wielder sneered, rubbing his hands together as a massive purple serpent of fire lunged toward them. Before Hong Liang could react, a flash of golden light swept past, cleaving the formidable purple serpent in two. Unbeknownst to them, Unit 12 had positioned herself beside Hong Liang, extending her hands forward as golden patterns illuminated her forehead. You are all villains. The 4th-tier wielder suddenly clutched his head, screaming in agony as Unit 12 directly invaded his mental realm, rifling through his memories like a spinning lantern. Not good. The 7th level has been rigged with a self-destruct mechanism. The little girl exclaimed in alarm. If they realize something is amiss, they will detonate the 7th level, and the entire underground base will collapse. Hong Liang acted decisively. Old Zhou, take Unit 12 to rescue the other children. Captain Li, lead the soldiers in clearing the evacuation route. This scoundrel is mine to deal with. The group swiftly dispersed, leaving Hong Liang to confront the frenzied 4th-tier wielder, who was bleeding from his orifices yet grinning more viciously. You will all perish. For the glory of the new world. With a sudden motion, he ripped open his uniform, revealing a green energy stone embedded in his chest, which flickered with instability, threatening to explode at any moment. With a resounding, chilling laugh, Hong Liang activated the Beidou body refinement technique to its fullest extent, unleashing the energy of the initial stage of the 6th tier. The sudden surge of power enveloped the 4th-tier ability user completely. Starfall Seal. The energy rapidly contracted, forming an energy cage. When the energy stone shattered and erupted, the shockwave was entirely contained within the energy circle, not a whisper of sound escaping. On the 7th underground level, in the transformed nuclear shelter incubation chamber, Old Zhou and 12 others broke through the final line of defense. The sight before them left Old Zhou momentarily stunned, followed by an involuntary wave of nausea. Hundreds of cultivation pods were neatly arranged, each containing a child suspended amidst a tangle of countless tubes. Among some of the pods, dismembered limbs and internal organs floated, the ghastly sight evoking an immediate sense of discomfort. Liang is there. One of the 12, seemingly unfazed, pointed towards the largest cultivation pod. Old Zhou pried open the pod door, carefully lifting out the young girl inside. She appeared around 16 or 17, her complexion pale as parchment, with a 1 marked on the nape of her neck. She was still alive. Old Zhou felt a faint pulse and promptly administered the emergency medication prepared by Lin Xiaoyu. The 12 were awakening the other children. Her ability could neutralize the effects of the anesthesia. Soon, several children gradually regained consciousness, while those who could not were forever lost to slumber. Uncle Zhou, the knights have implanted trackers in all the children. No matter where we run, they will find us. One of them remarked. When Liang awoke, her expression remained remarkably calm. After a brief glance at Old Zhou, she instantly understood his intention and weakly spoke. Old Zhou recalled the shielding patch given by Hong Liang and quickly retrieved it, handing it to the 12. Apply this to all the survivors. Hong Liang mentioned it can block all signals. The evacuation process was remarkably smooth, as Li Weigua had cleared a safe passage. Upon reaching the surface, chaos had engulfed the entire city of Yun. Lin Xiaoyu's mutated plants attracted over 100,000 mutants besieging the city, forcing the main forces of the knights to return and engage in fierce combat at the walls. Quickly, take this opportunity to exit the city. Li Weigua commanded the soldiers to escort the children to safety. However, Hong Liang remained stationary, gazing towards the direction of the cathedral, several kilometers away from the military camp. You all go ahead. I have something to attend to. Although Old Zhou was unaware of Hong Liang's intentions, he refrained from questioning and simply nodded, saying, Be careful. Daxia did not prohibit preaching, but it had numerous regulations. The Yun City Cathedral had always been under the official management of Daxia, completely disregarding Western systems. In a small room beneath the cathedral, a bloodied woman was nailed to a cross, while a venerable old man clad in a golden robe stood before her, wielding a scepter embedded with red energy stones. Mu Mingyue, surrender the key you possess, and I can grant you a more merciful death. The old man lifted the woman's chin with his scepter, his face a labyrinth of wrinkles resembling gnarled roots, his eyes brimming with a cunning gleam. The woman struggled to lift her head, revealing an exquisitely beautiful face. "Heh, you bunch of pale swine, hopelessly foolish creatures. Do you dare to covet what belongs to our great Xia? Do you think yourselves worthy? Stubborn fools." The elder, enraged, drove the sharp end of his staff into the woman's shoulder. "Do you believe anyone will come to save you? The era of the Knight's dominion is about to dawn. This land belongs to us." His remaining words caught in his throat as a dagger flew through the air, pressing firmly against his neck. "Apologies for interrupting your villainous monologue." As the dagger quivered, a figure emerged from the shadows. "You are mistaken on 2 counts. First, someone is indeed coming to her aid. Second, the knights have no future." Upon recognizing the figure's face, the elder's pupils constricted in shock. "It's you. You are the one from Xian City. Oh, it seems I am quite renowned." The figure, Hong Liang, scoffed dismissively. Without further ado, the dagger circled the elder's neck before severing his head entirely. He never comprehended why his peak 4th-tier power was utterly ineffective against this young man. As Mu Mingyue's bindings were released, she tumbled into Hong Liang's embrace. Weakly, she glanced up at him, her eyes brightening. "I can feel the power of the stars. It seems you are the chosen one." A radiant white light flickered in her hand, and as it dissipated, an ancient-looking key appeared. "This is one of the keys. I hope you can find the others. They should prove invaluable." After manifesting the key, Mu Mingyue breathed her last. Hong Liang had already assessed her condition before rescuing her. Under normal circumstances, a person in her state would have perished 10 times over, yet she had held on until his arrival. As Hong Liang emerged with Mu Mingyue's lifeless body into a safe zone, the city of Yun was engulfed in flames. A colossal mushroom cloud erupted from the cathedral, the shockwave obliterating everything within a 5-kilometer radius. Chapter 49. The Grand Knight Commander Hong Liang grasped the Yuheng key tightly, and a star chart manifested automatically. The ethereal images of the remaining 2 Yuheng keys appeared on the chart, nearly overlapping, indicating that they were likely in the possession of the same individual. In the distance, Li Weiguo and Old Zhou were welcoming them, while the plants nurtured by Lin Xiaoyu formed a temporary refuge, where the rescued children were receiving treatment. Hong Liang gazed southeast, where the remaining 2 Yuheng keys resided, a place he was determined to reach. The smoke had yet to dissipate from the ruins of the Yun City Cathedral as he stood at the edge of the makeshift camp, looking towards the southeast. The star chart floated in his palm, the ethereal images of the 2 Yuheng keys flickering with a soft glow, guiding him on the next leg of his journey. "Brother Hong, what shall we do next?" Lin Xiaoyu approached him, her vine tattoos shimmering with a faint green light under the moonlight. "We will assist Li Weiguo in eliminating all remaining members of the Knights, and then we shall entrust these children to him for care. We cannot embark on our journey burdened by so many. Moreover, 2 keys are nearby, and I am uncertain who has taken them, though it is likely to be the members of the knightly order. Let us first deal with this individual, otherwise Li Weiguo and his companions may find themselves unable to withstand him." Hong Liang sighed as he stowed away the astrolabe. Li Weiguo approached, his expression grave. "The person you speak of is familiar to me. He is the highest-ranking adept of the knightly order in the entire Yunqing, Grand Knight Albert. One of the 12 round-table knights of the Royal Knights Order, possessing initial stage 5th-tier strength. It is he who is notoriously unmanageable, consumed by his obsession with elevating his own rank. Without him, we would have certainly perished." "Initial stage 5th tier? Hong Liang remarked. "You are now at 6th tier. You should easily overpower him, shouldn't you?" Old Zhou exhaled in relief upon hearing Albert's rank. Hong Liang shook his head. "Rank is merely a measure of one's total energy. Actual combat is far more intricate. Albert is likely not an ordinary 5th tier, and he possesses 2 keys. I am unaware of what enhancements those keys may confer upon him." Zhang Ming scratched his head. "Should we then confront him directly? There is no need to waste time. I trust he will come to us." Hong Liang replied before turning to Li Weiguo. "Captain Li, what are your plans moving forward?" Li Weiguo took a deep breath. "We intend to evacuate these children and survivors to a safe zone. Though the knightly order has suffered significant losses, their main force remains intact, and our current strength is insufficient for a direct confrontation." Hong Liang nodded. "Very well. We shall split up. You focus on the evacuation while I reclaim the keys." Lin Xiaoyu suddenly spoke up. "Brother Hong, 12 has indicated that she can sense the location of the keys, but they seem to be in motion." "In motion?" Hong Liang's eyes brightened. "It appears Albert has already set out. I am eager to meet this Grand Knight." 12, clutching her teddy bear, timidly nodded. "That bright light is moving toward us at great speed." Hong Liang immediately activated his energy vision. Indeed, A powerful energy fluctuation was rapidly retreating in the southeast direction. He sneered. It seems this Albert is quite confident to dare act alone. Old Joe frowned. Albert is no fool. His willingness to act alone suggests he possesses some form of assurance. Should we not prepare? Not to worry, at his speed. He will reach us within 2 hours at most. I am curious to see what this Grand Knight is capable of. For now, let us leave this place to avoid drawing a horde of zombies with the impending explosion. Otherwise, we may find it impossible to escape. Li Weiguo led the survivors to their current makeshift base, a military installation established years ago for defense against northern neighbors. Although it lacked the complete facilities of their original barracks, it was adequate for accommodating the survivors. The 4 of them, led by Hong Liang, chose an alternate route and arrived at an airport an hour later. The outer walls of the airport had collapsed, but the central control tower still stood tall, surrounded by a few zombies, indicating that there were human survivors within the tower. Here it is. The venue is sufficiently spacious. And a few zombies serve as an appetizer to gauge his capabilities, remarked Hong Liang with a slight smile, pointing towards the zombies that had already spotted them not far away. When Albert arrived at the airport, squinting at the dense mass of zombies, he scoffed disdainfully. There were thousands of them here, yet Albert remained indifferent. To him, these creatures were merely insignificant nuisances. A trap? Albert sneered. You think to wear me down with these zombies? How utterly laughable. Subsequently, Albert disregarded the approaching zombies, instead placing a hand on the ground. A radiant energy silently seeped underground, and moments later, the ground trembled slightly, followed by a series of muffled explosions erupting from below. The earth before him collapsed entirely, and dust soared into the sky. Humph! Albert let out a soft huff, then clapped his hands. Now, it is time to meet the bearer of this key. At the top of the command tower, Albert stood by the window, his golden hair billowing in the wind, clad in silver armor adorned with a cross emblem on his chest. Observing Hong Liang and his companions on the other side, he halted, his handsome face etched with derision. A mere handful of zombies. Do you think they can halt my advance? In the face of absolute power, numbers are but a jest. His voice carried a heavy Western accent, yet his words were still intelligible. Hong Liang stepped forward, his aura surging forth. With Frost Whisper and Flame Devourer floating at his side, Albert, why are you here, marauding in our great Xia? Speak. How do you wish to meet your end? Albert laughed heartily. Merely a 6th tier? Do you believe that level can crush me? He abruptly raised his hand, a milky white light descending from above, enveloping his body. I am the holy arbiter chosen by the Lord. His aura surged dramatically, ascending from the early 5th tier to the pinnacle of the 5th tier. Old Joe's expression shifted. He can temporarily enhance his strength? Albert grinned maliciously. This is just the beginning. He swiftly drew his long sword from his waist, its blade radiating blinding holy light. In the name of the Lord, I shall judge you. A blazing white beam shot towards Hong Liang, who crossed his dual swords, unleashing a swirling red and blue blade of energy. The two forces collided, causing the entire command tower to tremble violently, with walls fracturing. Retreat, Hong Liang commanded. His power is not something you can contend with. Lin Xiaoyu and the others quickly fell back, but Albert merely chuckled coldly, trying to escape. With a single hand gesture, a radiant holy light cage erupted from the ground, ensnaring all 4 of them. Chapter 50, The Zombie Extermination Plan. In my holy domain, you have nowhere to flee. Hong Liang's gaze turned icy as he fully activated the Big Dipper body forging technique, unleashing 6th tier energy. He stepped forward, warping space, and instantaneously appeared before Albert. His dual swords aimed directly at his throat. Albert raised his sword to parry, yet he felt a sudden glimmer from Hong Liang's left wrist as spatial leap activated, and the sword tip pierced his shoulder from an uncanny angle. Ah! Albert cried out in pain, and with a burst of holy light, he forced Hong Liang back. Clutching his wound, his face contorted with fury, he exclaimed, "You insignificant insect, dare to injure me." Hong Liang remained silent, drawing forth his twin swords once more, unleashing a torrent of sword light akin to a torrential downpour. Albert found himself retreating step by step, his holy armor fracturing under the relentless assault. Yet the madness in his eyes grew ever more intense. Do you think this is the end? He suddenly erupted in maniacal laughter. Let me show you the true power of a deity. With a fierce motion, he tore off the crucifix from his chest and crushed it in his grasp. A blood-red pillar of light soared into the heavens, augmenting his aura dramatically, as he broke through to the initial stage of the 6th tier. Is this the power of blood sacrifice? Hong Liang's pupils constricted, sensing the immense resentment encapsulated within that crimson radiance. He could only wonder how many lives Albert must have taken to forge such a crucifix. Bathed in bloodlight, Albert's visage twisted in fervor. The Lord grants me power. Today, you shall die? He gripped his sword with both hands, unleashing a blood-red sword light that sliced down, cleaving the command tower in two. Hong Liang swiftly retreated, while simultaneously conjuring a formation of 12 short swords to meet the blow. An energy storm erupted, sending Lin Xiaoyu and the others flying, plummeting towards the ground. As they neared the earth, several vines suddenly sprouted from the ground, wrapping around them and ensuring a safe landing. Ha! Do you feel despair now? Your great Xiao lacks faith. Today, I shall show you the power of belief. Albert cackled, incessantly unleashing waves of blood-red sword energy towards Hong Liang. Yet, Hong Liang remained unfazed, effortlessly dispersing the onslaught of sword energy with composure. Observing that the three had landed safely, he couldn't help but chuckle. A sixth tier attained through external augmentation is ultimately hollow. He then formed a seal with his hands, and the void behind him manifested the constellation of the Big Dipper. The stars Kaiyang and Yaoguang shone brilliantly, and two beams of starlight cascaded down like waterfalls. Big Dipper Starfall. Countless starlights transformed into a deluge of sword rain, bombarding Albert from all directions. Despite his frantic attempts to counter with blood-red holy light, he suddenly felt Hong Liang's presence vanish, only to reappear behind him. It is over. Hong Liang's voice was chilling. The ice and fire short swords swiftly pierced Albert's heart, and the descending starlight surged into the blade, absorbing all the crimson energy within him. No, this cannot be. I am chosen by the Lord. Albert's eyes widened in disbelief as his body began to disintegrate, transformed into specks of light, consumed by the third star that gradually emerged. Meanwhile, the two jade balance keys hidden within his being clattered to the ground, and Hong Liang seized them. In his grasp, the star disk materialized autonomously as the three jade balance keys converged, radiating intense brilliance. A mechanical voice resonated in Hong Liang's mind. The three jade balance keys have returned to their rightful place, granting the ultimate chapter of stellar body refinement technique, Star Core Furnace. The crimson energy that was recently absorbed underwent a purification by starlight, subsequently transforming into a milky white radiance that surged into Hong Liang's body. With closed eyes, he attuned himself to the energy within, which began to gather incessantly. The initial bottleneck of the sixth tier shattered with a resounding force, propelling him instantaneously into the mid-sixth tier. This surge of energy did not cease until it had loosened the peak bottleneck of the sixth tier, gradually dissipating thereafter. As the smoke of the ruins in Yunqing began to clear, Hong Liang stood atop a hastily erected platform, surveying the bustling crowd below. In the span of merely 10 days, this place had transformed from a ravaged battlefield into a burgeoning sanctuary for survivors. Brother Hong, the statistical results are in. Lin Xiaoyu approached, holding a list, her vine-like tattoo on her arm faintly glowing. During the recent extermination of zombies, we acquired over 10,000 energy stones, including 1,200 blue stones, 8,000 yellow stones, 3,300 red stones, 300 green stones, and 15 purple stones. Hong Liang nodded. Is it possible that there are already so many Tier 5 zombies? Their rate of evolution exceeds my expectations. He gazed into the distance at Li Weigua, who was directing soldiers in the transportation of supplies. What does Captain Li say? Captain Li stated that, as per our agreement, all energy stones are to be managed by us. Lin Xiaoyu continued in a hushed tone, but he hopes we can reserve a portion for the abilities users at the base. After a moment's contemplation, Hong Liang replied, let us reserve half for him. All the blue stones, with the majority of the yellow and red ones as well. Just a few of the others for him personally, while we take the rest. That is quite a lot. Lin Xiaoyu expressed her surprise. Not too much. Hong Liang glanced towards the north. We have just unlocked the key, and the stone pillars of Yunqing remain unfound. The situation at the next location of Tianquan Star is undoubtedly more complex. I can already sense a hint of crisis approaching. So we require a formidable support system. Providing aid in times of need is far more valuable than mere embellishments. At that moment, Lao Zhou and Zhang Ming rushed over. Urgency etched on their faces. Hong Liang, there's trouble. Scouts have discovered a massive horde of zombies in the southeast, numbering at least 500,000. 500,000 zombies. How can there be so many in Yunqing? Lin Xiaoyu gasped in disbelief. Hong Liang activated his energy vision and indeed perceived a crimson wave of energy slowly advancing towards the horizon. This isn't a sudden emergence, if I'm not mistaken. These zombies were bred by the Night Order in the mountains. They are now unattended, hence their escape. Bred zombies? Zhang Ming paled at the thought. What purpose do they serve? To cultivate zombies of various tiers. Hong Liang's voice turned cold. They are breeding zombies solely to amass energy stones for research. This horde is a consequence of their actions. We are merely caught in the aftermath. Li Weiguo arrived, his expression grave. Hong Liang. The base currently has only over 3,000 soldiers, with fewer than 200 possessing abilities. We cannot withstand a horde of this magnitude. No need to defend. We shall take the initiative. Hong Liang suddenly smiled. Have you lost your mind? 500,000 zombies. Not 50,000. Even if you are at the 6th tier. Lao Zhou exclaimed, his eyes wide as he gazed intently at Hong Liang. Listen to me until I finish. Hong Liang unfurled a map from his storage ring, spreading it out on the ground. Look here. The Night Order has established several supply stations near Yun City, each stocked with an abundance of explosives and fuel. If we can guide the zombie horde past these stations, Li Weiguo's eyes lit up. A chain explosion. Perhaps we could eliminate all these zombies. However, they are no longer so foolish. Attracting them is quite a challenge. Hong Liang pointed to several key locations on the map. This is straightforward. Xiaoyu can use her plant's ability to attract zombies to steer the horde in the desired direction. Lao Zhou and Zhang Ming will handle the detonation, while I will deal with the high-tier mutants that emerge from the horde. But even so, this is far too perilous. If any part goes awry, we are doomed. Li Weiguo shook his head in protest. Not to worry, aside from Xiaoyu, we have another individual who can serve as bait. As he spoke, Hong Liang glanced at the girl named 12, who stood nearby, lost in thought, while clutching a teddy bear and gazing at her newly acquired shoes. Her mental fluctuations can attract zombies, and her effect is undoubtedly more potent than Xiaoyu's ability. No, she is just a child. Li Weiguo vehemently opposed. I can do it. I can sense those zombies. They are confused and in pain. I can help alleviate their suffering. 12 suddenly interjected, her voice remarkably calm. Hong Liang crouched to meet her gaze. There is significant danger involved. Are you truly certain you wish to proceed? The little girl nodded. Sister Li Yun said that with great power comes great responsibility. I want to help her protect everyone. Li Weiguo was about to voice further objections when Hong Liang stood up decisively. It's settled then. Captain Li, you will fortify the base's defenses and prepare to receive survivors. The rest of you, follow me. At dawn, Hong Liang's team arrived at the first supply station, an abandoned chemical factory where towering reaction towers were entwined with vines, and the air was thick with the acrid scent of chemicals. This is the Night Order's fuel depot. These pipes are filled with high-purity gasoline. If utilized properly, it would surely suffice to incinerate 100,000 zombies, Lao Zhou assessed after inspecting the fuel inventory. Zhang Ming swallowed hard. How do we detonate it? There isn't enough distance. Even the person igniting it would perish in the blast. This will suffice, Hong Liang replied, producing several metallic spheres. Set the detonator to manual mode. Once we withdraw, we'll wait for the zombies to enter the designated position before triggering the explosion. These spheres were crafted according to the principles outlined in Tiangong Kaiwu, a book rich with knowledge, of which he had only perused a fraction. Lin Xiaoyu began to distribute seeds around the area. These are flame vines. They will explode upon exposure to high temperatures, enhancing the blast effect. I have also placed plants that attract zombies throughout. 12 stood atop an elevated position, her eyes closed as she sensed the approaching horde. They are coming. The foremost are 3 fifth-tier tyrants. Hong Liang's expression sharpened. Prepare for action. The crowd swiftly divided their tasks. Old Zhou and Zhang Ming set about installing the detonation devices, while Lin Xiaoyu nurtured plants to lay traps, and Hong Liang led a dozen others towards the approaching horde of corpses. As the first wave of zombies came into view, even Hong Liang, who had lived once before, could not help but frown. The overwhelming sight of 500,000 dark figures surged forth like a relentless tide, a pressure far beyond what a mere handful of creatures could exert. At the forefront stood 3 towering tyrant zombies, each exceeding 5 meters in height, their bodies encased in bone armor, each step sending tremors through the ground. Let us begin, Hong Liang nodded to the dozen. The young girl inhaled deeply, her golden markings on her forehead glowing intensely, releasing an invisible wave. The leading tyrant zombie abruptly halted, turning towards the direction of the dozen, emitting a deafening roar. It worked, but only temporarily. They are far too powerful, and I cannot maintain control for long, she said, her small face paling as she struggled with the 3 unruly 5th-tier zombies. That's enough. Now, allow me to take over, Hong Liang declared as he lifted her into his arms. The spatial blade on his wrist flickered, and in an instant, they teleported to the predetermined evacuation point. He set her down, forming hand seals with both hands, as 12 short swords shot forth, coalescing in the air to form a colossal sword wheel. The wheel spun, rending the fabric of space and instantly shredding the first several dozen zombies into fragments. A few of the controlled tyrant zombies broke free from their grasp and, possessing a modicum of intelligence, roared in fury before charging towards their direction. "Let us go." The group retreated swiftly as thunderous explosions erupted behind them, the chemical plant transforming into a sea of flames. Though the zombies could withstand bullets, they were no match for such explosive force, and tens of thousands of them were reduced to ashes within the inferno. Excellent. That was just the first. We still have 6 more prime detonation points at our disposal. Hong Liang exclaimed, glancing at the map with excitement. The subsequent actions were executed with similar precision, utilizing resources left by the Nightly Order. They set up a series of deadly traps along the inevitable path of the Horde. Gas stations, armories, and chemical plants exploded in succession, gradually decimating the zombie tide. However, by the 5th trap, an unexpected development occurred. "Brother Hong, this is bad. There's something in the Horde disrupting the plants I'm using to lure the zombies." Lin Xiaoyu suddenly shouted. Hong Liang immediately activated his energy vision. The scale of the Horde had diminished by 2/3, yet their numbers remained vast. Just as his eyes began to blur from the effort, he noticed something unusual. The movements of the Horde appeared erratic and mindless, surging forward without pattern. Yet a small cluster of zombies was densely packed, seemingly guarding something. This area resembled a structure akin to those found in Red Alert, capable of obscuring the map, and Hong Liang could not discern what lay within. Hong Liang rubbed his eyes, steadied himself, and focused more energy on his energy vision. Gradually, he discerned a gathering of zombies, where a seemingly inconspicuous, slender zombie was hiding among the Horde. It was protected by 3 4th-tier tyrant zombies, positioned at its center. A massive fleshy tumor sprouted from its head, continuously emitting disruptive waves. A psychic zombie, at least in the early stages of the 6th tier. It likely already knew our plans. Hong Liang's expression changed as he spoke. Sure enough, as soon as he finished speaking, the tide of zombies began to split. Most continued to be drawn towards 12, but small groups of elite zombies began encircling their position. Change of plans. Lao Zhou, you take 12 and Zhang Ming to continue detonating the explosives. Xiaoyu, follow them to ensure their protection. That psychic zombie is mine. It's too dangerous for you alone. Lao Zhou interjected immediately. There's no time for debate. Follow my orders without question, Hong Liang declared, already charging forward. Chapter 52. Departure. He moved like lightning, plunging directly into the horde of zombies. Frosty Speech and Flame Devourer, his dual swords, danced in harmony, cutting down zombies like wheat. However, the closer he got to the psychic zombie, the greater the resistance became. Strange-looking zombies suddenly surrounded him, initiating self-detonations. And the stench of decaying flesh along with shockwaves of energy continuously interfered with his advance. Starfall break. Hong Liang finally breached the 100-meter radius of the psychic zombie. 12 short swords fused into one colossal sword, piercing forth with a dazzling starlight. Just as the sword's brilliance was about to strike, the zombie suddenly looked up, its tumor splitting open to reveal a colossal eye. An invisible psychic shockwave collided with him, causing Hong Liang to grunt in pain, blood trickling from his orifices, and his sword momentum faltered. The ants submit zombie emitted intermittent psychic fluctuations. Hong Liang gritted his teeth, resisting with all his might as the Big Dipper body refining technique surged within him, his internal star core furnace erupting in radiant light. Do you think you are worthy? He bit his tongue, spitting a mouthful of essence blood onto his dual swords. The swords, now infused with his blood, revealed the pattern of the Big Dipper, glowing even more brilliantly. Big Dipper breakthrough slash. A sword light, cleaving through heaven and earth, descended, vaporizing the psychic zombie along with all surrounding zombies within 100 meters in an instant. A black energy stone rose from the ashes, which Hong Liang grasped tightly. What the hell? How could a 5th-tier zombie possess a black energy stone? His pupils constricted suddenly. It was the first time he had encountered such an item, and he was uncertain of its nature. However, there was no time for scrutiny. Hong Liang stowed the energy stone in his spatial ring and hurried to the final detonation point. Upon arrival, he found Lao Zhou and the others embroiled in a fierce battle. 12 appeared pale, clearly pushed to their limits. Fall back, Hong Liang shouted, instantly retrieving the black energy stone from his ring. The stone emanated a faint black glow, and a surge of inspiration struck him as he pressed the stone against his chest. An unprecedented power surged through his limbs and body, causing his aura to soar as he instantly broke through the bottleneck of the early 6th tier, reaching the mid-6th tier. Is this the power of the stars? He felt as if he had forged a connection with the starry sky, an endless stream of energy pouring forth from the void. 12 short swords ascended autonomously, each entwined in a shroud of dark brilliance. Annihilate. A single word, yet it resonated like a divine decree. The black sword light swept across the battlefield, leaving the remaining zombies to disintegrate into ash amidst the radiant glow. When the light faded, all that remained on the battlefield were the astonished onlookers and the ground strewn with glimmering energy stones. Is it over? Zhang Ming stammered. 3 days later, in the base's conference room, Hong Liang presented a secure document to Li Weiguo. This is the method for purifying energy stones. Remember, it must remain confidential, especially from the Knight's Order. Li Weiguo solemnly accepted it. I pledge my honor as a soldier. Additionally, these are for you, Hong Liang continued, producing a box and sliding it across the table. The energy stones within are sufficient to elevate some of the lower-ranked soldiers, along with several high-grade stones to cultivate elite combatants. How you utilize them is entirely your decision. Li Weiguo was momentarily dazzled by the stones within the box. Instinctively wishing to decline, yet considering the future of his subordinates, he gritted his teeth and replied, I shall consider these as a loan, and I promise a substantial return in the future. Hong Liang patted him on the shoulder. There is much for you to accomplish. These are rightfully yours. Some tasks must be undertaken. This is the mission of our soldiers of the Great Xia. Li Weiguo raised his head, gazing into the distance. Lin Xiaoyu stood quietly behind Hong Liang, her vine-patterned tattoo faintly glowing. She felt content with her current life, untroubled by the need for food or clothing, her own strength not lacking. Compared to those who suffered from hunger and cold, always fearing capture for experimentation, her existence felt akin to paradise. The little girl approached, clutching a teddy bear. Uncle Hong, can I go with you when you leave? Hong Liang crouched down and gently stroked her hair. The place I must go is far and very dangerous. You need to stay here to help Sister Li Yun protect everyone, all right? When you grow up, I promise I will come back for you. Let's make a pact. Though reluctant, the little girl nodded, extending her pinky to Hong Liang to seal their promise, then skipped away. The moment of parting was inevitable. As the twin moons ascended, Hong Liang, Lin Xiaoyu, and Old Zhou stood at the end of the highway, gazing toward their destination. Zhang Ming felt his own inadequacies. Following them seemed perilous, and he resolved to remain in the military camp to seek a modest position. Old Zhou was determined to accompany Hong Liang. For him, there was no safer place than at his side. Brother Hong, what are your plans moving forward? Lin Xiaoyu inquired, casting her gaze toward the 2 moons in the sky. Hong Liang unfurled the star chart and pointed at several nearby locations, stating, the cloud-patterned stone pillar in Yun City has yet to be discovered. I have resolved to seek out the stone pillar first. Both of you need to enhance your strength. Otherwise, it would be perilous to accompany me. While energy stones may augment your power, the process is exceedingly slow and requires consolidation, which demands time, a resource we currently lack. Thus, I have decided to search for the cloud-patterned stone pillar to ascertain whether it contains anything that could bolster your abilities. The ruins of Yun City glowed with an eerie orange hue beneath the setting sun, and the air was thick with a fetid stench amidst the crumbling walls. Hong Liang stood atop a precarious high-rise, his energy vision fully activated, surveying the entire city. His mid-6th tier perception enabled him to detect any energy fluctuations within a 5-kilometer radius. Yet after an entire week of searching, he had found nothing, yet another empty nest. Lao Zhou kicked aside the head of a zombie at his feet, a remnant of a 4th-tier tyrant zombie. They had endured a fierce battle here 3 days prior, believing that the cloud-patterned stone pillar might manifest in this area. But once again, they were met with disappointment. Lin Xiaoyu retracted her vine from a fissure in the ground, bringing forth a string of crystalline energy stones. The 17th high-tier zombie stronghold still bears no trace of the pillar. Could it be that our search direction is misguided? She inquired as she tossed the energy stones to Hong Liang. Hong Liang continued to scrutinize the surroundings. I doubt we are mistaken. The stone pillars in Xian City and Yin City appeared at the sites of formidable zombies' demise. Our search of Yin City is not yet complete. We should include the Northern Museum area in our search. If there is nothing there, we will have to rely on luck. That region was once the stronghold of the Knight's Order. The radiation levels have remained alarmingly high since the explosion. Wouldn't it be dangerous for us to venture there? Lao Zhou remarked, polishing the flesh off his long knife. With danger comes opportunity. I have observed the energy levels within both of you. You are now ready to advance again. Tonight, I shall assist you in completing your ascension before we explore that area, Hong Liang declared, producing several energy stones to distribute to the 2. As they ingested the energy stones and entered a meditative state, Hong Liang kept a vigilant watch over their surroundings. The following day, as the 2 arose, invigorated and brimming with newfound energy, they joyously suppressed their auras and prepared to follow Hong Liang into the northern city area. As they traversed the ruins, Hong Liang noted that the color of Lin Xiaoyu's vine tattoo had deepened. Following her recent ascension, her abilities had notably strengthened. The vines she cast forth were now impervious to the attempts of Frost Whisper and Flame Devour to sever them. While Lao Zhou had firmly established himself at the pinnacle of the third tier, his military long knife, enhanced by his abilities, could effortlessly cleave through the armored bones of fourth-tier zombies. The silhouette of the Northern Museum loomed ominously in the twilight, its ancient architecture largely collapsed, with the remaining outer walls cloaked in dark, purple mycelium that wriggled grotesquely in the gentle breeze. There is something within. It is not a mere, ordinary mutant. You both must exercise caution, Hong Liang suddenly urged, sensing a distorted energy source deep within the museum, its fluctuations unlike any zombie he had encountered before. 3 individuals stealthily infiltrated the main hall, where fragments of artifacts lay scattered among shattered display cases. The corpses clad in the uniforms of the Knights Templar stood frozen in eerie poses, as though their life force had been abruptly siphoned away. The wounds they bore were not inflicted by weapons, but seemed to have been brutally torn apart by some monstrous entity. After inspecting a headless body, Old Zhou spoke to his companions. Lin Xiaoyu suddenly grasped Hong Liang's sleeve. In the central dinosaur skeleton exhibit, a hunched figure was turned away from them, gnawing on something. The creature stood approximately 3 meters tall, its body shrouded in a viscous, tar-like substance, with 6 tumor-like bulges protruding from its back. Its skinless form was riddled with pulsating blood vessels, and most grotesque of all was its head, devoid of features, possessing only a gaping, circular maw that occupied half of its body, lined with serrated teeth. Mid-level 6. Just like me. Yet it seemed oblivious to our presence. Upon discerning the creature's rank, Hong Liang's pupils constricted slightly. They had encountered a formidable foe. As if in response to his unvoiced concerns, the zombie abruptly ceased its feeding, slowly turning its head. Despite lacking eyes, Hong Liang felt a chilling dread. It was already aware of their presence, but chose to ignore them. Surprisingly, the zombie did not launch an attack. Instead, it emitted a shrill wail reminiscent of a newborn's cry and turned to smash through the wall, fleeing towards the basement. This isn't right. Old Zhou contemplated all the potential actions the creature might take upon discovering them, lunging forward, crouching in readiness, or summoning other zombies. But he never anticipated it would simply turn and flee. Let us investigate. But you too must exercise caution. This creature is exceedingly anomalous, Hong Liang declared, leading the charge. As they traversed the gaping hole in the wall, the stench of decay intensified tenfold. The staircase leading to the basement was smeared with a thick, black liquid, each step akin to treading upon a living entity. Hong Liang's energy vision was severely hampered here. The viscous substance appeared to absorb any probing waves. Wait. My vines sense movement below, Lin Xiaoyu exclaimed, suddenly halting both men. Before she could finish her sentence, the entire staircase collapsed. Hong Liang quickly activated his energy shield. Yet the immense force of the fall still sent his blood surging. In the darkness, countless crimson lights flickered, an approaching horde of zombies. All elite variants ranked above the 4th tier. Damn it, we've fallen into a trap. Old Zhou, ensnared by Lin Xiaoyu's vines, managed not to tumble, but swiftly drew his long blade, infusing it with energy. With a fierce slash, several of the nearest zombie heads were instantly severed. Hong Liang unsheathed his twin swords, their red and blue luminescence intertwining to form a net, but the sheer number of zombies was overwhelming. Even more terrifying was their apparent tactical coordination. The bone-spike zombies harassed from a distance, while the tyrant types charged head-on, and several agile variants targeted Lin Xiaoyu's healing vines. They are wearing us down. That intelligent one is orchestrating their movements. Lin Xiaoyu's forehead glistened with cold sweat, just as a wall of vines surged up. It was dissolved by the corrosive liquid. She dared not relent, as her internal energy was continuously depleting. As Hong Liang cleaved through 2 tyrants, he suddenly felt a chill creeping down his back, instinctively prompting him to roll aside. A shadow brushed past his shoulder. It was the peculiar zombie. Unbeknownst to him, it had circled around to his rear, its 6 swollen sacs bursting forth, releasing a noxious purple-black neurotoxin. The left shoulder of his protective suit was rapidly corroded, creating a gaping hole. Hong Liang stifled a groan as the toxin made contact with his skin, rendering it numb. Even worse, he sensed a stagnation in the flow of energy within him. Brother Hong. Lin Xiaoyu's healing vines were about to extend towards him when they were severed by 3 swift zombies. Old Zhou attempted to rush to their aid, but was encircled by 5 tyrants. The bizarre zombie emitted a triumphant shriek, its circular maw expanding to the limit as it lunged towards Hong Liang. In the nick of time, the North Dipper body refinement technique activated within him. causing the North Dipper constellation to manifest upon his chest, the brilliance of the Kaiyang star radiating intensely. Starfall. A beam of starlight descended from the void, piercing through the zombie's chest. It recoiled with a wretched cry, thick black blood splattering the ground. Yet Hong Liang understood this was merely a temporary reprieve. The toxin had suppressed his energy, leaving him with at most 50% of his combat strength. Both of you retreat to the corner. Get down, he shouted to the two, simultaneously retrieving a handful of purple energy stones from his spatial ring, not bothering to count how many, and swallowed them whole. The stones dissolved upon contact with his saliva, unleashing a torrent of ferocious energy that surged through him. Veins bulged across Hong Liang's body, his skin cracking with spiderweb-like bloodlines, as purple arcs of electricity danced across his surface. The Frost Whisperer and Flame Devourer reacted to this surge of energy, instinctively merging into a long sword entwined with starlight. The peculiar zombie seemed to sense the impending danger, shrieking orders for the horde to charge. Hong Liang could no longer discern specific targets. The energy overload bathed his vision in crimson. Driven by instinct, he swung the long sword in a sweeping arc. North Dipper Star Spiral. A circular wave of sword energy swept across the battlefield, vaporizing zombies in its path. The basement's ceiling was lifted by the residual force. Moonlight cascading down, and the bizarre zombie, caught too close, had a significant portion of its body severed. Taken aback by the sudden loss, the zombie recoiled. But as it saw Hong Liang approaching with his sword raised, it dared not confront him directly. Instead, it turned its back. The 6 swollen sacs on its back beginning to writhe before bursting open, releasing toxic mist as it made a hasty retreat. Trying to escape? Stay? Hong Liang's voice distorted from the energy overload. His legs bent slightly as the ground caved under immense force, propelling him like a cannonball through the toxic haze in pursuit of the zombie, bringing his long sword down upon it. As the zombie turned, its circular maw unexpectedly flipped 180 degrees, clamping down on the blade. The terrifying force of its bite prevented the sword from advancing even a fraction, while its tail shot towards Hong Liang's heart from an astonishing angle. Chapter 54. Rescue. Be careful. Old Zhou concentrated the energy within him and hurled his long sword at the tail. Meanwhile, Lin Xiaoyu summoned her last reserves of energy to create a man-eating flower, which clamped down on the zombie's remaining leg. Clang! The tail was deflected by the longsword, sliding past Hong Liang's ribs. Unable to execute a significant movement due to the flower's grip on its leg, the brief disruption provided a window for Hong Liang. He released the hilt of his sword, enveloping his hands in energy before driving them directly into the chest of the zombie. Beidou melting furnace. The energy within him spiraled wildly, channeling all the overloaded force into his foe, causing the zombie to convulse violently, its body swelling as if inflated, ultimately bursting into a cloud of crimson mist. Kneeling on one knee, blood flowing from his orifices, Hong Liang felt the energy stone he had consumed wreaking havoc within him, every cell igniting in flames. Lin Xiaoyu crawled over, dragging her injured leg, and infused him with the last vestiges of her healing energy. Stone pillar. With great effort, Hong Liang pointed to the center of the blood mist, where the space began to warp, revealing a cloud-patterned stone pillar inscribed with star maps slowly rising. Old Zhou supported him as they approached the pillar. Upon pressing his bloodied hand against it, a familiar mechanical voice resonated in his mind. The Yuhing star pillar has been activated, the trial passed, granting the completion of the Beidou body forging technique, astral resonance. A torrent of information, tenfold more substantial than before, surged into his consciousness. He beheld a constellation of 7 colossal stars forming a ladle shape in the depths of the cosmos, 3 of which had already ignited. More astonishingly, the pillar unveiled fragments of the apocalyptic truth. The zombie virus originated from a fallen star. The immense energy restored Hong Liang's body, and the dissipating energy rejuvenated Lin Xiaoyu and Old Zhou significantly. Gazing at the treasures displayed within the pillar, Hong Liang's face lit up with joy. 4 sets of self-repairing stardust battle armor, 5 gene serums with a 100 stability rate, a void crystal capable of crafting spatial equipment, and an egg. Hong Liang possessed numerous energy stones, effortlessly clearing the contents of the pillar. Yet curiously, no reward or notification was granted this time. Is this a dinosaur egg? There is something inside. Lin Xiaoyu, intrigued, took the egg Hong Liang had exchanged, gently brushing her fingertip against the crimson giant egg marked with star patterns, which immediately pulsed with a warm heartbeat. Old Zhou's gaze fixated on the gene serum in Hong Liang's hand, a drool-inducing sight. He recognized this item well, having used one himself. With it, he could quickly stabilize the energy within him and continue his advancement. Stop drooling, just take it. Hong Liang tossed a serum to old Zhou, along with a collection of energy stones suitable for his current use. Without wasting time, old Zhou injected the serum and began his cultivation. Having contributed little in today's battle, he eagerly anticipated a surge of power that would enable him to assist Hong Liang. 3 hours later, upon opening his eyes, Hong Liang saw the two, armed and vigilant, having tidied up the area. He burst into laughter, rising to his feet. With the serum, he had reached the peak of the 6th tier, all his energy restored to its prime. Hong Liang brimmed with confidence, knowing he could easily triumph against the zombies they had just faced. Brother Hong, you're all right. You scared me half to death. Where shall we head next? Lin Xiaoyu exclaimed, her voice buoyant as she joyfully bounded over upon hearing Hong Liang's laughter. As Hong Liang had yet to respond, the plant network established by Lin Xiaoyu suddenly trembled, and an anxious voice emerged. Uncle Hong, this is bad. The knights are attacking the base. 2 6th-tier Grand Knights have also arrived. The communication abruptly ceased. Recognizing the voice as belonging to 12, Hong Liang wasted no time in distributing the Stardust armors to the two companions. Lin Xiaoyu swiftly crafted 3 small shelters using her botanical abilities. The trio, in perfect harmony, donned the Stardust armors and stepped outside together. The crimson Stardust armor shimmered with a metallic luster under the moonlight. The moment Hong Liang secured the armor, it began to flow like quicksilver. The helmet automatically sealed, and the patterns of the Big Dipper emerged on the faceplate. The chest piece extended into a streamlined neck guard, while the shoulder plates transformed into the shape of dragon heads, creating an impeccable fit as though the armor was custom-made for him. As Hong Liang flexed his wrists, he found that the armor posed no hindrance. Rather, it enhanced every movement as if it were a second skin. Remarkably, when he activated the Big Dipper body refinement technique, the star patterns on the armor illuminated with a blue glow, significantly increasing the internal energy flow speed by over 3 times. Brother Hong, look at me. Lin Xiaoyu's voice rang out from nearby. As the vines receded, Hong Liang beheld Lin Xiaoyu standing there. Her armor was entirely distinct from his, adorned in a vibrant emerald hue. The helmet resembled a rosebud, and intricate vine patterns entwined her joints. As she summoned her powers, living vines indeed sprouted from her armor's surface, swaying gracefully under the moonlight. Old Zhou's armor, on the other hand, was a deep earthen yellow, robust in design akin to a mountain. He attempted to throw a punch, resulting in a resounding thud as the armor reverberated. This thing can amplify my strength 5-fold, he exclaimed excitedly as he struck the ground, causing the earth within a 10-meter radius to crack. Hong Liang examined the armor's capabilities and discovered it was equipped with a communication system. Xiaoyu, old Zhou, can you hear me clearly? He inquired. No problem. Communication is smooth. The Stardust armor is truly impressive. Lin Xiaoyu's lively voice chimed through the communicator. No issues here. I can hear perfectly. Old Zhou confirmed. Hong Liang pressed a few buttons on his wrist, establishing a mental link among the 3 armors. Each of them could now sense their teammate status and positions. This armor even has self-repair capabilities and can absorb energy attacks. He made a cut on his arm guard with frost language, and the crack healed at an observable speed. Just as the trio was becoming accustomed to their armors, Lin Xiaoyu's expression suddenly changed. My plant network has received another distress signal from 12. The base can barely hold on. Hong Liang activated his energy vision and gazed in the direction of the base. Despite the distance of several dozen kilometers, he could perceive the chaotic energy surges erupting there, with 2 6th-tier peak energies rampaging and a multitude of energy reactions above the 4th tier surrounding them. We must go. Full speed ahead. Hong Liang pressed a button on his chest, and an opening formed at the front of his armor. He tossed 3 crimson energy stones into it, and the opening sealed shut, revealing a pair of luminous wings unfurling behind him. 3 beams of light shot skyward, propelled by the flight capabilities of the stellar armor, their velocity surpassing that of conventional high-speed trains. The howling winds were muted by the armor, and through a mental link, Hong Liang conveyed tactical instructions to the two. Chapter 55. Rampant slaughter. Old Zhou was tasked with eliminating the minor foes, while Xiaoyu safeguarded the survivors. The 2 6th-tier adversaries were entrusted to me. Remember, although the stellar armor is formidable, prolonged combat will deplete the user's mental energy. Flight also consumes red energy stones. 3 stones can sustain the fastest flight for only half an hour. Be mindful of energy consumption. We cannot afford to plummet from the sky. Hong Liang's voice resonated clearly through the armor's communication system, having swiftly grasped its functionalities. Not far away, the Iron Wolf base established by Li Weiguo was engulfed in flames, with numerous craters dotting the ground. The sturdy camp walls had been breached at 3 significant points, and the silver-armored soldiers of the Night Order surged in like a tide. Behind them, 2 grand knights clad in golden armor stood behind a cannon, relentlessly bombarding the inner walls. Reports came flooding in. The eastern defense line has fallen. 50 survivors have perished, and an entire squad of soldiers has been lost, their weapons destroyed. The oil pipeline at Depot 1 has been damaged, and the power generation equipment has been obliterated. The crops at Plantation 1 have been annihilated. With each grim update, Liang wiped the blood from his forehead. His right arm hung limply, clearly fractured. Behind him, hundreds of survivors huddled in the last refuge, mostly the elderly and children. Liang, take 12 through the secret passage. Seek out Hong Liang. Liang called out to the girl beside him. 12 clutched her teddy bear tightly, her pale face betraying her fear. No, I can sense it. Those 2 formidable villains have tracking devices. We won't get far before they catch up. I've already called for Uncle Hong. He will come to our rescue. Suddenly, the metallic door of the refuge was cleaved open by a golden light, and a grand knight stepped in. He removed his helmet, revealing a stern visage of Western descent. Hand over the experimental subjects, and I can grant you a swift end. His daxiao was nearly accentless, yet his voice was grating, akin to the sound of metal scraping, sending shivers down one's spine. Liang positioned himself protectively before the others, raising his only functioning left hand. You scum of the Night Order, if you want the children, you shall have to trample over my corpse. The Grand Knight scoffed coldly, and with a casual gesture, Liang was sent flying like a rag doll, crashing against the wall and spitting blood. Ants, the knight sneered, extending his hand towards Liang. At that moment, the teddy bear in the little girl's arms suddenly opened its crimson eyes, unleashing a surge of mental energy. Do not harm Sister Liang. 12's brow gleamed with golden patterns, and a second wave of mental shock erupted, catching the Grand Knight off guard as he was hit by 2 successive mental waves, causing him to stagger back with a muffled grunt. Intriguing trinkets. It appears that the plan has yielded a plethora of fascinating discoveries. I shall take you back to examine them thoroughly. I am certain that Dr. Freeman will be most delighted. He wiped the blood from his nose and glanced at the 2 before him with a hint of derision. Just as his hand was about to grasp the 12th artifact, a beam of starlight descended like thunder, severing his right hand and arm at the shoulder. Ack! The Grand Knight Commander screamed in agony, stumbling backward as blood gushed from the stump, though it quickly ceased. In terror, he lifted his gaze to behold 3 figures enveloped in starlight descending from above. Hong Liang floated majestically in midair, his celestial armor radiating brilliance, the starlight sword in his grasp still dripping with blood. Lin Xiaoyu and Old Zhou landed on either side of him. The 3 sets of armor shimmered together, reminiscent of divine beings gracing the battlefield shrouded in smoke. Hong, is that you? Liang struggled to raise himself, hope rekindling in his eyes. The 12th, tears welling, looked up and cried, Uncle Hong. As Hong and the others descended, they positioned themselves protectively before the group. Without turning, he extended a starry tether from his armor, gently drawing the 12th to Lin Xiaoyu's side. Take care of her. Xiaoyu and the others quickly retreated, fully aware that once Hong engaged in battle, the area would become perilous, especially for the injured who could not withstand the energy fluctuations of combat. Another Grand Knight Commander rushed in to provide support, 2 6th-tier powerhouses standing shoulder to shoulder. One wielded a colossal sword while the other grasped a staff, their golden armor inscribed with sacred runes. You are the Eastern man who killed Albert? The Grand Knight Commander, now with a mended stump, pressed the severed limb against the wound, visibly watching it writhe and heal. I am Godfrey, the Grand Knight Commander of the Temple Knights. And this is Knight Commander William. Now that you know who we are, today you shall witness true divine power. Hong let out a cold chuckle, his eyes shimmering beneath the visor of his armor. So much unnecessary talk. In an instant, he vanished, leaving only an afterimage. Godfrey hastily raised his sword to block, but Hong suddenly reappeared behind William, thrusting his starlight sword towards his back. Despicable. William's staff retaliated, colliding with the sword and unleashing a blinding brilliance, the shockwave obliterating all structures within 100 meters. Old Zhou sent several knights attempting to seize the opportunity flying, then charged into the fray. His armor thickened as he ran, ultimately transforming into a towering 3-meter rock giant, smashing a dozen silver-armored knights into a bloody pulp with a single punch. Lin Xiaoyu, meanwhile, retreated to the side of the survivors with the 12th. Her armor sprouted countless vines, erecting a verdant wall outside the sanctuary. Knights attempting to approach were instantly ensnared, withering into desiccated husks. Elsewhere, Hong faced 2 opponents yet grew ever more formidable, his starlight armor absorbing energy from the surroundings to replenish his own. The stellar core furnace empowered each of his strikes with celestial force. Divine judgment. Godfrey's colossal sword ignited with blinding holy light, a 10-meter-wide beam hurtling towards Hong. With a resonant voice, Hong Liang stood unwavering. The patterns of the Big Dipper, Zhaoguang, Kaiyang, and Yuheng on his battle armor glimmered brilliantly, unleashing 3 torrents of celestial power that coalesced into a barrier before him, the starry sky shield. The light beam was refracted by this stellar barrier, inadvertently striking the distant nightly formation, resulting in grievous casualties. Seizing the opportunity, William uttered an incantation, and a blood-red cross appeared atop his staff. In the name of the Lord, I bind you. Countless golden chains shot forth from the void, ensnaring Hong Liang. Godfrey immediately swung his sword toward Hong Liang's neck. In that critical moment, the stellar core furnace within Hong Liang surged to an overclocked state, and his armor radiated a brilliance surpassing that of the sun. The Big Dipper breaks the army. The chains shattered piece by piece, and the sword of starry light clashed against the colossal sword. Godfrey, in a state of terror, realized that his weapon began to disintegrate, while Hong Liang's sword force grew ever stronger. This is impossible. This is a holy sword blessed by angels, he thought, yearning to retreat, but it was too late. Hong Liang's sword light cascaded like the Milky Way, piercing through Godfrey's chest in an instant. The celestial power erupted within him, and the Grand Commander was obliterated into a myriad of luminous particles before he could even utter a scream. A monster. William, sensing the dire situation, saw his staff suddenly split into 12 light swords, forming a lethal formation to ensnare Hong Liang, while he himself turned to flee. Do you wish to escape? Taste your own technique. Hong Liang grasped with his left hand, drawing all 12 light swords into the stellar core furnace. Then, with a pointed gesture of his right hand, the refined light swords were reflected back at a swifter pace. William's hastily erected holy light shield was pierced as if it were made of paper, and the 12 light swords pinned him against the wall. You knights should not have come to Daxia. Hong Liang teleported before William, the tip of his sword poised against his brow. With one final strike, the skull of the Grand Knight Commander William was shattered, his brain evaporating instantly, and his body collapsed into dust. With the fall of 2 sixth-tier powerhouses, the morale of the knightly order crumbled entirely, and the silver-armored soldiers discarded their helmets and armor, scattering in a frantic bid for survival. Wildfires cannot be extinguished, and spring winds breathe life anew. Old Zhou, come with me to hunt them down. Xiaoyu, ensure the safety of Captain Li and the others. Hong Liang replaced the energy stone and summoned his wings once more, pursuing them relentlessly. This time, he was determined to annihilate the entire cohort of knights. After the battle, Hong Liang discovered some energy stones and a small ring amidst the remnants of Godfrey's armor. Noticing its resemblance in size to his own storage ring, he smiled and handed it to Lin Xiaoyu. Old Zhou, I'll find a spatial ring for you later. This one is for Xiaoyu. Lin Xiaoyu, occupied with healing Li Weigua, accepted the ring and slipped it onto her finger without inspecting its contents, continuing her treatment. Old Zhou organized the survivors to clear the rubble, chuckling as he remarked, "Why do we need to say so much? Without you, I would likely be dead by now." Little 12, clutching a teddy bear, approached Hong Liang and asked, "Uncle Hong, can I go with you? It's so dangerous here, and I'm scared." Hong Liang crouched down and noticed that the golden pattern on the little girl's forehead had become increasingly intricate, faintly resembling a miniature star map. "Do you know what that is?" he inquired. 12 shook her head. "I don't know, but I feel secure being with you." Just then, the teddy bear in her arms unexpectedly spoke, its voice the tone of a mature woman. "The first star envoy has awakened. The gate of breakthrough is about to open." Hong Liang stumbled back, and through his energy vision, he saw that the teddy bear was no longer a mere toy, but a mass of highly compressed pure energy. "Who are you?" he asked warily. The bear's eyes sparkled with starlight. "As for me, I too am uncertain of my identity. My consciousness has just awakened. I only know that the gate of breakthrough is nearing its opening, and you possess the power of the stars. There must be things within the gate that you wish to discover." 12, however, seemed unfazed by the talking bear. Clutching it tighter, there has always been a force within the bear, protecting me. Just as Hong Liang was about to probe further, Lin Xiaoyu suddenly exclaimed, "Brother Hong, come quickly." Hong Liang hastily abandoned his inquiry and rushed to Lin Xiaoyu's side, where a cloud-patterned stone pillar was slowly rising from the ground. This was the second cloud-patterned stone pillar. Even more astonishing was the fact that the surface of the pillar was engraved with the Big Dipper, and the next star, Tianquan, was positioned directly above Yunqing, while another marked location, The gate of breakthrough lay above Funcheng. As Hong Liang touched the pillar, he found it entirely different from what he had anticipated. There was nothing to exchange within it. Instead, a mechanical voice echoed in his mind. The trial for the gate of breakthrough is ready. You must reach the coordinates within 7 days, or the portal will close for a century. Upon completing the trial and returning here, all rewards will be granted. Please ensure you carry sufficient energy stones. The more, the better. He turned to Lin Xiaoyu and old Zhou, the star armor glistening in the morning sun. Pack your belongings. We depart tomorrow. He then addressed Li Weigua. Captain Li, all the soldiers from the Knight's Order who fled have been eliminated. Currently, Yunqing poses little threat aside from a few ordinary zombies. I entrust this pillar to you. Please ensure it remains intact. Li Weigua solemnly saluted. Rest assured. As long as the 7th Regiment has even one soldier left, the pillar will remain unharmed. 12 quietly tugged at the hem of Hong Liang's armor, her small face brimming with anticipation. Hong Liang tousled her hair and said to Lin Xiaoyu, prepare some items for the child. It seems we will be bringing along a little extra baggage. As the sun rose, the 4 of them set forth on their journey to Funcheng, with the star armor's visor projecting a holographic map marking the optimal route. The straight-line distance was merely 500. If they flew at full speed, they could reach their destination in no more than 3 hours. However, the density of zombies in these areas was alarmingly high, making direct flight perilous. Hong Liang's fingers traced the air, and several red markers appeared on the map. Lin Xiaoyu approached, cradling little 12 in her arms. The group felt that calling her 12 was rather odd, so they collectively decided to refer to her as Little 12. The little girl had donned a miniature suit of starry battle armor, resembling an exquisite doll, while the teddy bear nestled in her embrace glimmered with a faint light, seemingly observing everything around it. Brother Hong, I have taken stock of our available energy stones. The first cloud-patterned stone pillar consumed the vast majority of our energy stones, leaving us with only 580. Calculating that 3 stones support half an hour of flight, this amount is sufficient for a round trip. However, we remain uncertain about how many energy stones are required to enter the Broken Army Gate. Lin Xiaoyu's voice resonated through the battle armor's communication system. Old Zhou approached from behind, his armor now free of bloodstains, exuding an imposing presence. The pillar advises you to carry more energy stones before entering the Broken Army Gate. I believe the more we have, the better. Several hundred seems woefully inadequate. Suddenly, Little 12 lifted her head and tugged at Hong Liang's armor. The teddy bear says that the Broken Army Gate requires a great many sparkling stones to open, and that once inside the world there will also need energy stones to sustain basic necessities. Hence, the more we have, the better, ideally. We should use only stones of red grade or higher to maximize our benefits. Hong Liang knelt to meet Little 12's gaze. What else did it say? The bear mentioned that there are many malevolent entities along the way, but also some particularly bright stones. It said we must reach a place called Black Tower within 3 days. Little 12 tilted her head, as if listening attentively to the silent words of the teddy bear. Chapter 57. The mutated bat. Hong Liang rose, consulting the map with meticulous care. Between Yunqing and Finqing, there indeed stood an abandoned meteorological observation tower, colloquially known as the Black Tower. It appears we must alter our plans. We have 7 days, and we shall divide the journey into 2 segments. Today, we will first reach this midpoint, hunting high-level zombies along the way to gather energy stones, then rest before proceeding to Finqing. Hong Liang swiftly made his decision, resolving to collect more resources since the Broken Army Gate demanded a substantial quantity of energy stones. Lin Xiaoyu looked at Little 12 with concern. Isn't it too dangerous to take a child with us? I must go. The Broken Army Gate needs me. Little 12 suddenly interjected, her voice imbued with a child's unexpected resolve. The teddy bear's eyes flickered once, then turned to Hong Liang, a mature voice adding, the first star envoy is the key. Without her, you cannot enter the true realm of trials. Hong Liang exchanged a glance with old Zhou and ultimately nodded. We shall depart immediately. Xiaoyu, Little 12's safety is entrusted to you. With that, 4 figures surged into the sky. Xiaoyu, holding Little 12, flew alongside Hong Liang, while old Zhou followed closely, vigilant of any movements behind them. The luminous wings of the starry armor traced a brilliant arc in the morning sun, causing the zombies below to raise their heads and emit meaningless howls. Within 10 minutes of flight, Hong Liang's energy vision detected an anomaly ahead. Warning. At 10 o'clock. There is a swarm of mutated flying creatures. In the distance, the sky revealed dozens of dark figures swiftly approaching. As they drew nearer, the grotesque forms of the creatures became clear. They possessed bat-like wings, yet their bodies resembled those of hairless dogs, with long tails tipped by sharp bony spikes. They were mutated bats. Aren't they typically nocturnal? Old Zhou exclaimed. Hong Liang immediately commanded, descend. We are too conspicuous in the air, and their numbers are overwhelming. We hold no advantage aloft. The four swiftly dove toward an abandoned industrial zone below. Just as they were about to land, 3 mutated bats surged forward. Their sharp claws aimed directly at Little 12. Get away. Hong Liang waved his right hand, and the Frost Whisper short sword shot forth, piercing one mutated bat's skull. Lin Xiaoyu's vines lashed out like whips, ensnaring another bat's wing, while Old Zhou charged directly at the third, his armored shoulder shattering its chest cavity. However, more mutated bats had already surrounded them, an estimated 50 in number. Back-to-back defense. Hong Liang set Little 12 down, and the 3 quickly positioned themselves back-to-back, shielding her in the center. Subsequently, Frost Whisper and Flame Devourer split into 12 short swords, forming a sword array around them. Lin Xiaoyu's vines swiftly wove into a hemispherical shield, while the rocky texture on Old Zhou's armor became more pronounced. The first wave of mutated bats crashed into them. With a furious roar, Old Zhou unleashed his fists, glowing with earthy light, obliterating 2 of the bats in an instant. Hong Liang's sword array functioned like a meat grinder, reducing any approaching monstrosity to fragments, while Lin Xiaoyu's vines continuously rose from the ground, piercing any mutated bats attempting to ambush from below. Little 12 clutched her teddy bear tightly, suddenly closing her eyes as the golden markings on her forehead glimmered, causing the eyes of the teddy bear to shine brightly as well. Ah! The girl screamed, a visible golden ripple emanating from her, freezing all mutated bats caught in its wake, which then plummeted to the ground like marionettes with severed strings. Hong Liang gazed in astonishment at this spectacle. A psychic shockwave? Not entirely. This was the unique stellar shockwave of the Star Envoy, particularly effective against these mutated creatures reliant on ultrasonic positioning, the teddy bear explained. The remaining mutated bats seemed intimidated and began to retreat. Seizing the opportunity, Hong Liang merged the 12 short swords into a singular weapon, transforming into a colossal starry sword, the Beidou Star Sphere. The blade swept across, vaporizing over 20 mutated bats in an instant, while the remaining creatures, sensing the peril, shrieked and fled, vanishing into the sky in the blink of an eye. After the battle, the 4 quickly gathered the energy stones left by the night demons. The fallen mutated bats yielded a bounty of purple-grade stones, totaling 22. A splendid harvest, Old Zhou exclaimed, tossing the collected energy stones to Hong Liang with great enthusiasm. Hong Liang assessed the remaining reserves. We must alter our strategy. While our speed is indeed sufficient, it renders us vulnerable to becoming easy targets. If we continue to engage in battle this way, we will not reach Fin City in 7 days. Henceforth, we shall attempt low-altitude flight, descending to hunt when encountering hordes of zombies. This will enable us to gather stones while simultaneously avoiding detection by large-scale, mutated aerial entities. We can evade those on the ground, but not those above. Lin Xiaoyu glanced at the pale-faced Xiao 12 and remarked, that last move took a significant toll on her. We cannot afford to take excessive risks. At that moment, Xiao 12, looking quite wan, leaned against Lin Xiaoyu, drowsy, while the teddy bear's eyes had dimmed considerably. Hong Liang retrieved a purified purple energy stone from his spatial ring and handed it to Xiao 12, saying, try using this to replenish your strength. Xiao 12 accepted the energy stone, and as she clasped it in her small hand, it transformed into a flowing light and entered her body. Her complexion improved markedly, and the teddy bear's eyes sparkled back to life. Indeed, it is effective. Hold on to these stones, just in case. Hong Liang brightened up and subsequently handed several more energy stones to Xiao 12. However, the teddy bear solemnly cautioned, the body of the Star Envoy is still quite fragile. She cannot absorb too much external energy in a short period. Hong Liang nodded, glancing at the sky. All right, let us keep these as a precaution. It is already noon. We must hasten our pace. The Black Tower is still 80 kilometers away, and we aim to arrive before nightfall. The 4 took to the skies once more, this time maintaining a height among the treetops and significantly reducing their speed. Hong Liang activated his energy vision, scanning the ground for energy fluctuations. 2 hours later, they discovered an anomaly. In the center of a deserted farm, a dozen 4th-level tyrant zombies were seated around a glowing object, as if guarding something. What is that? Old Zhou asked in a hushed tone. Hong Liang adjusted the focus of his energy vision. It appears to be a black energy stone? A black energy stone? Aren't those typically found within zombies or mutated creatures? How did it end up outside? Lin Xiaoyu exclaimed in astonishment. At that moment, the teddy bear in Xiao 12's arms suddenly became agitated, That is a fragment of the star core. It is a meteorite that fell from the sky. More precious than any energy stone. We must obtain it. Upon hearing the teddy bear's words, Hong Liang's eyes lit up as he immediately devised a plan. Old Zhou will draw the fire. Xiao Yu will control the situation. I will take care of them. And Xiao 12, you stay in the rear, ready to provide support at any moment. Chapter 58, 7th level Lord Zombie. The tactics unfolded seamlessly. Old Zhou charged from the front, his armor transforming him into a 4-meter-tall rock giant, sending 3 tyrants flying with a single punch. Lin Xiaoyu's vines erupted from the ground, ensnaring the legs of the remaining tyrants, while Hong Liang, like a specter, weaved through the horde of zombies, each strike of his sword precisely piercing the eye sockets of the tyrants. As the final tyrant fell, an unexpected transformation occurred. The ground trembled violently, and a colossal hand emerged from the earth, followed closely by another. A gigantic creature ascended from the depths, an unprecedented behemoth of a zombie, towering over 6 meters. Its body encased in a crystalline shell, with 3 purple energy stones embedded in its chest. A 7th-tier Lord Zombie. No wonder these zombies had not absorbed the energy from the star core fragments. It became clear that a 7th-tier Lord was stationed here. Teddy Bear gasped, evidently startled by this formidable entity. The Lord Zombie let out a deafening roar, causing over 20 various types of zombies to crawl out from the surrounding ground. Arranged in a battle formation, clearly organized. We must retreat immediately. This is beyond our capabilities, Hong Liang declared decisively. However, the Lord Zombie had no intention of letting them escape. It bellowed in fury and then slammed its hands onto the ground, sending shockwaves rippling outward. The 4 were knocked to the ground, and more alarmingly, they realized the energy of their battle armor was depleting rapidly. This creature could absorb the surrounding energy. At that moment, the already upright Xiao 12 suddenly broke free from Lin Xiaoyu's grasp, charging towards the center of the battlefield while clutching Teddy Bear. Come back, Hong Liang shouted, but the little girl moved with astonishing speed, reaching the glowing object in mere seconds and picking up the black stone. The Lord Zombie sensed the sudden movement of the energy stone and turned its wrathful gaze upon Xiao 12, its enormous hand descending to strike. In a critical moment, the tattered teddy bear leapt from the girl's arms, rapidly enlarging in midair into a 3-meter-tall bear-like apparition, intercepting the blow with sheer force. Hong Liang, now, Teddy Bear, or rather that mysterious presence, called out. Hong Liang instantly grasped the intent. He summoned all his energy into the star core furnace, transforming himself into a streak of light as he charged towards the Lord Zombie. At the moment of contact with the creature's body, he unleashed all his energy in one explosive surge. Big Dipper Furnace Overload. A blinding brilliance engulfed everything, and when the light dissipated, the Lord Zombie had vanished, leaving behind 3 purple energy stones and a black crystal the size of a basketball. Hong Liang knelt on one knee, his armor severely damaged, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Xiao 12, seeing Hong Liang half kneeling, rushed over and pressed the black crystal against his chest. Miraculously, the crystal integrated into the armor, and the damaged areas began to repair at a visible rate. The star core can accelerate the repair of the star armor. Quickly collect the energy stones. The death of the Lord Zombie will attract more. Teddy Bear weakly explained, its apparition shrinking back to the size of a toy, lying motionless on the ground. Before it could finish, distant howls echoed, and Lao Zhou quickly scooped up Xiao 12, who had just retrieved Teddy Bear. Lin Xiaoyu helped Hong Liang, and the force swiftly vacated the battlefield. As night fell, they finally reached the Black Tower, a steel structure over 50 meters high, its observation equipment at the top long since rusted. Surprisingly, at the base of the tower stood a cloud-patterned stone pillar. How can this be possible? Shouldn't the stone pillar be located in a densely populated zombie area? Lin Xiaoyu exclaimed in astonishment as she gazed at the stone pillar. Hong Liang cautiously approached the pillar, and as his hand made contact with its surface, a familiar mechanical voice resonated in his mind. Preliminary trial passed. Rewards dispensed ahead of schedule. A small compartment on the surface of the stone pillar opened, revealing 3 black energy stones and a star map. The star map detailed information about the Gate of Breaking Army. It turned out to be not merely a trial ground, but the entrance to an ancient celestial civilization's relic. We require more of these black energy stones. According to the star map, the Gate of Breaking Army necessitates 7 for full activation, and they must be black. Other colored energy stones will not suffice. Hong Liang sighed as he set down the star map. Old Zhou tallied today's findings. We have obtained 42 red energy stones, 23 purple ones, but only these 4 black ones as rewards. The black stones dropped by the zombie lord do not resemble energy stones. Their purpose remains unknown. And this is wholly insufficient. Suddenly, Teddy Bear interjected, I know where more can be found. There is another Lord Zombie at the military base on the outskirts of Fin City. Defeating it should yield some black energy stones. The three exchanged glances, realizing that not only did they have to reach the gate of Breaking Army within 7 days, but they also needed to hunt another zombie lord along the way. Today, with Teddy Bear's assistance, Hong Liang had unleashed all his potential to defeat this lord. Given his current physical condition, even if he could reach the territory of the other zombie lord in time, he would not recover his energy fully. How could they proceed? As night deepened, the interior of the Black Tower appeared far more intact than anticipated. The steel framework glimmered coldly under the moonlight. Hong Liang placed the fragment of the celestial core on a makeshift workbench, the light projected from his armor's visor illuminating the mysterious black crystal. This was undoubtedly not an ordinary energy stone. It could resonate directly with the star core furnace. Hong Liang gently touched the crystal's surface, feeling a slight sting at his fingertip. Lin Xiaoyu, who was combing Xiao Shire's hair, looked up and remarked, could it be some sort of higher-level energy carrier? Just as purple energy stones are purer than green ones. Old Zhou, polishing his long knife, interjected, but why doesn't the zombie lord absorb it? Instead, it treats it like a treasure. Because it cannot absorb it. The star core is a gift from beyond the heavens, usable only by those who possess celestial power. Although it cannot absorb it, having it nearby offers significant advantages, which is why it values it so highly. Suddenly, Teddy Bear leapt from Xiao Shire's arms, landing gently on the workbench with its paws pressing against the crystal. The crystal illuminated under Teddy Bear's touch, intricate star map patterns emerging within. The star core furnace within Hong Liang vibrated violently, causing him to grunt and step back. The opening on his armor's chest, where the crystal was placed, automatically opened, and the Big Dipper constellation on his chest responded to the star map within the crystal. Brother Hong, Lin Xiaoyu witnessed Hong Liang emit a muffled groan before falling still, exclaiming as she rushed over, only to be repelled by an unseen force. However, Xiao 12 effortlessly passed through the energy barrier, placing her small hand upon Hong Liang's armor. Fear not, Little Bear says this is the master recognition ritual. Chapter 59. The new form of the star armor, the crystalline substance transformed into a liquid metal, flowing along the intricate patterns of Hong Liang's armor, ultimately converging at the Beidou constellation symbol on his chest. Xiao 12, behind him, absorbed a significant amount of stellar power, growing a few centimeters taller, now resembling a primary school student. As the final drop of black liquid merged, a dazzling starlight erupted from Hong Liang's entire being, revitalizing the armor, which now bore a swirling nebula design. Is this the complete form of the star armor? Hong Liang rose, feeling the surging power within him. With a mere thought, Frost Whisper and Flame Devourer brimmed with stellar energy, transforming his short swords into long swords, each entwined with black starlight. Their power evidently elevated to a new echelon. Teddy Bear nodded in satisfaction. The fragments of the star core are the keys left by the ancient star civilization. They unlock the true potential of the armor. You should now be able to momentarily wield the strength of the 7th tier. Old Joe whistled. Then what are we waiting for? Let us charge toward the military base and eliminate that Lord Zombie. Not so fast, Hong Liang shook his head, pulling up a holographic map. The distance to the military base is at least 100 kilometers, with a high density of zombies along the way. He glanced at Xiao 12, who was dozing off, hugging the now toy-like teddy bear. Lin Xiaoyu understood. Both Xiao 12 and the bear have exhausted themselves today. We need to rest for the night. In the stillness of the night, Hong Liang stood vigil on the observation platform atop the Black Tower, where twin moons hung high, casting a silvery glow over the post-apocalyptic ruins. Footsteps approached from behind. Lin Xiaoyu appeared, carrying 2 cups of hot tea. Old Zhou had fallen asleep, and Xiao 12 had just drifted off. Teddy Bear mentioned that her body was adapting to the energy of the star core, which might lead to some changes. She handed a cup of tea to Hong Liang, taking a sip herself. Hong Liang accepted the tea, his gaze fixed on the darkness in the distance. I can't shake the feeling that all of this is too coincidental. The key, the star envoy, the door of broken army. It feels as if someone has scripted this, guiding me step by step. Just as Lin Xiaoyu was about to respond, a sudden scream from below echoed, prompting both to rush down the stairs. They beheld Xiao 12 suspended in midair, enveloped in golden light, the star pattern on her forehead glowing brightly. Speaking in a voice that belied her youth, the darkness will soon engulf the 3rd star key. It must be gathered. The Royal Knights are tracking the star envoy. Old Joe stood helplessly to the side, while Teddy Bear solemnly recorded every word spoken by Xiao 12. As Hong Liang approached, Xiao 12 turned to him, her golden pupils reflecting the starry sky. Uncle Hong, another star core fragment lies beneath the military base, but it has been tainted. Before she could finish, Xiao 12 fell like a marionette with severed strings. Hong Liang darted forward, catching her. The little girl was burning with fever, her breath rapid. Yet the star pattern on her forehead was clearer than ever. The prophecy awakened. After absorbing fragments of the stellar core, she became capable of receiving messages infused with the power of the stars. We must reach the military base within 3 days, or the polluted stellar core will summon forth something far more terrifying, Teddy Bear declared with a serious tone as he leaped onto Hong Liang's shoulder. At dawn, Xiao 12 finally awoke from her fever, her gaze unusually lucid, as if she had matured significantly overnight. She quietly finished her breakfast and said to Hong Uncle, "Today, we shall take the narrow path. There are ambushes on the main road." Hong Liang exchanged a glance with his companions, deciding to trust Xiao 12's words. The 4 of them packed their belongings, abandoning their plans for flight in favor of a combination of low-altitude gliding and ground movement. Xiao 12's prophecy swiftly came to fruition. As they crested a small hill, they beheld a group of silver-armored knights loitering on the main road, 2 of whom wielded peculiar devices, seemingly searching for something. "Those are energy trackers. They must be drawn by the fluctuations of the stellar core," Teddy Bear whispered. Hong Liang signaled for the team to circumvent the area, but Xiao 12 suddenly grasped his arm, exclaiming, "Wait, there is something beneath us." No sooner had she spoken than the ground violently trembled, and a colossal centipede-like creature erupted from the earth, spanning over 20 meters in length, each segment adorned with crimson energy stones. It opened its maw, filled with razor-sharp teeth, charging directly at the team. A mutated earth dragon, peak level 6. It must have been attracted by the knight's devices, Teddy Bear informed Hong Liang upon recognizing the beast. In an instant, Hong Liang entered combat mode. The newly enhanced armor granted him unprecedented speed, and with frost and flame entwining the power of the stars, he dashed toward the earth dragon like a bolt of lightning. The monster expelled a corrosive liquid, which was automatically absorbed by the nebula patterns on his armor. Big Dipper Star. Hong Liang spun his body as 12 short swords converged into a sword wheel, shredding the front half of the earth dragon to pieces. Yet, in a chilling turn of events, the monster's rear half detached and transformed into a new earth dragon. Old Zhou and Lin Xiaoyu immediately joined the fray. Old Zhou's armor, having absorbed some stellar core energy, could enlarge specific parts, causing his right arm to swell to 3 meters in length. He delivered a crushing blow that sent the earth dragon crashing into the ground, while Lin Xiaoyu's vines wrapped around the creature, releasing paralyzing toxins. Xiao 12 stood at the edge of the battlefield, suddenly closing her eyes. The star patterns on her forehead emitted a beam of golden light, striking the energy stone on the earth dragon's head with precision. The monster let out a piercing shriek, its movements faltering. "Now's our chance." Hong Liang seized the opportunity, merging his dual swords into a colossal blade that fell from above, cleaving the earth dragon in two. This time, the creature could not regenerate, dissolving into a putrid puddle of slime. "Well done, little one. That move was extraordinary." Old Zhou panted as he approached, patting Xiao 12 on the head. Xiao Shire, pale-faced and breathless, urged, "We must leave quickly. More are coming, and the Night Brigade has discovered our presence." Hong Liang swiftly removed the energy stone and retreated with his team. Old Zhou cradled Xiao Shire as his battle armor activated to full speed, weaving through the ruins. The cacophony of explosions and the shouts of the Night Brigade echoed behind them, soon drowned out by the howls of more mutated creatures. As dusk fell, they finally evaded their pursuers and took refuge at an abandoned gas station to regroup. Hong Liang assessed the energy reserves of his armor. 30 red energy stones remained, barely sufficient. "We can reach the military base by tomorrow, but we must devise a comprehensive plan." Teddy Bear leaped atop the fuel tanker, stating, according to Xiao Shire's prophecy, "The core of the star at the military base has been tainted, indicating that the Lord Zombie may have mutated. I suspect it is stronger than the one we encountered yesterday." Chapter 60. Infiltration. Old Zhou polished his weapon, remarking, "No matter how powerful it is, we must confront it. Without enough black energy stones, we cannot open the gate of destruction." Suddenly, Lin Xiaoyu, who was examining Xiao Shire's condition, exclaimed, "Come and see this." A miniature star map had inexplicably appeared on the nape of Xiao Shire's neck, resembling the pattern on Hong Liang's armor, but more intricate. As Hong Liang approached, the star map glowed softly, projecting a three-dimensional layout of the military base, with one room on the underground third level distinctly marked. "Is this the location of the star core?" Hong Liang inquired, astonished. Xiao Shire nodded. Little Bear says this signifies the awakening of my star map talent, enabling me to sense the distribution of stellar energy. That red indicates the tainted core, but it is surrounded by numerous malevolent entities. Teddy Bear added. The pollution distorts the essence of stellar energy. I suspect that the Lord Zombie has transformed into a more terrifying being, seeking to corrupt the star core to absorb its power directly. We must act swiftly to eliminate it before it fully absorbs the core's energy. By midday the following day, the silhouette of the military base emerged on the horizon. Once one of the most significant military installations in the northwest region of Daxia, its high walls and watchtowers stood intact, yet the surfaces were overrun with purplish-black mycelium, and the air was thick with the stench of decay and metallic rust. Hong Liang signaled the team to halt and initiated an energy visual reconnaissance. The energy readings within the base made him gasp. In addition to an exceptionally powerful 7th-tier wave at the center, there were at least 30 5th-tier sources and hundreds of 4th-tier sources, all distributed in a seemingly deliberate manner. As if guarding something, the lord of this place possessed intelligence. It had established defensive measures and commanded numerous high-tier zombies, orchestrating their movements like a military force. Hong Liang relayed his observations to the team. Lin Xiaoyu's vines stealthily extended, returning with even graver news. A vast network of mycelium lay beneath the base, connecting all the zombies. Killing one would alert the Lord Zombie immediately. Little 12 suddenly trembled all over. There is no need to hide anymore. That wicked entity is watching us. Aware of our arrival. As if to validate her words, the base's main gate unexpectedly opened on its own, and dozens of zombies, each exhibiting various grotesque forms, marched out in an orderly fashion, arranging themselves into a battle formation in the open area before the gate. More terrifyingly, they wielded an assortment of weapons, ranging from simple clubs to standard firearms, and even a few modified artillery pieces. Good grief. They can use weapons. This world is becoming increasingly bizarre. Old Zhou cursed. Hong Liang swiftly devised a strategy. A frontal assault would be tantamount to suicide. We need to act separately. Old Zhou and Xiao Yu will create chaos at the front to draw their attention, while Little 12 and I will infiltrate from the side, heading straight for the Overlord. Teddy Bear, do you have any suggestions? Teddy Bear's eyes sparkled with starlight. The Overlord zombie guards the core of the stars on the 3rd underground level. I can temporarily shield our presence from the mycelium network, but only for a maximum of 10 minutes. Additionally, the abilities of the Star Envoy are crucial. Only she can purify the tainted core. It turned to Little 12 and spoke. With the plan established, Old Zhou and Lin Xiaoyu began to prepare for a feigned frontal assault. Lin Xiaoyu scattered seeds around, nurturing a dense growth of aggressive plants, while Old Zhou gathered a few barrels of leftover fuel to create makeshift incendiary devices. Hong Liang crouched before Little 12. Stick close to me, and do not be afraid. No matter what you see. Do you understand? Little 12 nodded earnestly, gripping Teddy Bear tightly. The bear will protect me. The operation commenced. Old Zhou charged toward the main gate, his battle armor expanding to a towering 5 meters, akin to a humanoid tank crashing into the horde of zombies. Meanwhile, Lin Xiaoyu's vines surged forth like a tidal wave from the ground, ensnaring the armed zombies, and the sounds of explosions and gunfire shattered the silence of the ruins. Seizing the opportunity amidst the chaos, Hong Liang scooped up Little 12, activating the stealth mode of his armor. The spatial blade on his wrist flickered, allowing them to slip into the ventilation shaft on the eastern side of the base, just wide enough for a single person to pass through. Follow me, Hong Liang urged as he leapt into the shaft, with Little 12 closely behind. The ventilation shaft was shrouded in darkness, illuminated only by the faint glow emitted by the armor. The walls of the pipes were coated with a viscous mycelium, each step producing an unsettling squelching sound. Upon reaching the 2nd level, Little 12 suddenly tugged at Hong Liang's arm. Wait, there is something ahead. No sooner had she spoken than a rustling sound emanated from the shaft ahead, followed by the emergence of several fist-sized, spider-like creatures, each adorned with a grotesquely contorted human face. Scouting-type mutants. Do not let them touch you, Teddy Bear warned. Hong Liang immediately unleashed his twin swords, which swiftly transformed into a flurry of blades, weaving through the narrow space and effortlessly shredding the mutated spiders into pieces. However, the last spider emitted a piercing scream before its demise, the sound reverberating through the ventilation ducts and echoing throughout the base. Damn it, we've been compromised. Move, Hong Liang exclaimed as he carried Little 12 and crashed through the ventilation cover, landing in a corridor that had once been the soldiers' dormitory but had now transformed into some kind of nest, with walls festooned with viscous cocoons and the ground blanketed in a pulsating layer of mycelium. The star map of Little 12 suddenly illuminated, pointing towards a metallic door at the end of the corridor. Over there. But something had awakened. The entire base trembled violently, the fungal blanket writhed madly, and all the cocoons simultaneously ruptured, unleashing dozens of humanoid entities. They bore the outline of humans, yet their bodies were encased in crystalline shells. Their eyes mere orbs of pure energy. Energy parasites. The lordly zombies had transformed the captives into energy vessels. Do not let them touch you, for they will instantly drain your energy upon contact. A rare hint of fear crept into Teddy Bear's voice. Liang shielded Little 12 behind him. His armor operating at full power, the starlight sword weaving a net that shredded the advancing parasites. Yet, more monsters surged from all directions, and worse still, the energy in his armor seemed to be depleting rapidly. The fungal blanket appeared to absorb the dissipated energy. This could not continue. The energy supply was faltering. Little Bear, can you temporarily shield these fungal blankets? Liang gritted his teeth. Teddy flew from Little 12's grasp, its claws elongating and embedding into the ground. Then, a star pattern on its forehead glowed brightly, and golden ripples spread forth, causing the fungal blanket to wither wherever they passed. However, this action evidently drained a tremendous amount of energy, and the light in Teddy's eyes swiftly dimmed. Chapter 61. Bitter Struggle, Seizing the Opportunity. Liang scooped up Little 12 and dashed towards the metallic door, cleaving the lock with his longsword. Inside lay a vast underground chamber, at the center of which stood a peculiar device, a crystal enveloped in dark red mist hovering above it, the tainted core of the stars. Guarding it was a monster beyond imagination. The upper half was a muscular giant, while the lower half consisted of numerous tentacles. Its body clad in armor that fused crystal with flesh and blood. Its head bore no features, only a circular maw filled with sharp teeth, and most terrifying of all, 3 black crystals embedded in its chest continuously siphoned energy from the star core. At last, the star envoy and the key monster, it rasped. Its vocal cords seemingly just formed, its speech halting. Liang pulled Little 12 behind him. You can speak? Learning evolution, the star core has allowed me to transcend monsters. It rose slowly, tentacles writhing toward the fragments of the star core. Teddy Bear leaped onto Liang's shoulder. It is evolving into a higher life form. It must be eliminated immediately. Within a week, it could surpass the 8th tier, and at that point, killing it will be exceedingly difficult. But at that moment, the monster launched an assault, a tentacle detaching from its body and shooting forth like lightning. Liang dodged, the tentacle grazing past him, only to discover that it could absorb the energy from his body. Even more alarming was the sight of the monster's crystalline armor visibly gleaming brighter after siphoning his energy. It can absorb my energy, Liang realized and promptly altered his strategy, sheathing his longsword and retrieving the spatial wrist blade. In a dim corner, the young girl, Xiao 12, was shielded by her teddy bear. Suddenly, she closed her eyes and pressed her hands against the ground, golden patterns spreading from her palms, resonating faintly with the core of the stars. The surface of the core, shrouded in swirling black and red mist, trembled as if disturbed. The monster immediately sensed the anomaly, sending forth a portion of its tentacles to attack Xiao 12. Liang desperately attempted to intervene, but 2 tentacles breached the defense, poised to pierce the girl's body. In that critical moment, the teddy bear's form suddenly swelled, transforming into a towering 3-meter-high shadow of a bear. With a mighty paw, it severed 1 tentacle, yet the second tentacle drove directly through its chest. Little Bear, Xiao 12 cried out. The bear's shadow began to dissipate, but with its final strength, it infused a burst of starlight into Xiao 12. Remember, you are the first star envoy, the purifier of the core. As the teddy bear vanished, the star patterns on Xiao 12's forehead erupted with unprecedented brilliance. She rose, courageously advancing towards the star core, each step leaving golden footprints upon the mycelial carpet. The monster emitted a furious roar, intent on halting her progress, but was ensnared by Liang, who was struggling to maintain his ground as the energy from his armor rapidly depleted. Had it not been for the abundance of energy stones in his possession, he would have long since exhausted his reserves. He attempted to call for reinforcements through the armor's communication system, but it was overwhelmed with static. The mycelial carpet here possessed the capability to disrupt signals. Just as Liang was nearing his breaking point, the basement door was violently breached, and Lao Zhou and Lin Xiaoyu burst in. Lao Zhou's armor was battered, yet his right arm had grotesquely expanded. Lin Xiaoyu's vines had turned a blood-red hue, clearly overloading their capacity. Apologies for the delay. There were too many minions outside. Lao Zhou gasped, joining the fray. His colossal fist struck the monster's back with tremendous force, causing significant cracks to appear in its crystalline armor. Lin Xiaoyu's vines ensnared the monster's tentacles. Although they corroded swiftly, they bought precious time for Hong Liang. Seizing the opportunity, he lunged towards the monster's chest. The spatial blade flickered and reached the monster's core, piercing one of its black crystals. Big Dipper breakthrough. Hong Liang channeled the last of his energy into the spatial blade, which began to fracture under the strain. Nevertheless, his strike shattered one of the black crystals. The monster let out a wretched howl, its body beginning to twist uncontrollably. It flailed its tentacles in a frenzy. One impaled Lao Zhou in the abdomen, sending him crashing against the wall, while another ensnared Lin Xiaoyu's neck, causing her face to turn a deep shade of purple. Hong Liang himself was at his limit. His armor depleted, and multiple bones fractured. In that moment of despair, a pure golden light erupted from the center of the room. Xiao 12 had successfully made contact with the star core. Suspended in midair, the young girl cradled the core. Golden energy cascading like a waterfall, washing away the black-red mist. As the mist dissipated, the monster's form began to collapse, its crystalline armor peeling away piece by piece. Now was the moment. With the last remnants of his strength, Hong Liang summoned twin swords, merging them into a colossal blade. He leapt into the air, plunging the sword into the monster's chest, and, with a swift twist, shattered the remaining 2 black energy stones into fragments. A blinding white light engulfed everything. When Hong Liang opened his eyes again, he found himself lying in a clearing outside the base, where Lin Xiaoyu was tending to his wounds. Her vines had regained their green hue, yet they appeared noticeably sparser, and her complexion was far from healthy. Old Zhou sat nearby with his head bowed. The wound on his abdomen had stopped bleeding, but he grimaced in pain, his face equally pallid. "Where's Xiao 12? Hong Liang struggled to sit up and inquired. "Right here," Lin Xiaoyu pointed towards a short distance away. Xiao 12 knelt on the ground. Before her lay the now purified star core and the remnants of a teddy bear. Tears streamed down her face, dripping onto the toy, yet this time, the teddy bear did not respond to her. Hong Liang approached and gently patted Xiao 12's head. "It saved us all." Xiao 12 looked up, her eyes swollen yet resolute. "The bear said its mission is complete. Now it is my turn to guide everyone to the gate of breakthrough, which lies beneath Fan City. It will open in 2 days." She wiped her tears and pointed towards the northwest. Old Zhou struggled to his feet. "Then we must depart at once. That monster emitted some sort of signal before its demise, and I have an ominous feeling." At that moment, Lin Xiaoyu's vines suddenly stood on alert. Someone is approaching. Many. On the distant hillside, dozens of figures emerged, pursuers from the royal knights, led by 2 elderly men clad in red robes, their energy fluctuations unfathomable. "Damn it, it's the judicators of the knights. How do they keep finding us?" Old Zhou cursed as he rose, grimacing in pain from his injury. Chapter 62. Encountering the knights again, Xiao 12 touched the star pattern on her forehead and murmured, "It's the energy fluctuations from my awakening. They must have tracked it." Hong Liang quickly surveyed the surroundings and spotted a subterranean riverbed not far away. This river had once served as a water source for the military, but now it lay barren and desolate. "Come with me," Hong Liang whispered urgently, scooping up Xiao 12 and swiftly retreating towards the riverbed with Old Zhou and Lin Xiaoyu. The pursuers from the knights had evidently noticed them. The red-robed elder raised his staff, and a beam of red light shot into the sky, exploding into a blood-red firework. This was the signal for summoning more knight members to converge upon their location. "Blast it, those relentless scoundrels." Old Zhou gritted his teeth, clutching his abdominal wound, his battle armor severely damaged yet still maintaining a fighting stance. The 4 of them dove into the riverbed, quickly moving along the remnants of previously constructed works. As they ran, Hong Liang retrieved the star core from his spatial ring. The pure black crystal radiated warmth in his palm. "Old Zhou, Xiaoyu, gather around me. The energy dissipating from the fragments of the star core can also replenish you." Hong Liang did not halt his advance. Instead, he pressed the core of the stars into the small opening at his chest. As the door atop the opening sealed shut, the crystal instantly transformed into a liquid metallic substance, seamlessly merging with his battle armor. Both Old Zhou and Xiaoyu suddenly felt a wave of warmth enveloping them. The numerous damaged areas of his rocky armor began to gradually close, while Xiaoyu too experienced a series of warm sensations coursing through her body, causing her to tremble with a comforting shiver. Emboldened by this surge of energy, Lin Xiaoyu tirelessly nurtured vines, weaving a series of verdant barriers above the riverbank. These fortifications were remarkably robust, effectively slowing the pursuit of their enemies. The energy from the star core surged into Hong Liang's body like a tidal wave. He emitted a muffled groan, striving to maintain his equilibrium as he continued to sprint forward. The damaged sections of his armor began to mend at a visibly rapid pace, and the nebula patterns on its surface grew more distinct. Even more astonishing was the frenzy with which the star core furnace within him operated, seemingly loosening the bottleneck of his peak 6th tier. "Brother Hong, how are you?" Lin Xiaoyu inquired with concern, observing Hong Liang, who was unmasked, his complexion alternating between red and pale, with veins bulging on his forehead. Hong Liang did not respond. His consciousness was split between focusing on the path ahead and immersing himself in the power of the stars, rendering him oblivious to Lin Xiaoyu's words. In a daze, he glimpsed the Big Dipper deep within the starry expanse, 3 of its stars already illuminated, while the 4th, Tianquan, flickered with burgeoning vitality. An unprecedented force poured in from the void, causing his bones to crack with clarity, muscle fibers to reorganize, and intricate star patterns to emerge on his skin. "By heavens!" Old Zhou exclaimed suddenly, as a wave of energy erupted around Hong Liang, sending soil from both banks of the river flying. His aura surged, ultimately stabilizing at the peak of the 6th tier. The dissipating energy waves swept over Old Zhou and Lin Xiaoyu, healing their wounds and rapidly restoring their stamina. Xiao Shire stood quietly to the side, her star patterns on her brow resonating with the Big Dipper design on Hong Liang's chest. "How do you feel?" Old Zhou queried, while running and stretching his body, pleasantly surprised to find that the wound on his abdomen had vanished, leaving only a faint scar that would soon disappear entirely. Hong Liang regained his focus, his pupils swirling with the essence of nebulae. "Unprecedentedly well. Now, it is time for that band of knights to pay the price." He clenched his fist, the joints cracking ominously, a powerful battle intent emanating from him. Xiao Yu's vines suddenly quivered violently. "They're closing in, at least 30 of them, with 2 elderly figures in red robes exhibiting energy fluctuations at least in the mid-6th tier. Excellent. Just in time to test my newfound power," Hong Liang sneered, retrieving Frost Whisper and Flame Devourer from his spatial ring. After absorbing the star core, the star patterns on the twin swords became more pronounced, their blades crackling with black arcs of electricity. The 4 quickly formulated their strategy. Hong Liang would confront the enemy head-on. Old Zhou would protect Xiao Shire, while Lin Xiaoyu would use her vines to disrupt the foes and be ready to heal at a moment's notice. Though Xiao Shire was young, her psychic abilities could prove invaluable in critical moments. The pursuing knights swiftly appeared within the cavern at the end of the riverway, which extended into a cave, making their passage arduous. Observing the ample space, Hong Liang, instead of fleeing, turned to face his pursuers. The 2 elder figures in red robes, wielding staffs embedded with purple energy stones, were flanked by over 20 silver-armored knights, each exuding a formidable aura. "Little bug, we have finally caught you. Nowhere left to run." The elder on the left barked, directing his staff towards Hong Liang. Without uttering a word, Hong Liang flickered, leaving only an afterimage behind. The elder's expression changed drastically as he hastily conjured a crimson shield, only to find Hong Liang suddenly appearing on his right. Frosty whispers, like a venomous serpent, lunged towards the throat of the other elder. "Arrogance!" The elder shouted in fury, blocking with his staff as the purple energy stone erupted in blinding light. However, to his astonishment, Hong Liang's blade sliced effortlessly through the energy barrier, aiming straight for his throat. In a moment of peril, the elder leaned back sharply, the blade merely grazing his chin, blood gushing forth. Shocked and enraged, he exclaimed, "This is impossible. My holy light barrier cannot be breached by your so-called holy light, merely a poor imitation of stellar power." Hong Liang's voice was icy as he vanished once more, this time materializing at the center of the night formation. Flames of devastation swept through, instantly severing 3 silver-armored knights. The battle erupted in full force. Old Zhou roared, his armor's rocky patterns becoming more pronounced as he charged into the enemy ranks like a human tank, each punch sending a knight flying. Lin Xiaoyu's vines erupted from the ground, ensnaring the ankles of their foes and releasing paralyzing toxins, while Xiao 12 remained hidden at the back, occasionally unleashing mental shocks to disrupt the enemy's movements. Seeing the dire situation, the 2 elder figures raised their staffs simultaneously, beginning to chant an incantation. The energy in the air grew tumultuous as a blood-red array formed beneath their feet. "We cannot allow them to complete their spell." Hong Liang felt a chill down his spine upon seeing the blood-red array. Sensing danger, he dashed towards the 2 elders, but several silver-armored knights, undeterred by death, stood in his way, sacrificing their lives to buy time for the elders. "Get out of my way." Hong Liang crossed his twin swords, unleashing a cross-shaped beam of light that cleaved through the obstructing knights, But it was too late. The Elder's spell had already been completed. Chapter 63, Experiment 0 Blood Sacrifice. Divine Retribution. The two Elders shouted in unison. A blood pillar, 10 meters in diameter, surged skyward from the array, and blood-red clouds gathered at the cave's apex, unleashing countless blood-red lightning strikes that engulfed the entire battlefield. Starry Sky Barrier. Fearing the trio could not withstand the onslaught of blood-red lightning, Hong Liang swiftly returned to their side. The Big Dipper emblem on his armor shone brightly, enveloping the four of them in a protective starlight barrier. The blood-red lightning struck the barrier with deafening explosions, causing it to tremble violently, yet it remained steadfast. As the ominous clouds began to thin, the barrier held firm. Good. Let us see how long you can endure. The Elder in crimson robes sneered maliciously as he continued to summon his dark magic. The once sparse clouds thickened ominously, and more blood-red lightning struck down, causing the starry barrier to tremble violently, on the verge of collapse. With gritted teeth, Hong Liang persevered. Suddenly, he felt a small hand pressing against his back. Little 12 had appeared behind him, her star-patterned forehead glowing brightly. Uncle Hong, I am here to assist you. A pure force of celestial energy radiated from Little 12's palm, swiftly mending the cracks in the barrier and even beginning to repel the blood-red lightning. One bolt rebounded, striking a red-robed Elder, who let out a pained scream as half of his body was charred black. Curse that little imp. Eliminate her first. The injured Elder roared in fury, pointing his staff at Little 12 and commanding the others. All remaining knights simultaneously charged at her. Old Zhou and Lin Xiaoyu unleashed their powers, dispatching wave after wave of advancing silver-armored knights. However, the sheer number of enemies proved overwhelming, and soon 3 knights managed to flank them. Noticing that the 2 were preoccupied, the 3 exchanged glances and lunged their swords towards Little 12's back. Be careful, Lin Xiaoyu exclaimed, but it was already too late. She summoned a wall of vines in a desperate attempt to block the attack, yet the 3 knights were too swift, leaving no time for defense. In a critical moment, Hong Liang's chest and back armor suddenly soared forth, enveloping Little 12 within. The knight's weapons struck the fortified star armor with no effect, and they were violently repelled. Lin Xiaoyu's vines then surged upwards, ensnaring the retreating trio and twisting them into a contorted mass. Simultaneously, Hong Liang charged unarmed towards the 2 red-robed Elders. Without armor, what do you intend to fight us with? The uninjured Elder scoffed coldly, waving his staff as numerous blood blades flew toward Hong Liang. Unflinching, he clenched his fists, enveloped in a celestial power that emitted a faint white glow, falling of the Big Dipper. The celestial energy cascaded down from the void like a waterfall, instantly vaporizing the blood blades. The Elder's eyes widened in terror, and before he could react, Hong Liang's fist collided with his chest, causing the celestial power to erupt. A gaping hole was blown through the Elder's torso, and his body was hurled backward, crashing against the riverbank. Seeing his companion's gruesome demise, the other injured Elder turned to flee. Hong Liang snorted disdainfully, his right hand grasping the air as dual swords coalesced with starlight into a singular longsword, piercing through the Elder's back with the swiftness of lightning. With the demise of the 2 leaders, the remaining knights' morale shattered completely. Seizing the opportunity, Old Zhou and Lin Xiaoyu launched a fierce assault, swiftly annihilating the enemy forces. After the battle concluded, the 4 quickly scoured the battlefield. Hong Liang rummaged through the corpse of the crimson-robed Elder, retrieving 2 space rings, tossing one to Old Zhou. See what treasures lie within. Old Zhou accepted the ring, probing with his mental energy, and his eyes lit up. Good heavens! There are over 100 energy stones here, along with several vials of potions. And is this a map? He retrieved a sensor, and with a gentle tap, a holographic map materialized before him, detailing the locations and troop distributions of the Knights Order within the Grand City. A black triangle marked the position of Fin City, emphasized with particular attention, though its significance remained a mystery. Suddenly, Xiao 12 pointed at a notation on the map. There is something ominous here. It referred to a small town not far from Fin City, marked with a skull icon. Hong Liang scrutinized it closely, discovering a line of small print beneath. Test subject. Extremely dangerous, no trespassing. A test subject? What uncontrollable experiment had the Knights Order unleashed this time? Lin Xiaoyu inquired with a furrowed brow. Hong Liang folded the map. Regardless of what it is, we must hasten our pace. The knights may have received news. Their main forces could already be heading to Fin City. We must reach the gate of breakthrough before them. After a brief respite, the 4 set forth, invigorated by the energy replenishment from the celestial core. They quickly regained their vitality, with Hong Liang feeling as though he stood but a step away from the 7th tier. As night fell, the silhouette of Fin City emerged, once a bustling metropolis, now resembling a ghost town. At the city's center stood an imposing black pyramid, a structure that had never existed before, so large that it was impossible to overlook. No wonder the map bore a black triangle. It referred to this very edifice. At the base of the black pyramid, a faint green portal glimmered, standing about 2 meters high, with streams of starlight emanating from within. Oddly, there were no Knights Order personnel in sight. Old Zhou scanned the surroundings warily. The area was littered with the corpses of zombies, devoid of any signs of living beings. Hong Liang activated his energy vision, confirming the absence of human energy signatures around the pyramid. However, at the edge of the city, a substantial gathering of high-energy responses was detected, with several reaching the 6th tier. They seemed to be waiting for something, Hong Liang remarked with a frown. At that moment, Xiao 12 trembled uncontrollably. The bad thing is coming. In the distance, a colossal shadow was advancing. Even from several kilometers away, the suffocating sense of pressure was palpable. The test subject, Hong Liang, finally comprehended why the knights were keeping their distance from the pyramid. They were waiting for this monster to make the first move. As the shadow drew nearer, it stepped into the moonlight, revealing its true form. A giant towering over 10 meters, clad in black crystalline armor, its head devoid of features, save for a circular maw that occupied half its face. Most terrifyingly, 7 black crystals adorned its chest, arranged in the pattern of the Big Dipper. Peak of the 7th tier. Old Zhou's voice quivered with trepidation. The giant seemed to sense their presence, abruptly turning toward their direction, unleashing a deafening roar that shook the ruins of Fin City, causing countless debris to tumble from the crumbling structures. Chapter 64. Entering Run. With a resounding shout, Hong Liang lifted Little 12 and, alongside the others, charged towards the pyramid. The giant immediately pursued them, each of its strides covering dozens of meters with astonishing speed. Split up. You all enter the pyramid first. I will divert its attention. Hong Liang entrusted Little 12 to Lin Xiaoyu and turned to run in the opposite direction. Have you lost your mind? That creature is at the pinnacle of the 7th tier. Old Zhou bellowed in anger. Without offering an explanation, Hong Liang's spatial wrist blade flashed, striking at the giant's groin, causing Old Zhou to tense up instinctively. Although the monster had lost its vital area, it was still influenced by instinct. Feeling a chill in its groin, and pain registered in its somewhat dull mind. Roar. The creature let out a furious howl, successfully drawing its wrath towards Hong Liang. His battle armor enveloped him once more, and the power of the stars surged within him. He understood that only he possessed the capability to temporarily hold the creature at bay. As the giant charged, Hong Liang, unwilling to linger, turned and fled. The giant's enormous hand swept past, merely grasping at air, while Hong Liang had already distanced himself by over 100 meters. With a thunderous crash, the giant's sweep shattered a nearby utility pole, which it subsequently seized and hurled towards the fleeing Hong Liang. However, the giant failed to notice the wires attached to either end of the pole. Its throw lacked distance, causing the pole to drop to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Quickly go! Hong Liang shouted as he ran, urging the hesitant group behind him. Old Zhou gritted his teeth and continued to pull Lin Xiaoyu and Little 12 towards the pyramid. The giant appeared enraged, a black crystal embedded in its chest glowing ominously, and it unleashed a beam of darkness towards the fleeing trio. Lin Xiaoyu waved her hands, conjuring a barrier of vines that rapidly formed, dissipating the beam's power after it passed through several tendrils. Though the vines tainted by the black light were incinerated, the beam was ultimately exhausted. You shall contend with me. Hong Liang activated his spatial wrist blade once more, delivering a fierce strike to the giant's groin. This blow thoroughly enraged the creature, which emitted a furious roar as its crystalline armor began to morph. Dozens of spikes extended from its back, raining down upon Hong Liang like a tempest, while another black crystal in its chest illuminated, unleashing an even thicker beam of energy. Hong Liang channeled all his strength into the star core furnace, moving with a ghostly agility to evade the onslaught. The spikes and beams detonated behind him, obliterating the street. Utilizing the cover of the explosion's smoke, Hong Liang suddenly appeared behind the giant, thrusting his dual blades towards its neck. The clash of sword against crystal armor sparked brilliantly, revealing only minute fissures in the giantess' defenses, while Hong Liang's hands were jolted, blood trickling down his wrist. By heavens, this shell is exceedingly tough. Hong Liang cursed internally, swiftly retreating. The giant, turning with a sweeping motion, attempted to strike him down. He barely dodged, but was still caught by the wind generated by the giant's hand, sent soaring through the air like a fly, crashing through 3 walls before coming to a halt. In the distance, Old Zhou and his companions had reached the base of the pyramid. Lin Xiaoyu touched the verdant portal with a vine, which immediately turned to ash, leaving the three momentarily stunned and hesitant to enter. Xiao Shire, however, did not focus on the portal but anxiously glanced back towards Hong Liang. Hurry inside. Don't mind me, Hong Liang shouted through the armor's communication system, aware that he was no match for the giant. His only hope lay in his teammates entering the gate of destruction first. The giant seemed to sense their intentions, abruptly ceasing its pursuit of Hong Liang and striding towards the pyramid instead. Noticing this, Hong Liang, disregarding his agonizing pain, immediately pursued. Northern Dipper's fall. He summoned the power of the stars with all his might, and his two swords fused into a colossal blade, piercing towards the giant's vulnerable back. This strike proved effective. The giant's crystalline armor was breached, black liquid gushing from the wound as it let out a pained howl, turning to deliver a powerful punch that sent Hong Liang crashing to the ground. Coughing up blood, Hong Liang felt as if his bones had shattered. The energy of his armor rapidly depleted, and his vision began to blur. Just as he was on the brink of losing consciousness, a beam of golden light shot from the direction of the pyramid, striking the giant squarely in the head. Xiao Shire stood at the pyramid's entrance, arms outstretched, her forehead adorned with radiant star patterns, causing the giant's movements to slow as if under some form of suppression. Uncle Hong, come quickly. Xiao Shire's voice echoed through the communication system. Gritting his teeth, Hong Liang struggled to rise, dragging his battered body towards the pyramid. The giant attempted to pursue, but Xiao Shire's mental suppression rendered its actions sluggish, akin to that of a snail. When Hong Liang finally stumbled to the front of the pyramid, Lin Xiaoyu's vine could now freely enter and exit the portal. Seeing Xiao Shire, who had turned pale and was perspiring profusely, Hong Liang rushed towards the portal without a second thought. With a flash of light, the giant's roars abruptly ceased, the transition from chaos to silence occurring in mere seconds, leaving Hong Liang somewhat disoriented. Are you all right? Lin Xiaoyu, who followed closely behind, hurried to attend to the gasping Hong Liang. He shook his head, rising to survey the interior of the pyramid, which revealed an immense circular chamber. 7 black crystals floated at its center, arranged in the shape of the Big Dipper, while the ground was etched with intricate star maps identical to those they had previously seen on the cloud-patterned stone pillars. This is the Gate of Destruction. It requires 7 black energy stones to activate, Xiao Shire whispered. Hong Liang retrieved 3 black energy stones from his spatial ring. These were given by the pillar. And I also have 3 from the zombie lord. I still need 1 more. Old Zhou furrowed his brow. The creature outside must possess 1, but we simply cannot defeat it. Just then, the entire pyramid began to tremble violently as the giant relentlessly attacked the walls, each impact causing cracks to form. It won't bring this place down, will it? Lin Xiaoyu nervously remarked, observing the fissures appearing on the walls. Hong Liang gazed at the 7 crystals at the center and suddenly conceived an idea. Little 12, can you manipulate these crystals? The young girl nodded. I can, but it will require some time. Very well, Lao Zhou, Xiaoyu, keep a vigilant watch. Little 12, endeavor to activate the formation. I will assist you. Swiftly, Hong Liang delegated tasks. Lao Zhou and Lin Xiaoyu nodded, their eyes fixed on the fissure, while Lin Xiaoyu continuously urged vines to strengthen the precarious walls. Little 12 knelt before the central formation, beginning to chant incantations that Hong Liang could not comprehend. He placed 6 black energy stones into their corresponding positions within the formation and then sat cross-legged in the final vacant spot, channeling his stellar power to its utmost limit. Chapter 65. Inner Obsession. As the incantation progressed, the 6 crystals began to radiate light, illuminating the star map on the ground. However, the formation could not be fully activated due to the absence of 1 energy stone. Yet, the starlight emanating from Hong Liang gradually mingled with the star map, illuminating the previously deficient area. Boom! The pyramid's wall finally shattered, and a giant's arm reached through. Lao Zhou roared, grasping the arm in an attempt to halt its entry, while Lin Xiaoyu's vines ensnared the giant's fingers, only to be swiftly torn asunder. Beads of sweat trickled down Little 12's forehead. Uncle Hong, you need to amplify the release of your stellar power. I can sense we are almost there. Without uttering a word, Hong Liang unleashed his entire stellar energy. His battle armor disintegrated, transforming into a luminous orb that flew into his mouth. With a gasp, as the orb entered his body, blood surged from Hong Liang's mouth. Yet he smiled. Little 12, now is the moment. As all 7 points of the formation glowed, an immense suction force erupted, causing the black crystals on the giant's body to tremble violently before detaching and soaring toward the formation. Roar! The 7 black crystals were suddenly drawn into the formation, and the giant let out a furious roar, attempting to seize the fleeing crystals, but it was too late. The 7 crystals found their places, fully activating the formation. And a blinding white light enveloped the entire space, causing the giant's body to disintegrate into dust. As the brilliance faded, Hong Liang found himself standing amidst a starry expanse. With little 12, Lao Zhou, and Lin Xiaoyu nearby, equally astonished at their surroundings. "Where are we?" Lao Zhou murmured. A commanding voice resonated from the void. "Welcome to the Broken Army Trial Grounds, challengers. You shall face the test of the stars. And those who succeed will inherit the legacy of the ancient star civilization." Before they could respond, for beams of white light enveloped the 4 of them. As the light dissipated, Hong Liang discovered himself in a narrow alley, rainwater trickling down a rusty fire escape, and the air thick with a putrid stench. His stellar battle armor had vanished, the ring on his hand had disappeared, and all his abilities were gone. In his hand, he clutched only a rusted steel pipe, and his attire was tattered. Glancing around, he felt an unsettling familiarity, and upon looking into a puddle, he recognized his reflection. This was a day etched in his memory from the 3rd year of the apocalypse in his past life. Was this the fateful alley in the west district of Xian City? As Hong Liang's fingers brushed against the damp brick wall, memories surged forth like an uncontrollable tide. This was one of the scenes he most dreaded recalling from his previous life, the place where old Zhou had perished in an attempt to save him. The disarray of his memories caused him great discomfort, prompting him to pinch himself fiercely. He could feel the pain. Was he not in the Broken Army trial? Why had he returned to this place? What was real, and what was illusion? Why had he come back? Not far away. The chaotic sound of footsteps and the distinctive groans of zombies echoed. Hong Liang shuddered, every detail mirroring his memories with precision. Even the cardboard box in the corner, swollen from the rain, was identical. "Hurry, this way," a hushed voice called from behind. Hong Liang spun around abruptly to see old Zhou crouching and beckoning him. 3 years of apocalyptic survival had etched many marks upon the man's face. A scar above his left brow was a reminder of a last month's encounter with a mutated cat while trying to secure supplies. Hong Liang's throat tightened as he stared blankly at old Zhou. He possessed a first-tier ability, yet it was insufficient in this dire situation, relegating him to merely the leader of an ordinary survivor squad. According to his memories, they would soon confront a horde of zombies, with old Zhou sacrificing himself to buy him time to escape. "What are you dazed for?" The patrol team reported that the Eastern District has been overrun by the horde. "At least 100 mutated creatures are heading this way. We need to move." Old Zhou urgently grasped his arm, pulling him along. Cold rainwater trickled down Hong Liang's neck, yet he felt no chill. His gaze fell upon the jagged machete at old Zhou's waist, the very weapon he had wielded to carve a bloody path for him in the past, while he had remained forever in that rainy night. "Old Zhou, let us take another route." Hong Liang's voice was hoarse but resolute. Old Zhou looked at him in surprise. "This is the only way back to the base. All other paths have been flooded. Didn't you see that when we came?" He seemed poised to continue forward. Hong Liang clutched him tightly. In his previous life, they had encountered the horde at this very corner, with old Zhou pushing him into a dumpster to hide while he drew the zombies away. When Hong Liang had mustered the courage to crawl out, he had only found a bloodied half of a machete. "Listen to me. There's danger ahead." Hong Liang raised his voice sharply, yanking old Zhou back. A guttural growl, like phlegm caught in the throat, interrupted him as 3 tattered figures lunged around the corner, their grayish-white eyes glimmering with death in the rain-soaked night. Hong Liang felt his blood run cold. The scene was identical to his memories, even down to the zombie missing half its face. However, old Zhou's reaction diverged from the past. He hesitated for a moment instead of immediately pushing Hong Liang aside to confront the zombies. It was in that fleeting second that Hong Liang realized he was indeed undergoing a trial. And the rules of this trial were certainly not a mere repetition of history. His choices would alter old Zhou's actions. "Run." Hong Liang tugged at Lao Zhou and swiftly turned to flee. Behind them trailed not just 3, but a multitude of zombies, rendering any delay perilous. In the trials, should one perish, the uncertainty of true death loomed ominously. He had already tasted that dread once, and he had no desire to encounter it again. For more zombies approached from behind, and their initial decision to confront only 3 was a miscalculation driven by a desire to avoid danger, which ultimately ensnared them in a far greater peril. The stench of decay wafted from the pursuing undead as Hong Liang observed Lao Zhou dispatch the first zombie. However, in his fervor, the blade became lodged within the creature's skull. In no time, a second zombie had thrust Lao Zhou against the iron railing, his back colliding with the unforgiving metal, while the claws of a third zombie arched ominously above him. "Damn it! In my dreams, I will not allow you to bully me," Hong Liang roared as he charged forward. In his past life, He had cowered within a dumpster, trembling at the sound of flesh being torn apart. But this time, he wielded a rusted steel pipe, delivering an all-out strike to the zombie's temple. With a sharp crack, the creature's head twisted at an unnatural angle. Without hesitation, Liang swung the pipe towards another zombie that had pinned Lao Zhou down. The experience of dispatching zombies surged back into his muscles. Though he lacked strength and stamina, he still accurately targeted the creature's cervical gap. Chapter 66. Resolving obsessions. Lao Zhou stared in astonishment at the two zombies with broken necks. When did you become so formidable? Now is not the time for discussion. We must leave, Liang urged, pulling Lao Zhou along as more shadows poured from the alleyway. At least 50 ordinary zombies. It was this very horde that had condemned Lao Zhou to remain here eternally in his past life. Let us hurry. There's a fire escape over there. Liang yanked Lao Zhou, who was still slightly dazed, towards a steel ladder on a nearby building. Lao Zhou shot him a puzzled glance, but nodded in agreement. Liang understood his confusion. In his former life, he never took the initiative to devise plans, nor did he possess the courage to confront zombies, always lurking behind others. Upon reaching the base of the ladder, Lao Zhou noticed the fire escape was retracted, suspended 2 meters above with no means to reach it. You go first. That ladder is too heavy. I can't pull it down. Liang crouched, gesturing for Lao Zhou to climb onto his shoulders. Without further ado, Lao Zhou complied and perched atop him. Straining, Liang rose to his feet, while Lao Zhou grasped the iron ladder, which creaked ominously as it was pulled down. Soon, Liang felt a lift in his shoulder. Lao Zhou had ascended the fire escape and extended his hand down, shouting, "Why are you dawdling? Climb." As they scrambled onto the rooftop, the horde below howled in frustration. Liang collapsed into a puddle, watching as Lao Zhou inspected the blade's edge. In his previous life, at this very moment, he had curled up in a dumpster, trembling, while Lao Zhou had already become a remnant among the zombies. You truly are a man today, Lao Zhou began, hesitating before finally patting his shoulder. This sentence shattered the final shackles within Liang's heart. The power of the stars surged within him, and the star core furnace spun at an unprecedented velocity. He lifted his gaze to the rain-drenched night sky, where the Big Dipper shimmered through the gaps in the clouds, with 4 of its stars particularly radiant. I understand now, Liang murmured. The trial of the broken army was not a test of combat prowess, but rather a confrontation with the deepest regrets of one's soul. In his past life, his greatest inner demon was not succumbing to the horde of corpses, but choosing self-preservation in a moment of peril, betraying the brothers who sacrificed themselves for him. The scene atop the roof began to distort, old Zhou's figure gradually becoming blurred, yet his lips curled into a reassuring smile. Liang reached out to grasp him, but only touched the dissipating starlight. Thank you, old Zhou. In this life, I will protect you completely, Liang whispered. This was a phrase he had uttered countless times before the grave, but only at this moment did he truly find solace. In the instant the space shattered, Liang felt a barrier within him break. The power of the stars surged through every meridian like a flood, ultimately condensing into a miniature celestial body within his dantian. A sign of the 7th tier, the manifestation of the star core. When Liang opened his eyes again, he had returned to the interior of the pyramid. Little 12 knelt before the central formation, the star pattern on her forehead, now a complete depiction of the Big Dipper. Lin Xiaoyu's vine had blossomed with silvery flowers reminiscent of stars, while the surface of old Zhou's battle armor displayed an intricate pattern of intertwining rock and starlight. You too. Liang's voice trembled slightly. Old Zhou approached and gave Liang's shoulder a hearty pat. Damn it, what was that hellish trial about? I had to witness you being bitten to death by zombies over and over again. Saving you was no easy feat. Liang's heart jolted. It turned out that each person's trial was a manifestation of their deepest fears. He glanced at little 12, who was hugging her restored teddy bear. Its eyes now transformed into 2 tiny stars. The star trial has concluded. All challengers have passed the test, a voice echoed from the void. 7 black crystals suddenly ascended, forming the pattern of the Big Dipper in the air. Each crystal emitted a beam of light, penetrating the foreheads of the 4 individuals. Liang felt a torrent of information surge into his mind. Subsequent chapters of the star body forging technique, the location of the Tianquan star, and fragmented truths about the apocalypse. The virus originated from within the fallen star knights, referred to as the apocalypse, and they began collecting star fragments even before the end of days, Liang murmured to himself. Old Zhou flexed his newly acquired strength. So those miscreants captured little 12 to utilize her as the first star envoy, capable of purifying the tainted power of the stars, which is crucial for strengthening. Lin Xiaoyu gently stroked little 12's hair. Suddenly, the ground trembled, and the sounds of explosions echoed from outside the pyramid, accompanied by chaotic roars. They're here, just in time to test the new powers I've gained. I hope they do not disappoint me. Liang tightened his grip on the reformed twin swords. The power of the 7th tier surged through his veins, and he sensed at least 5 6th tier abilities rapidly approaching from outside. The pyramid began to collapse, and the staircase woven from starlight stretched out before them into the distance. Liang cast a final glance at this transformative place and stepped onto the luminous stairs, resolute in ensuring that no one would be left behind this time. Outside the pyramid, the Knights of the Order had surrounded the ruins, and 5 grand knights clad in resplendent red and gold armor stood atop the debris, each adorned with 3 purple energy stones embedded in their chests. Finally emerged. Surrender the Star Envoy and the Celestial Core, and I shall grant you a complete corpse. The elder in the crimson robe sneered as he surveyed those who had come forth. At the edge of the radiant staircase, Liang felt the newly awakened star core within him whirl vigorously, enabling him to perceive every subtle flow of energy within a radius of 1,000 meters. To his left, 20 snipers lay in ambush 300 meters away, while 3 energy cannons were concealed amidst the ruins to his right. He could even hear the viscous sounds of the underground mycelial network stirring. Old Joe, the energy cannon at 10 o'clock is yours. Xiao Yu, take care of the snipers. And Xiao 12, prepare the mental barrier. Through the newfound mental link, Liang swiftly conveyed his battle plan, eager to test the extent of his newfound strength. It seemed fate had delivered an opportunity to him. As the elder of the knights prepared to speak again, Liang suddenly raised his hand. This simple gesture triggered a chain reaction. The space beneath the elder warped, and 7 beams of starlight erupted from the void, instantly piercing through his limbs and torso. This was the star lock from the heritage of the Broken Army, capable of directly constraining the flow of energy within an enemy. Help me. The elder's sudden cry threw the remaining knights into disarray, realizing that their strongest member had been ensnared. And it was evident that the opposition was not exerting their full strength. As Liang charged towards them, the remaining 4 grand knights simultaneously launched their attacks. A torrent of crimson energy surging forth. Xiao 12's star pattern illuminated brightly on her forehead, and a golden barrier enveloped the 4 like a fragile eggshell. Seizing the opportunity, Liang clasped his hands together, allowing the ice and fire star core within him to operate at full capacity for the first time. Chapter 67. Life Extraction, Big Dipper Ice, and Fire Catastrophe. Frost Whisper and Flame Devour soared into the air, transforming into 2 colossal dragons. The icy dragon froze the very air in its wake, while the fiery dragon left a trail of molten remnants. More terrifyingly, each dragon was propelled by 7 miniature star cores, showcasing the unique 7-star overlapping technique of the Broken Army heritage. 1 grand knight was grazed by the icy dragon, his entire arm shattering into crystalline fragments, while another was swept by the fiery dragon's aftermath, causing the moisture within his armor to vaporize, resulting in a blood-curdling scream as he tumbled from the top of the ruins. Upon hearing Liang's command, Old Joe immediately activated his newly acquired ability, Star Rock Explosion. Patterns resembling meteorite craters emerged on the surface of his armor, leaving burning starfire trails with each step. When his fist struck the energy cannon, the cannon's exterior petrified, and then burst forth with starlight, obliterating the surrounding ambushed knights into a mist of blood. Lin Xiaoyu's vines evolved to possess a stellar attribute, each tendril entwined with starlight, piercing through cover like living lightning, striking precisely at the foreheads of snipers. The foes struck did not bleed. Rather, they began to crystallize from their wounds, ultimately shattering into a myriad of glimmering fragments scattered across the ground. The battle commenced with swiftness and concluded just as rapidly, all within 10 minutes. Liang approached the elder, ensnared by the star lock, and discerned that an ominous black-red energy surged within his armor, emanating from the same tainted stellar core as that found in the military base. Are you collecting the tainted power of the stars? Liang tightened his grip around the elder's neck, allowing the power of the star core to infiltrate the latter's consciousness. The techniques of the Breaking Army legacy enabled him to employ a stellar search method, capable of reading surface memories. Fractured images flooded his mind. The black pyramid beneath the knight's headquarters, star fragments submerged in a pool of blood, and the black-red columns of light shooting up from the direction of Tai City. The Tai City celestial pillar has manifested? It has already been corrupted by you? Liang's pupils constricted, the memory crystallizing on a silver-haired man, wielding a staff adorned with 7 black-red crystals. Humph! The bishop will avenge me, the elder suddenly sneered, energy within him swirling chaotically. Hong Liang hastily set up a stellar shield around him and then retreated. The elder's body swelled like an inflated balloon, only to rapidly transform into a cloud of black mist, within which starlight flickered and struggled, soon to be utterly tainted. Little 12 suddenly clutched her forehead. Uncle Hong. I see many people in Tai City screaming. The black stars are consuming them. Hong Liang scooped up the pale-faced girl and noticed her star chart at the nape of her neck radiating heat. Knowledge from the Breaking Army legacy surged forth. This was the Star Envoy's ability to sense the collective resonance of the stars, allowing her to perceive abnormalities in other stellar nodes. We must set off for Tai City immediately. Hong Liang retrieved the newly acquired stellar compass from his spatial ring. This treasured artifact displayed the status of all stellar nodes. And at that moment, the marker representing Tai City had turned a dark red. The group flew at full speed towards Tai City. During their journey, Hong Liang meticulously reviewed the contents of the Breaking Army legacy. First was the breakthrough of realms. His star core furnace had evolved into a bipolar stellar vortex, with an ice-blue star core on the left and a crimson star core on the right. The core of the Breaking Army legacy floating centrally, a black crystal that constantly reconfigured its geometric form, allowing him to wield both ice and fire powers without conflict. He could even entwine the two attributes in a spiral, forming a composite killing move known as the ice-fire catastrophe. Secondly, the stellar body tempering technique had been completed. The previously incomplete star dome resonance now expanded to 9 realms. Each activated realm allowed him to condense an additional microstar core. These star cores could be manipulated externally, facilitating the formation of sword arrays or enhancing defenses. The 7-star overlapping force used in the recent battle was a primary application of this technique. The most precious knowledge pertains to the civilization of the stars. The virus indeed originates from the debris of fallen celestial bodies, but it is not a natural phenomenon. Fragments of memory reveal that a certain entity has deliberately cast the tainted stars towards Earth. The 7 pillars corresponding to the Big Dipper are, in fact, purification devices left by an ancient civilization. Ahead lies the boundary of Taiching. Lao Zhou's voice brought Hong Liang back to reality with its resounding clarity. The scene upon the distant city walls was chilling, with countless purple-black mycelia sprawling across the structure like veins. The sky was shrouded in dark red clouds, through which sickly starlight flickered. Suddenly, Lin Xiaoyu's vines trembled violently. My plants are warning me that something exceedingly terrifying lurks within the city. At that moment, the star chart in Hong Liang's hands flew forth, projecting a line of text into the void before them, gradually becoming clearer. Planetary-level pollution source detected. Immediate evacuation recommended. We cannot withdraw. If the Tianquan pillar becomes thoroughly contaminated, the entire Big Dipper purification system will collapse, rendering all my previous efforts futile. Hong Liang tapped the star compass a few times, observing the red dot at the center of Taiching expanding outward in waves. Although the spread was slow, it was relentless. He turned to his companions. Lao Zhou, you stay here to protect Xiao 12. Xiaoyu, you will accompany me into the city. Ridiculous. I have yet to fully enjoy my newly acquired star rock armor. Lao Zhou exclaimed, smashing his fist into the wreckage of a nearby truck. Xiao 12 tugged at Hong Liang's sleeve. Uncle Hong, have you forgotten I am a star envoy? Only I can purify the pillars. Their argument was abruptly interrupted by a sudden earthquake, as a black-red beam of light erupted from the center of Taiching. Within the beam, a colossal shadow writhed ominously. Through the lens of his star vision, Hong Liang beheld a more horrifying sight. The column was composed of countless tiny blood-red runes, each siphoning the life force from every being within the city. Whether zombie or living human, they all writhed in agony, their vitality swiftly dissipating. Stay close to me. Hong Liang ceased his insistence and unfurled his starry wings, doubling his speed through the inherited technique of star chasing. Lao Zhou's armor jetted forth rock dust, creating a propulsion-like effect, while Lin Xiaoyu was borne aloft by her vine-woven glider, and Xiao 12 was cradled in Hong Liang's arms. The nearer they approached the urban center, the more horrific the sights became. The streets were littered with crystallized corpses, whether human, zombie, or mutated animal, all reduced to crystalline forms, frozen in the act of fleeing, having been instantaneously drained of life. Strangely, these corpses sprouted tiny crystalline tendrils, seemingly absorbing the energy from the air. Beware of those purple mycelial mats. They are consuming all life energy. Lin Xiaoyu warned suddenly. Her vines, upon touching the mycelial carpet, withered rapidly, yet not before transmitting a cautious signal. Hong Liang promptly erected a starry barrier, the pale blue shield isolating the mycelial mat's pull. Through the feedback of the barrier, he was astonished to discover that Taiching had transformed into a vast energy network, with all channels directing towards the central square, where a stone pillar lay completely enveloped in mycelia. Chapter 68. The mother body. The Tianquan pillar is in great torment. Little 12 suddenly trembled all over, pointing towards a distant location. In response, Liang's star chart levitated into the air, projecting a holographic image. Within a stone column lurked an embryonic shadow, voraciously consuming the previously pristine stellar energy. More disconcerting was the sight of 7 figures clad in silver robes, engaged in some arcane ritual, encircling a small child. The maternal figure? Liang recognized the white-haired youth bound by chains, a subject documented in the Night Order's archives as an earlier experimental subject than Little 12. Officially declared dead 6 months prior, yet inexplicably reappearing here. Suddenly, a projection from Little Bear flickered violently. Alarm. Planetary-level energy fluctuations detected. That embryo is. Before the thought could complete, the entire city shook violently. The plaza's ground split open, and a colossal hand composed of pure black and red energy erupted from the earth, each finger adorned with twisted fragments of stars. The peak of the 7th tier? No, it was still ascending. Old Zhou's battle armor emitted an overload alarm. Yet, Liang's gaze remained fixated on the palm of the giant hand, where a pulsating black-red crystal floated, its surface veined with blood-like patterns. The legacy of knowledge instantly identified it as the core of a fallen star, a byproduct of tainted stellar energy. Listen, I will hold back that monster. Old Zhou will deal with the silver-robed figures, and Xiaoyu will shield Little 12 as we approach the star pillar. Remember, our objective is purification, not brute force. Liang swiftly devised a strategy. There was no time to delay further. As the colossal hand fully emerged from the ground, Liang unleashed the full might of the bipolar star whirlpool for the first time. The ice-fire star core spun at unprecedented speed, forming a star ring with a diameter of 100 meters behind him. The martial technique, breaking army star fall, activated, and he transformed into a meteor, colliding with the giant hand. The shockwave from the impact toppled buildings within a kilometer radius, and Liang felt his bones groan in protest. Yet the star core continuously converted the shock into energy. The giant hand was blasted open, creating a massive breach, only to rapidly regenerate. More alarmingly, the splattered black-red energy seemed to possess a life of its own, attempting to erode his battle armor. Northern Dipper Ice-Fire Catastrophe, Frost Whisper and Flame Devourer merged once more, this time forming a single dragon, half red and half blue. Each side of the dragon was propelled by 7 miniature star cores, and the 14 star cores adorning the Ice-Fire Dual Dragon shone brilliantly, detonating a 20-meter-wide void in the giant hand. Seizing the opportunity, Liang surged forward, aiming his spatial blade directly at the fallen star core. Just as the blade's tip was about to make contact with the crystal, Liang suddenly froze in place. The maternal figure had inexplicably appeared before him. The boy's hollow eyes bled black, and his hands formed intricate seals. This was the star-binding technique of the stellar civilization, now transformed into something far more terrifying due to corruption. "Brother, save me." The voice of the maternal figure echoed directly in his mind, accompanied by a tsunami of painful memories. Liang witnessed the anguished screams of countless children in a laboratory, the harrowing sight of star fragments forcibly implanted into their skulls. Most terrifying of all, every memory intertwined with that black-red energy, burrowing into the depths of his consciousness like a venomous serpent. At a critical juncture, a beam of golden light pierced through the inky darkness. Xiao Shire, unbeknownst to anyone, had broken through the blockade, her star patterns fully unfurled, forming a miniature Big Dipper above her head. The entity, illuminated by the golden light, emitted a ghastly wail, and the resounding energy that had confined it began to wane. Now was the moment. The resounding force broke free from its constraints, its wrist blade plunging into the core of the fallen star. To his astonishment, the crystal did not shatter. Instead, it coiled around the blade like a living creature, the terrifying energy infiltrating his arm, corrupting his battle armor into a dark crimson hue. The legacy of knowledge resurfaced. This was no mere pollution, but the will of a higher existence. In a moment of decisive clarity, he activated the most perilous aspect of the Breaker-S legacy, the Star Devourer. The dual polar vortex spun in reverse, actively absorbing the encroaching energy. It was a reckless decision, for if he lost control, he would become the next source of contamination. Yet, at that moment, he had no alternative. Amidst the excruciating pain, he caught a fleeting glimpse of the final moments of a stellar civilization. 7 star towers extinguished one after another, as the black-red mist engulfed that once glorious civilization. Deep within the fog, a colossal consciousness, composed of countless star fragments, was awakening. Hong Liang. Old Zhou's roar yanked him back to reality. The fist of the rock giant smashed through the assailing silver-robed figures, while Lin Xiaoyu's vines wove into a bridge, enabling Xiao Shire to reach the celestial column. As the little girl's hand pressed against the stone pillar, a pure surge of stellar power erupted like a tsunami. The black-red mycelium rapidly faded, and the entity emitted a heart-wrenching wail as its massive hand began to disintegrate. Seizing the opportunity, Hong Liang summoned all his strength to propel the Star Devourer, drawing the fallen star core entirely into his being. Suddenly, the world fell silent. Sitting amidst the ruins, Hong Liang found himself in a peculiar state, with two forces clashing within him. The black crystal of the Breaker's legacy released pure stellar energy, while the invading polluted energy continuously morphed in resistance. Remarkably, he began to comprehend the language of the contaminating energy, not merely a desire for destruction, but a profound hunger, an insatiable yearning for stellar power. Honggu. Lin Xiaoyu's startled cry reached him. He looked up to see that the left half of his body had crystallized, black-red patterns sprawling across his surface like a circuit board. Xiao Shire stumbled toward him, but he raised his hand to halt her. Stay back. He sensed the pollution attempting to spread through a mental link. Suddenly, the star compass floated between them, projecting a multitude of text. The Star Devourer's state is irreversible. Immediate journey to the celestial column is advised. Only by fully activating the celestial column can such a degree of pollution be purified. Old Zhou approached, carrying the unconscious entity. What shall we do with this little imp? Take him with us, Hong Liang replied, struggling to stand, noticing new markers appearing on the star compass. There were 3 celestial columns in the entire Taiching, but the knights had only located this one. The remaining 2 remained unactivated. The energies battling within him rendered him incapable of flight, and as he walked, he gazed at the writhing black-red patterns on his left hand. The Breaker's legacy was contending against the pollution, a process both agonizing and wondrous, akin to learning to swim amidst a tempest. As Xiaoshire quietly approached while walking, she handed him a luminous stone, stating, "This should be of assistance to you." Upon receiving the stone, Hong Liang felt an immediate resonance within the black crystal in his body, unlocking a wealth of knowledge once more. This was a fragment of the memory of the celestial civilization, detailing the activation method of the 7 stars exorcism array. It seemed imperative to swiftly locate the remaining Tianquan star pillars. Hong Liang gripped the stone tightly, the dark red patterns temporarily fading. Yet he understood that unless he resolved this lurking threat promptly, he remained in a perilously precarious situation. Chapter 69. Bipolar Forces in the Depths of the Starry Sky. The Tianquan star within the Big Dipper reignited, but in a more distant realm, a colossal shadow composed of shattered stars gradually turned toward Earth. The ruins of Taiching appeared particularly eerie under the starlight. Hong Liang gazed down at the black-red patterns spreading across his left hand, his crystallized skin glimmering with a strange sheen under the moonlight. With each step he took, the clash of 2 opposing forces within him made him feel as if he were walking on the edge of a blade. According to the star chart, the second Tianquan star pillar should lie beneath the old library of Taiching. Hong Liang's voice was somewhat hoarse as the celestial compass hovered above his palm, projecting a holographic map with a blue dot flashing. Lao Zhou, carrying the unconscious mother body, furrowed his brow and remarked, "The library? That place is now teeming with high-level zombies. Look, it's marked on the map." As he spoke, Lao Zhou produced a nightly single-soldier device, pressing a couple of buttons to reveal a map before them, densely annotated with names of various zombies surrounding the library. Lin Xiaoyu's vines gently writhed on the ground, probing the path ahead. Not only zombies, but there are also numerous mutated animals. I wonder what they are doing there. Suddenly, Xiaoshire grasped Hong Liang's arm, her pupils reflecting the starlight. "Uncle Hong, we must hurry. That wicked entity is awakening, and it wishes to devour all the stars." Hong Liang tousled Xiaoshire's hair, feeling the intense struggle between the celestial power and the tainted energy within him. Ever since absorbing the core of the fallen star, he had acquired fragments of memories from the source of pollution, a terrifying entity that slumbered in the depths of the universe, referred to by the knights as the Devourer. Let us proceed. Those zombies are merely a minor inconvenience, akin to mere sentinels delivering us the crystal cores. Hong Liang stowed away the star chart, Frost Whisper and Flame Devourer coalescing in his grasp. After undergoing the Broken Army trial, these 2 weapons had fused with his star core and could be summoned at will. The team advanced toward the old library, the streets of Taiching proving to be more perilous than anticipated. The symbiotic existence of mutated plants and zombies formed fungal beasts lurking in every shadow. Lin Xiaoyu's celestial vines forged a path, and wherever the silvery tendrils passed, the purplish-black fungal carpets recoiled in retreat. Ahead, around the corner, there are 3 fifth-tier fungal beasts. Be cautious of their spores, Lin Xiaoyu whispered in warning. Her vines now intertwined with celestial power, capable of sensing threats undetectable by ordinary plants. Lao Zhou set down the mother body and stretched his limbs. Allow me to take the lead. His starry armor was adorned with crater-like patterns, and a rocky shell coalesced around his right fist. With a low growl, old Zhou struck the ground, unleashing a shockwave that fanned outward, instantly shattering the 3 fungal beasts that had just lunged from around the corner. Splendid. With a resounding nod of approval, old Zhou had become increasingly adept at wielding the power of the stars. Just as they approached the library, the ground trembled violently, and a colossal hand broke through the earth, followed by another. Emerging from the ground was a creature clad in a fusion of crystal and fungal armor, with 6 purple energy stones embedded in its chest and a head that resembled an enlarged version of the progenitor. A 7th-tier fusion entity. They had merged the genes of the experimental subjects with those of the Lord Zombie. Without hesitation, Hong Liang erected a starry barrier. The creature emitted a piercing shriek. Its voice mingled with the cries of the progenitor and the anguished screams of its offspring. Little 12 covered her ears, tears streaming uncontrollably down her face. It hurts. They're crying for help. Lin Xiaoyu swiftly fashioned ear protectors from vines for Little 12, while simultaneously scattering a handful of seeds towards the monster. These seeds, enhanced by the power of the stars, took root upon touching the ground, rapidly forming a thicket of silver thorns that ensnared the creature's legs. Big Dipper Star. Seizing the opportunity, 7 miniature star cores burst forth from his body, coalescing into a formation of swords in midair, with Frost Whisper and Flame Devour as the focal points, directing a torrent of starlight to rain down upon the creature. The monster howled in agony as cracks appeared in its crystalline armor, only to be swiftly mended by the encroaching fungi. More alarmingly, the energy stones embedded in its chest began to absorb the starry power from Hong Liang's attacks, converting it into a black-red energy. It can absorb the power of the stars, old Zhou exclaimed, as his rocky fist impacted the creature's back, leaving only shallow indentations. Suddenly, an idea struck Hong Liang. Xiaoyu, ensnare the energy stones on its chest with vines. Little 12, prepare for a mental shock. Lin Xiaoyu understood immediately. The vines shot forth like silver serpents, deftly wrapping around the 6 energy stones. Concurrently, the star patterns on Little 12's forehead glowed brightly, and a pure beam of starlight illuminated the monster's head, distorting the visage of the progenitor as it emitted in human wails. Now, Hong Liang clasped his hands together, the bipolar star vortex within him reversing direction. The black-red energy absorbed by the monster suddenly surged back, coursing through Lin Xiaoyu's vines and flooding back into the creature. This was an exceedingly perilous star-devouring technique, yet Hong Liang had discerned the nature of the tainted energy. It was greedy and irrational, and as long as sufficient bait was provided, it would ravenously consume without restraint. Indeed, the balance within the monster was shattered, and the 6 energy stones detonated in succession. Taking advantage of the chaos, Hong Liang lunged forward, driving his spatial blade into the creature's chest and siphoning the last remnants of core energy into himself. A wave of pain washed over him like a tide, and he fell to one knee, the crystalline transformation on his left side spreading further. Yet he sensed that his control over the tainted energy had strengthened, each use of star-devouring akin to dancing on the edge of a blade. Brother Hong, are you all right? Lin Xiaoyu asked anxiously as she supported him. I'm fine. Let's keep moving. The library is just ahead. Hong Liang gritted his teeth, rising to his feet and continuing onward. The old library has undergone a complete transformation, with mycelium crawling along the walls like veins. The original entrance has been sealed by crystals. Lao Zhou employs the star rock fist to carve a passage, revealing a scene that chills the spine. Hundreds of corpses hang from the ceiling, each connected by mycelium, resembling an energy network of some sort. The zombies here seem to be collecting energy. Lin Xiaoyu gazes at the numerous corpses of various entities and remarks. Suddenly, Xiao 12 points to the center of the hall. There, a stone pillar, entirely enveloped in mycelium, stands in what was once the reading area, surrounded by 5 zombies, who form a circle and continuously elongate the mycelium emerging from a pit in the ground, inserting it into the heads of nearby corpses. As the mycelium writhes, another corpse is hoisted up. Perhaps due to Xiao 12's slightly loud voice, the 5 zombies turn to see the group and immediately adopt a defensive formation. One of them emits a roar, clearly summoning other zombies to join the fray. Chapter 70. Aristotle Hong Liang takes the initiative, launching 7 miniature star nuclei that coalesce in midair to form the Big Dipper formation. This is his newly comprehended 7-star locking heaven technique, capable of sealing all energy flows within a defined space. The energy fluctuations emanating from several zombies vanish instantaneously, with the howling zombie appearing to have its voice stifled, its mouth agape yet silent. Lao Zhou and Lin Xiaoyu, having long established a seamless collaboration with Hong Liang, spring into action without a word. Their rock, giant fist, and star vine working in perfect harmony, instantly obliterating the 5 zombies. Soon, a multitude of zombies rush forth from various positions, relentlessly charging toward the group, accompanied by a host of mutated bats screeching as they fly in. However, Hong Liang's flying sword is exceedingly swift. They cannot evade it, and are quickly cleaved in half, leading to the swift extermination of all zombies. Hong Liang approaches the stone pillar, pressing his palm against the mycelium, immediately sensing the painful resonance emanating from it. Xiao 12, it's your turn, he says, having cleared some mycelium from the pillar. The little girl steps forward, placing her hands upon the pillar, pure celestial power surging from her being. The mycelium dissolves rapidly, as if it were a spider's web engulfed in flames. When the last wisp of black-red energy is purified, the pillar erupts in a brilliant blue light, and a mechanical voice resonates in everyone's minds. The second-day Authority Star Pillar has been activated. Purification Progress 33. Grants the basic version of Heavenly Authority Star Observation Technique. Hong Liang feels a torrent of information flooding his mind. This is a secret technique capable of predicting energy flows. Combined with Xiao 12's prophetic abilities, it allows for the early detection of danger. To his further astonishment, a hidden compartment at the base of the pillar opens, revealing 3 pure black star nuclei. As Hong Liang retrieves a star nucleus, he is immediately struck by the immense energy contained within. Xiao 12's eyes light up. These must be the gifts prepared for the Star Master. With the star nuclei extracted, a third position of the Heavenly Authority Star Pillar materializes on the surface of the pillar, the hub of the underground drainage system in Taichung. Once the heart of the city's wastewater management. What are these zombies doing with the star pillar? Lao Zhou inquires, handing a pile of energy stones to Hong Liang. They appear to be enhancing their own levels, absorbing the energy from the corpses around them. Given sufficient time and bodies, they could ascend without limitation. Hong Liang continued, we must hasten our pace. Xiaoyu, can your vines probe the underground waterways? Lin Xiaoyu closed her eyes, allowing several vines to burrow into the ground. Moments later, she opened her eyes. The waterways are teeming with mutated creatures, and at the deepest point, there is a massive energy reaction even stronger than the previous fusion entity. Hong Liang, observing the crystalline patterns spreading further across his left hand, resolved with urgency. There's no time to waste. We must charge ahead. On the way to the entrance of the underground waterways, Hong Liang absorbed the first black stellar core. The pure energy surged through his meridians like a refreshing spring, temporarily suppressing the spread of contaminated energy. To his astonishment, his stellar core furnace evolved once more, and a third miniature core appeared around the ice-fire core, a blue core representing the celestial balance. In the mid-stage of the 7th tier, Hong Liang clenched his fists, feeling the newly acquired power. The celestial observation technique allowed him to glimpse the energy flows of the immediate future, which would provide a significant advantage in combat. The battle in the underground waterways proved more brutal than anticipated. The Knightly Order had evidently been entrenched here for some time, with an array of modified creatures and traps emerging incessantly. Old Zhou broke through his limits amidst the fierce fighting. The Star Rock armor evolved to resonate with the earth, harnessing its power to restore energy. Haha, I'm at the pinnacle of the 5th tier as well, Old Zhou shouted excitedly, launching a punch that sent 3 mutated giant rats flying. Lin Xiaoyu's progress was equally remarkable. After absorbing a stellar core, her vines evolved to possess the ability to unleash starlight. Each strike carried a purifying effect, proving remarkably effective against the contaminated creatures. When a 7th-tier initial stage spore beast attempted a surprise attack, her vines ensnared it just in time, affording Hong Liang the opportunity for a fatal strike. Ahead lay the hub hall. Hong Liang wiped the blood from his sword, and through the celestial observation technique, he foresaw the impending fierce battle awaiting them. Pushing open the rusted iron door, the sight before them drew gasps of astonishment. In the center of the hall stood the last celestial pillar, though it was already largely covered by dark red crystals. More terrifyingly, 7 red-robed bishops stood around it. With a silver-haired man at the center, the Grand Bishop of the Knightly Order, Aristotle. Welcome, Mr. Hong Liang. I knew 12 would bring you to complete the purification. Aristotle's voice grated like metal on metal. Little 12 hid behind Hong Liang, trembling as she whispered, "He is wicked. I can hear many children's cries from him." Hong Liang shielded little 12, his frost whisper and flame devourer humming ominously in his hands. "You pale-skinned swine are truly bothersome. Why are you everywhere?" "Impudent," Aristotle thundered, raising his scepter, the 7 black-red crystals atop forming the Big Dipper. "These resources rightfully belong to us. How dare you lay claim to them? Moreover, this level of evolution requires extensive human experimentation. You people of the Great Xia are numerous, making you the perfect subjects. It is your honor to serve as our materials." He then gestured towards Hong Liang's left hand, now crystallized. "You have tasted the sweetness of evolution, have you not?" Suddenly, Hong Liang understood. "You are creating controllable sources of pollution, intending to harness the power of the stars to achieve immortality. You are quite astute. No wonder you have managed to oppose us for so long. I offer you a chance to join us. With your talents, you could easily become an archbishop," Aristotle remarked with a smile. In response, Hong Liang unleashed the radiance of his starfall sword, and battle erupted instantaneously. 7 archbishops simultaneously cast their dark red spells, filling the hall with an energy storm. Old Zhou faced an archbishop skilled in earth magic, where the star rock armor clashed with black crystal spikes. Lin Xiaoyu found herself besieged by 3 archbishops. Her starry vines, though formidable, were outnumbered. Hong Liang confronted Aristotle directly, their exchange as swift as lightning. With each swing of Aristotle's staff, black-red lightning crackled, while Hong Liang utilized the celestial observation technique to anticipate attacks, fully channeling his dual polarity vortex. When Aristotle suddenly altered his approach, thrusting his staff towards Hong Liang's chest, Hong Liang, as if foreseeing the move, sidestepped and struck his opponent's wrist with a fiery slash. "Ah, your ability is foresight," Aristotle shrieked in retreat, black blood oozing from the wound he clutched, dripping onto the ground. "Humph, what business is it of yours? You can die," Hong Liang scoffed, then waved his hand, summoning 7 miniature star cores to form a lethal array that enveloped all enemies. Those lesser than Aristotle were swiftly obliterated, leaving him alone to endure the onslaught. Chapter 71. Maternal mutation. Just as Hong Liang prepared to conclude the battle, a scream from Xiao 12 pierced the air. "Uncle Hong, the star pillar is about to explode." The celestial observation technique promptly validated this prophecy. Aristotle had tampered with the star pillar long ago. Should he face death, the preset spell would detonate the entire pillar. Worse still, Hong Liang realized that the explosion would trigger a chain reaction, with the energies of the 3 celestial pillars converging to form a black hole, threatening to engulf the entire city of Tai. The black hole's expansion was too swift. Escape was impossible. "Everyone retreat," Hong Liang shouted, channeling all his energy into Star Devourer as he raced towards the pillar. This was the only way to absorb all the polluted energy before the explosion. Aristotle, perceiving his intent, sneered and obstructed him. "Foolish. You have no idea what you are up against." "I know. I am saving myself." Suddenly, Hong Liang's spatial wrist blade flickered, piercing through Aristotle's defenses and plunging into his chest. As Aristotle collapsed, Hong Liang pressed his hands against the star pillar, activating Star Devourer with all his might. Black-red energy surged into him like a flood, the agony almost rendering him unconscious as crystallization rapidly spread, soon enveloping most of his body. Xiao 12 rushed over in tears, but was repelled by the energy storm, while Lin Xiaoyu's vines and Old Zhou's rock barrier could not approach the star pillar. As the moment of complete crystallization approached for Hong Liang, Xiao 12 suddenly seemed to recall something and fell into a profound silence. She knelt on the ground, her star pattern at the center of her brow fully unfurling to form a miniature Beidou array. The pure power of the stars flowed towards Hong Liang like a celestial river, resonating with the broken army's inheritance within him. The first star envoy called upon the stars to witness, "In my name, purify my master." Xiao 12's voice transformed into an ethereal melody, radiating gentle starlight that enveloped the vicinity. Simultaneously, the 3 Tianshu star pillars ignited, bridging space to forge an energy link. The tainted energy within Hong Liang swiftly dissolved under the cleansing force of the pure starlight, reversing the process of crystallization. More astonishingly, 3 black star cores emerged from within him, swirling around in a dance. With each revolution, a layer of black-red energy was shed. When the last vestige of pollution was purified, a resounding voice like a grand bell echoed in Hong Liang's mind. The Tianshu 3 stars returned to their rightful place. bestowing the title of Star Master and unlocking the third level of the stellar civilization knowledge base. A torrent of information flooded his consciousness, revealing the splendor and downfall of the stellar civilization, as well as the true nature of the Devourer, an ancient entity that feasted upon stars, with the knights merely pawns influenced by its whims. More importantly, he discerned his next target, the Tianshu star pillar in Han City, where a weapon of the stellar civilization lay in slumber. Upon reopening his eyes, he found himself suspended in midair, 7 miniature star cores forming a brilliant halo behind him. The process of crystallization had vanished, replaced by star patterns subtly shimmering upon his skin. He gently descended, feeling the surging power within him, at the peak of the 7th level. Just a step away from the 8th. Xiao 12 collapsed weakly to the ground, yet a smile adorned her face. The star pattern on her brow had transformed into a complete Beidou design, signifying a qualitative leap in her prophetic abilities. I see many stars in Han City, but also many shadows, the girl murmured. Lin Xiaoyu helped Xiao 12 to her feet, her vines blossoming with starry flowers, a sign of her early 6th level status. Old Zhou's battle armor had entirely transformed into star rock material, radiating the stable energy fluctuations of the peak 5th level. After a brief respite, the team prepared to depart from Tai City. The 3 Tianshu star pillars held nothing further to exchange and had once again sunk into the earth. Yet the purification network they formed would continue to operate, gradually cleansing Tai City of its pollution. Before leaving, Hong Liang stood atop a high point, gazing towards Han City. The legacy of the Star Master allowed him to sense that not only was there another star pillar, but also vital secrets concerning the Devourer. More urgently, the celestial compass indicated unusual fluctuations in the energy of the Tianshu star pillar, suggesting that someone had reached there ahead of them. We shall rest for the night and set off tomorrow. Hong Liang had intended to press on through the night, but everyone bore wounds, and the continuous battles had left them all utterly fatigued. He too needed to acclimate to the newly acquired energy, as the saying goes. Sharpening the axe does not delay the cutting of wood, and there was no need to rush. The outline of Han City emerged faintly through the morning mist, its dilapidated skyscrapers standing like the skeletal remains of giants, silently looming beneath the gray horizon. Hong Liang stood atop a small hill outside the city, his left palm cradling a celestial compass, around which 3 miniature star cores revolved gently. His energy vision pierced through the mist, revealing the tumultuous energy fluctuations emanating from the city center. This must be the location of the Tianji star pillar. The energy readings were significantly higher than those of the great city. Let us descend, he declared, retracting the compass and stepping onto the path below. His battle boots crushed a crystallized remnant of a zombie, producing a crisp sound of shattering. Old Zhou grasped the stone cocoon generated by the star rock armor. Securing the mother body, who had remained unconscious since his fall, dark crimson light occasionally flickered beneath his skin. The boy was growing increasingly feverish, akin to a glowing ember. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Old Zhou's rock-like palm briefly touched the forehead of the mother body before withdrawing. Little 12 knelt beside them, the star pattern on her forehead faintly glowing. She placed her small hand on the mother body's chest, only to retract it suddenly as if shocked. He is dreaming, and there are many black stars speaking. Hong Liang furrowed his brow, pressing his crystalline left hand against the mother body's forehead. Through the perceptive abilities granted by the Star Master's legacy, he captured a fragment of a shattered consciousness. A colossal shadow composed of countless star fragments slowly turned towards Earth from the depths of the cosmos. The will of the Devourer. Their connection runs deeper than we imagine. Hong Liang withdrew his hand, the star patterns on his skin flickering erratically. As the group prepared to enter the city, Hong Liang enveloped the mother body in the power of the stars, carrying him on his back. As they approached the center of Han City, the rotation speed of the bipolar star vortex within him noticeably quickened, and a third energy, faintly brewing between the icy blue and crimson star cores, began to manifest. The Tianji star pillar is influencing your star core. It wishes to communicate with you. Little 12 gazed up at Hong Liang, her pupils reflecting the unseen trajectories of starlight. Suddenly, the mother body convulsed violently on Hong Liang's back, and the white-haired youth abruptly opened his eyes, which were not human at all, but rather 2 miniature black holes, incessantly absorbing the surrounding light. Hong Liang immediately activated the star lock, 7 beams of starlight piercing into the mother body's major acupoints from various angles. Be cautious. Old Zhou swiftly donned his battle armor, a pinnacle 5th-tier earthy energy coalescing into a protective shield. Lin Xiaoyu's vines, resembling silver serpents, wove into a cocoon around Little 12. A non-human growl emanated from the mother body's throat. and an ancient language resonated directly within their minds through mental waves. Coordinates confirmed, harvest commencing. Chapter 72. Armory. Hong Liang's spatial wrist blade pressed against the mother body's throat. Who are you? The black hole-like eyes turned towards him, a strange arc forming at the corners of its mouth. Containers. We are all containers. No sooner had the words left its lips than the mother body slipped back into unconsciousness, the black holes in its eyes gradually contracting into normal pupils. Little 12 suddenly clasped her ears and crouched down. So many cries. The children in the laboratory are all in pain. Hong Liang scanned the mother body with the celestial compass, discovering a miniature star fragment within his brain, emitting energy waves of a peculiar frequency. More troubling was the fact that these waves resonated perfectly with the energy fluctuations of the Tianji star pillar. The knights had implanted something within his mind, serving as both a receiver and transmitter. No matter, let us press on. Hong Liang retracted the compass, a glint of cold light flickering in his eyes. The team pressed onward toward the heart of the city, where the zombies of Han City appeared to have undergone some form of modification. Numerous individuals were embedded with inferior energy stones, forming rudimentary energy armor. Each strike of Old Joe's Star Rock fist generated mini-seismic waves, reducing clusters of modified zombies to mere powder. These remnants seemed to be mass-produced soldiers. Should the Night Order acquire the technology to modify zombies, their ranks would be inexhaustible. Given the density of zombies in this area, the main force of the Night Order must be ahead. Old Joe crushed an energy stone embedded in a zombie's head and noted the dense mycelium within its body. After traversing 3 city blocks, a hemispherical structure came into view. It was once the Han City Science Museum, now cloaked in purple-black crystals resembling the exoskeleton of some creature. Atop the building, a black-red energy column soared skyward, piercing the clouds. The Tianji star column lay beneath, where this group was contaminating the star column's energy. Hong Liang activated his stellar vision and discerned a pure blue light deep underground, enveloped by the black-red energy, which was gradually encroaching. Suddenly, Xiao 12 pointed southeast, exclaiming, "Something is approaching. It's massive." The ground trembled as a 20-story building collapsed in the distance, from which emerged a 15-meter-tall giant, its body a fusion of crystal and metal. With a bare energy core in its chest, a tainted fragment of a star. A pinnacle level 7 synthetic entity. The energy readings continued to escalate. Lin Xiaoyu's vines instinctively raised their thorns, sensing the energy fluctuations and stating their observations. Hong Liang handed the mother body to Old Zhou, instructing, "Take Xiao 12 to locate the star column. I will hold it off with Xiaoyu." Just as Old Zhou was about to object, Hong Liang soared into the sky. 7 miniature star nuclei forming a killing formation in midair. Frostblade and Flame Devourer united, transforming into a 100-meter ice-fire tornado that hurled toward the giant's head. The giant raised its hand to block, its crystalline arm sheared away by more than half, yet fluid began to flow from the wound, initiating a rapid repair. Its weakness lies in the core of its chest. Lin Xiaoyu commanded the star vines, silver-white thorns erupting from the ground, to ensnare the giant's legs. The starry blossoms along the vines bloomed in succession, releasing purifying beams that temporarily suppressed the giant's regenerative capabilities. Seizing the opportunity, Hong Liang unleashed the breaking army starfall. He transformed into a meteor, hurtling toward the giant's chest, the spatial blade aimed directly at the energy core. Just as the blade was about to strike, the giant's chest suddenly split open, revealing a clone of the mother body. Dozens of white-haired youths connected by conduits surrounding the core, all simultaneously opening their eyes. "Brother!" Hundreds of mental shocks converged upon him, causing Hong Liang to falter, his attack trajectory veering off, merely scraping away a portion of the outer shell. "Brother Hong!" Lin Xiaoyu's cry echoed, as the giant retaliated with a crushing blow, driving Hong Liang into the ground. As the dust settled, 7 beams of starlight pierced through the earth, precisely targeting the giant's joints. Hong Liang leaped from the pit. His left armor bore cracks, but a surge of energy coursed through, restoring it to its former state. His fighting spirit surged to its zenith. Big Dipper Ice Fire Calamity. The bipolar star vortex operated at an extraordinary frequency as the icy and fiery cores attempted to merge. A torrent of intertwined blue and red energy surged towards the giant's chest, reducing the clones to ashes under the pure force of the stars, revealing the tainted core at its center. At that moment, the main body suddenly shrieked from Old Zhou's back, unleashing a similar black-red energy that formed an energy link straight to the giant's core. The giant appeared to be reinforced, its wounds healing instantaneously, and its size swelling once more. A dull tremor resonated from below, as a second beam of light ascended from the direction of the technology hall. Xiao 12 and the others had located the Tianji star pillar. Xiaoyu, prepare for the ultimate bloom. Hong Liang wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, channeling all remaining energy into his twin swords. Lin Xiaoyu understood the cue, retracting all the vines and compressing them into a silver orb in her palm. As the giant lunged again, both struck simultaneously, their ice-fire double swords spiraling in a vortex, forming a drill-like energy storm. Meanwhile, Lin Xiaoyu's orb unfurled upon impact into a sea of starry blossoms, with the two forces converging at the giant's chest, finally revealing cracks in the tainted core. Now is the moment. Hong Liang's left hand morphed into a claw as he activated Star Devourer. The black-red energy surged into him like a flood breaching its dam. The agonizing pain blurred his vision, yet his crystallized left hand became the perfect vessel, temporarily sealing the polluted energy. The giant, stripped of its core, collapsed with a thunderous crash, and Hong Liang knelt, his internal energy in chaos. The nascent third star core, representing the Tianji's azure essence, began to take shape amidst the torment, with three colors of energy forming a stable triangle in his dantian. As Hong Liang felt the newly acquired power, the Tianji star core bestowed upon him the ability of star shifting, enabling short-distance spatial leaps. Lin Xiaoyu helped him to his feet. Old Zhou has sent a signal. They have found the entrance. Upon reaching the technology hall, they discovered a massive sinkhole, 100 meters in diameter, with the Tianji star pillar standing tall at its bottom. 1/3 of its surface tainted. Xiao 12 stood before the stone pillar, the Beidou emblem on her forehead projecting pure starlight to counter the polluted energy. The main body was secured beside it with star rock chains by Old Zhou, still convulsing uncontrollably. Hong Liang noticed the base of the star pillar was inscribed with text from the star civilization, which, upon translation through inherited knowledge, bore a warning: weapon vault sealed. Accessible only by star envoys. Xiao 12, give it a try, Hong Liang instructed, pointing at the base. The young girl pressed her bloodied palm against the designated spot, and the star pillar suddenly became transparent, revealing a staircase within. A mechanical voice resonated, Tianji Armory activated, detecting the first star envoy, match rate 99, granting star oracle crown. A silver-white crown, adorned with 7 star gemstones, emerged from the pillar and automatically placed itself upon Xiao 12's head. In an instant, her pupils transformed into the color of the starry sky, countless visions of the future swirling within. I see the harbinger of the devourer has begun to awaken. Hidden within the body of the first commander of the Night Brigade, Xiao 12's voice echoed ethereally, her words sending a shiver down Hong Liang's spine. Chapter 73. Anchor point. Suddenly, the main body broke free from its restraints and lunged toward the star pillar, clutching the polluted area with both hands. Black-red energy surged frantically into its body, surprisingly alleviating the pollution of the star pillar. He is absorbing the energy of pollution? Lao Zhou gazed incredulously at the scene before him. However, Hong Liang sensed something amiss. No? He is transforming the energy through the lens of stellar vision. The maternal entity was converting the polluted energy into a peculiar frequency, emitting it into the cosmos through fragments of its brain, signals for the devourer. As the last vestiges of pollution were eradicated, the maternal entity collapsed to the ground, its chest heaving violently. Clarity returned to its eyes, now filled with dread and remorse as it looked towards the gathered crowd. They are using us to summon him. Each experimental subject serves as an anchor. He is coming. The maternal entity rasped. With the celestial pillar fully purified, a second mechanical voice resonated. The Tianji has been restored, granting access to the Tianji prediction technique. And weaponry permissions have been unlocked. The ground trembled. The ruins of the technology pavilion sank, revealing the architectural wonders of the stellar civilization below. Simultaneously, dozens of energy beams rose from the outskirts of Hanxing, signaling the arrival of the main forces of the Knight's Order. Hong Liang felt the newly formed triad star vortex within him as he gazed towards the most radiant golden beam in the distance. According to the prophecy of Xiao 12, it concealed the Grand Commander possessed by a messenger of the Devourer. Prepare for battle. This time, we shall take the initiative. Hong Liang retrieved a starlight longbow from the armory, its frame entwined with azure energy. A gentle pull would conjure an energy arrow. The maternal entity struggled to rise, starry patterns akin to those of Xiao 12 appearing on its forehead. Take me with you. I can disrupt his signals. The starry crown of Xiao 12 illuminated, projecting images of the impending 12-hour battle. At a crucial juncture, the maternal entity's choice would dictate the course of the entire conflict. The celestial compass hummed and vibrated. revealing that the energy of the Tianji pillar was forming a specific domain. Suddenly, Hong Liang comprehended that this would become their first true battlefield against the Devourer. Above the ruins of Hancheng, dark red clouds swirled like a vortex. Hong Liang stood at the entrance of the Tianji armory, three-colored stellar energy circulating within him. The starry crown atop Xiao 12 flickered with a faint glow as she suddenly grasped Hong Liang's arm, her pupils reflecting fragments of the future. "Uncle Hong, I see something in the golden beam. It seems to be consuming stars." The little girl's voice turned ethereal, her gaze losing focus as if she beheld something beyond comprehension. Before she could finish, Xiao 12 was seized by a violent coughing fit, a wisp of crystalline dust drifting from the corner of her mouth. Hong Liang's heart tightened as he reached out to catch the glimmering particles, examining them closely but failing to discern their purpose. "I sense something is amiss. Remove the crown." Hong Liang pressed on Xiao 12's shoulder, feeling the chaotic energy coursing through her frail body. He sensed her vital signs were unstable. Although he could not fathom the cause, an innate feeling of wrongness enveloped him. Yet, no matter how he tried, the crown seemed fused to Xiao 12's head, lifting her entirely. In desperation, Hong Liang could only admonish her to refrain from using her abilities. Lao Zhou emerged from the depths of the armory, dragging a metallic box, the star rock armor screeching against the ground. "I have found something remarkable. The energy stabilizer of the stellar civilization should effectively resolve the chaotic fluctuations of your tricolored energy." Hong Liang grasped the palm-sized hexagonal device and inserted it into a small compartment on the chest of his stellar armor. As the compartment's flap sealed shut, the icy blue, fiery red, and sky blue energies were immediately organized into a harmonious flow. However, Hong Liang distinctly sensed that this device merely offered a temporary remedy for the tumultuous triad within him. The equilibrium was exceedingly fragile. Any excessive use could precipitate an instantaneous collapse of the system. Suddenly, the mother body collapsed to the ground, cradling her head in her hands and emitting agonized moans. The star patterns on her forehead flickered erratically, and within her mind, fragments uncontrollably projected holographic images, countless cultivation pods arranged in a dim space, each containing a floating child, each adorned with varying forms of star patterns. "This is what the other star masters have done. The Knight's Order is polluting them," whispered Xiao 12, her crown illuminating once more. Yet, Hong Liang promptly grasped her wrist, cautioning, "Do not use that crown any further. I sense it is unsafe." "Where are these individuals?" Old Zhou inquired urgently. The mother body's trembling fingers traced 7 sets of numbers in the air, one of which flickered rapidly. It indicated a recent experimental base located less than 200 kilometers from Han City. Suddenly, Lin Xiaoyu's vines all stood erect. "They are coming." In the distance, a golden pillar of light abruptly expanded as the vanguard of the Knight's Order surged forth like a tidal wave. At the forefront, a black column shot skyward, from which a figure clad in golden armor emerged, 6 wings of pure energy unfurling behind him. "Who is that?" Hong Liang squinted, his stellar vision penetrating the blinding golden light, revealing a terrifying shadow within the figure, composed of countless fragments of stars, an avatar of the Devourer. Xiao 12 suddenly broke free from Hong Liang's grip, her crown erupting in blinding radiance. "In 3 minutes, there will be an energy rift in the southeast. Uncle Hong must strike there with the power of the Tianji star." However, as the prophecy concluded, her right fingertips began to crystallize at a visible pace. Under the stabilizer's control, the tricolored energy commenced operation. The spatial jump ability granted by the Tianji star core required precise calculations. Any misstep could result in parts of the body being trapped within the folds of space. Old Zhou shielded Xiao 12, while Xiaoyu set up a vine barrier. "Can you disrupt that signal source?" After assigning tasks to the two, Hong Liang turned to the silver-haired youth and inquired. The mother body silently nodded, her star patterns radiating an eerie black glow. The fragments in her mind functioned as both receiver and transmitter. It was a double-edged sword, and only by wielding it adeptly could they harm the enemy without inflicting injury upon themselves. The battle erupted in an instant. As the Knight's Order's augmented soldiers advanced with mechanical precision, their eyes glinting with the same black-red glow, evidently tainted by the will of the Devourer, now rendered into a semi-puppet state. Old Zhou roared, and the star rock armor resonated with the earth, erecting a 10-meter-high rock wall to temporarily halt the charge. "Now is the time." Xiao 12's youthful voice rang out, prompting Hong Liang to activate the star shift, transforming his body into a streak of light, appearing 30 meters southeast. Indeed, as he arrived here, the space fractured like glass, revealing the twisted shadows lurking behind. The celestial force of the Tianji star surged forth with all its might, and a spine-chilling, inhuman shriek echoed from the rift, as vast torrents of black and crimson energy gushed forth like blood. In Chapter 74, the vessel, the figure within the golden beam, suddenly turned, its 6 luminous wings fully unfurling. The voice of the Star Master, delectable yet haunting, resonated as though a multitude of voices overlapped. It was a frequency beyond human vocal cords. Hong Liang felt a violent quaking of the tricolored energy within him, particularly the newly formed Tianji star core, which grew increasingly unstable. He narrowly evaded a golden beam, yet his left arm's armor was grazed, vaporizing instantaneously. Worse still, the stabilizer began to glow red and warp due to overload. "Brother Hong, at 3 o'clock, Lin Xiaoyu called, as her vines interwove into a net, intercepting a barrage of energy projectiles. Her plants had evolved to possess energy-reflective properties, yet they still faltered under such concentrated firepower. Little 12's crown illuminated once more, and this time her entire right arm began to crystallize. "There's a weakness in the underground pipeline at the northwest corner," she began to say. But before she could finish, she expelled a plume of crystalline dust. Old Zhou hastily conjured a shield of starlight to protect her, yet it proved futile. The crystallization continued its slow encroachment. Suddenly, the mother body charged into the heart of the battlefield, her white hair dancing wildly amidst the energy storm. "I see the locations of all the anchor points." Her mind shards operated at full capacity, generating a signal interference field around the golden-armored figure, causing its movements to falter, the luminous wings becoming disordered. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Hong Liang bore the agony of energy backlash, channeling the tricolored star force into his spatial wrist blade. The Ice-Fire star core began to wither from overexertion, while the Tianji star core expanded uncontrollably, shattering the previously balanced triad equilibrium. As the wrist blade pierced the chest of the golden figure, Hong Liang felt his own veins rupture. The mask of the golden figure was struck off, revealing a face that felt eerily familiar. After a moment of contemplation, he recalled it was Albert, the very individual he had slain earlier. This body must be his clone. They had previously learned that the high-ranking members of this knightly order possessed clones and could transfer their consciousness. It appeared that this clone of Albert was particularly compatible with the Devourer, thus serving as its vessel. From the wound, the shadow of the Devourer surged forth, emitting a deafening shriek. "Vessel, we are all vessels," the fragmented lips murmured, echoing the words once spoken by the mother body. The black and crimson energy coiled around Hong Liang's arm like a living entity, and the crystallization rapidly spread to his shoulder. At a critical moment, the mother body lunged forward, grasping the head of the golden figure, her mind shards operating at an overload. 2 torrents of black and crimson energy collided violently. "Seek the other star envoys," were the last words of the white-haired youth. With a blinding flash, both the mother body and the golden figure transformed into crystalline dust. Dissipating into the air, the golden beam collapsed, and the knightly forces fell like puppets with severed strings. Hong Liang stood amidst the ruins, gasping for breath, gazing at his now crystallized left arm. The damage was more severe than ever before, beginning to spread toward his heart. Little 12 crawled over with her semi-crystallized form, her crown slipping away to transform into 7 celestial gemstones that fell to the ground. Uncle Hong must survive to find them. Her voice grew fainter until she was completely crystallized, becoming a statue that sparkled with starlight. Suddenly, the celestial compass projected a complete star map, with 7 red dots scattered across the globe, the nearest one flickering with a familiar frequency, a wave identical to fragments within the maternal brain. Other envoys at different experimental bases struggled to rise. Hong Liang fought against the pain as tricolored energy coursed through his fractured veins. Old Zhou silently lifted Little 12's crystallized body, while Lin Xiaoyu's vines gently wrapped around Hong Liang's injured left arm, temporarily suppressing the spread of crystallization. In the distance, the first rays of dawn pierced through the clouds. The battle was won, yet the war had only just begun. Hong Liang gazed towards the horizon, his starry vision capturing a massive shadow in space that was accelerating, the essence of the Devourer drawing near. The skies over Handan were shrouded in dark red clouds, resembling a gaping wound across the horizon. Standing atop the ruins of the Science Museum, Hong Liang's crystallized left arm refracted an eerie glow in the morning light. Below, the remnants of the knightly order continued their desperate resistance, but they were like caged beasts. "Old Zhou, there are 3 energy signatures in the southeast corner. Those foes are yours to handle." Hong Liang's voice resonated through the star link into his teammate's consciousness, his right hand conjuring 3 miniature star cores, their icy blue, fiery red, and azure hues intertwining. You rest. These minor nuisances are not for you to deal with. Old Joe grinned as the surface of his star armor displayed crater-like patterns. With a powerful stomp, a fissure extended like lightning over 100 meters, and as 3 silver-armored knights raised their weapons. The sudden upsurge of the ground impaled them through the chest. Lin Xiaoyu's celestial vines danced across the battlefield, silver tendrils entwined with starlight. Each piercing of an enemy blossoming into a purifying flower. The infected soldiers of the knightly order fell like marionettes with severed strings after the black-red energy was cleansed. Hong Liang took a deep breath, feeling the chaotic triad star vortex within him. The spatial jump ability granted by the Tianji star core was highly unstable. Each use akin to dancing on the edge of a blade, yet he had to take the risk at this moment. Star shift. In the instant of spatial distortion, Hong Liang appeared above the central square, where the last tainted Tianji star pillar of Handan stood, its surface encrusted with purple-black crystals. 7 red-robed bishops formed a formation around the stone pillar, these fanatics consumed by their zeal, oblivious to Hong Liang's descent, attempting to transform the last vestige of pure star power into sustenance for the devourer. Big Dipper Meteor. The 7 miniature star cores formed a lethal array in the air, as Hong Liang infused them with his tricolored energy. The ice-fire dual-polar star vortex operated at overload, the azure Tianji star power coiling around the 7 bishops. In their desperate attempt to fully corrupt the star pillar, they were horrified to discover that their black-red spells were completely suppressed. Star Master, you cannot stop us. The leading bishop's face contorted, his voice mingling with an inhuman hum. Hong Liang spoke without superfluous words, and the spatial blade traced a perfect arc, severing 7 heads simultaneously. Black and red energy gushed forth from the severed necks, yet was evaporated by the tricolored star force upon contact with the air, having eliminated the last 7 bishops. Hong Liang approached Xiao Shire, kneeling on one knee and gently caressing the crystallized girl. Xiao Shire's statue retained its final pose, the star emblem on her forehead still flickering with faint light. The star crown atop her head had fallen, transforming into 7 starry gemstones upon hitting the ground. As Hong Liang drew closer, they levitated swiftly, embedding themselves into his battle armor. Chapter 75. Temporary Suppression. Old Zhou, drenched in blood, approached. Although his appearance was fearsome, it was merely the blood of enemies. He had sustained no injuries. He spat out some blood foam. These bastards are more troublesome than zombies. By the way, Hong Liang, have you noticed? We've ventured to many places, and aside from Li Weigua's side, where there are still numerous survivors, and the persistent encounters with the Knight's Order, we haven't discovered any other survivors. This seems amiss, doesn't it? Even if the chances of survival are low, considering the population density of our great Xia, the likelihood of encountering survivors should be higher than that of not seeing any zombies. I have pondered this as well, Hong Liang replied. However, apart from Xianqing and Li Weigua's area, I too have not found any survivors. Even if the Knight's Order continues to capture people, they cannot possibly eradicate all survivors. We must not only eliminate the living forces of the Knight's Order below, but also capture some prisoners to inquire about the whereabouts of the survivors. Hong Liang nodded. Lin Xiaoyu's vines gently entwined around Hong Liang's injured left arm. Right now, you must focus on halting the spread of crystallization. Other matters can wait until you recover. Hong Liang nodded and summoned the 7 star gemstones that had merged with his battle armor, placing them sequentially into the recesses of the star pillar's surface. Click. Each gemstone effortlessly clicked into place, emitting a soft sound. As the final gemstone was embedded, pure star force cascaded down like a waterfall, swiftly dissolving the purplish-black crystal to reveal the original cloud pattern of the star pillar. The mechanical voice resonated in Hong Liang's mind. Tianji has returned to its rightful place. Purification complete. Detecting the inheritor of the Star Master, granting Tianji battle array technique. Subsequently, a torrent of information flooded into Hong Liang's consciousness, revealing the Star Civilization's array techniques against the Devourers. More crucially, under the cleansing of the pure star force, the tricolored energy began to rebalance. The ice blue and crimson star cores ceased to shrink, while the azure star core no longer expanded, forming a perfect triangle at the dantian. To Hong Liang's astonishment, the crystallization of his left arm began to reverse. The black-red patterns beneath his skin receded like a receding tide, replaced by flowing star patterns. His battle armor automatically repaired itself, revealing a more intricate star map on its surface. Old Zhou widened his eyes. Good lad. Have you broken through again? Early stage of the 8th rank. Hong Liang clenched his fists, feeling an unprecedented surge of power. The tri-star vortex had finally stabilized. allowing for the free conversion of the three attributes of star force. With a mere thought, the Frost Whisper and Flame Devour dual swords coalesced in his grasp, their blades entwined with tricolored arcs of electricity. At that moment, the crystal statue of Little 12 unexpectedly projected a celestial map, suspended in midair, with 7 red dots scattered across the globe. Each was accompanied by inscriptions in the language of the star civilizations. Hong Liang recognized through the inherited knowledge that these 7 locations were all situated in the northern regions of the Great Xia, likely the residences of other star envoys. Other star envoys? Lin Xiaoyu uttered softly, her vines instinctively reaching toward the celestial map, blooming with silver flowers upon contact. The nearest base was in Shurqing, less than 300 kilometers away. Hong Liang scrutinized the map and discovered that each red dot was connected by dashed lines, ultimately pointing to a specific coordinate in space, the location of the Devourer's core. Based on the length of the dashed lines, it would reach Earth's orbit within 3 months. The interference from the core is only temporary. We must swiftly locate the other star envoys and activate all the star pillars before the Devourer arrives, Hong Liang asserted gravely. Old Zhou patted the crystal statue of Little 12 on his back, remarking, "This little girl has shown us the way before departing." Suddenly, Lin Xiaoyu pointed to a corner of the celestial map. "Look here, there's a flickering marker." She then magnified the area, revealing a segment of encrypted information. Once decoded by the star compass, the content caused everyone's expressions to darken. 2 star envoys had already been completely corrupted. They were becoming anchor points for the Devourer's descent. Hong Liang recalled the dying words of the core, "Containers, we are all containers." The knights were not only purifying the power of the stars through the star envoys, but were also transforming them into vessels for the Devourer's arrival. "Pack your things. We depart in an hour. First, we'll head to Shurqing to rescue the nearest star envoy. Saving him is also saving ourselves," Hong Liang declared firmly, folding the celestial map, the 3-colored star energy swirling in his eyes. Old Zhou inspected the star rock generator he had found in the armory. This device can create a temporary star energy field. It should come in handy on our journey. Meanwhile, Lin Xiaoyu gathered energy stones from the battlefield, her vines having evolved the ability to discern the special crystals most suited for replenishing the 3-colored star energy. Standing before the purified Tianji star pillar, Hong Liang placed his palm upon its surface. Through the connection of the Star Master's inheritance, he sensed the status of the global star pillar network. The 4 pillars, Xiaowang, Kaiyang, Yuheng, and Tianquan, had fully restored, yet the Tianji, Tianxian, and Tianchu pillars remained tainted. The most dire situation was at the Xiaowang star pillar, located in the Tianji of Shangjing, which was continuously transmitting signals into space, providing coordinates that accelerated the Devourer's journey. "We are falling too far behind," Hong Liang murmured, his body's crystallization receding, yet subtle star patterns lingered on his left arm, a reminder of his connection to the Devourer. While absorbing the corrupt energy, he vaguely sensed the terrifying essence of that existence. It was not destruction but transformation, converting all star energy into its sustenance. Old Zhou's booming voice interrupted his thoughts. "Hong Liang, I've discovered something remarkable." This was found in the armory, inscribed with only the Star Master may unlock. He approached, dragging a metallic box inscribed with celestial characters along its surface. Hong Liang pressed his palm against the identification area, and the box responded with a click, revealing a uniquely designed weapon nestled inside, an amalgamation of a spear and a bow, pulsating with tricolored stellar energy. The Tianji Star Radiant Spear could unleash arrows infused with 3 distinct attributes of stellar power, reaching its maximum potential only when paired with a complete 7-star array. Knowledge of its operation surfaced instinctively, and Hong Liang quickly grasped its usage. As soon as he grasped the spear's handle, the weapon automatically adjusted its form, fitting seamlessly with his trilateral star vortex. He attempted to channel a modicum of stellar energy, and the spear's tip immediately coalesced into a sphere of tricolored light. "Excellent. Now we have a means for ultra-long-range attacks." Old Zhou grinned, for all 3 of them lacked capabilities for such distant strikes. Even Hong Liang's flying sword could scarcely reach a few kilometers to claim a foe's head. Lin Xiaoyu approached, presenting Hong Liang with a quiver woven from celestial vines. "Brother Hong, this is a quiver I crafted from star vines. It can automatically attach arrows imbued with varying energies, tailored to your stellar power." Hong Liang affixed the quiver to his waist, discovering it resonated with the Star Radiant Spear. The starry blossoms entwined within the vines corresponded perfectly to the 3 attributes of stellar energy. Chapter 76, Stone City, Let Us Depart. Hong Liang cast one last glance at the ruins of Han City, where the remnants of the nightly order mingled with the shattered remains of crystallized zombies, all glinting with an eerie luminescence in the morning light. This city of death had finally fulfilled its purpose, becoming the first battlefield for humanity's counteroffensive against the Devourers. The three of them, accompanied by the crystalline statue of Shao 12, ventured beyond the city gates. Hong Liang's newfound ability, Stellar Sprint, allowed him to perform short-range spatial jumps with two companions, significantly reducing their chances of encountering danger. After purifying the star pillar, both Old Zhou and Lin Xiaoyu reaped benefits. Old Zhou's star rock armor had seen remarkable improvement in its flying capabilities, now requiring only one energy stone instead of 3 for its flight function. Lin Xiaoyu, on the other hand, merely needed to insert some star vines to substitute for an energy stone, and her armor was incredibly light, allowing her to soar like a forest sprite. In the wilds outside Stone City, 3 figures cast long shadows under the setting sun. Hong Liang walked at the forefront, the star patterns on his left arm flickering in the twilight. Old Zhou carried the already crystallized Shao 12 on his back, while Lin Xiaoyu's vines moved cautiously around them, the silver tendrils adorned with starry flowers swaying gently in the evening breeze. Ahead lay Stone City. Hong Liang halted, his stellar vision piercing through a distance of 20 kilometers, clearly delineating the city's outline. To his astonishment, he discovered numerous signs of human activity at the city's periphery, neatly arranged farmland, repaired walls, and even patrolling groups. Old Zhou squinted, saying, "Goodness, I thought all survivors had perished. To finally see living souls here is quite remarkable." Suddenly, Lin Xiaoyu's vine stood erect, sensing something amiss. "But I feel something is off. The energy fluctuations emanating from those people are rather peculiar." Hong Liang also sensed the anomaly. In his starry vision, the energy fields of the survivors resembled a frozen lake, completely still, a most unnatural occurrence. The energy within a normal human is fluid. It cannot be entirely motionless. The individuals here appeared as if captured in a still photograph. "Proceed with caution. There may be traps," Hong Liang warned in a hushed tone, as the tricolored star power flowed gently through his meridians. When he attempted to harness the New Jersey star power to enhance his vision, the star patterns on his left arm suddenly flickered with a dangerous black-red glow, causing a slight disturbance in the Sankai star vortex. He had to halt the energy manipulation, beads of fine sweat forming on his forehead. The trio stealthily approached within 2 kilometers of the city wall, taking refuge behind an abandoned gas station to observe. The patrolling guards moved with mechanical repetition, returning to their starting point every 5 minutes to begin the same route anew. Even more bizarrely, the thousands of survivors within the city maintained fixed postures. Some were tilling the soil, others engaged in conversation, but all appeared as though the play button had been pressed on pause. "What sorcery is this?" Old Zhou muttered, his star armor's surface patterns flickering uneasily. Hong Liang gently caressed the star patterns on his left arm, forcing the chaotic energy to subside. "This is not sorcery. It is a temporal ability that has reduced the flow of time in this region to a near standstill." At that moment, Shao 12's crystal statue emitted a faint glow, and the vines and flowers entwined around her burst into bloom, casting a blurred star map. Hong Liang immediately retrieved the celestial compass, which resonated with the statue, revealing a red dot located at the center of the city. According to the symbol, this was the position of the 3rd star envoy. "The Knights are conducting experiments using the star envoy," he noted. "My vines can sense a vast energy network beneath us, with the focal point situated in the city square." Lin Xiaoyu's fingertips sprouted a slender vine, gently touching the ground before she spoke. After a moment of contemplation, Hong Liang made a decision. "Old Zhou, stay on the periphery to provide support. Xiaoyu and I will infiltrate. If we do not return within 2 hours, use the star cannon to blast open the city wall and create chaos." Old Zhou, somewhat reluctant, nodded, carefully placing Shao 12's statue in a concealed spot. "You too be careful. I have a strong feeling this place is cursed." Under the cover of dusk, Hong Liang activated the star shift, instantaneously transporting himself and Lin Xiaoyu to the shadow of the city wall. The star patterns on his left arm flickered once more, this time the black-red glow more pronounced. Writhing as if alive, Lin Xiaoyu glanced at him with concern, but said nothing. The guards atop the wall continued their mechanical patrol, showing no reaction to the duo's infiltration. Hong Liang noted that the guards' eyes exhibited an unnatural silvery gray hue, with hourglass patterns faintly visible within their pupils. Have these individuals fallen victim to the sands of time? Hong Liang recalled a forbidden technique mentioned in the records of star civilizations, capable of altering the flow of time by 1,000-fold in localized areas. Could it be that the Knights have discovered a star envoy capable of controlling time? This could spell trouble, he murmured. They stealthily made their way along the main road towards the city center. The sights along the journey were eerily haunting. Diners and restaurants perpetually held their chopsticks aloft. Children were frozen mid-leap in their playful antics, and even the birds in the sky remained suspended in their flapping motion. Everything was shrouded in a bizarre silence, disrupted only by the resounding footsteps of Hong Liang and Lin Xiaoyu. Are they still alive? Lin Xiaoyu whispered, as a vine cautiously brushed against a motionless woman. Sensing faint signs of life, Hong Liang nodded. The flow of time differs. For them, only mere seconds may have passed. But his words abruptly halted as he suddenly pulled Lin Xiaoyu to shelter behind a wall. Ahead, at the intersection, for figures clad in silver robes were escorting a girl bound in chains. She appeared to be around 15 or 16, with silver hair cascading to her waist, her eyes obscured by a metallic blindfold. Shackles adorned her wrists and ankles, each etched with an hourglass motif. Most startling of all was the hourglass-shaped star mark on her forehead, which radiated visible ripples of time outward. Her name must be Shiyu, the third star envoy. Hong Liang breathed, witnessing the complete distortion of space and time surrounding the girl. Yet, the shackles seemed to control her, rendering her incapable of resistance as she was subjected to the will of the knights. The silver-robed figures brought Shiyu to the crystal pillar in the center of the square, brutally pressing her head against its surface. The crystal pillar instantly illuminated with a silvery glow, and Shiyu emitted a pained whimper as more temporal energy was forcibly extracted and transmitted through the underground network to various parts of the city. Are they using her as a battery? These brutes deserve to be punished, Lin Xiaoyu seethed, clenching her fists as the flowers on the vines transformed into a dangerous crimson hue. Hong Liang surveyed the guards' positions and the terrain, swiftly devising a plan. I will handle the silver-robed figures while you sever the energy transmission. Be cautious not to meet Shiyu's gaze. The abilities of a Time Star Envoy can directly affect the observer. Chapter 77. The Time Star Envoy. Just as they prepared to act, an intense pain surged through Hong Liang's left arm, the star mark erupting with an unprecedented black-red radiance. Simultaneously, Shiyu abruptly raised her head, despite her blinded eyes. She fixed her gaze precisely upon their hiding place. Star Master, flee. Her voice resonated as if echoing from a distant time and space, reaching Hong Liang's ears. The silver-robed figures immediately heightened their vigilance. One pressed a button on a control device, causing Shiyu to scream in agony, her body convulsing violently. Even more terrifying was the ensuing chaos in the city's temporal field, as the frozen survivors flickered like a malfunctioning projection. We've been discovered. Attack! Hong Liang disregarded the tumult of energy, unleashing his full power as he activated Star Shift, instantly appearing behind the silver-robed figures. The Celestial Star Radiance gun thrust forth, piercing through one enemy's chest with a tricolored energy blast. The remaining 3 silver-robed figures quickly formed a formation, their silver badges projecting an hourglass pattern, creating a time deceleration field. Hong Liang's movements became sluggish, as if ensnared in glue. Gritting his teeth, he activated the 3 talents Star Vortex, overloading the Ice and Fire Star Core to forcibly counteract the effects of time. As Lin Xiaoyu's vines took the opportunity to burrow underground, the silvery tendrils spread along the energy network, while the stellar flowers blossomed at critical nodes, releasing purifying energy. The silver light of the crystal pillar began to flicker erratically, and cracks appeared in the chains binding Shiyu. Stop them. The bishop requires this star envoy, bellowed the leading figure in silver robes, subsequently retrieving an hourglass-shaped device from his ring. Hong Liang felt the star patterns on his left arm burn like a red-hot iron. As the will of the devourer attempted to invade his consciousness through this connection, he endured the excruciating pain and switched the starburst gun to the Tianjibao mode, releasing a turquoise energy arrow that struck the hourglass device with pinpoint precision. Boom! The temporal field collapsed instantaneously, the resulting shockwave sending everyone flying. Hong Liang crashed against the wall, the tri-star vortex within him completely thrown into chaos. As the 3 energies rampaged through his body, he coughed up blood laced with starlight, his left arm now shrouded entirely in black-red radiance. The shackles on Shiyu's hands and feet shattered in an instant, granting her the opportunity to break free from her bonds. She tore off her blindfold, revealing eyes devoid of pupils, filled only with flowing silver sand. As her gaze swept over the silver-robed men, they seemed to rewind, their actions reverting to a state from several minutes prior, even their wounds disappearing. Star Master, save me. Shiyu weakly extended her hand toward Hong Liang, her temporal ability evidently exhausted. Lin Xiaoyu's vines swiftly wove into a stretcher, gently lifting Shiyu. Hong Liang struggled to rise, his left arm uncontrollably raised, pointing toward the northern part of the city, where a clock tower loomed, a second crystal suspended at its pinnacle. Another node must be destroyed. Hong Liang's voice grew hoarse. As the will of the devourer continued to influence him through the star patterns, he needed to act swiftly. Suddenly, Old Zhou's voice came through the stellar link. Hong Liang. A large contingent of nightly reinforcements has appeared outside the city. At least 300, led by an elderly man in golden-red robes. Hong Liang glanced at the weakened Xiyu and the exhausted Lin Xiaoyu, feeling the surging energy within him. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and made a decision. Old Zhou, prepare the Starstone explosive. Xiaoyu, take Xiyu to the northern clock tower. I will hold off the reinforcements. Are you insane? How can you fight in your current state? Lin Xiaoyu grasped his arm, only to be burned by the black-red energy. Watching the dying black flames on her fingers, she anxiously implored, you can't do this. Hong Liang offered a reassuring smile. There is a saying in the Star Master's legacy, sometimes protection means sacrifice. Tell her I will find a way to awaken her. He then turned towards the direction of the statue of Shao 12 and declared, now, I must go. With that, Hong Liang activated Star Shift, appearing directly outside the city gate. The elderly man in golden-red robes had just led his troops to arrive when he spotted a man with a left arm entwined in black-red energy and eyes shimmering with tricolored starlight, standing defiantly in the middle of the road. Star Master? It seems the devourer was right. You have indeed walked into the trap. The elder squinted, a smirk playing on his lips as he regarded Hong Liang. Hong Liang, without uttering a word, channeled all his inner energy into the star gleam gun. The icy blue, crimson, and azure energies intertwined in a spiraling dance, coalescing into a resplendent beam of light. He was acutely aware that this strike might lead to his own undoing, as the uncontrolled energy could very well rebound upon him. Yet, he found himself bereft of alternatives. The three talents of the Big Dipper. The beam pierced through the enemy formation, vaporizing the knights in its path. While the hastily erected defense of the elder in the golden-red robe crumbled like paper, half of him vanishing into the radiance. However, Hong Liang paid a price. His left arm star patterns erupted entirely, and the black-red energy surged upwards like a venomous serpent, just as the energy threatened to invade his heart. A wave of cool silver energy suddenly surged from the direction of the city, momentarily suppressing the spread of the black-red energy. Turning to look, Hong Liang saw that the crystal atop the North Bell Tower had shattered. Yu, supported by Lin Xiaoyu, was transferring the last remnants of temporal energy to him. You must leave. They have activated the self-destruct mechanism. Though her voice was faint, akin to a whisper, it pierced through to Hong Liang's ears with clarity. The central crystal column of the city began to overload, the silver light transforming into a perilous crimson. Hong Liang summoned his strength for one final short-range star shift, retreating with his comrades to a safe distance. Boom! A silver mushroom cloud erupted at the heart of the stone city, yet strangely, the explosion was contained within the city walls, with not a trace of energy escaping. As the brilliance faded, the entire city vanished without a trace, leaving behind a flawless hemispherical crater. Time has been obliterated. They have sent the entire city to the end of time, Yu explained weakly. Old Zhou approached, carrying the now silent statue of Little 12, his expression grim. What of the survivors? He inquired. Yu lowered her head, her silver hair veiling her face. They are forever suspended in that final moment. The four stood in solemn silence, gazing at the vast crater. Hong Liang's left arm's star patterns continued to flicker with a dangerous light, though now considerably dimmed. Yu's temporal energy had temporarily stabilized his condition, but the balance of the three-talent star vortex had been irrevocably shattered. The knights are experimenting with the abilities of the star users. They seek the ideal environment for the Devourer's arrival, Hong Liang rasped. Yu nodded, the hourglass star pattern on her forehead already showing signs of fracture. I am the third. The first two have been completely tainted, and they are preparing for the final ritual. Suddenly, Lin Xiaoyu exclaimed, look, the statue of Little 12. Chapter 78. The awakening hope in the twilight glow, the crystalline statue emanated a gentle starlight, with the entwining vines and flowers all pointing towards the northeast. The location of the next city, where the Tianxian star pillar stood. More astonishingly, the arrangement of the flowers subtly formed celestial characters. Star tears can awaken. Hong Liang gently caressed the statue, sensing a faint, yet resolute wave of consciousness. Little 12 had not entirely vanished. Her essence as a star user was preserved within the crystal, awaiting the moment of revival. Hong Liang, setting aside his sorrow, refocused his gaze with determination. There must be answers awaiting us there. Yu struggled to rise, declaring, I shall guide you along the secret route known to the Nightly Order. As night fully enveloped the landscape, the silhouettes of the four vanished into the wilderness. Above them, a colossal shadow drew nearer, its gravitational pull beginning to influence the orbits of Earth satellites. In laboratories situated in the northern reaches of the Great Xia, the imprisoned star envoys simultaneously opened their eyes, their star patterns flickering as if responding to a distant summons. The ruins of Stone City shimmered with an eerie silver gray in the dawn's faint light. Hong Liang stood at the edge of a vast pit in the city center, his left arm's star pattern pulsating uncontrollably with black and red luminescence. Shiryu leaned weakly against a shattered wall, the hourglass star pattern on his forehead marred by web-like cracks. The star pillar remained. They could not move it, and could only conceal it within the rifts of time and space using their abilities. Suddenly, Shiryu lifted his gaze, his silver pupils staring into the void as he spoke. Lao Zhou carefully placed the crystal statue of Shao 12 on the ground, the starry armor producing a dull thud. How did you uncover it? Your words suggest it has been trapped in another dimension. Lin Xiaoyu's vine gently brushed the edge of the pit. The silvery tendril abruptly stiffened, and she quickly retracted it. Noticing crystallization at its tip, the remnants of time render my plant dormant here. Hong Liang closed his eyes, feeling the sharp pain transmitted by his left arm's star pattern. The will of the devourer clung to him like a stubborn affliction, persistently attempting to invade his consciousness. Yet at that moment, this painful connection transformed into an advantage, allowing him to vaguely sense the concealed location of the star pillar. I must attempt a perilous method, using the energy of the devourer to reverse locate the star pillar. Hong Liang declared, his eyes opening to reveal swirling tricolored star energy, his tone resolute. Are you out of your mind? That wretched entity is waiting for you to wield its power. Once you do, it will pinpoint your location. Lao Zhou exclaimed, gripping his shoulder firmly. Hong Liang gazed at Shao 12's statue, its crystal surface reflecting the morning light, with what appeared to be a nebulous swirling within. She has not abandoned us, nor shall I surrender hope. Besides, there is no certainty that disaster will strike. Have faith. Wait for my signal before you two act. After speaking, he patted Lao Zhou's shoulder and advanced towards the center of the pit. Lin Xiaoyu attempted to use her vines to obstruct him, but Shiryu gently stopped her. He must try. This is the destiny of the Star Master. His voice echoed as if resonating from a distant time and space. Hong Liang stood where the city square once thrived, inhaling deeply as he intentionally directed the black and red energy from his left arm. A wave of agony surged through him, and strange patterns emerged beneath his skin, resembling a totem crafted from countless shards of stars. Sweat trickled down his chin, solidifying into black crystals upon touching the ground. I found it. Hong Liang suddenly lifted his head, his right hand brandishing the Tianji star spear, aimed at a point in the sky. The tricolored star energy spiraled forth, colliding with an invisible barrier 10 meters above the ground. The space shattered like a broken mirror, revealing the Tianji star pillar, faintly visible behind the rift. The surface of the celestial pillar was adorned with a silver time seal, remnants of the energy from the language of time still in effect. Hong Liang gritted his teeth and continued to channel stellar energy. The dark red energy from his left arm interwove with the tricolor stellar force, creating an unstable equilibrium. Old Zhou, Lin Xiaoyu. Now, Hong Liang shouted, his voice hoarse from pain. The two immediately sprang into action. Old Zhou's star rock battle armor operated at full power, his fist striking the ground, causing a rock pillar to erupt from the earth, lifting Hong Liang to the fissure. Lin Xiaoyu wove all her vines into a giant net, catching the fragments of the celestial pillar that tumbled from the crack. The moment the silver seal was shattered, Hong Liang felt a pure torrent of Tianji stellar energy cascading down like a waterfall. He spread his arms to embrace this force, while the chaotic Sankai star vortex within him spun violently, attempting to accommodate this immense energy. As the four symbols returned to their rightful places, Hong Liang struggled to maintain his consciousness amidst the energy storm, the inherited knowledge of star civilization surfacing automatically. The Sankai star vortex began to reorganize, the embryonic form of the fourth star core flickering into existence in his dantian, representing the Tianquan's purple star core. The three on the ground watched anxiously as the energy vortex swirled in the air. Suddenly, the crystal statue of Shao 12 erupted with dazzling brilliance, a beam of starlight piercing Hong Liang's chest. What is this? Lin Xiaoyu exclaimed, as the starlit flowers on her vines bloomed in full splendor. Empowered by the starlight, the energy within Hong Liang accelerated its reformation. The ice blue, crimson, and azure star cores arranged themselves in a triangular formation, with a purple light point emerging at the center. The four energies began to form a perfect cycle, the dark red energy from his left arm gradually suppressed. The color of the star patterns transforming from sinister black-red to pure deep purple. The four-symbol star array was complete. Hong Liang opened his eyes, the four colors of stellar energy circulating around his body. He gently landed, each step leaving glimmering starlit footprints on the scorched earth. Old Zhou strode forward, delivering a hearty punch to Hong Liang's shoulder. Good lad, peak of the 8th rank. Hong Liang nodded, feeling the surging new power within him. Not just a level increase. The balance of the four symbols prevents the corruption of the devourer from affecting me any longer, and this connection has become bidirectional. He raised his left arm. The former star patterns now transformed into a miniature depiction of the Big Dipper. Shiryu staggered closer, her silver hair dancing in the energy's aftermath. Can you sense his plan? It's vague, but sufficient for a warning. The Great Xia is completely protected by the 7-star pillars. If he wishes to descend, he must locate a key node, most likely requiring 7 anchor points to disrupt the protection of the 7-star pillars. Hong Liang furrowed his brow, deciphering the fragments of memory flashing through his mind. Xiao 12's statue glowed once more, this time projecting starlight that formed a line of celestial script in the air. Star tears awaken, Tianxian hides the heart. Star tears? What is this? Lin Xiaoyu gently touched the line of script, and a crystalline flower resembling a teardrop bloomed at the tip of her vine, shimmering brilliantly. The star tears must be the ultimate healing technique of the celestial civilization. Within the Tianji star pillar lies the star tears capable of reshaping the form of life. That might be the key to awakening Xiao 12, perhaps even reversing her complete crystallization. A glimmer of hope flickered in Hong Liang's eyes as he spoke. Chapter 79, The Celestial Pillar. Suddenly, Shiryu was seized by a violent cough, silver particles spilling from the corner of her mouth. Astonishingly, these luminous particles hovered in the air, descending at an unusually languid pace. Your temporal flow is altered, Lin Xiaoyu gasped. The cost of overexerting my abilities. I now exist in a different temporal dimension from you. Shiryu forced a wry smile, her voice fluctuating in speed. Hong Liang, employing the newly acquired power of the Tianxian star, scanned Shiryu and discerned that her body was indeed oscillating between varying speeds. This could be fortuitous, he mused. The temporal anomaly renders the devourer incapable of pinpointing your location, potentially becoming our unexpected weapon in the final confrontation. He pondered for a moment before continuing. Old Zhou has prepared the equipment. The star rock armor clanged with metallic resonance. Where is the next celestial pillar? Hong Liang gazed northeast, the four-symbol star array enhancing his astrological perception, allowing him to distinctly sense the pure celestial energy emanating from several kilometers away. Hold on. We shall soon discover a method to reverse the crystallization. Hong Liang approached the statue of Xiao 12, gently caressing the surface of the crystal. To his astonishment, he felt a faint consciousness emanating from within, akin to the breath of a slumbering being. Lin Xiaoyu skillfully wove a special backpack from star vines, carefully placing the statue within. The starry blossoms entwined around the statue spontaneously, forming a protective barrier. Shiryu stood atop the ruins, her silver eyes gazing towards the increasingly radiant sky. The knights will not easily relinquish control of the 2 fully corrupted star envoys, she remarked. Thus, we must act swiftly. With each purified pillar, our chances against the devourer increase. Hong Liang unfurled the star compass, the newly acquired 4-symbol star power activating additional functions. On the holographic map projected by the compass, 4 of the 7 luminous points had transformed into blue, just as the team prepared to set out. A sudden sting pierced Hong Liang's left arm. A fragment of consciousness from the devourer intruded forcefully in the darkness of space. 7 tainted stars arranged themselves in a spoon-like formation, with a black hole forming at the center. A blurred figure stood before the black hole, cradling 2 pulsating hearts, cores of the 2 completely corrupted star envoys. It is accelerating its plan. We must purify all the pillars post-haste, or the devourer will arrive prematurely. Hong Liang gasped, shaking off the chilling fragment of consciousness. The 4 departed from the ruins of Stone City, heading northeast. Hong Liang led the way, the 4-symbol star power enabling him to teleport short distances, deftly avoiding hazardous areas. Lin Xiaoyu's vines wove into a net, supporting Shiryu and the statue of Xiao 12 in their wake, while old Zhou brought up the rear, leaving solid footprints in his star rock armor. At midday, they paused to rest on a high ground. Hong Liang closed his eyes in meditation, attempting to actively connect with the star patterns on his left arm. To his surprise, he distinctly envisioned the secret assembly of the knights. Bishops clad in golden red robes encircled a floating crystal ball. within which were two children completely eroded by black and red energy. The remaining celestial pillars seemed to be safeguarded by individuals who are not members of the Knight's Order. As suddenly declared by Hong Liang, Shiyu was accelerating the growth of plants in a designated area to replenish the team's food supply. Upon hearing Hong Liang's words, her silver eyes shimmered with delight. That is splendid. Dealing with survivors is far more agreeable than with the knights. Lin Xiaoyu examined the statue of Shao 12 and unexpectedly noticed a droplet of liquid starlight forming within the crystal, flowing along a specific trajectory. Brother Hong, look at this. The droplet of starlight slowly rotated at the heart of the statue, emanating a gentle glow. When Hong Liang made contact with it using the power of the celestial star, an encrypted message directly entered his consciousness. Tears of the stars condense. The heart's lamp remains unextinguished. The celestial pillar conceals a mirror, and the reflection is the truth. Within that celestial pillar lies a mirror, not an ordinary one, but a heart mirror utilized by the celestial civilization to preserve the essence of life. Hong Liang conveyed this revelation to the others. Old Zhou, chewing on the fruits summoned by Shiyu, mumbled in confusion. So, what we seek is not a pillar, but a mirror? The pillar serves as the vessel, while the heart mirror is the key. If we can position Shao 12 statue before the heart mirror, in conjunction with the power of the star tears, we may have the chance to reverse her crystalline state, Hong Liang exclaimed with excitement. Suddenly, Shiyu rose to her feet, her silver hair moving as if stirred by an unseen wind, her voice taking on an unusually slow cadence. Someone is coming. It is the Knight's Order. As her words fell, 3 dark figures appeared in the distant sky, rapidly enlarging. Hong Liang's celestial star power immediately identified them as the Knight's aerial scouts, transformed, mutated flying creatures, upon which silver-armored knights rode. Conceal, Hong Liang commanded, as the 4-symbol star power unfurled a camouflage field, enveloping the team. The scouts swept overhead, seemingly oblivious to any anomalies. However, just as they were about to exit their line of sight, one of the mutated creatures abruptly veered, its crimson eyes fixed intently on the location where the team was hidden. Have we been discovered? Old Zhou instantly shifted into a battle-ready stance. Yet Hong Liang pressed his shoulder. No, it is observing my left arm, the Devourer, which is pinpointing our location through the star patterns. Once they lock onto our exact position, a large force will soon descend. Hong Liang's words sent a chill through everyone. Now is not the time for a direct confrontation with the knights. Shiyu made a decisive call, forming hand seals as a silver wave radiated outward, reducing the flow of time within a 100-meter radius to 1/10 its normal speed. Hurry, my ability cannot be maintained for long, she said, silver particles spilling from her lips. The team hastily retreated, with Hong Liang contemplating strategies as they ran. The star patterns on his left arm posed both a threat and an opportunity. If he could gain complete control of this bidirectional channel, it could not only thwart the Devourer's surveillance, but also actively gather intelligence. The 4-symbol star array operated steadily within him, and Hong Liang attempted to envelop the star patterns with celestial star power. To his delight, the purple energy indeed managed to temporarily obscure the connection, though this method was immensely taxing and could not be sustained. We need to hasten our pace. The knights have already locked onto this area, Hong Liang remarked, gazing towards the shadows emerging on the horizon. Lin Xiaoyu's vines suddenly pointed towards a mountain range in the northeast, where I sensed a powerful surge of life, akin to an unseen barrier. Hong Liang activated the stellar compass, and its needle spun wildly before fixating on that mountain. The remaining Tianji star pillar lies within its depths. There are indeed living souls. This unexpected discovery invigorated the team's spirit. Lao Zhou quickened his pace, the star rock armor glinting with a metallic sheen in the sunlight. At last, we might encounter other living beings beyond ourselves and the knights. However, Shiyu appeared troubled. We must be cautious. The survivors may not welcome outsiders. Chapter 80. The return of Little 12. As they drew nearer, Hong Liang's 4-symbol star array sensed the energy more intensely, with the Tianji star force acting as a compass, guiding them deeper into the mountain. The star tears within Little 12's statue grew increasingly vibrant, resembling a wayward traveler nearing home. Upon surmounting the final ridge, the sight before them rendered everyone breathless. A semicircular energy barrier enveloped the valley, revealing orderly farmlands and modest structures within. From outside the valley, the energy screen appeared utterly empty. Had it not been for Hong Liang's ability to perceive the Tianji star pillar, they would never have discovered the hidden treasures of this valley. Most striking was the star pillar in the valley's center, adorned with cloud patterns, boldly embedded in the mountainside. At its pinnacle, a palm-sized silver circular mirror floated, reflecting the sunlight that graced its surface. Hong Liang tested the strength of the energy barrier and realized that even with all his might, it would take several hours to breach it. Such a lengthy endeavor, and the noise of breaking through would surely attract the night's patrol. The last star pillar. And that mirror must be the heart mirror, he thought, seeing hope for little 12's revival, his voice trembling slightly with anticipation. Yet, before they could advance, the barrier rippled, and a fully armed group of survivors appeared at the mountain's entrance, weapons aimed at the four. Leading them was a one-eyed middle-aged man, a menacing scar running across his face. "Halt! Who are you?" His voice was hoarse yet commanding. Hong Liang stepped forward, deliberately revealing the star patterns on his left arm. As expected, the one-eyed man's gaze was instantly drawn, his expression shifting dramatically. "Star patterns? You are the lapdogs of the Knights?" "On the contrary, the Knights are my greatest adversaries. To date, I have dispatched no fewer than 800 of their members," Hong Liang replied calmly, simultaneously unleashing pure four-symbol star force. Little 12's statue emitted a gentle starry light at just the right moment. The light illuminated the silver mirror, which responded with ripples, sending a beam directly towards the statue. The one-eyed man and his companions exchanged glances, their weapons gradually lowering. "Is that the power of the Star Envoy?" a young team member whispered, seizing the opportunity. Lin Xiaoyu revealed the starlit flowers adorning her vines. "We have purified the star pillars all the way from the flickering star pillar of Xian City to here. Now, we require the star tears from this Tianji star pillar to awaken our companion." Time, fragile and wavering, advanced towards the front. The hourglass star pattern on her brow shimmering under the sunlight. "Time is running short. The devourer is coming." Her words were abruptly halted, her body flickering like a stuttering image, and more terrifyingly, the sky began to warp, a mass of black and red clouds coalescing ominously. Hong Liang raised his head, a burning pain radiating from the star pattern on his left arm. "This is bad. The devourer has sensed the heart mirror's location." The one-eyed man, witnessing the constant flickering of starlight, finally resolved to act, waving his hand to withdraw the barrier. "Hurry inside." The moment the team dashed into the valley, a bolt of black and red lightning struck the very spot they had just occupied, the barrier sealing shut once more, abruptly severing the feeling of being observed. "I am Zhao Taifeng, the leader of the Guardians of the Stars." After his succinct introduction, the one-eyed man continued, "You have arrived just in time. The heart mirror revealed a prophecy last night. The day of the four symbols' return, the tears of the stars will awaken the slumbering celestial bodies." Hong Liang gazed at the Tianji star column, the four symbols constellation resonating within him. "Take us to the heart mirror. Our companions require its power." Zhao Taifeng nodded, leading them through orderly fields, while the survivors looked on with curiosity, many adorned with rudimentary star patterns, all evidently capable individuals. A result of prolonged exposure to the Tianji star column. The energy emitted by the star column is far safer than the energy stones found in zombies. At least failure does not result in becoming one of them. We, too, arrived here in the aftermath of the apocalypse, each of us somewhat shielded by the power of the stars. According to the column's guidance, we must defend this place and await the arrival of the Star Master. The heart mirror's emergence is not far off. It can reveal fragments of the future, though recently its visions have grown increasingly blurred, as though interfered with. Zhao Taifeng explained as they walked. Hong Liang recalled the devourer's intrusion through the star pattern on his left arm. The celestial power is being tainted as the devourer approaches. Upon reaching the Tianji star column, the statue of Shao 12 levitated autonomously, soaring towards the circular mirror at the top, a droplet of starry brilliance seeping from the column, flowing towards the mirror's surface like a living entity. A breathtaking spectacle unfolded as the mirror, akin to a tranquil water surface, embraced the tears of the stars, subsequently emitting a pure purple beam that enveloped the statue completely. "It has begun," Time murmured softly, her silver eyes reflecting the wondrous light and shadow. Hong Liang sensed the resonance between the four symbols constellation and the heart mirror, as a long-buried memory suddenly unlocked, the final moments of the celestial civilization, where seven-star envoys infused their essence into the heart mirror, leaving a spark of hope for future generations. So that is the case, Hong Liang realized. Gazing at the fleeting fragments within the mirror, Shao 12 is no ordinary star envoy, but the reincarnation of the first star envoy. The beam of light in the mirror intensified, cracks began to appear on the crystalline surface, and suddenly, a crisp shattering sound echoed through the valley. A delicate white hand emerging from the fractured crystal. The familiar voice of Uncle Hong made Hong Liang's eyes well with tears. As the radiance faded, Little 12 stood unscathed before the mirror, the northern dipper mark on her forehead shining brighter than ever. To my astonishment, she cradled a droplet of suspended star tear. A precious gift from the heart mirror. I have returned, and I know how to utterly vanquish the devourer. Little 12 smiled, her gaze sweeping over each of her companions. The dark crimson clouds in the sky suddenly churned violently, as if provoked by her words. The resounding star mark on her left arm seared with pain once more. Yet this time, a cold smirk graced his lips. He is afraid. At last, it is our turn to retaliate. Resounding felt the waves of fear emanating from the star mark, and his excitement bubbled over. Little 12 stood before the heart mirror, the northern dipper mark on her forehead shimmering with unprecedented brilliance. With a gentle lift of her hand, the suspended star tear danced around her fingertips as if it were a living entity. Uncle Hong, I have seen so much. The weapons left by the starry civilization are hidden beneath the Tianxian star pillar in Baoqing. Her voice, though still youthful, carried an uncharacteristic steadiness for her age. Hong Liang crouched before little 12, tenderly stroking her hair, meeting her gaze. Welcome back. This time, take it easy, will you? Chapter 81, News of Xiaoling, all right. Little 12 nodded vigorously, the star tear in her palm transforming into a soft glow before drifting towards Hong Liang. This is one of the keys to unlock the armory. The second key requires us to gather the power of 7-star envoys. Suddenly, Shiyu's body flickered, her silver hair leaving an afterimage in the air. The knights have already tainted 2-star envoys. Time is running short. Old Zhou scratched his head, the star rock armor emitting crackling sounds. Then what are we waiting for? Let us set off at once. Zhao Taifeng stepped forward, a complex gleam flashing in his single eye. From here to Shanjing, we must pass through at least 3 major survivor strongholds. According to the information we have received, the knights have been capturing people frantically lately. You all must be cautious. Capturing people? Haven't they captured enough already? These bastards aim to exterminate our people from Great Xia. Hong Liang furrowed his brow as a sharp pain shot through the star mark on his left arm. He suppressed his discomfort and continued. They haven't captured many so far, and most of the time, it's done covertly. But this time, they are reportedly searching for something called pure bloodlines. This information was brought back by our team members who ventured out to gather supplies. By the way, we also have quite a few bombs found from various places. We have no use for them. Take some that may be useful. I believe bombs are far more effective than bullets, Zhao Taifeng suggested. The group then proceeded to the warehouse, where an array of supplies lay piled high. As they walked, they glanced around at the dazzling assortment. Old Zhou, intrigued, surveyed his surroundings until he spotted a necklace lying on a nearby table. The moment he laid eyes on it, he was struck as if by lightning, trembling as he approached, grabbing the necklace and scrutinizing its details with shaking hands. He then turned to Zhao Taifeng and inquired, "Where did this necklace come from?" "This necklace? I am uncertain. Let me inquire on your behalf." Upon witnessing Lao Zhou's excited demeanor, Zhao Taifeng discerned that the necklace was undoubtedly extraordinary, and he promptly sought out the warehouse manager. Hong Liang grasped Lao Zhou's shoulder firmly and inquired, "What is the matter?" "This necklace was a gift for Xiaoling," Lao Zhou replied, regaining his composure. "Look here. I had it engraved at the time of purchase, and Xiaoling wore it just before she was taken away. Rest assured, Sister Xiaoling is certainly still alive." Hong Liang reassured him, patting Lao Zhou's shoulder. Shortly thereafter, Zhao Taifeng arrived alongside a shorter man, stating, according to him, "This necklace was found by the 3rd Squad at the survivor base on Beishan." The man gestured towards the northwest, explaining, "Beishan is not far from here, crossing 2 mountains. It is approximately 30 kilometers away. There lies a military base converted into a survivor stronghold. Our team rested there at the time, and it is said that the necklace was discovered in the market. However, I have heard that the area has recently been besieged by a horde of zombies. Then let us proceed to the Beishan base." Hong Liang declared upon hearing this. The team took a brief moment to regroup before setting off. Though Shiryu was perplexed as they could neither fly nor be carried aloft, resigned to their circumstances, they had no choice but to walk. After regaining her strength, Xiao 12 became exceptionally lively, bounding ahead and occasionally pointing to the clouds in the sky, likening them to celestial constellations. Shiryu's condition fluctuated, her movements sometimes abrupt as if caught in a glitch. Not long after leaving the valley, they encountered their first wave of zombies, which were evidently several stages evolved, displaying agility far surpassing that of ordinary zombies. Anxious, Lao Zhou charged forward with a roar, the surface of his star armor adorned with crater-like patterns. And with a single punch, he shattered 3 zombies into fragments. Lin Xiaoyu's vines slithered like silver serpents, precisely piercing the zombies' skulls before retrieving the energy stones from their bodies. Xiao 12 remained at the back, the star patterns on her forehead faintly glowing. bestowing celestial strength upon her comrades. Shiryu stood by without engaging, but when a particularly robust, evolved zombie lunged at her in a series of rapid movements, she merely raised her hand, causing its actions to slow dramatically, akin to a film in slow motion. Lao Zhou seized the opportunity to obliterate its head with a powerful strike. Well done. Hong Liang nodded in approval, noting that after Shiryu utilized her abilities, her unstable condition became increasingly pronounced. Let us advance. We must reach the Beishan base before nightfall. After vanquishing the horde of zombies, Hong Liang collected the energy stones from the ground and spoke. As the altitude increased, the surrounding temperature gradually dropped, and Shiryu's state grew more precarious. At times, she would vanish for a few seconds, only to reappear several meters away. Are you all right? Lin Xiaoyu inquired with concern, her vines gently encircling Shiryu's wrist in an attempt to stabilize her energy fluctuations. Shiyu shook her head, her silver hair tracing an unusual arc in the air. It's all right. This state actually allows me to perceive more. She then pointed towards the distant ridge. There are survivors surrounded over there. Hong Liang activated his starry vision and indeed detected faint energy fluctuations on the other side of the ridge. He promptly commanded, Lao Zhou, Lin Xiaoyu, come with me. Xiao 12. You stay back and protect Shiyu as she follows. The three hastened towards the ridge, their attention caught by the sight before them. Dozens of mutated zombies besieging a makeshift fortress constructed from abandoned vehicles and barbed wire, within which over 20 survivors were trapped. One corner of the fortress had already collapsed, with zombies crawling inside. Rescue them. Hong Liang's command echoed, and the tricolored star energy surged within him. The battle proved more arduous than anticipated. These zombies were not only agile, but also capable of unleashing basic energy attacks. Suddenly, a sharp pain seared through the star patterns on Hong Liang's left arm, and a surge of black-red energy uncontrollably spilled forth, reducing 3 zombies to mere skeletons in an instant. Hong Liang, your hand. Lao Zhou exclaimed in astonishment at the sight of the disintegrated zombies. I'm fine. Let us deal with these zombies first. Hong Liang gritted his teeth, suppressing the erratic energy. As the last zombie fell, jubilant cheers erupted from the survivors within the fortress. A middle-aged man, his face smudged with ash, stepped forward, trembling as he grasped Hong Liang's hand. Thank goodness. Are you from the military? No, but do you know the situation at Beishan Base? Hong Liang replied succinctly. The man's expression darkened. Beishan Base. That place has had its share of misfortune. First, it was besieged by zombies. After they managed to blow up half a mountain to eliminate them, they were attacked by the Knight's Order. There are too many experts among them. Beishan Base has fallen, and they've taken all the young women, claiming it's for some bloodline testing. That woman over there fled from Beishan Base. She knows more than I do. You can ask her. He gestured towards a woman nearby. Chapter 82. Discovery of Shaoling. Lao Zhou seized the woman's collar, urgently inquiring, do you know a woman named Shaoling? Around 30. With a mole on her left eyebrow? Let go of me. The woman, startled by Lao Zhou's demeanor, coughed and struggled. Lao Zhou. Hong Liang placed a hand on Lao Zhou's shoulder, calming him down before releasing the woman. He then offered her 2 yellow energy stones. I apologize for my impatience. Please accept this as an apology. I don't know her name, but there is indeed someone who fits your description. She injured a knight while resisting and was taken away separately, the woman said, adjusting her clothing as she gratefully accepted the 2 energy stones, tucking them away. Lao Zhou staggered back, as if struck by lightning, nearly losing his balance and collapsing to the ground. Hong Liang quickly steadied him. Don't worry, we will find her. Just then, Xiao 12 and Shiyu arrived, and upon seeing the remnants of zombies scattered across the ground, Xiao 12 ran over excitedly. Uncle Hong, you are amazing. She suddenly halted, tilting her head to gaze at a small girl hiding behind her mother. Oh, your bracelet is exquisite. It was a seemingly ordinary glass bracelet, yet little 12, as if having stumbled upon a treasure, whispered to Hong Liang. It contains the power of the stars. Hong Liang immediately became alert. Little one, where did you acquire this bracelet? The girl timidly replied, a beautiful lady gave it to me. She said to give it to someone with stars on their forehead. Then, she retrieved a small metallic piece from her pocket, engraved with the pattern of the Big Dipper. As Hong Liang took the metallic piece, the star markings on his left arm resonated with it, and a segment of encrypted information surged into his consciousness. The Knights Templar are imprisoning the 7th star envoy in their subterranean base in Baoqing. This was all the information imparted, and soon the metallic piece transformed into starlight, vanishing from his grasp. Little 12 sensed the dissipating star power and inquired, Uncle Hong, what did you see? It was crucial intelligence regarding the location of the Knights Templar's headquarters in Baoqing and the whereabouts of the 7th star envoy, Hong Liang replied. frowning deeply. Suddenly, Shiyu's body flickered violently as she clutched her head in agony. The timeline is trembling. The devourer has accelerated its plans. The survivors gazed in terror at the silver-haired girl, who appeared and vanished. A middle-aged man stammered, What are you? We are those who resist the apocalypse. This place is no longer safe. You should follow us, Hong Liang succinctly responded. Little 12 found a location that shielded them from detection. After Hong Liang settled the group of survivors, the team continued their journey toward the northern mountain base. Along the way, Hong Liang attempted to actively connect with the star markings on his left arm, seeking to invade the consciousness network of the devourer. Waves of excruciating pain surged through him. Yet he gritted his teeth and persevered, finally capturing fragmented images. A vast underground chamber surrounded by 7 black and red pillars, each binding a child. 2 of which were utterly corrupted. The Grand Archbishop of the Knights Templars stood before an altar, cradling 2 pulsating hearts. Most disturbing of all, a blurred female figure was imprisoned within a transparent container, faint star markings flickering upon her forehead. It's Xiaoling. How could she possess star markings? Old Zhou exclaimed. Witnessing the images shared by Hong Liang, Little 12 interjected, because she has a pure bloodline. Uncle Hong, do you remember? The power of the stars selects specific bloodlines for inheritance. Uncle Zhou's wife may be a descendant of a star envoy. This revelation left everyone astounded. Hong Liang promptly made a decision. We must alter our course. We shall head directly to Baoqing. The 7-star envoy and Xiaoling should be there. Shiyu's body flickered once more, this time with greater intensity. We are out of time. The night of the full moon is tomorrow night. We can drive there. Didn't we find a few vehicles earlier? Old Zhou shouted, his eyes reddened. Subsequently, the team sped towards Baoqing, during which Hong Liang persistently attempted to control the star patterns on his left arm, gradually mastering the technique of reverse invasion. He discovered that the consciousness network of the devourer was not monolithic. Those tainted star envoys were subconsciously resisting. Most exhilaratingly, Xiaoshir's abilities intensified as they progressed. She could not only foresee danger, but also momentarily manipulate starlight to launch attacks. During an encounter with a patrol of the Knights, she incapacitated the entire squad with a single beam of starlight. Is this the power of the first star envoy? Lin Xiaoyu marveled. Xiaoshir twirled with pride. And that is not all. Once I fully regain my memories, I will be able to activate the celestial weapons. However, Shiyu's condition deteriorated with each passing moment. Her body grew increasingly transparent, at times even vanishing entirely. Yet, she discovered that in this state, she could momentarily freeze the flow of time in a limited area. I can freeze the devourer for a second at a critical moment, but it can only be used once, she panted after vanishing and reappearing again. 5 hours later, the team finally arrived at Baoqing, a once thriving city now shrouded in dark red clouds. 7 beams of light ascended from various locations within the city, converging at the center into a massive vortex. The star patterns on Hong Liang's left arm burned with unbearable intensity. The devourer is about to descend. Xiaoshir grasped Hong Liang's hand tightly. Uncle Hong, the celestial civilization anticipated this day long ago. As long as we reach the Tianxian star pillar, I can activate the ultimate weapon. The pressing question remained. How could they breach the Knight's defenses? Lao Zhou anxiously surveyed the throngs of guards in the distance. Hong Liang wore a resolute smile. I have a plan. Since the devourer can spy on us through the star patterns, why not turn the tables? He elaborated on his idea, using the star patterns as a conduit to invade the devourer's consciousness network in reverse, creating illusions to confound the enemy. At the critical moment, Shiyu would freeze time, while Xiaoshir would seize the opportunity to activate the celestial weapons. The risks are too great. If we fail, Lin Xiaoyu expressed her concerns. Failure means death, Hong Liang replied calmly. Even if we do not confront the Knights, do you think they would spare us? It's better to strike first than to be struck, and compromise will not yield peace. On the night of the full moon, the final battle commenced. The team infiltrated the city center under the illusions created by Hong Liang and arrived at the underground base where the Tianxian star pillar resided. The sight before them evoked a palpable sense of physiological discomfort. 7 pillars formed a circular formation, 5 of which were completely tainted. With 2 corrupted children suspended at the tops, their bodies twisted into inhuman shapes. At the altar, the archbishop was conducting the final ritual, while within a transparent container. Xiaoling lay unconscious, the star patterns on her forehead flickering weakly. Chapter 83, The Reward. Attack. With a commanding shout from Hong Liang, the plan progressed exceptionally well, until suddenly, a gigantic hand of the devourer emerged from the vortex. In a critical moment, Shiyu activated her abilities, causing the flow of time across the battlefield to plummet. Liang seized the opportunity to conduct a reverse invasion into the consciousness of the devourer, while Shi charged towards the Tianxian star pillar, the star patterns on her forehead radiating brilliance. In the name of the first star envoy, activate the celestial defense system. Her voice transformed into an ethereal echo. The Tianxian star pillar erupted with dazzling blue light, and the 7 beams of light changed color simultaneously, unveiling a colossal star map in the skies above the city. The devourer let out a deafening roar, its gigantic hand firmly bound by the star map. Now, Liang shouted, channeling all his star power into the star patterns on his left arm. The patterns acted as a bridge, directing the power of the celestial weapon straight towards the devourer's core. The immense shadow in space twisted violently, emitting a wretched howl. At that moment, Xiaoling awakened, her star patterns resonating with those of the other star envoys, amplifying the purifying force. As the first rays of dawn pierced through the clouds, the devourer's shadow had dissipated significantly. In a desperate act, the Grand Archbishop of the Knights Order self-destructed, attempting to obliterate several individuals, but it was too late. The star envoys atop the 7 pillars had regained their purity, and the vortex in the sky gradually closed. The shockwave from the self-detonation of the Archbishop had yet to fade, while the Knights' eastern headquarters, far away in the snowy plains of the Rakshasa Kingdom, descended into chaos. On the massive crystal screen in the underground command center, the red dots representing all strongholds within the Great Xia had extinguished, leaving only the one for Baoqing, which also faded into darkness after flickering a few times that day. Damn it! Can someone tell me what has transpired on the Eastern Front? How could all our strongholds be wiped out? The Archbishop in crimson, Alvarez, slammed his fist against the control panel, the obsidian-embedded scepter screeching against the metallic floor as he roared. Around the round table, 6 archbishops clad in golden-red robes exchanged apprehensive glances. The intelligence officer huddled in the corner, drenched in cold sweat. It was his duty, yet he was utterly oblivious to the events unfolding in the Great Xia, where no intelligence had returned. If he admitted his ignorance, it was uncertain whether anyone would believe him, and Alvarez would be the first to tear him apart. According to the last fragment received, it seemed a Star Master heir had emerged. A video officer, stammering, retrieved a blurry image that depicted a man with shimmering star patterns on his left arm plunging a starfire spear into the chest of the Baoqing Archbishop. After which the screen went black. A Star Master heir? Why are we only discovering this now? What have you all been doing? Why was this not reported sooner? Alvarez stood abruptly, his robes swirling as if stirred by an unseen wind, clearly reaching a peak of fury. He had repeatedly instructed his subordinates to be vigilant regarding the Star Master heir, yet they had treated his warnings as mere whispers. Now, with all the strongholds in the Great Xia obliterated, acquiring intelligence had become a daunting challenge. Just as Alvarez seethed with rage, the dome of the hall suddenly trembled violently, a cascade of black and red energy pouring down like a waterfall. All the archbishops fell to their knees simultaneously, clutching their heads in agony, as the devourer unleashed its wrath through the corrupted marks within them. Forgive us, my lord. We immediately dispatched an expeditionary force to the Great Xia, ensuring that the Star Master would not disrupt your arrival again. Alvarez, his 7 orifices bleeding, struggled to articulate his thoughts. A massive eye formed from dark red energy coldly swept over everyone present before dissipating into the air. Several archbishops collapsed to the ground. While the intelligence officer had already turned into a desiccated corpse, his blood completely drained. Mobilize all modified legions and inform the 2 paladins, Abyss and Eternal Night, that it is their turn to act. Alvarez wiped the blood from his face and spoke in a hoarse voice. As his resonant fingers grazed the surface of the star pillar, a familiar mechanical voice echoed in his mind, detected inheritor of the Star Master, activating the Tianxian star pillar exchange system. In an instant, the underground space illuminated as bright as day, and countless holographic projections unfolded in the air, forming a dazzling array of items twinkling like starlight. Little 12 cheered and jumped to touch those luminous images, while old Joe stared wide-eyed at the row of golden text at the top. Ultimate component of the stellar battle armor, stellar core stabilizer? What divine treasure is this? Alvarez's gaze was drawn to a device resembling an hourglass. Temporal stabilizer? Wouldn't this be perfect for Shiyu? He reached out to select it, and the star pillar immediately emitted a blue ray, requiring 180,000 blue energy stones or their equivalent in other colors. What? 180,000 energy stones? That's exorbitant. Old Joe was momentarily taken aback upon seeing the required number of energy stones. It's all right. After annihilating the Night Order, we acquired a considerable amount of energy stones. Let us pool our resources, Alvarez said, not anticipating such a hefty requirement. Soon, a mountain-like pile of energy stones was amassed before him. Currently, the most common evolved zombies were of the 4th tier, with quite a few at the 5th tier, thus this pile predominantly contained green stones, followed by purple, with a smattering of black energy stones. Though the energy stones in their possession were not abundant, the Night Order had collected a significant quantity, ultimately amounting to over 1 million blue energy stones. As he fed the energy stones into the star pillar, a starry light quickly coalesced in his palm into an exquisite pendant. Here, try this and see if it can stabilize your temporal disarray, Alvarez said, handing the pendant to Shiyu. The silver-haired girl trembled as she donned the pendant, her previously erratic bodily rhythm gradually becoming steady. It's indeed effective. I feel the chaotic time currents around me dissipating, and the flow of time has normalized, she exclaimed, gazing delightedly at her now steady hands. Alvarez exchanged a stellar vine cultivation device for Lin Xiaoyu, which contained seeds of 7 different attributes. She buried a crimson seed into her arm's skin, and in the blink of an eye, a vine adorned with fiery patterns erupted from her body. This is astonishing. These vines can automatically adjust their attack modes based on the enemy's attributes, she exclaimed, skillfully maneuvering the fire vine to trace brilliant arcs in the air. Reveling in the experience, Hong Liang selected a geosynchronous resonance gauntlet for Old Zhou, who eagerly accepted it. After donning the gauntlet, he unleashed a punch towards the open ground. Instantly, the earth heaved, forming a towering rock wall 10 meters high, which subsequently transformed into countless sharp spikes. Observing this spectacle, Old Zhou exclaimed with delight, "Ha! It's a team skill. If a horde of nightly ruffians approaches, I can easily dispatch them." Little 12, on the other hand, exchanged for a new star oracle crown, more exquisite than her previous one. As she adorned herself with it, the 7 gemstones on the crown illuminated simultaneously, casting a complete star map. Chapter 84, Bloodline Awakening. I can see the positions of all the remaining star pillars. The final Tianxian and all the Tianju star pillars remain untainted. She joyfully pointed at the 4 glimmering blue dots. Hong Liang took a deep breath and chose 2 items of utmost significance to him: the ultimate component of the celestial battle armor and the stellar core stabilizer. The armor component enveloped him in liquid metal, reshaping into a dark blue suit adorned with flowing starry patterns. The stellar core stabilizer embedded itself directly into his chest, organizing the previously chaotic 4-symbol star array. Warning: contaminated energy detected. Initiating purification protocol. The star pillar suddenly emitted a piercing alarm, and a pure starry light enveloped Hong Liang's left arm. Agony surged through him like a tidal wave. It felt as if his arm were being scorched by fierce flames. Just as the fire extinguished, another wave of pain struck as alcohol was poured over his wound. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead, and he stood paralyzed, helplessly watching as the black-red markings on his arm gradually faded under the cleansing starlight. When the last trace of contamination vanished, he felt the spiritual connection with the Devourer severed completely. It was both a liberation and a loss of his ability to foresee danger. Purification complete. Preemptive arrival of the Devourer thwarted. Special reward unlocked. Celestial Weapon Design Archive. The mechanical voice of the star pillar resonated once more after the contamination dissipated. Countless blueprints unfolded before Hong Liang's eyes, ranging from individual equipment to city defense systems. He found himself dazzled by the array of options. However, this was not the moment for exploration. He swiftly stored the data in the celestial compass, for these would become the cornerstone of humanity's reconstruction. Hong Liang, come quickly and see Xiaoling. Old Zhou's voice called out suddenly as Hong Liang perused the star pillar exchange. Rushing to the container, he beheld Xiaoling within a transparent chamber, her forehead's star markings glowing ever more brightly. As Hong Liang approached, the star markings emitted a beam of light, resonating with the star pillar. The mechanical voice echoed once more, potential star envoy detected. Bloodline purity 92, awakening conditions met. How can she be a star envoy? Old Zhou stammered in disbelief. Little 12 gazed thoughtfully at the starry light flowing into Xiaoling's body, murmuring, no wonder the Nightly Order sought to capture her. Her celestial bloodline purity exceeds 90%. Such a star envoy can harness far greater stellar power than the average person. At that moment, the entire underground space trembled violently, and the star pillar projected an image from the outside. The remnants of the Night Order were assaulting a monstrous entity, black and red in hue. As it attacked the barrier, more terrifyingly, a shadow in space was coalescing once again. Their remaining forces had arrived. Lin Xiaoyu's vine stood alert. Hong Liang made a swift decision. Old Zhou, protect Xiaoling. The rest of you, prepare for battle. Zaishi, can you activate the star weapon? The little girl nodded solemnly. The new crown radiating a brilliant light. I can try, but it will take time. Very well. Next, Shiyu, you will control the pace of the battlefield. Xiaoyu, set up the vine defense line. I will face the enemy head-on. Hong Liang stated as he instantly activated his brand-new armor, the four-colored star power swirling around him, rendering him quite striking. As they burst forth from the star pillar, dozens of golden-armored knights hovered in the air, all of whom were at the pinnacle of the 6th tier, each adorned with black and red crystals embedded in their chests. Below them surged a tide of transformed zombies, each at least in the early stages of the 5th tier. Leading them were 3 towering giants, each exceeding 5 meters in height, radiating energy waves surpassing the early 7th tier, all manifestations created from the tainted energy of the Devourers. Eliminate them all. Hong Liang raised the starburst spear, surrounded by Frost Whisper and Flame Devourer, charging into the enemy ranks first. The new armor bestowed upon him unprecedented speed and strength. Every strike was imbued with 4-colored starlight. A 7th-tier black-red giant lunged at him, only to be pierced through the core by a spear infused with the 4 elemental star powers. Surrounding zombies were effortlessly dispatched by flying swords, resulting in a swift annihilation. Old Joe stood guard at the entrance, his earth pulse gauntlets generating localized tremors with each strike, shattering swathes of zombies into fragments. Lin Xiaoyu's vines wove a deadly net, automatically adjusting their attack patterns against different foes based on their attributes. Yet, the sheer number of zombies was overwhelming. A 6th-tier raider suddenly accelerated, breaching Old Joe's defenses and charging towards the energy-guiding Zaishi. In a critical moment, Shiyu appeared before him, the hourglass pendant erupting in blinding silver light. Time stands still. In an instant, the battlefield was as if paused, with only Hong Liang's team able to move. They seized this precious opportunity to harvest the enemy wildly, and by the time Shiyu collapsed from exhaustion, 2/3 of the foes had been eliminated. Now is the time. Star defense system, activate. Zaishi shouted, the 7 gems on the crown illuminating simultaneously, 7 beams of starlight pouring into the star pillar. The Tianxian star pillar erupted with a celestial beam, merging with the energy of the other 6 star pillars in the sky to form a colossal 7-pointed star array. Under the brilliance of the starlight, the shadow of the Devourers melted away like ice and snow, emitting a deafening roar. The remaining black-red monsters detonated, and the remnants of the Night Order were purified within the pure star power. As the radiance faded, the battlefield lay in ruins. Hong Liang lifted the unconscious Shiyu, noticing that her silver hair was visibly turning white. I am fine. This is the price of wielding the power of time. She weakly opened her eyes and said to Hong Liang before succumbing to her fatigue. As Xiao 12 beheld Shiyu's condition, tears streamed down her face. In a flurry of panic, she retrieved the star tears and gently dripped them upon Shiyu's forehead. Yet, the once life-saving star tears could not reverse the ravages of time. With a heart-wrenching cry, Xiao 12 lamented that Shiyu's time was running short. However, Shiyu responded with a serene smile, content to witness victory. Her form gradually became translucent, ultimately dissolving into a myriad of silver motes that vanished into the air, leaving behind only the hourglass pendant. 3 days later, at the temporary command center in Bao City, Xiao Ling had fully recovered. The star patterns on her forehead were now more pronounced. She was assisting the survivors in mastering celestial technology, while Old Joe trailed closely behind her like a shadow. The last celestial pillar was located by Hong Liang, and after receiving the infusion of celestial energy, his level undoubtedly ascended to the pinnacle of the 8th tier, his capabilities unfathomable. According to the star map, the final 3 celestial pillars were situated in the capital city. Xiao 12 pointed at the holographic projection, indicating the presence of numerous survivors in the area. The silhouette of the capital emerged faintly through the morning mist. A once thriving metropolis now encircled by towering concrete walls. Chapter 85. The gathering at the capital as Hong Liang and his companions departed from Bao City. They moved closer to the capital, discovering many signs of human survivors along the way. However, the number of zombies had also increased. The team fought their way through, dispatching a significant number of zombies while rescuing several survivors. Standing atop the armored vehicle, Hong Liang felt the warmth emanating from the star patterns on his left arm. The energy fluctuations of the 3 celestial pillars were as conspicuous as a lighthouse in the night. The close-range artillery atop the walls represented the most advanced model from the Great Xia Navy, likely modified to enhance its power. Clearly, the capital was well defended, living up to its reputation. Old Joe, an avid military enthusiast, immediately began analyzing the formidable artillery. Suddenly, Lin Xiaoyu's vine stood upright. She sensed a disturbance near the main gate. Activating his celestial vision, Hong Liang observed a squad of soldiers in standard military uniforms inspecting the crowd entering the city, while another group clad in black uniforms, adorned with golden emblems, brazenly cut in line. When a man protested, a soldier in black retaliated with the butt of his rifle, striking him in the face. This was the enforcement team of the local administration, a so-called temporary management bureau formed by high-ranking officials after the collapse of the previous government system 3 months into the apocalypse. Their management was far inferior to that of the military, yet inexplicably, the military allowed them to act with impunity. Hong Liang was advised that anyone wishing to enter the capital must exercise caution to avoid conflict with them. It was rumored that they possessed numerous high-tier abilities and advanced weaponry, making them lethal if provoked. A survivor standing beside Hong Liang raised a pair of binoculars, observing the chaos while explaining the situation to him. The armored vehicle slowly approached the city gate, and Hong Liang noticed a refugee camp stretching for miles outside the walls, where emaciated children gazed with hollow eyes at their clearly modified armored vehicle. Stop for inspection. No vehicles are allowed to enter. They must be parked at designated points outside the city, and all weapons must be surrendered, as carrying arms within the city is prohibited. A burly enforcer stood in the middle of the road, vociferously proclaiming these so-called regulations, flanked by a dozen armed officers clad in black uniforms. Just as Hong Liang was about to speak, a loudspeaker atop the city gate suddenly blared. "Is that you, Hong Liang? General Zhao has been awaiting your arrival. You may proceed directly into the city without leaving anything outside." With the sound of grinding gears, the heavy steel gates slowly creaked open, revealing a squad of soldiers in dark green uniforms who promptly stepped forward. The enforcer's expression darkened instantly. The military has no authority to bypass the administrative office and directly admit individuals into the city. The leading officer, a colonel as denoted by his insignia, coldly retorted, "According to special wartime regulations, individuals of rank 7 or above are to be received directly by the military." He promptly saluted Hong Liang with a crisp military gesture. "Your Excellency Hong Liang, General Zhao awaits you and your team at the command post. We shall also make proper arrangements for the other survivors." "Do you know me?" Hong Liang furrowed his brow, scrutinizing the soldier. For he was merely a child from an ordinary family and harbored no belief that they possessed any significant influence that could afford them privileges in the capital. "This order was issued by General Zhao. Any inquiries you may have will be addressed upon your meeting with him," the officer replied, evidently anticipating Hong Liang's question. As the armored vehicle entered through the city gates, the survivors they had rescued were escorted by soldiers to a nearby tent for medical checks, while Hong Liang and his companions followed the officer towards the military camp in the armored vehicle. Perched atop the vehicle, Hong Liang glanced back towards the entrance, observing the enforcer animatedly speaking into a communicator, his eyes never leaving their vehicle, filled with a sinister glare. Only upon noticing Hong Liang's gaze did he turn his head away. The sights within the inner city of the capital rendered everyone speechless. Shops of various kinds lined both sides of the main thoroughfare, where well-dressed men and women were perusing goods. The aroma of freshly brewed coffee wafted from open-air cafes, and even a beauty salon illuminated a neon sign announcing the arrival of new hyaluronic acid products. Goodness, has the capital been completely reclaimed? Is this really the apocalypse? Old Zhou gazed in astonishment at the bustling street scene, utterly unprepared for the thriving atmosphere that enveloped the entire capital. Suddenly, Xiao 12 clutched his forehead. "Uncle Hong, I sense a familiar presence, something related to Teddy, lurking beneath the city." Before Hong Liang could inquire further, a piercing scream erupted from the intersection ahead. A schoolgirl clad in uniform was being dragged towards a sports car by a group of debonair young men, her bundle of food scattering across the ground. "Does a woman chosen by young Master Zhang dare to flee? You ought to serve us faithfully and forego such pitiful bread rolls," the leading youth scoffed, disdainfully crushing one of the buns beneath his foot. The officer clenched his fist but remained seated in the vehicle, instead introducing with a booming voice, "That is Minister Zhang's son, who oversees logistical supplies." Before the officer could finish his sentence, Hong Liang had already leaped off the roof of the car, just as the young man's hand was about to brush against the girl's collar. A foot sent him sprawling to the ground, a boot clad in starry battle armor pressing firmly on his wrist, mercilessly trampling it several times. "Ah, my hand. I don't care who you are, you're dead. What are you all waiting for? Come on, kill him." The young man, who called himself Zhang Xiao, screamed in agony while shouting commands. The battle commenced with lightning speed and concluded even more swiftly. The group of debauched youths, at their peak, barely reached the third rank. One by one, They were ensnared by the sudden appearance of vines, tightly bound like zongzi, followed by an onslaught of whipping tendrils that struck down upon them until their voices became hoarse from shouting. However, the rescued girl showed no signs of joy. Instead, she trembled as she gazed at the half-conscious individuals bound before her. Accepting the package of food from Lin Xiaoyu, tears streamed down her face as she said, "Thank you. But they will surely retaliate against me. Do you have any other relatives?" he inquired, but upon seeing her shake her head, he continued, "Then come with us. I will take you to the military protection zone." The colonel hesitated, ultimately sighing, "Lord Hong Liang, you may have stirred up trouble. Minister Zhang controls the distribution of supplies. Even General Zhao must yield to him. Enough. You are soldiers. How can you tolerate such behavior? Where has your valor gone?" Hong Liang had no intention of listening to further excuses. He interrupted the officer, challenging him instead. The officer's expression shifted multiple times before he fell silent, eventually sighing and turning back to the vehicle, leading the convoy onward. Shortly thereafter, as the convoy entered the military control zone, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. Outside the orderly barracks, freshly laundered military uniforms hung out to dry, while soldiers practiced combat on the training grounds. Several female soldiers were distributing thin porridge to the refugees using rudimentary equipment. Chapter 86. News of parents inside the command center. General Zhao, a soldier with graying temples, frowned at the sand table. Upon seeing Hong Liang enter, his eyes brightened. "We have finally awaited your arrival." Just as Hong Liang was about to speak, Little 12 suddenly tugged at his sleeve. When Hong Liang bent down, she whispered in his ear, "Uncle Hong, I sense something again beneath the ground, something related to Teddy, but I don't know what it is." General Zhao gestured for the guards to withdraw and personally poured a cup of tea for Hong Liang. "You must be quite curious as to how I know you." Observing Hong Liang nod, he set down the teacup and pressed a button on the table, revealing a holographic projection. It displayed the moment Hong Liang activated the Tianxian star pillar in Baoqing. Upon activation, each star pillar transmits a segment of information to the others. The 3 Tianshu star pillars in the capital are under military control. A month ago, all of them began displaying your image and beneath your likeness. There was a label indicating the Star Master's heir. Our research on this matter is not extensive, but I understand that the star pillars are aiding us, which is why I hold it in such high regard, General Zhao said gravely. Lao Zhou drained his cup of tea before Hong Liang and remarked, "So, you have been waiting for us all along. Are you not concerned that we might not come to the capital?" "Not at all," replied General Zhao, shaking his head as he produced a map. "The star pillars assured us of your arrival. Hence, we stationed observers at every city gate, eagerly anticipating your presence." Hong Liang surveyed his surroundings, noticing 3 locations marked with flickering blue lights on the city defense map. These must denote the sites of the 3 star pillars. General Zhao, his expression grave, continued, "The situation in the capital is exceedingly complex. Following the outbreak of the virus, the top officials have all perished, leaving behind remnants of bureaucratic personnel who have seized a portion of stellar technology solely to fortify their own power. According to our intelligence, they have imprisoned a unique life form in an underground research facility." Suddenly, Xiao 12 tugged at Hong Liang's sleeve and whispered in his ear, "Uncle Hong, it must be that. I can feel it." However, General Zhao, possessing keen hearing, caught the child's words and turned his astonished gaze towards her. "This little sister can sense it?" he inquired. "Our intel indicates that this life form is confined within a lead-lined chamber 50 meters underground, theoretically rendering any energy fluctuations undetectable. It is a product of the stellar civilization, is it not?" Hong Liang did not respond to General Zhao, but instead posed a solemn question. For he felt an unusual warmth emanating from the star patterns on his left arm, a surge of unprecedented energy coursing within him. "Indeed," Zhao confirmed, lowering his voice. "The technical department refers to it as the key to immortality, purportedly containing life recombination technology. They have yet to unravel this technology, thus resorting to unorthodox methods, attempting to merge it with the zombie virus. What are their intentions?" Hong Liang inquired, furrowing his brow. General Zhao's countenance darkened. "They have clandestinely captured numerous civilians under the guise of a purification plan, when in reality, they are sifting for suitable containers to activate the key to immortality. This faction has betrayed the Great Xia, forsaking its human-centric values." At this revelation, Hong Liang felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, the temperature of the star patterns on his arm escalating sharply. With great effort, he inquired, "I have another purpose for coming to the capital, to search for my parents. My father's name is Hong Jiangwo, and my mother's name is Li Xiulan. Please assist me in locating them. A substantial reward awaits you upon their discovery." Upon hearing this, General Zhao promptly delegated the task. All survivors had been documented upon entering the safe zone, and with names in hand, swift screening could ensue. Within 5 minutes, a file was retrieved. A young officer entered bearing the document, which General Zhao subsequently handed to Hong Liang. Take a look. Are these the two individuals you seek? As Hong Liang beheld the photographs within the dossier, relief washed over him, swiftly followed by a pang of sorrow. The images depicted his parents. Yet they appeared emaciated and worn, their suffering evident at a mere glance. The elderly couple currently resides in the 7th Civilian District. Although life is arduous, it remains relatively safe. However, the officer hesitated for a moment. But what? Hong Liang demanded, rising abruptly, his presence swelling with intensity, nearly causing the officer to stumble. The officer, unable to afford further hesitation, promptly stated, recently, the authorities have been conducting large-scale recruitment of volunteers in that area. What do you mean by volunteers? Hong Liang interrupted, inquiring. Outwardly labeled as volunteers, they are, in fact, capturing survivors for experimentation, the officer sighed. I must meet with them immediately. Upon hearing this, Hong Liang stood up, ready to leave. You must exercise caution. The authorities have already taken note of your arrival, especially since Minister Zhang has just issued a bounty for you. General Zhao interjected as he observed Hong Liang's intent to exit. Before Hong Liang could respond, the shrill sound of an alarm suddenly reverberated throughout the military base. A soldier rushed in, panicking. Report. The authorities have mobilized a special operations team, claiming they intend to capture the assailants who attacked young Master Zhang. Hong Liang sneered, his starry armor enveloping him in an instant. Let them come. No, now is not the time for a direct confrontation. This route leads directly to the underground passage. My aide will escort you to the 7th District. After locating your parents, return immediately, and we shall address the issues of that underground research facility together. General Zhao swiftly manipulated the control panel, revealing a hidden door within the wall, from which a chilling breeze emerged. Old Zhou patted Hong Liang on the shoulder. You go ahead. I will take care of things here. Hurry, and bring your uncle and aunt. Suddenly, Xiao 12 clutched her forehead. Uncle Hong, I saw that life form calling to us. It says it knows Teddy. Hong Liang's pupils constricted. Teddy was Xiao 12's toy, damaged during the battle in Han City. If the underground life form recognized Teddy, it might be possible to resurrect it. Xiao 12, you come with me, he declared, scooping her up and rushing through the hidden door, with Lin Xiaoyu closely following, as vines formed a protective barrier behind them. In the dim tunnel, the aide illuminated the path with a flashlight as they advanced swiftly. This passage was constructed during the early days of the apocalypse and directly connects to the drainage system of the 7th District. However, the authorities have recently established checkpoints at the main exits. No matter, we shall proceed directly. I have a way to ensure they cannot relay any information. As Hong Liang spoke, he felt the surging energy within the star pattern on his left arm, the pinnacle of the 8th tier, beginning to loosen. And he vaguely sensed that the key to breaking through to the 9th tier might lie within that mysterious life form.